Chapter 321 The Inter-Sect Competition 4. Who is that senior brother? Jia asked Yi Wuluo sideways. That's Yi Jianqing, my clan brother, and a genius of our Yi family. Yi Wuluo looked at Yi Jianqing's figure on the stage with a hint of envy in his tone. Now he is only in his 90s, and he is already in the late stage of the golden elixir. Jia nodded after hearing this. This person is indeed a genius. Although the Yi family is not one of the 8 major families, it is still a middle-class family. Those who can stand out among them are not ordinary people. What made Jia notice him was his sword intention. If she felt it right, there seemed to be a trace of time in it. This comes from the fact that I have understood the sword intention of time, so I feel a little familiar inexplicably. However, he had too few time attributes, so she couldn't be sure, but seeing how relaxed he looked, I'm afraid he would have a place among the winners this time. Sure enough, the golden elixir period ended at this time, and he successfully entered the top 50. Feeling the two people's gaze, Yi Jianqing looked over and found that it was Yi Wuluo, and nodded coldly. Looking across Ji Yao, Yi Jianqing paused for a moment, but his ears turned red for a rare moment. He nodded stiffly at Ji Yao as a greeting. Ji Yao smiled slightly when she saw this, but she didn't expect that this person's personality seemed different from his appearance. Yi Jianqing saw Ji Yao smiling at him, and her face turned even redder. For a moment, she didn't know how to release her arms and legs. Yi Wuluo witnessed the whole process and stood aside with a somewhat suppressed smile. His brother had not changed his habit of blushing easily when looking at female cultivators. When he was young, Yi Jianqing actually had a lively personality, but as long as he was in front of girls, he would blush and stutter, which made him very distressed. Later, in order to prevent others from noticing his strangeness, he always acted aloof and rarely spoke to the female nuns. The first round of competition is over, and then the second round of competition will begin. Fu Zongyi stood up and began to announce the rules of the competition. This round of drawing lots, 2-by-2 confrontation. The top 25 will be determined. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out 2 lottery tubes and placed them on 2 stands respectively, and asked people to come forward to draw lots one by one. This time, before Jia could step forward, she was slapped by someone else. She had noticed this man before. He was a late-stage foundation building peak cultivator who understood the fire-attributed sword intent. He was quite strong, but not difficult to defeat. One after another everyone finished drawing lots, and soon there were 50 arenas in the martial arts arena. Go to the corresponding arena according to the order of the draw. As soon as Fu Zongyi finished speaking, everyone jumped on the stage. The competition is over. It is forbidden to kill fellow disciples. Fu Zongyi waved his hand and said in a deep voice, the competition begins. Fan Jingxue, the man opposite Ji Yao, took action against Ji Yao from the moment he announced the start of the competition. He had seen her deal with Li Lin before, and her strength was quite impressive. So he had no choice but to strike first. A fire attribute sword intent came. Ji Yao did not panic. She directly rushed forward with a sky-breaking sword. When the two met, they exploded. The fire attribute sword intent was annihilated, and the remaining thunder attribute sword intent attacked Fan Jingxue. Fan Jingxue felt nervous, but because of Li Lin's past experience, he guessed that there would be such a result. So he ducked aside immediately. Ji Yao knew his plan from the beginning, teleported directly to his side, and attacked again with a sky-breaking force. Chapter 322 The Inter-Sect Competition 5. Fan Jingxue had no time to react and was knocked off the stage. He fell to the ground and was still unable to recover. Jia cupped her fists and saluted him. I accept it. Fan Jingxue came back to his senses at this time. His face turned red, and he still lost. I lost. Since he lost, Fan Jingxue also admitted it, because he clearly felt that the other party was very relaxed and had no spiritual power at all, and it was not a loss for him to lose to her. Ji Yao smiled slightly. This kind of person who is generous and natural even if he loses is good. He is much better than those who blame his opponent when he loses. Fan Jingxue watched Ji Yao smiling at him. His red cheeks instantly became hot, and his whole body became unnatural. Come on! After Fan Jingxue said this, he quickly ran away. This uncle was so good-looking that he couldn't resist it. Jia looked at his somewhat helpless figure and raised her eyebrows. Could it be that she scared him? Soon the second round of the arena ended, with 25 people left in the foundation building stage and the golden elixir stage each. The format of the third round is the same as the second round. Please draw lots each. Those who have a bye will automatically enter the next round. Fu Zongyi took out the lottery tube and placed it on the stage. Jia was the first to step forward this time and took out a note. Qi Xingyan. Jia read out the name softly. Soon, a slightly older male cultivator in black stood up. Jia couldn't check someone's bone age at will. Just looking at his appearance, he seemed to be middle-aged. He must not have very good qualifications. He was already relatively old when he built the foundation. After everyone rests for a quarter of an hour, the third round of competition will begin again. Fu Zongyi observed that many players were injured in the previous round of competition, leaving time for recovery. Jia nodded upon hearing this, and walked to Luo Xiaoxue and others to chat. Qi Xingyan was about to go aside to rest, when he suddenly received a message from Qi Lanqi. Frowning and hesitating for a while, he followed the message, and came to a corner of the martial arts arena. Do you have a problem with me? Qi Xingyan was a little impatient. He didn't like the daughter of the house owner. People like them lacked everything, and were much happier than him. I have trouble with you, Qi Lanqi sneered, and then said arrogantly, do you want your brother to follow your old path? After finishing speaking, Qi Lanqi looked at him with contempt. He was almost 100 years old, and was still in the foundation building stage. He was really a waste. What do you mean? Qi Xingyan suddenly became emotional. His younger brother was his enemy, and no one could touch him. Why are you so anxious? He is also a disciple of my Qi family. How can I harm him? Qi Lanqi frowned impatiently. This man actually had the courage to yell at him. As long as you deal with Yi Jiao for me later, then I will convince my father to focus on training your brother. No. Qi Xingyan's first reaction was to refuse. Although he has poor qualifications, he still understands the basic principles of benevolence, justice and morality. Don't refuse in a hurry. Do you want your brother to be like you? 100 years old and only in the foundation stage? Being looked down upon wherever you go? Qi Lanqi is not in a hurry. She has many ways to deal with such people. This, Qi Xingyan hesitated a little. Indeed, it didn't matter what happened to him now. But he still had a younger brother. Perhaps he could help him gain a good future. Okay. After some struggle, Qi Xingyan agreed. Qi Lanqi smiled sarcastically. But he was just a commoner, still trying to show off. Chapter 323 The Intersect Competition 6. The third round of competition begins. As Fu Zongyi finished speaking, the third round of competition officially began. Qi Xingyan looked at Jia opposite. His palms were all sweaty, and he felt a little guilty. But thinking about his brother, he decided to do it. With this thought in mind, he attacked with his spiritual sword in hand. Seeing this, Jia rushed forward with a sky-breaking strike. Because the opponent was not strong, she was not very worried. But seeing the other party approaching, Jia suddenly smelled a scent and quickly closed her sense of smell subconsciously. But it was a step too late, and a hint of fragrance still entered Jia's body. Immediately, she felt that the spiritual power in her body had completely dissipated. It's actually Ling Ling powder. Ji Yao felt angry in her heart that this person was so despicable, and used such despicable means. Qi Xingyan felt happy when he saw her complexion change slightly. It seemed that the medicine was taking effect. Thinking of Qi Lanqi's instructions, all he had to do next was destroy her Dantian. Thinking of this, he rushed forward excitedly. Qi Lanqi also noticed Jia's abnormality, and smiled coldly. He bought this spiritual powder from the black market with a lot of money, because this thing was so difficult to guard against. It once caused a great sensation. Later, it was boycotted by everyone, and a large number of crafted spiritual herbs were destroyed. It is extremely difficult to find this thing now. If you use it on Yijia, you can still think highly of her. On the stage, Jia saw a sword coming towards her from the opposite side, and smiled coldly. Do you really think you can defeat yourself this way? How naive. Today, I will teach you how to behave correctly. With this in mind, Jia teleported to Qi Xingyan's side and punched him hard. Since he can't use spiritual power, he should give him a good beating. A fist equivalent to the golden elixir stage hit Qi Xingyan, knocking him to the ground and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Before he could realize what was going on, Jia kicked him again, pushing him to the edge of the stage, and then teleported to him again, and just kept going back and forth, playing him like a football. Jia was also a little lucky in her heart. Fortunately, the teleportation technique improved by Shu Shu was not restricted by her own spiritual energy. It could be used as long as there was spiritual energy in the air. Otherwise, she would be very passive now. Everyone in the audience looked at this development, with their mouths wide open and looking at Jia in confusion. Qi Lanyan did not expect that things would develop like this. Everything was already settled. So why did such a mistake occur? Is Ji Yao teleporting? Luo Xiaoxue asked with some uncertainty, as she watched Ji Yao flash around on the stage. It seems so. Yin Feng also nodded helplessly. This junior sister really didn't want anyone to live. He has great swordsmanship, can also practice physical training, and can also practice teleportation, which is now lost. But somehow, she was exposed now. Shouldn't this be the trump card in the finals? At this time, Xiyu was also very angry. It was this person who exposed her trump card in advance and used such insidious and despicable methods, which really pissed her off. It doesn't matter if she loses. Just keep working hard. But being plotted using this method is really unacceptable to her. Just thinking about it, she started to act even harder. Qi Xingnian's intestines were filled with regret at this moment. He shouldn't have provoked this evil star. She broke one of his ribs with one kick. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be falling apart. He tried to fight back, but was always interrupted by her attacks. Unable to gather his spiritual energy, and was scattered. Chapter 320 for the Inter-Sect Competition 7. Gradually, he felt that the spiritual energy in his body had dissipated. His eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and it seemed that he could no longer hold on. Originally, he wanted to hold on and find a chance to fight back. But now it's obvious that it won't work. I give up! Qi Xingnian exhausted his last bit of strength, shouted and fainted. The entire stage suddenly became quiet. Many people came here to see the beauty. Now seeing this development, they all swallowed their saliva in fear. This beauty is a bit hot. Gio heard him admit defeat and stopped. But she didn't intend to let him go just like that. True Lord, my disciple has something to report. Gio clasped her fists and looked at Fu Zongyi. You don't need to be polite, junior sister. But what's the problem? Fu Zongyi hurriedly helped her up. After all, this was his junior sister, so he still had to give her face. This person used spirit powder on me at the beginning of the game. Xiyu was still a little angry when she thought about it now. What? Fu Zongyi was startled and hurried to Ji Yao's side, grabbed Ji Yao's hand and exploded. The onlookers were also in an uproar. There are still people using such things now? I didn't expect that our Wanjin sect would have such a scum. Fu Zongyi confirmed this fact and looked at the unconscious Qi Xingnian angrily. Don't worry. I will report this matter to the sect master later, and I will definitely give you justice. Thank you, true lord. Ji Yao thanked her very sincerely and jumped off the ring. But I was not very happy. Part of my trump card had been exposed, and everyone was on guard. I'm afraid that in the finals, I will have to use the fused sword intent. After all, sword cultivators can challenge higher levels. Against those intersect geniuses, the chance of winning is low. It's good now. It's a little bit slimmer. Ji Yao, are you okay? How could this person use such despicable means? Luo Xiaoxue complained for Ji Yao as soon as she saw her. Yi Wuluo and others also came over. He entered the finals, but Jin Li was eliminated because his cultivation level was too low. I didn't expect to meet such a person. This incident sounded the alarm for Gio again. The competition in this world is greater than the current world, and people's hearts are more complex. Not everyone is like them, and they are dedicated to pursuing their goals. Tao, no matter where you are in the future, you must be careful about your opponents. Where did he, an ordinary foundation building disciple, get such a lost thing as spirit powder? Yu Yuchen put forward his own opinion at this time. He always felt that things were not simple. Ji Yao frowned when she heard this. She really didn't expect this. She thought he wanted to win the game, so he attacked her. Now think about it carefully. How did he, a somewhat down-and-out foundation building monk, get this thing? However, I didn't spend much time in Wanjin sect. There were only 1 or 2 people who didn't fit in, so it was really easy to guess. Is Qi Xingnian a member of the Qi family of the 8 major families? After all, some people just had different surnames. So Gio still decided to confirm. Yes. Yi Wuluo nodded. That was indeed the case. Jia sneered and looked into the crowd, looking for Qi Lanqi. Soon, their eyes met. Qi Lanqi was startled and looked away with a guilty conscience. Yi Jia's eyes seemed to already know that she had done it. Li Yanran looked at Qi Lanqi from the side. A little funny. It shouldn't be too easy to think that she did it. He is indeed a brainless person. Seeing her panic, Jia confirmed in her heart that she was the one who did it. He asked himself that he had never taken the initiative to provoke anyone or had the intention of harming anyone. He did not expect that Qi Lanqi would provoke him again and again. And now, he even wanted to attack him. Chapter 325 The Inter-Sect Competition 8. In this case, the other party is already on his death list. Xiao withdrew her gaze, and had already planned to kill the opponent if she had the opportunity in the future. It's really uncomfortable to have this kind of person spying on you secretly. Several people followed her gaze, and saw Qi Lanqi, and naturally recognized her. After all, she was also a true disciple. Unexpectedly, this person would do such a thing. And several people automatically regarded her as their enemy. After all, the enemy of their friends was their own enemy. Luo Hong, who was in the stands, received Fu Zongyi's report, and his face instantly darkened. He did not expect that such a person would appear in his sect. Moreover, the person you are dealing with is still a junior sister. Isn't this asking for death? If he was really allowed to destroy his little junior sister, his uncle would definitely not let him go. And he wouldn't be able to explain it. Destroy him and drive him out of the sect. Luo Hong gave the order directly. Fu Zongyi nodded and took Qi Xingnian to Xingtong. He didn't need to take action for the rest. The final will be held tomorrow. Let's all go back today. Luo Hong took the initiative to stand up and announce the end of today's competition. It would be better for him to explain this matter to his uncle in person. With this thought, he left, and the other peak masters also left. Let's go! Jia pulled Luo Xiaoxue and walked out of the martial arts stage. Today's events really ruined her mood. As for this spiritual power, it will come back on its own in 2 hours. So I don't have to worry too much. Jian Song sneered after listening to Luo Hong's story. It seemed that he had been too quiet in the past few hundred years, and some people had forgotten his methods. Has anyone found out who ordered it? He has already recruited him. It is said that the disciple that senior brother Lin took in not long ago used his younger brother to threaten him and wanted to destroy junior sister Dan Tian. He is really vicious. When he just got the news, Luo Hong was also very frightened. I thought he was just trying to win the game. But I didn't expect that someone actually wanted to destroy the junior sister. Fortunately, the junior sister kept her own spirit and did not let the other party succeed. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Okay, don't worry about this matter. I'll go talk to Mr. Lin personally and see if he has any objections to me. My uncle. Jian Song waved his hand, tearing apart the space and disappearing. Luo Hong sighed. He couldn't get involved in this matter. But he didn't expect senior brother Lin, a disciple, to be so stupid. It's not good to offend anyone, but he must offend junior sister. This is a precious problem. On the second day, Xiao came to the martial arts arena and looked around. And sure enough, she didn't see Qi Lanqi. Yesterday, Master went to seek justice for himself. And Qi Lanqi will be imprisoned in a forbidden area for 3 years. The forbidden land of the 10,000 Sword Sect is a place of extraordinary spirituality, which means that she cannot practice at all in the past 3 years. When she comes out again, she may have fallen behind everyone. I don't know if she regrets it. Xiao was a little happy when she thought about the talisman in her storage ring. This was something Qi Lanqi's master apologized to her, and he got it by chance. This talisman is a life-saving thing. Even the nascent soul cultivator can't get it. But it can only be used twice now. The highest talisman is the 9th grade, and the higher one is this talisman. However, the method of making the talisman has been lost for a long time, and no one can master it. Today is the finals. There are only 13 people left in both Foundation Building and Golden Core Building. We still use the method of drawing lots to determine the top 7, and the last 3 will be determined by the losers in turn. Fu Zongyi announced the rules of the finals. Chapter 326 The Inter-Sect Competition 9. Ji Yao felt happy when she heard this. If the opponent she drew was not too strong, then she would only need to fight once to enter the top 10. This rule seems unfair. If 2 people are strong, one of them will not be able to enter, but the other one will be weaker but can enter the top 10. Luo Xiaoxue wrinkled her nose, a little confused. The outer sect competition has to be against each other. Isn't it a bit sloppy to fight in turns? Xiao smiled slightly and explained. Going to Dragon Vein is not only to represent the Northern Territory, but also to compete for luck for the Northern Territory. Luck is also a kind of strength. If he is really unlucky and cannot enter the finals, then even if he goes, there is not much chance of competing for luck. Sometimes in the world of cultivation, luck is really too important. The battle for Dragon Veins can compete for luck for the Northern Territory, which is why the 4 sects attach so much importance to it. And at the same time, They also pay some attention to the luck of their disciples, because disciples with strong luck have a greater chance of competing for their luck. So that's it. Luo Xiaoxue stuck out her tongue, because she didn't participate in the competition. She didn't know much about the dragon veins. Yi Jiao versus Zhang Xiqing. This time, Fu Zongyi drew lots in person, and the first one drawn was Jia. Why is it Zhang Xiqing? Luo Xiaoxue was anxious when he heard this. That was the first of the 10 swords of the inner sect. Jia also frowned when she heard this. She originally thought she could easily enter the top 10, but she didn't expect her luck to be as good as usual. Uncle! Zhang Xiqing stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Jiao. Master nephew! Jiao smiled. This picture of Xiqing is quite talented. He has a sense of righteousness, and makes people feel refreshed. My nephew will fight with his true level later, and I hope my uncle can do the same. Zhang Xiqing had observed his junior uncle's battles before, and it was obvious that his strength was well hidden. He will give his best, and hope the other side will do the same, so that he can progress in the match. Jiao smiled gently. She liked such straightforward people. Okay, I will definitely not disappoint my nephew. On the other side, Fu Zongyi's drawing of lots was over, and several people entered their respective arenas. Standing on the stage, Jiu looked at Zhang Xiqing with a serious expression. She had known him before. He had a single golden spirit root, and realized the meaning of the sword when he advanced to foundation building at the age of 20. Since then, he has occupied the number 1 position in the 10 swords, and has never been squeezed out. He himself is also the 4th true disciple of the sect leader Luo Hong, and it is said that he is also the sect leader's most beloved disciple. I'm offended. Zhang Xiqing said he was offended. Then he held the spiritual sword and struck at him with one strike. It was actually the metallic sword intent of Zogchen. Jia felt the strong sword intent. Her heart tightened, and she quickly rushed forward with a sky-breaking strike. It's a pity that the previously invincible thunder-type sword intention was unable to withstand the metal-type sword intention this time, and was completely overwhelmed by the opponent. At the same time, the remaining sword intent struck towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao immediately teleported away from her place, but was still hit by the sword intent, and spit out a large mouthful of blood. In fact, the entire stage was filled with metallic sword intent, and Ji Yao had no way to avoid it. Ji Yao is actually injured. Luo Xiaoxue grabbed Yin Feng's hand anxiously, and stared at Ji Yao nervously. This was the first time Ji Yao was injured in so long. Yin Feng felt the warmth coming from his arm, lowered his head, and glanced at Luo Xiaoxue's hand holding his, and his ears suddenly turned red. Well, that's right. Yin Feng replied a little absent-mindedly, his eyes always glancing at his arms. Chapter 327 The Inter-Sect Competition 10. Jio touched her chest. The sword intent struck her body just now, and it did cause a small injury. In Zhang Xiqing's eyes, Ji Yao was just his opponent. Seeing Ji Yao coming back slowly, he struck at her again with his sword. Feeling the powerful attack power of the sword intent, Ji Yao frowned. Both of them had the Zogchen sword intent, but her own cultivation level was so low that she couldn't defeat the other party at all. It seems that the only option is to use Fuse sword intent. Thinking like this, Ji Yao struck directly with a sword that combined light and thunder attributes. The fused sword intent emitted white light, mixed with black and purple to meet the golden sword intent. As soon as the two collided, they exploded, and a large vortex instantly appeared in the air, draining all the spiritual energy around them. At the same time, a huge impact spread around, and both of them were inevitably injured and retreated to the edge of the stage. TSK! This great uncle is amazing! No! That's Zhang Xiqing! Zhang Xiqing can surpass the level and challenge the Golden Core stage. After all, this great uncle is still too young and her cultivation level is too low. Just watch. She will give in soon. Makes sense. The people in the audience looked at the two people and started talking. It was really that the gap between their cultivation levels was too big. They thought there was no suspense, but they didn't expect that this great uncle actually had two skills. Zhang Xiqing was also surprised. Although he had attached great importance to this uncle before, he still felt that he was no match for him. He did not expect that he was so strong. And if he felt it right, did she understand two kinds of sword intent? Is it still Zogchen? Ha ha. The junior sister is indeed a junior sister. Just as perverted as that kid from Luochuan. Luo Hong had been paying attention to his apprentice, and he laughed when he saw that Ji Yao was so strong. The stronger the disciple is, the more advantage their sword sect will have. Come on! There is a big difference between a beautiful girl like my junior sister and that evil god. Shangwan Xinyu glared at Luo Hong lazily, and then looked at Jiao. This girl looks so beautiful in red. And I love wearing red too. Thinking of this, she felt a little regretful. She might have been her apprentice. But it was a pity that someone got there first. But Jia didn't have any thoughts in her heart at this time. So she merged her sword with the sword and struck out again. Zhang Xiqing didn't waste any time and faced him with a sword. In this way, the two of them started fighting sword after sword. After the fight, both of them forgot their purpose and were immersed in the competition of swordsmanship. Crack! The formation of the arena was shattered by the attacks of the two men, and the attack power spread towards the crowd. Fu Zongyi was startled and quickly waved his hand to intercept all the sword intent. Then he quickly added a new protective cover and breathed a sigh of relief. It would be bad if these low-level disciples were hurt. Ji Yao had a great time fighting this one. This was the first time that she had such a pure sword practice. Competing with sword power in such a simple manner also improved herself. It's just that my cultivation level is too low, and my spiritual power is almost used up now. We can only solve it quickly. Ji Yao thought like this, and when she sent out the fusion sword intention, she mobilized a trace of the nine heavens divine thunder in her dantian. As soon as the sword intent was released, it instantly made a crackling sound. Before he even got close, Zhang Xiqing felt an aura of destruction. Zhang Xiqing was startled and immediately faced him with a sword. But his heart felt heavy. I seem to be losing. Chapter 328 The Intersect Competition 11. As soon as the fused sword intent encountered the metallic sword intent, it was swallowed up directly, as if it had never appeared at all. And the remaining sword intent went towards Zhang Xiqing again, with a heavy intention of destruction, and struck him hard. Poof! Zhang Xiqing was knocked directly off the stage, vomited a large mouthful of blood, and then fainted. He was in an extremely embarrassed state, and his robes were scorched. The protective cover of the arena was shattered once again, and the intent of destruction was directed at the people in the audience. Fu Zongyi only had time to block most of the damage, and suddenly many onlookers were struck and fell to the ground. Jiao was startled and immediately jumped off the stage, came to Zhang Xiqing, took out the elixir and fed it to him. She was very sorry in her heart. She just added a little bit of nine heavens divine thunder. She didn't expect it to be so destructive. Fu Zongyi blocked the attack with a calm face. But in fact, he was extremely uneasy in his heart. The hands that had just blocked the attack were still numb, and the strong intention of destruction made him a little frightened. Luo Hong didn't expect the development of the matter. He ducked to Jiao and checked that Zhang Xiqing's injury was not serious before he breathed a sigh of relief. He was just a little injured. Nothing serious. Junior sister, don't worry. Luo Hong was becoming more and more satisfied as he looked at Jiao. Fortunately, he had accepted her. Otherwise he would regret it to death now. I'm sorry. I didn't expect to cause harm to everyone. Jiao felt a little guilty, and then came to the other injured disciples, helped them up, gave them healing pills, and apologized to them. The huge movement in this arena also attracted the attention of other disciples around the arena, who all craned their necks and looked over. The injured disciples did not expect that their great uncle would be so approachable, so they all blushed and kept waving their hands to show that they were fine. If you can get such care from a beautiful woman, even a few more injuries will be worth it. Yi Jia wins and enters the top 10. Fu Zongyi announced the result. The onlookers in other arenas were confused. Did they hear it wrong? Is this Yi Jia really a dark horse? Everyone was filled with regret. If they had known this, they should have gone to see how she won. In fact, Jia didn't know how to win. She just wanted to try the effect of adding a little nine heavens divine thunder to the sword intention. I'll take him down to heal his injuries first, and he'll have to take part in the next round of battles later. Luo Hong told Ji Yao and left with Zhang Xiqing. Seeing the end of this arena, the onlookers also moved towards other arenas. Ji Yao, you're not hurt. Luo Xiaoxue finally waited for them to disperse before moving closer. Just now, they were blocked in front of him. I'm fine. They're just minor injuries. In the fight just now, he did suffer some minor injuries. You are so awesome. Luo Xiaoxue looked at Ji Yu with starry eyes. She really admired Ji Yao more and more. Where's senior brother Yi? Ji Yao smiled and looked towards Yi Wulu's arena. As soon as he looked over, he saw senior brother Yi standing on the ring, and his opponent had already fallen off the stage. TSK. Congratulations. You two got in. Luo Xiaoxue narrowed his eyes with a smile. His friend is really awesome. Yifeng watched her smile so happily, And he also pursed his lips and smiled slightly. Xiyu smiled, found a corner to sit down, and began to recover from her injuries, while Luo Xiaoxue and others stood aside to protect her. Chapter 329. Xilian wakes up. Yu Yuchen stood aside, with a complicated expression, and looked at Ji Yao. They had the same starting point. But now, he was finally left behind by her. And Jean Li also felt a little disappointed. She had been catching up step by step. And now she had surpassed herself. Maybe he won't even be able to protect her in the future. He did not deny that he did have a good impression of her when she was young. It was because of her affection for her younger sister. Now that she has grown up, I have a vague affection for her. But I can no longer protect her. Perhaps the two are destined not to be destined. The top 10 in the foundation building period and golden elixir period of this competition have been decided. 1 month later, we will participate in the competition between the 4 major sections. The top 10 will represent the Northern Territory against the Southern Territory. Fu Zongyi finally had something to say at this time. With a little smile. These disciples have made great progress. Maybe this time, Wanjian sect will no longer be the second in command. Jia stood on the ring, feeling very happy. She was 1 step closer to the Battle of Dragon Veins. Looking towards the other people on the stage, Jia saw that Yi Wulu's clan brother had also entered the top 10 of the Golden Core stage. Yi Jianqing was secretly looking at Jiao. But she didn't expect that she suddenly looked over. Feeling panicked, Yi Jianqing blushed again. Her expression became stiff. And she didn't know which direction to look with her eyes. Jia smiled slightly when she saw this. She seemed to have found a very cute boy. His! The onlookers' smiles boiled over again when they saw Ji Yao. Their Wanjian sect finally had their own goddess. In this way, Jia's reputation finally spread in Wanjian sect through this inter-sect competition. Everyone knows that Grandmaster Jian Song's young apprentice is a stunning beauty, and even defeated Zhang Shiqing. He is a figure who values both beauty and strength. As soon as the competition ended, Jia returned to Tianzhan Peak and began to study the 9 heavens divine thunder in her dantian. This divine thunder is too powerful, and you need to master it well. Otherwise it will easily cause irreversible consequences. Sister! Jia was studying how to reasonably integrate into the divine thunder, when a soft and waxy voice suddenly came from the sea of consciousness. Jia was overjoyed, and her consciousness immediately came to the sea of consciousness, and she saw that the petals of the little lotus had opened. Xilian, are you awake? Xiyu was very happy. Xilian was her earliest friend and helped her a lot. Well, sister, Xilian has advanced. Xilian was still a little embarrassed when she said this, and her petals were closed a little. My Xilian is so amazing! Jia laughed happily and touched Xilian gently. Sure enough, the petals of the little lotus closed instantly, and the white petals turned pale pink again. Ha! Xilian, you are so cute! Jia looked at Xilian's shy look and was very surprised. After playing with Xilian for a while, Jia retreated and continued to study the divine thunder. It's not long before the competition between the 4 major sects. In the secret realm, Luo Chuan and Nandong Che sat in the cave together, with their harvest in the past few days placed in front of them. The two met each other because of monsters some time ago, and then they went together to search for supplies in this dangerous secret realm. Can you give me this? Luo Chuan pointed to a Ningqian or on the ground and asked Nandong Che. I want this too. Nandong Che raised his eyebrows, a little surprised that the other party actually needed this thing. I have a junior sister who will need this thing to refine the golden elixir in the future. Luo Chuan rarely opened his mouth to explain. I also know a little girl who needs this thing. How about we let heaven decide? Nandong Che thought of that little girl Ji Yao. As a sword cultivator, she refined the magic weapon of her destiny. If she had this condensed ore, the power of the magic weapon would be great. It will be much stronger. She needs this. Chapter 330. Arriving at Qingmu's sect. This competition is related to the battle for Dragon Veins. It is not only a fight for luck for the Northern Territory, but also a fight for your own luck. Therefore, it is very important and must not be taken lightly. Luo Hong said while looking at the people on the spirit boat. Although our sword cultivators are strong in combat, we lag behind Qingmu's sect every time. There are not as many people in the top 10 as they do. Do you know why? But because they have many methods? Jia thought for a moment and asked. Because in the original book, July, who was in the early stage of foundation building, was able to defeat the peak foundation building and get second place because of her various hiding methods. Junior sister is right. Luo Hong glanced at Ji Yao appreciatively. and then explained. Sword cultivators focus on their own strength and have little pursuit of external objects, so their attack methods are extremely single. But FA cultivators are different. All kinds of strange magic weapons and various hiding methods emerge endlessly. Therefore, in a real fight, sword cultivators will easily suffer losses. Therefore, everyone must pay attention to a quick victory so that they have no chance to use various means. This way, the chance of winning will be much greater. Everyone nodded when they heard this and kept it firmly in their hearts. Gia looked at the scenery outside the spirit boat and made up her mind not to hide her clumsiness. She would use her ultimate move from the beginning. This would not only save trouble, but also confuse her opponent into thinking she had some trump cards. This competition is still held in Qingmu sect. Speaking of which, this is my first time going to Qingmu sect. There are my relatives and ancestors there. I have never seen Ancestor Yelan since I was born, so I just want to pay a visit this time. A month later, the spirit boat finally stopped outside the Qingmu sect. Gia looked up and was attracted by the scenery here. The entire Qingmu sect occupies an extremely vast area, with mountain peaks shrouded in clouds and mist, and some faint green can be seen. The terrain here is much higher than that of Wanjin sect, and it feels like you have strayed into a fairyland. Sect Master Luo, you've come a long way to welcome me from afar. Yi Xiu, the leader of the Qingmu sect, came out with a few disciples and looked at Luo Hong with enthusiasm. Haha, I haven't seen you for a while. Sect Master Ye's cultivation has become more and more unfathomable now. Luo Hong smiled and walked forward, gently hammering the other party's shoulder. To each other, Yi Xiu agreed with a smile and was not modest. The two of them had been good brothers for many years, so there was no need for this. Nowadays, the disciples of Wanjin sect are better than their masters. Every one of them is a talented person. Yi Xiu boasted and looked at the disciples of Wanjin sect. He was shocked when he saw Ji Yao. Why does it look familiar? Yi Xiu was a little confused. He seemed to have seen this little girl somewhere. Looking at her 21-year-old bone age and her cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building, Yi Xiu had a flash of inspiration and remembered the girl who once climbed a ladder to measure her spiritual roots and cause celestial phenomena. Are you Brother Ye's precious daughter? Yi Xiu asked Xiang Jiu with some uncertainty. Yes. Yi Xiu has met Sect Master Yi. Xiu quickly clasped her fists in salute, feeling a little surprised. She didn't expect Sect Master Yi to recognize her. No need to be polite. Ha ha ha. It seems that Brother Yi really gave birth to a good daughter. Yi Xiu stroked his beard and looked at Xiu with admiration. This girl was in the middle stage of foundation construction at a young age, but he is not impetuous at all and is a good boy. Chapter 331 Friends Meeting. Let's go. We have prepared a place for you to rest. Yi Xiu patted Luo Hong on the shoulder, then led the group of them into Qingmu sect, and finally took them to the Kulai Peak in the inner gate. Before leaving, there have been a lot of things lately, and he still has too many things to be busy with. Everyone, please choose your own room. During this period, you must be careful not to cause trouble on other people's territory. But if someone is looking for trouble, just fight them directly. Do you understand? Luo Hong warned him. Understood. Everyone nodded to show that they had taken it to heart, and then found their own rooms to rest. Xiu chose a room at random, and the first thing she did after entering the room was to send transmission notes to her brothers and sisters in the Yi family and Qiyu to tell them that she had arrived. Soon, their transmission notes came back. The third sister and the fourth brother are still busy sharpening their guns before the battle, and they have both entered the top 10 of Jindan. Sister 16 and several others said that they were all arranged to entertain the guests, and would not be free to come to see him until tomorrow. I'll come to you right away. In the end, only July was able to come right away. Since Chi-Chi is coming, Ji Yao doesn't plan to take a rest. She plans to follow Chi-Chi to visit Qingmu sect and get familiar with the environment. It didn't take long for July to arrive. Xiu had been waiting at the door for a long time. When she saw Qiyu coming over, she waved her hand and shouted enthusiastically. Several disciples of Wanjin sect, who were not resting in the room, looked surprised when they saw it. Did they not expect that this uncle ancestor was so lively? As soon as July arrived, she saw Ji waving to her. This scene made her a little dazed. In her previous life, when she was still a killer, she had seen the way ordinary little sisters got along with each other. They would wave their little hands and call each other happily when they met. At that time, she was envious, but she knew that it was not her life. Unexpectedly, I would experience it in this life. This feeling seems not bad. Chi-Chi smiled slightly, tried to wave her hand, and then greeted her. Chi, don't you think I have it? Chi was getting more and more shameless now. She stepped forward and took Chi-Yu's arm, looking at her with bright eyes. Well? Chi-Yu stretched out his other hand to rub her head and smiled. Ji-Yao was just joking. But she didn't expect Chi-Chi to agree, so she was a little surprised. After getting along with her, she always felt that Chi-Chi's character was actually not very different from that in the original work. She was a person with a very warm heart. Take me for a walk, and eat the delicious food here. Ji-Yao felt for a moment that she was still in this world. If she had friends and went to play with her, it would be like this. Right? Okay. Chi-Chi agreed and took her to other places. TSK. So are all the beauties' friends also beauties? Zhang Xian said with some sigh as he watched the two people leave. Don't be so fussy. Yi Jianqing looked at him calmly and reminded him. Okay. I know you are not interested in beauties. Zhang Xian rolled his eyes and went back to the room. This man really treats beauty as dirt as always. But Yi Jianqing stood at the door and kept looking at Ji Yao's back, wondering what he was thinking. It wasn't until the two of them disappeared completely that he looked away and turned back to the room. Perhaps he still has a chance to accompany her to participate in the Dragon Vein battle. Chapter 332 Threesome. Chi-Yu took Jia for a nice walk, and it wasn't until dark that he took her back to Xinyan Peak, where he was. I've met the true king. As soon as she arrived at the mountain peak, Jia met Shangwan Nanxian and quickly saluted. Master! Chi-Chio didn't expect to meet the master. Well? Shangwan Nanxian used his spiritual power to gently help Jiu up, and then asked calmly, How are you doing lately? Jiu reacted for a moment before realizing that he was asking herself. Everything is fine. Junior! Well? Go up. Shangwan Nanxian nodded, then took the lead and walked up. Jiu turned her head to look at Chiyu, stuck out her tongue, and followed her. Chi-Chio smiled helplessly and followed, but with Shangwan Nanxian, an ice cube emitting cold air. Both Ji-Yao felt a little uncomfortable. When they reached the top of the mountain, the three of them came to the outside of Chi-Yu's bamboo house and sat down. And in the distance, there is a slightly larger bamboo house. Could it be the male protagonists? Ji-Yao blinked in confusion. There was no mention in the original work that the male protagonist was so simple and lived in a bamboo house like Chi-Chi. Thinking about the house that her senior brother gave her, Jia felt a little ashamed. She seemed a little too extravagant. Didn't you say you want to eat delicious food? Chi-Chi took out a series of barbecue tools and seasonings from the space and began to set up a shelf. Shangwan Nanxian stood up, took the initiative to take it, and started doing it in a decent manner. It seemed that he usually ate less. When Chi-Chi saw his master taking it, he took out some processed monster meat and prepared to start grilling it. Use this! Shangwan Nanxian took out the body of an 8th level monster and handed it to Chi-Yue. Ji-Yao clicked her tongue in her heart. The male protagonist was just different. Even if he ate barbecue, he was an 8th level monster. Chi-Chi didn't say anything, took the monster meat and started processing it. Ji-Yue just sat aside and didn't intend to help. She really couldn't bear to break the tacit understanding between the two. The two people are now very comfortable getting along with each other, and they have a tacit understanding. It's just that they don't have any strange feelings for each other at this time. But they have developed a tacit understanding, and they seem to have a lot of contact with each other. Why are you in a daze? Chi-Yue frowned and spoke when she saw Jio holding her face and staring at the master with a nymphomaniacal smile. Could it be that this girl has taken a liking to her master? Thinking of this, Chi-Yue refused. She felt that her master was not worthy of Ji-Yao. Ji-Yao has such a cute and soft personality, and her master is just a piece of cake, so he doesn't know how to take care of her. Ji-Yao came back to her senses after hearing this and looked at Chi-Yue with some confusion. What did you just say? Nothing. Chi-Yue shook her head. It seemed that this girl was most likely deceived by her master's face. It seemed that she had to find an opportunity to give her a good hint. Ji-Yao had no idea that Chi-Chio had so many ideas. If you had surfed the internet more in Chio's previous life, you would have understood that Ji-Yu's smile before was not an nympho's smile, but an ant smile. No one could control it if they saw the CP they were chasing together. Shangwan Nanxian listened to the conversation between the two and didn't say anything. He just barbecued quietly by himself. A quarter of an hour later, the barbecue was finally ready. July took out the grape spirit wine he brewed and poured it into the luminous cup. It's so beautiful. Xia looked at the wine, feeling a little drunk before she even drank it. The three of them just ate barbecue and drank spiritual wine, which was a rare moment of enjoyment. At this time, it was extremely quiet around the peak, with only the crackling sounds of some fires, occasionally mixed with Ji Yao's laughter. The years are quiet. Chapter 333 Ancestor Yuan. Early the next morning, Jia received a message from Sister 16, saying that she was coming to pick her up to meet Patriarch Yuan. 17. As soon as Yijiro saw Jia, she rushed up and gave her a bear hug, almost dodging Jia's waist. After finally struggling out, Jia rolled her eyes at Sister 16, thinking that one day she would be strangled to death by her. Chiyu, I'm going to see my ancestor first. I'll see you in the ring then? Jia tilted her head and looked at Chiyu. Go! Chi-Chi nodded, feeling somewhat hopeful in his heart. Speaking of which, the two have yet to really fight. Neither of them knows how to let off steam in the ring. Then Jia left with Yijiro. Arriving at the top of Lansong Peak, Chiyu was a little nervous. This was her first time meeting Ancestor Yuan. Come in! Came a cold voice. Jia composed herself and followed Yijiro in. I've met the ancestor. The two of them saluted immediately. Well, you are sure Chi. Right. Yuan sat back on the chair and looked at Ji Yao with a calm expression. At this time, Yijiro seemed to be a completely different person in front of Yuan, and she honestly didn't dare to say a word. Yes. Jia nodded in agreement before she dared to raise her head and look at Ancestor Yuan. Ancestor Yuan is now more than 1,000 years old, and has cultivated in the late stage of becoming a god. However, he looks extremely handsome and has a breezy air. But Ancestor Yuan was stunned when he saw Ji Yao's face. Ancestor? Ji Yao looked at her ancestor looking at her, but said nothing, and made some confused noises. It's okay. Ancestor Yuan came to his senses, replaced the storage bag he had prepared with a storage ring, which contained many of his treasures, and then handed it to Ji Yao. Thank you, Ancestor. Jia took it respectfully and put it on her finger. Look at my left hand. Now it has 3 storage rings. It really makes me feel like a rich woman. Yijiro's eyes almost popped out of her head as she watched. When she and the others first met their ancestor, a storage bag was all they needed. Sure enough, both ancestors favored 17. Jia was not surprised. In the original work, Patriarch Yuan was a light-hearted character who didn't care about fame, fortune, or the eyes of the outside world. Although he was caring for the disciples of the Yi family, he did not accept them as disciples and taught them carefully, but instead abandoned them to other nascent soul monks. The only exception is Yijio. He is Yijio's ancestor and also her master. Not only did he take her by his side and raise her carefully, but he also held her in his hands and grew up. He was indifferent to others, but he responded to her every request. It can be said that the doting of Ancestor Yuan is definitely one of the reasons why Yijia will have that ending. It's just that the original work didn't include the reason why the ancestor treated Yijia differently. Have you encountered any problems while practicing? Yuan glanced at Ji Yao's cultivation, and a flash of satisfaction flashed in his heart. Thank you for your concern, Ancestor. Ji Yao thanked Ancestor and actually revealed some problems. Now that she is a thunder spirit, how to quickly absorb spiritual power without wasting it is an important issue. Ancestor Yuan also explained to her with a gentle look. Yijiro looked on, already petrified. She always felt that the situation before her was somewhat disillusioning. The ancestor has always been lukewarm towards his direct disciples like them. How could he ever tell them anything so carefully? Although she wasn't sure, she could still sense that the ancestor didn't actually like them. Chapter 334 Set Competition 1. Are you sure about the comparison test? After answering the question, Ancestor Yuan became concerned about her test question. 17 will do their best. Jia shook her head. There were many geniuses in the 4 sects, and she was not the only one who could challenge them. It was better not to be too arrogant. Very good. The more Yuan looked at Ji Yao, the more satisfied he became. But it was a pity that this girl chose Wanjian's sect in the first place. It would have been great if she had become his disciple. There is a high-grade defensive spiritual weapon in the storage ring given to you. If you refine it after you return, it will save you from injuries. Although Yuan saw that she was wearing high-grade defensive robes, she was still a little confused. Worried? 17 got it. Jia felt a warm current in her heart and smiled at her ancestor. Good boy. Yuan stood up, patted Ji Yao's head, and praised with some relief. Yijiro pouted at the side. And the ancestor was so excited that his heart flew to the sky. A few days later, everyone from the 3 sects arrived, and the sect competition officially began. Jia looked at the 4 sect leaders sitting in the center of the high platform, and had the illusion that she had returned to the ladder. Unexpectedly, it would be almost 20 years since I embarked on the path of cultivating immortality. On the high platform, in addition to the 4 sect leaders, there were other nascent soul monks from the Qingmu sect, and Shangguan Nanxian was also there. The rules of this sect competition are as follows. The competition is divided into the Golden Core stage and the Foundation Establishment stage. The first thing to do is the Foundation Establishment stage competition. There are a total of 40 disciples participating, and they will compete in pairs by drawing lots. The winner will advance to the next round, and those who lose will be eliminated directly. The host of this competition is Ibenshu, the nascent soul lord of the Qingmu sect. Next, please invite the disciples of Qingmu sect, the winner of the previous term, to come up first and draw lots. Soon, the disciples of Qingmu sect all came on stage to choose their opponents. Yi Wulua was whipped by Pei Ying, a female cultivator from the Qingmu sect, who was at the peak of the late foundation building stage. The person drawn in July was Zhang Shisheng, a peak male cultivator in the late foundation building stage of Shenin sect. Soon, it was the turn of the people from Wanjin sect, who had not been drawn to draw lots. Jia stepped forward and took out a lot. Zhong Yutong. Jia said the name softly. Soon, a female cultivator from the Dan sect, who was at the peak of the late foundation building stage, stood up. Jia looked up and saw a delicate beauty in a white dress looking at her seriously. Jia smiled at her as a greeting. Zhong Yutong was stunned by her smile and smiled. The other disciples who were watching had been secretly looking at Ji Yao for a long time, and now they were even more excited. She was a beauty. No matter what she did, she was a beauty. Especially the disciples of the Qingmu sect. This is their home court, and the entire martial arts arena is surrounded at this time. No matter which world, everyone looks at faces and appreciates beauty when they see it. Soon, the draw was over. Next, the first round of competition is about to begin. Disciples, please go to your own arena. Ibenshu waved his hand, and 20 arenas instantly appeared in the martial arts arena. Jia jumped onto the ring, took out Li Yuan from her dantian, held it tightly, and then looked at Zhong Yutong opposite with a serious expression. Zhong Yutong also took out his magic weapon at this time, which turned out to be a piano. Originally, the monks of the alchemy sect were good at alchemy rather than fighting, so the alchemy sect was always at the bottom. Originally, she had been worried that she would be eliminated in the first round, but she didn't expect that she would be drawn to a mid-stage foundation establishment stage. Even a sword cultivator would not be her opponent. Thinking of this, Zhong Yutong breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 335 Sect Competition 2. Shiyu also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the other party taking out a piano. This person is actually Yin Gong. The sound attack mainly attacks the opponent's soul. And unfortunately, she had just possessed the flower of the soul not long ago. Therefore, this sound attack was completely ineffective against her. You just need to deal with the other party well. The competition begins. Following Ibenshu's order, all 10 arenas moved. Zhong Yutong put the piano on his lap and started playing. The beautiful melody came, but Ji only felt it sounded good and had no other feelings. However, Zhong Yutong smiled. His sound attack could bring people into the illusion, and it could also attack the soul, causing the opponent to lose consciousness in a short period of time. As a result, he would be injured in the illusion, or even die. TSK. This person is beautiful. The melody is nice, and beauties fight so gracefully. The onlookers rarely see people using sound attacks. This gentle fighting method is quite eye-catching. Jiyu stood for a few breaths and then took action. I originally planned to take action from the beginning, but I didn't want to appear too evil or obvious, so as not to attract the attention of other opponents. A fusion of sword intent rushed towards Zhong Yutong, with a trace of divine thunder mixed in. After Ji Yao's practice for a period of time, he was able to control the effect very well. The sword intent struck Zhong Yutong directly, seriously injuring her immediately. Her body was hit by the sword intent and retreated, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Xiao nodded in her heart. After the divine thunder was controlled, it was suitable for this kind of competition. After all, it couldn't kill anyone. Zhong Yutong covered her chest and looked at Xiao in disbelief. How could this person not be affected by his own sound attack? You know, It was through this move that I entered the top 10 in the alchemy sect competition. Zhong Yutong has some disbelief in evil. It is impossible for anyone to be immune to the influence of Yin Gong. Thinking of this, she started playing the piano again. Xia could feel that something was added to the melody this time, and something seemed to be twisting in the air. But as soon as the sound wave hit her, it still seemed to disappear without causing any impact. I'm offended, Xia complained, and struck with another fused sword intent. This time, the sword intent directly knocked Zhong Yutong off the stage, and Ji Yao easily won the game. Wan Jian Zong Yi Ji Yao wins. He bent you glanced at Ji Yao unexpectedly. He didn't pay attention to the arena just now. He didn't expect that the first person to end the competition was a mid-stage foundation establishment player. It seems that Dan Zong's strength is getting worse and worse, and he can't even defeat a mid-stage foundation establishment sword cultivator. The crowd of onlookers was also excited. They didn't expect that this peerless beauty could directly jump over the level and defeat someone who was at the peak of the late foundation building stage. It was really a surprise. However, everyone thinks that the reason is that Dan Zong is too weak. Senior sister Zhong, are you okay? What's wrong with you? You haven't shown your strength at all. The junior sister from the Dan sect hurried forward to help Zhong Yutong and feed her the pill. Zhong Yutong's face turned dark when he heard this, and he felt miserable in his heart. He had tried his best, but who knew that the other party was a pervert and was completely unaffected by the sound attack. How can she fight? Xia jumped off the stage, came to the Chiyue ring, and began to watch the battle. She felt very calm after winning the first competition. After all, it was her luck, and she had taken advantage of the divine attack. If she had used other means, she would not have been so relaxed. Ha ha! Sect Master Luo, the disciples of your sect are really amazing. Yi Xiao saw Ji Yao winning the competition first, and felt regretful that he could not accept her in the first place. No, junior sister, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Luo Hong shook his head slightly proudly. Speaking modestly, Chapter 336 Sect Competition 3. Li Chuan, the leader of the Dan sect, looked at the other arenas with a forced smile, as if he didn't hear the conversation between the two. But she also blamed Zhong Yutong in her heart. It was really embarrassing to be killed by a monk 2 levels lower than herself with 2 swords. I don't know what happened to her today, but she obviously performed very well in the inner sect competition. As for July in the ring, it was extremely difficult to fight at this time. Although she knew that Chi would eventually win, Ji Yao still couldn't help but worry. Zhang Xixing's cultivation level is much higher than Chiyue's, and coupled with Shanin's sex, Ling Shuang treading snow, movement technique, it is too difficult for Chiyue to defeat the opponent. Fortunately, in this competition, spiritual pets were allowed to help. Suzaku was spitting fire at the side, making Zhang Xixing very embarrassed as he attacked and avoided the flames. Chiyue, holding the spirit sword, had been responding to Zhang Xixing's attacks. Now he was covered in injuries and could hardly stand. Zhang Xixing was infuriated by the red bird and decided to fight quickly. He didn't know what kind of bird it was, and the fire it spewed could actually cause harm to him. As for Chiyue's Suzaku, it was true that he was not recognized when he was weak in the early stage because it was a mutated Suzaku. Zhang Xixing swiped his spear directly at Chiyue, instantly knocking Chiyue to the ground and spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood again. Chi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth fiercely and stood up with difficulty. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly stretched out his right index finger and quickly slid it in the direction of Zhang Xixing a few times. What appeared along with it was a 4th-order void talisman. It was actually an explosive talisman. Zhang Xixing was startled and immediately subconsciously evaded to the side. Unfortunately, he still couldn't avoid the attack of the talisman. The talisman exploded directly on his body, causing him a lot of injuries in an instant. Ji Yao smiled when she saw this, and she indeed saw the void talisman of July in the original work. This is a way of making talismans in ancient times. It has been lost now. She saw the spirit god draw it many years ago. The onlookers also started a heated discussion. They didn't expect that this lost method would come back to the world. Ha ha! Sect Master Yi, your disciples hide so well. Luo Hong gave Yi Xiao a meaningful look. Isn't this what junior brother Shangwan has to teach? Yi Xiao hurriedly changed the subject. Shangwan Nanxian looked at Chiyue expressionlessly at this time, feeling a little worried. His disciple used the void drawing talisman in the first round, and he didn't know how he would survive in the future. Seeing that the other party was injured, Xia Chiyue did not dare to relax. So he drew another talisman and threw it over. This time, Zhang Shixing was on guard and dodged in advance. Then, he suddenly dodged with some annoyance, appeared next to Chiyue, and actually pierced her left shoulder with a shot. It was really embarrassing that he was actually injured by an early-stage Foundation establishment player. Zhang Shixing pulled out his spear and immediately used his body skills to hide far away. Poof! Chiyue spat out a large mouthful of blood, and blood began to flow from her shoulder. Zhiyao looked anxious. Why didn't Chiyue use her innate spiritual treasure like described in the original work? But she didn't know that Chi-Chi's insistence was still influenced by her. Every time Zhiyao can get through the difficulties by relying on her own strength. But she always relies on space. Chiyue wants to change her mentality. So even if she was seriously injured, she still wanted to work hard. Even a little improvement would be worth it. But Zhang Shixing didn't intend to give her a chance to make progress, and attacked again with a spear in hand. Chapter 337 Set Competition 4. There was no other way. Chi-Chi finally took out her innate spiritual treasure. A jade palace? Activating it. A transparent long sword suddenly appeared in Chiyue's hand, and he slashed at the spear. When the two collided, the sword directly destroyed the spear, and the spear broke into two pieces. Poof! The magic weapon was damaged. Zhang Shixing was seriously injured instantly and fell down. He had a splitting headache and his soul was obviously injured. With this move in Chiyue, all her spiritual power was drained away, and her legs softened and she knelt down. July! Zhiyao was shocked, but she didn't expect that the result would be a lose-lose situation for both parties. Seeing that Zhang Shixing was rolling on the ground in pain and could no longer fight, Benchu came out and announced, Jingmu Zonxiao wins in July. With this result, Xia Chiyue could no longer hold on and fell down. Zhiyao jumped directly onto the stage, and just as she was about to help her up, Shangwan Nanxian took the lead. I'll take her back to heal first. Don't worry. After saying this, Shangwan Nanxian carried Xia Chiyue back to Qingyan Peak. Seeing that he was about to take action, Zhiyao couldn't stop him, so she could only stay in the martial arts arena. But she was still thinking about Chiyue's injury. At this time, Yi Wulua also won the game. Seeing Zhiyao's absent-minded look, he asked curiously, What's wrong with you? Chiyue was seriously injured just now. Zhiyao shook her head and replied, What? Yi Wulua panicked when he heard this. Is it serious? Well, it's quite serious. But her master took her back. Zhiyao looked at his anxious look and explained. Really? Yi Wulua's heart was completely focused on Xia Chiyue at this time, and his whole person was listless. Are you okay? Yi Jianqing did some mental construction for herself, mustered up the courage, and finally spoke to Zhiyao for the first time. I'm fine. Zhiyao shook her head, smiled reluctantly at Yi Jianqing, and stopped talking. She was really in no mood right now. Oh! Seeing Zhiyao's reaction, Yi Jianqing stood aside in embarrassment, clutching her robe tightly with both hands. Her face turned red, and she couldn't speak anymore. But her eyes couldn't help but turn to Zhiyao. Cast a glance. After about a quarter of an hour, the results of all the arenas came out. Among the 20 people left behind, 6 were from Qingmu sect, 5 were from Wanjin sect, 5 were from Shenin sect, and 4 were from Dan sect. Today's first round of competition is officially over. Everyone goes back to recover and recuperate. The second round of competition will be held tomorrow. Benchu stepped forward and ordered everyone to disperse. 17. You're good. Everyone dispersed, and only a few people from the Yi family showed up. They arrived late before and couldn't squeeze in. They could only watch Xia's competition from the outside. Don't worry, as Uncle Shangwan is here. Chiyue's injury is nothing. Yi Zi stepped forward and patted Chiyue's head gently, looking at her with some worry. Shichi is kind-hearted by nature and attaches great importance to emotions, which is why everyone loves her so much. But she is still worried whether being too emotional will harm her. After all, there are too many worries, and there are too many causes and effects. I know. Xia nodded and smiled. Let's go. Let's get together as brothers and sisters to celebrate that 17 passed the first round. As soon as Yi Qingchuan finished speaking, he paused and felt a little dazed. Xia followed his gaze, and saw Luo Qiuli, who had not yet left. The person beside her was Su Qian, who had accepted her at the beginning. Chapter 338 Sect Competition 5. Sensing the attention of others, Luo Qiuli also looked over and found that it was Zhiyao. She nodded lightly and smiled. Zhiyu smiled back and looked away. Everyone has left. After Luo Qiuli left, Xia stepped forward and waved in front of Brother Jiu. teasing. Ahem. Let's go. Let's go eat. After Yi Qingchuan said that, he hugged Ji Yao and headed towards the dining hall. The others looked at each other tacitly and followed suit. On the second day, Ji Yao just arrived at the martial arts field and saw Chi Chi. Is the injury healed? Ji Yao stepped forward and looked at Chi Yue with a frown. Well, it's okay. Chi Yue smiled. But she was a little worried. It was too difficult to get into the top 10 with her own strength. Yesterday, she almost couldn't survive the first round. We all have to work hard today. Jia clenched her fists to cheer them up. Come on! Chi rubbed Ji Yao's head. This girl is the best at creating miracles. So it's not a big problem. And Jia's plan is indeed to squeeze into the top 10. And has no intention of competing for first place. She just wants to do her best. And does not want to ruin her foundation in order to win. Which will only result in more losses than gains. The second round of the competition is also a 2x2 battle. The winner will directly enter the top 10. Finally, the top 3 will be decided as the leader of the foundation building period of the Dragon Vein competition. Binshu finished speaking and took out a lottery tube and placed it on the stage. Go up. And the disciple who won yesterday goes up on his own to draw lots. Yi Jiyo. Jiyao's name came out from the mouth of a disciple of the Shinin sect. Jiyu took a look and found that this person was actually a body cultivator. The male cultivator had a strong build, about 1.9 meters tall, and spoke in a rough voice. He was looking at Ji Yao with a pair of big eyes. 17. Be careful. This Gui Shengdao is a cultivating madman with amazing combat power. He is also a genius disciple in the Shinin sect. His reputation is relatively loud in our Qingmu sect. Yi Zi frowned and looked at Zi Yao. Although I know that she also practices physical fitness, how can she be as professional as others? I know. I will be careful. Jiyo nodded, thinking about whether to use fist attacks instead of sword moves. In fact, it is rare to encounter physical practitioners who can have a happy fight. Just because the physical training has improved, the combat power has not improved. And when it comes to physical training alone, my own cultivation level is higher than that of the opponent. So I should have some advantages. She couldn't miss such a good opportunity. This time, Xiaoqi Yue drew Yin Jin, a male cultivator from the Dan sect. Yi Wuluo was very unfortunate to win the first place in the competition in the original work. Du Shiwen, a male cultivator of the Shinin sect, who would later become a follower of Qiyue. Jiyo sighed in her heart. Even with her joining, the plots were still surprisingly similar. Yi Wuluo might still miss the top 10. The second round of competition begins. As soon as Binshu announced the start of the competition, Gui Chongnao rushed towards Jiyu. He used the Ling Shuang treading on snow movement technique, and in the blink of an eye he walked in front of Ji Yao, raised his fist, and hit Ji Yao. There seemed to be a white tiger in the shadow of the fist, and the huge impact hit Ji Yao directly. Ji Yao was startled and raised her fist to meet him. She was very surprised in her heart. How could the other party be so strong? Poof! The two fists collided, and Ji Yao felt a huge impact transmitted to her body through her arms, instantly injuring her, knocking her far away, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 339 Sect Competition 6. Seeing that she was injured, Gui Chongnao showed no mercy at all and punched her away again. Ji rolled on the spot and hurriedly hid to the side. But she was very anxious in her heart. Why was she better than the opponent in physical training? But she was not his opponent at all. Gui Chongnao smiled coldly, appeared beside Ji Yao, kicked him out, and kicked Ji Yao aside again. Ji spit out a mouthful of blood again. At this time, she finally realized what it felt like to be kicked as a football by her before. Feeling fierce in her heart, Jia jumped up to her feet, teleported to Gui Chongtao, and punched him. Gui Chongtao had long been aware of Zia's intention, and did not avoid it. He just smiled and raised his fist to meet her. Sure enough, Jia was knocked out again. Third sister, why is this person like this? Yi Jiro was so anxious in the audience that she glared at Gui Chongtao angrily. This is a competition. Do you think it's just for fun? Yi Zi glanced at Yi Jiro indifferently. This 16 is really too naive sometimes. Do you still expect the other party to be merciful just because you are a female cultivator? Yi Jiro curled her lips. Of course she knew it was a competition. Wasn't she anxious? Jia was beaten directly to the ground. At this time, her hair had been scattered, and there was blood on the corner of her mouth. She looked extremely embarrassed. After going through so many tricks, she finally understood where she lost. She only has heaven-level cultivation techniques such as tempering star technique. but no attack techniques. That is to say, she only has power, but no powerful moves to bring it out. Now that she had a target, Jia stood up again and rushed towards the opponent. But this time, she began to pay attention to the opponent's moves. In this way, several arenas ended, and Jia was still in the cycle of being beaten. At this time, her face was covered with scars, and half of her face was swollen. The disciples who were watching witnessed the whole process, and they all complained about Guichongtao. This man really didn't know how to show mercy to women, and he actually slapped a beautiful woman in the face. At this time, Guichongtao was also very angry. This woman was not as strong as him, but she was extremely resistant to being beaten. She was still alive, and kicking after being beaten for so long. Even if he hit her face, he could not force her to admit defeat. His hands were sore from the beating.
Shu Shu, is that enough?
Ji Yao was communicating with Tian Shu in the Sea of Consciousness. She had asked Shu Shu before if she could summarize the opponent's attack methods and change them for her own use. The books say it is possible, but it is not enough. It takes a period of observation to get a rough idea. This was also the reason why she was sent to be beaten all the time.
That's enough.
Tian Shu felt uncomfortable watching his master being beaten all the time. But this time, instead of transmitting the skills to her, it directly projected the moves in Yiya's Sea of Consciousness. Jia looked at the black figure and punched out the afterimages of several white tigers, which shocked her. It was actually more powerful than Guichongtao's own methods. Jia felt happy and attacked Guichongtao again with her fists, still following the figure over and over in her mind. Guichongtao glanced at Ji Yao impatiently, and met her with a fist again. It's really annoying to be so entangled. Only this time, something Guichongtao didn't expect happened. He watched helplessly as Ji Yao's fist brought up the afterimages of several white tigers, and directly scattered the white tigers in his fist. The huge impact came, and he was knocked backwards and fell to the ground. A mouthful of blood. Chapter 340, Set Competition 7.
How is that possible?
Guichongtao looked at Jiyu in shock. Has the other party learned his own technique? So, from the beginning, the other party was delaying time just for this? Thinking of this, Guichongtao was so angry that he vomited out a mouthful of blood again. Jiyu looked at her fist and smiled slightly. She didn't expect it to be so powerful. With this thought in mind, she punched it again. Guichongtao was stunned and quickly used Lingshuang treading snow to avoid him. But Jiyu could also teleport. No matter where he hid, Jiyu would catch up with him. In this way, Guichongtao escaped while fighting back, and the two started fighting guerrilla warfare again, until the other rings were over. The two were still chasing each other in the ring. The disciples who were watching were so excited at the beginning that they were now yawning out of boredom. I wonder how long the two of them will continue to fight. Looking at Jiyu, who was looking embarrassed but still jumping up and down on the stage, Chiyue curled her lips and smiled. Looking at her energetic look, it seemed that her injuries had healed a lot.
Chiyue, is your injury okay? Do you want to heal it first?
Yu Wulua asked a little worriedly as he appeared next to Xia Chiyue. Shi Chio was really not in a good condition at this time. His face was pale. There was blood on the corners of his mouth, and his clothes were somewhat damaged.
It's okay.
Xia Chiyue shook her head lightly, not looking at him, but just staring at the stage. Yu Wulua noticed Chi Chi's attitude and was a little discouraged. Ever since he expressed his feelings to her, it seemed that she had become more and more indifferent to him. Shi Yao, who was on the ring, finally stopped chasing and stopped on the ring to catch her breath. She was so tired. She had never been so tired after practicing. Xia felt like crying. Why was the other party so resistant to being beaten? Guichongtao finally took a breath at this time, looked at Jiyu, and cursed in his heart. Where did this perversion come from? How could a young girl in her 20s achieve such a high level of physical fitness? But he was exhausted. How to deal with the other party? Jiyu started to think while resting.
Hey, do you still want to fight? Why are you still resting?
The disciples who were watching had long been impatient. They thought it would be a wonderful competition, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a hide-and-seek battle. Guichongtao rolled his eyes. If you have the ability, come and try it. Let this pervert teach you how to be a good person. At this time, Jiyu didn't care about the outside world and was still thinking about countermeasures. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed. Jiyu suddenly teleported to Guichongtao again and punched him. Guichongtao was startled, punched back, and then planned to avoid it. But this time, Ji Yao's fist was mixed with a trace of 9 heavens divine thunder mobilized from her dantian, which directly blasted Guichongtao's fist to pieces. The huge impact directly shattered the bones of his entire arm, causing him to droop down. He flew out and fell into the ring, falling to the ground and vomiting blood. Guichengdao looked at Ji Yao on the stage with a look of disbelief. Why is this girl suddenly so powerful? Could it be that you have been teasing yourself before? Thinking of this, Guichengdao rolled his eyes in anger and fainted. The disciples who were watching thought that the two were about to start again. Seeing this scene, they were stunned, and then burst into huge applause. Damn, it's finally over.
Wan Jianzong Yijia wins.
He Binshu glanced at Jia twice, but he didn't expect that this was still a dark horse. Jia jumped off the stage, came to her friend, and smiled silly. Chapter 341 Set Competition 8.
What are you laughing at? You're so ugly.
Xia Qiyue reached out and rubbed her head, looking at Jia with a smile. Even after being beaten like this, she was the only one who could still laugh.
I entered the top 10.
Jia was really happy. If she entered the top 10, she would be able to participate in the Dragon Vein competition and have the opportunity to enhance her luck. This was really important to her.
You are great.
Chi-Chi patted her head and frowned at her swollen face.
Let's go back to heel.
Jio turned her head to look at the third sister and the others and asked them about their plans.
You go with Chi-Chi, and I'll see you compete tomorrow.
Yi Zi felt distressed when she saw Ji Yao's appearance.
17 is awesome.
Yi Jiro was also winking at her face. She was very worried just now. But now she saw that Zia was fine, and was teasing her face again. Jia glared at her and followed Chiyue back to Qingyan Peak to heal her injuries. Yi Jianqing just wanted to get closer and get a sense of her presence. But before he could get closer, he realized that she was already gone. Early the next morning, Ji Yao and the others arrived and occupied the front row seats early. The arena was smaller today, and the onlookers didn't know where the disciples were.
Today is the final of the foundation building period competition. In the first round, we will also draw lots. The winning disciple will enter the top 5 and compete for the top 3. The losing disciple will directly be placed in the top 10 and is no longer qualified to compete.
He Binshu looked at it calmly. The remaining 10 people will then directly draw lots to decide who they will fight against.
Xia Qiyue versus Chen Weiheng. Du Xiwen versus Jiang Qiu. Yi Jia versus Zhao Yuzheng. Luo Tong versus Xue Wenqin. Maso versus Han Xianghong.
As soon as he Binshu finished speaking, 5 arenas appeared in the martial arts arena. Jia chose a nearby arena and jumped on it. Then took out Li Yuan and looked nervously at Zhao Yuzheng opposite. This time, she met a strong man from the Qingmu sect. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to win this time.
The competition begins.
As soon as he Binshu announced the start of the competition, Ji Yao took Li Yuan's sword and merged it with his sword intent to strike out. The light attribute and thunder attribute sword intent merged together, mixed with the 9 heavens divine thunder, and struck Zhao Yuzheng fiercely. Zhao Yuzheng did not panic. His magic weapon was a ruler. He just waved the ruler gently and formed a wall of fire in the air, directly blocking the sword's intention. And the remaining sword intent that came over him was easily resolved by him. Jia's eyes narrowed and she slashed out with her sword again. Suddenly, a cluster of piranha flowers appeared at her feet, grew suddenly, opened its mouth wide and bit at her. Jia was not afraid and stepped on it. This was just a low-level piranha. Sure enough, with her current physical strength, she easily crushed the piranha without affecting her at all. Just when Jia raised her head after dealing with the piranha, a golden dart appeared silently in front of her, just a few centimeters away from her forehead. Jia was startled and teleported away from the distance. However, the golden dart suddenly turned and attacked Ji Yao again. On the other side, Zhao Yuzheng also waved his ruler, and a fire dragon attacked Jio. Jio's heart sank. This person could actually control 2 magic weapons at the same time. It seemed that his spiritual consciousness was very powerful. Thinking of this, Jia directly fused the sword intent to strike at the golden dart again. This time she chose to increase the number of divine thunders, which must have a good effect. Chapter 342 Set Competition 9. At the same time, Jia teleported away from the place, avoided the fire dragon, came behind Zhao Yuzheng, and punched him hard. Poof! Zhao Yuzheng didn't check and was hit. He stumbled forward and fell to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. But he reacted very quickly, turned around suddenly, and sent out a fire dragon to attack Xiao. Xiao hurriedly leaned back and managed to avoid the fire dragon, then teleported to Zhao Yuzheng again and kicked him. Zhao Yuzheng was stunned and immediately threw out a handful of seeds of the soul-eating vine and arranged them around.
Jia could only break suddenly, retract her feet, teleport to a safe place, and strike with the fused sword intent again. Zhao Yuzheng stood up at this time, gathered his spiritual power, and sent out a fire dragon to meet him again. At the same time, he took out a lightning needle and threw it towards Zhi Yao. The lightning needle was extremely small and had no spiritual power fluctuations. Zhi Yao was only focused on dealing with the fire dragon and was completely unaware of it.
Ugh!
Zhi Yao groaned, feeling the pain in her shoulder, only to find that a lightning needle had pierced her body. There is a special formation on the lightning needle, which contains the power of thunder and lightning. It is currently moving through Zhi Yao's shoulders and towards her body. It's a pity that Zhi Yao is now a thunder spirit body, and this thunder needle is useless against her. On the contrary, the power of thunder and lightning was absorbed by Zhi Yao's body as soon as it entered, and the nine heavens' divine thunder was even more domineering. It actually sucked the lightning needle directly into the dantian and hit the lightning needle violently. Poof! Zhao Yuzheng suddenly realized that the lightning needle had lost contact with him. The mark of the soul on it had been erased, and he was seriously injured by the backlash. At this time, his heart was bleeding. This lightning needle had no spiritual fluctuations and strong attack power. It was a must-have artifact in a fight, because it could always win in a fight. This thing was exchanged for a lot of contribution points, and now it was taken away by the other party. Seeing his reaction, Zhi Yao understood that he was injured by the thunder needle, so she immediately seized the opportunity and struck him with a sword. Zhao Yuzheng was fierce, holding back his injuries and sending out a fire dragon to meet him. It's just that this time the fire dragon couldn't even condense its body. Only a dragon head appeared, which was directly split apart by the sword. The remaining sword intent struck towards Zhao Yuzheng again. He had no choice but to dodge to the side. But Zhi Yao saw the opportunity, teleported to his side, and hit the opponent's shoulder with a fist mixed with nine heavens' divine thunder, knocking him off the stage. Xiao Yu was lying on the ground, staring at the sky, unable to recover. Did you lose like this? The onlookers were quiet for a moment before they became excited. They didn't expect that this beauty was really a dark horse. Zhi Yao looked at her fist and smiled with some satisfaction. It was quite powerful, and it would be even more effective if someone was unprepared to attack the dantian. However, it was just not suitable for such a heavy blow in a competition.
Wanjian Zong Yijia wins!
Binshu was also impressed by Jia at this time. He had always thought that she was opportunistic to get into the top 10, but he didn't expect that she could defeat Zhao Yuzheng. You must know that Zhao Yu is notoriously difficult to deal with among the foundation-building disciples of the Qingmu sect. His attack methods are relatively complex and concealed, making it difficult for people to detect him. Now he is a little curious as to how far this girl can go.
17. You really give us Yijiro a face!
As soon as Jiyu jumped off the ring, she was entangled by Yijiro. Chapter 343, Sect Competition 10. Ji Yao was a little embarrassed when she heard this and remained silent.
Keep up the good work.
Yi Zi looked at Jiao and laughed. It seemed that in their generation, 17 was likely to be the leader of the Yi family.
Okay.
Jiao nodded, then found a place to start recovering her spiritual energy. The previous competition consumed a lot of her spiritual energy, and there will be another competition later. Presumably, July is about to win. Sure enough, not long after, Xia Qiyu also defeated her opponent, but she looked much more embarrassed than Ji Yao, with her hair cut short and her clothes cut. After jumping off the stage, she came to Ji Yao's side and began to recover from her injuries. Now, only Luo Tong's group is still struggling on the stage. Luo Qiuli stood in the crowd, looking at the two people who were healing together, and felt a sense of sadness in her heart. I seem to be too far behind them.
The Wanjian sect Luo Tong wins.
Binshu glanced at Luo Tong, but he didn't expect that this time 2 of the top 5 of the Wanjian sect would be in the top 5.
Sect Master Luo. The disciples of Wanjian sect are getting stronger and stronger now.
Lin Yun, the leader of Shenin sect, said with some sourness. At this time, he also recognized Ji Yao. If she had joined the Shenin sect back then, her own sect would be the one occupying 2 of the top 5 seats.
Ha ha. Sect Master Lin is being humble. The disciples of the Shenin sect are also better than their masters. Each generation is stronger than the others.
Luo Hong is not angry. No matter how bitter he is, he can't change the fact that only one person in the top 5 of the Shenin sect has made it. Fact, Li Chuan, the leader of the Dan sect, was very embarrassed on the sidelines. Although the Dan sect was known to be weak in combat power, In the past, one of the top 5 was ranked among the top 5. But this time there was no one. It was really embarrassing.
Ha ha. These disciples are all good. This time the Dragon Vein battle will be much more certain.
Ishio came out with a smile to smooth things over. The real meaning of this competition is the most important. After hearing this, several people nodded and stopped talking. An hour later, after everyone had recovered from their injuries, Hibinshu announced the rules of the competition again.
In the second round of the finals, we also draw lots for a 2x2 matchup. One person gets a bye and directly enters the top 3. The 2 who win the match enter the top 3. And the 2 who lose compete for the 4th and 5th places.
After saying that, he placed the lotus tube on the stage. And this time, the disciples drew it themselves. Du Shiwen was the first to step forward and drew Luo Tong from Wanjin sect. Next was Jiao, who drew Han Xianghong from the Qingmu sect. Summer July has a bye. Jiao raised her eyebrows. As expected, she had a bye in July.
Fellow Taoist Yi, I will offend you a lot later. Please forgive me.
Han Xianghong said to Jiao with fists in his hands as soon as he came on stage. It would be a disaster if she offended such a beautiful woman.
Fellow Taoist Han, you are worrying too much. We just have to do our best.
Jiao returned the favor with her fists raised and a smile on her lips. When Han Xianghong saw this, he immediately blushed.
The competition begins.
Hibinshu announced the start of the competition and began to pay attention to Ji Yao's arena. He wanted to see where this girl's limit was. As soon as Hibinshu finished speaking, Jia took the initiative and attacked Han Xianghong with a fused sword intent. But Han Xianghong's magic weapon is a spiritual hammer, which can be wielded with great force and move the air to flow. When the sword intention and the spirit hammer met, the attacks of the two were directly offset and completely dissipated. Jia was not impatient and slashed at him again with sword intent. At the same time, she teleported behind the opponent and punched him in the back. Chapter 344 Sect Competition 11. However, Han Xianghong was completely aware of Jia's attack and dodged directly. He had seen her fight with Guo Chengao before, and those fists were no joke. Seeing that he had escaped, Jia teleported towards him again, and then slashed towards him with a sword. Han Xianghong's eyes narrowed. He raised his spirit hammer and struck it back at Ji Yao fiercely. Poof! A huge impact came from the spirit hammer. Jia was injured by it, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and her mouth was numb. Seeing this, Han Xianghong seized the opportunity and hit Ji Yao again. Although the opponent can challenge by leapfrogging, the gap in cultivation is too big, and he has an absolute advantage. Jia waved her hands and could only use her body skills to dodge and hit back from time to time. But this was not the solution. It consumed spiritual power, which was different from physical cultivation. If he were to fight a protracted battle with him, he would not be his opponent at all. Seeing that the other party had been hiding, Han Xianghong waved his hand, and suddenly a wall of earth appeared in front of Jiao, blocking her way. Poof! The spirit hammer fell directly on her this time, knocking her to the ground. Feeling the pain in her back, Jiao felt fierce in her heart. Dharma cultivation is amazing, isn't it? Jiao jumped up and stood up, and suddenly her hands began to form gestures. Within a breath, a tiny thunder ball suddenly appeared in her hands and began to crackle and flash. Han Xianghong's heart tightened, and an aura of destruction rushed toward him, making his scalp numb and his soul beginning to tense up. With the appearance of the nine heavens' divine thunder, Hibinshu's eyelids began to jump. How could there be such a thing? The nascent soul stage monks on the high platform all stood up and looked at Jiao in disbelief. How could anyone master the nine heavens' divine thunder? This is a divine punishment. Jiao was also a little surprised at this time. She had just seen the opponent using the earth wall to cause trouble for her during the fight, so she wanted to try and mobilize the divine thunder. Unexpectedly, I succeeded? Isn't this something that only Dharma practitioners can do?
You are now a thunder spirit body. You are just controlling a divine thunder. What's so incredible about it?
Shushu's contemptuous voice came, answering Jiao's doubts. Well, it is indeed a holy weapon, and the nine heavens' divine thunder is just a divine thunder in its eyes. Jia pouted. This Shushu really deserves a beating. Han Xianghong resisted the huge pressure and attacked with the spiritual hammer. At this time, the thunderball in the opponent's hand was only the size of a sesame seed and had such a huge destructive aura. If she was allowed to condense for a while, she would probably be in trouble. When Jia saw Han Xianghong coming, she gently pushed the thunderball out. The thunderball was extremely small, but it attacked Han Xianghong with a destructive aura. As soon as it touched him, the thunder ball exploded instantly, covering his entire body. The power of the crackling divine thunder hit Han Xianghong, directly chopping him to pieces. His robes were completely torn apart and fell into pieces on his body. Han Xianghong lay on the ground, wrapped in divine thunder. At this time, his soul was being tortured, and he had no power to resist. The expanded divine thunder moved towards the surroundings of the arena. The terrifying power directly damaged the protective cover of the arena and headed towards the onlookers' disciples. Binshu was startled and hurriedly stopped him. Even several sect leaders on the high platform rushed down. This was a natural punishment, not a joke. The surrounding disciples felt the powerful intention of destruction. Their hair stood on end, and they all hurriedly retreated. Jiyu was shocked when she saw this. She didn't expect the divine thunder to be so harmful, and she quickly wanted to take the divine thunder back. Chapter 345 Sect Competition 12. This thought flashed across his mind, and the divine thunder that had been dispersed obediently regrouped and returned to Jiyao's dantian. At this time, Han Xianghong had vented more air than inhaled. Jiyao immediately stepped forward, took out one of her own robes, and put it on the opponent. Then she took out the 6th grade rejuvenation pill and gave it to the opponent. She felt very guilty that she had been too harsh.
Wanjian Zong Yi Jiyao wins.
Binshu breathed a sigh of relief when he discovered that the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder was taken back by Ji Yao. Yi Xiao also came to Han Xianghong, checked his situation, and then looked up at Ji Yao.
Don't worry. His injury will heal after a while, and there will be no sequelae. Sect Master Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this.
Ji Yao lowered her head. She didn't expect that such a small amount of divine thunder was so powerful. If she had known about it, she would definitely not use it. After all, it's just a competition, not a life and death struggle.
It's just that this kid's skills are inferior to others. You did a good job.
Yi Xiao looked at Ji Yao with relief and stretched out his hand to rub her head. This girl is talented, hardworking, kind-hearted, down-to-earth, and neither arrogant nor impetuous. How great would it be if she were his daughter?
Yes, junior sister. You did a great job just now. When the time comes for the Dragon Vein fight, you won't be merciful and just fight to death.
Luo Hong also walked up to Ji Yao with a look of pride on his face. He just wanted to ask, who could control the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder like his junior sister? Yi Xiao glared at him. This guy's tail was almost raised to the sky. Yu was also amused by Luo Hong's tone and demeanor. She could really go to death when the time comes, because the Dragon Vein War uses the soul to enter. So even if you die inside, nothing will happen.
Okay, go and recover your spiritual power. There is a competition next.
Luo Hong saw her smiling and breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this little junior sister would have trouble because of these things, and she would be in trouble in the future. Now it looks like everything will be fine. Jia nodded, jumped off the ring, and found a place to resume meditation. Yijiro and the others did not come forward to disturb her. They just stood aside and watched her. The disciples, who were watching, were even further away from her. The terrifying power of destruction just now really frightened them. Yi Xiao also took Han Xianghong away directly. He still needed healing. The remaining 3 sect leaders also returned to the stands. At this time, Qi Yue was standing next to Shangwan Nanxian. She had just been called up by her master. While watching the battle, he summarized Jiyo and Du Shiwen's attack methods to her.
My teacher knows that you and Yi Jiao are good friends, but you have to do your best in the ring. Do you understand?
Shangwan Nanxian saw that his disciple's eyes were always on Yi Jiao, obviously worried about her injury. His disciple has good strength and excellent luck. He has also made progress recently, which makes him deeply gratified.
Disciple understands.
Xia Qiyue nodded. It is precisely because the two are friends that they should respect each other and go all out.
Yeah.
Shangwan Nanxian saw this and stopped talking and continued to look at another arena. Soon, another competition in the ring also ended. Unsurprisingly, Du Shiwen won.
Take a rest for an hour. After an hour, the top 3 will take turns to fight, and the 2 who lost just now will compete for the 4th and 5th place.
Binshu announced the rest and left directly. He also wanted to see how Han Xianghong was doing, but still can participate in competitions to compete for 4th or 5th place. Chapter 346 Sect Competition 13. An hour later, Binshu appeared on the ring again.
In the last round of this final, the competition for the top 3 horses will begin soon. In this round of competition,
Pairs will take turns to compete to determine the final ranking. The first two people to compete, Xia Qiyue and Yi Jiao. He Binshu watched, glancing at the two of them. I didn't expect that two dark horses with such low cultivation level would actually come here. Xia Qiyue of their Qingmu sect has many magic weapons, and is obviously a person with great opportunities. However, Yi Jiao of the Wanjian sect relied solely on her own strength to reach the top 3. But her cultivation level is also one level higher than Xia Qiyue. Jiao and Xia Qiyue smiled at each other and jumped onto the ring. TSK. I really look forward to the two of them. Fighting between friends is the most interesting. Yi Jiro was very excited to see the excitement. Yi Zi looked back at her, a little helpless. The competition begins. As soon as He Binshu finished speaking, the two of them turned serious and looked at each other cautiously. Xia Qiyue knew Ji Yao very well, and knew that she was very capable, and that he was following a different path from hers. There was no need to resist. He took out a jade flute from the space, but did not play it. Instead, he directed it towards Ji Yao. Yao made a stroke in the direction. Suddenly, ice needles rained down from the arena, making it inevitable for people to avoid it. At this time, Suzaku also flew up and began to spit fire in Jiyo's direction. It can be said that Jiyo's current situation is that of ice and fire. Jiyo's eyes narrowed, and she struck directly with a sword, which was mixed with a large amount of divine thunder, directly tearing the entire flame apart. And the ice rain was also directly melted. When the divine lightning struck him, Suzaku screamed and turned back to Chiyue. It was the last 2 rounds of competition, and Jia didn't need to hide any trump cards, so she could have a fun battle. Xia Chiyue held the jade flute and moved forward again, trying to resolve the sword intention, but was still injured by the remaining sword intention. Ji Yao struck with another sword intent, and at the same time she teleported behind Xia Chiyue and punched out. The fist, carrying the afterimages of several white tigers, hit Chi-Chi directly on the back, causing her to fall forward violently, just in time to hit the oncoming sword intent. Poof! Xia Chiyue was injured and spit out a large mouthful of blood, then immediately took out the innate spiritual treasure Jade Palace from the space. As soon as she activated it, a transparent spiritual sword appeared in her hand again, and she turned around and struck straight at Ji Yao. Ji Yao immediately faced him with a sword. Third sister, are they really friends? Yijiro swallowed her saliva as she watched from below. Each of these two people was more ruthless than the other. Are you sure they are not enemies? Stop talking! Yi Zi was not in the mood to talk to her at this time, and just looked at Jia worriedly. She had watched Xia Chiyue's competition before. This innate spirit treasure had helped her fight back many times, and she didn't know if Chi-Chi could crack it. The spirit sword collided with the sword intention and exploded violently, producing a huge impact that actually knocked both of them out. Poof! Shio was knocked to the edge of the ring, fell to the ground and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. At this time, her lungs were already injured. This innate spiritual treasure is indeed extraordinary. Even if it is a defective product, it is not something that I can resist at will. At this time, Xia Chiyue was not much better. Even if it was a defective product, this innate spiritual treasure was not something that her cultivation level could easily control. At this time, she was no less injured than Ji Yao. Seeing that Ji Yao was injured, Suzaku seized the opportunity and flew over, spraying a ball of fire towards her. Chapter 347 Sect Competition 14. Ji Yao was startled and tried to use her body skills to avoid it, but she was still burned by the spiritual fire. It's just that the spiritual fire was too low level and couldn't burn Ji Yao's robe at all. It just turned around on her face. Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. With a snap of her fingers, she drew out a trace of divine lightning and flew towards Suzaku. Feeling the powerful force of destruction, Suzaku was startled and ran towards Xia Chiyue. There is this 9 heavens divine thunder in its inheritance, and its power is not something it can compete with. Seeing it running away, Jia took the divine thunder back. After all, her intention was not to hurt it, but to keep it from causing trouble. But just after Suzaku left, Jioyo Ningwa ran out again. As soon as the 9 netherworld fire appeared, the temperature of the entire arena became extremely low, and Ji Yao felt goosebumps rising on her skin. At this time, Xia Chiyue also wielded a transparent spiritual sword and struck again. Chiyo's heart tightened, and she struck out with her sword again. Just as she was about to avoid the 9 netherworld fire, Shilian suddenly floated out. Sister, leave it to me! Shilian was very excited when she saw that she could finally be put to use. Okay! Shi Yu agreed in the sea of consciousness and concentrated on dealing with Qi Yu's innate spiritual treasure. As soon as Shilian appeared, she rushed towards the 9 Netherworld fire. The 9 Netherworld fire has been trembling since Shilian appeared. You must know that it was born from the grievances of the 9 Nether Hells. While the pure heart Nether Lotus was created specifically to clear away grievances, it can be defeated to death. As soon as Shilian got close to the 9 Netherworld fire, it began to slowly dissipate.
Xiaoming!
Xia Qiyue was shocked and hurriedly took the 9 Nether fire back into the space, not daring to let it out. When the 9 Netherworld fire entered the space, it huddled in the corner and shivered. The feeling of being unable to restrain itself from gradually dissipating just now was really terrifying. And it even had the idea that it was making a sacrifice. Ling Yu looked at Jiu Minghua, then looked at the 2 people outside who were fighting fiercely, and sighed. Fortunately, they are not enemies. Seeing Jiu Nether fire running away, Xiaolian retracted into Ji Yao's sea of consciousness and looked outside nervously. If the sister is hurt, it will feel distressed. At this time, Xia Qiyue could hardly hold on anymore because her spiritual power was no longer enough. If it weren't for the fact that her dantian was expanded during foundation building, she wouldn't even be able to hold on now. Thinking of this, she decided to try her best in the end. Whether she lost or won depended on this move. Qiyu also saw that Qiyue's spiritual power was about to be exhausted, and thought of her plan, because Qiyu herself also planned to fight. Xia Qiyue extracted the last spiritual power from her dantian and struck Qiyu with her sword again. Qiyu was not to be outdone, and faced Xia Qiyue with a sword. 10% of her skill was concentrated in this sword, and accompanied by a large number of divine thunder crackling towards Xia Qiyue. The two collided in the air and exploded again, with a huge impact spreading in all directions. Benchu was startled and immediately took action to protect the protective shield, fearing that the entire arena would be destroyed again. At this time, the arena was completely shrouded in lightning and sword intent, and the 2 figures could not be seen clearly. Xiao knelt on one knee at the edge of the ring, clutching her chest and spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Xia Qiyue, who had already drained her spiritual power, was injured by the sword again, and was lying on the edge of the ring with serious injuries. The onlookers were all silent since the beginning of the competition, and they all looked at the 2 beauties on the stage in disbelief. The 2 dark horses had many tricks, and it was hard to tell them apart, which made them both sweat. Chapter 348 Sect Competition 15. After more than 10 breaths passed, the sword intent and thunder and lightning slowly dissipated, revealing the scene of the arena. Ji Yao had already stood up, but Xia Qiyue was lying on the stage, unable to move at all. As long as she moved a little, the pain in her dantian would be severe.
July!
Qiyu was startled and hurriedly ran up, took out the rejuvenation pill, and fed it to her.
I'm fine.
Qiqiu smiled and said,
You are great.
Ji Yao's eyes turned red when she heard this, and Qi was still praising her at this moment.
You are great too.
Ji bit her lip and said while holding back tears.
Wanjian Zong Yiji wins.
Benchu glanced at the 2 of them appreciatively. Both girls are very strong and are good prospects.
Is everything okay?
Shangwan Nanxian stepped onto the ring and looked at Xia Qiyue with a frown.
Master, my disciple is okay.
Xia Qiyue smiled. At this time, she was really happy. She was happy for Jiya's strength, and at the same time happy for herself. She was finally making continuous progress. And that was enough.
Yeah.
Shangwan Nanxian saw her disciple smile for the first time, which showed that she was in a good mood now.
You are great.
Shangwan Nanxian looked at Jiya squatting aside and sighed. When we first met, this girl was still a low-level monk who was not familiar with the world. But now she has grown up. Jiya lowered her head when she heard this. She had injured Qiyue like this. How could she afford his praise?
Let's go. Let's take you back to heal first. There will be a competition later.
After Shangwan Nanxian finished speaking, he left with Xia Qiyue, leaving Ziyu standing alone on the ring looking at them worriedly.
You recover from your injuries first. Then you will face Du Shiwen in the next match.
Benchu gave Ji Yao a rare smile. The monk had a complicated mind, and it was rare to meet such a clear-minded young girl.
Thank you, Xinjuan.
Xiao nodded and immediately meditated on the stage to recover. The disciples watching in the audience were still discussing the battle between the 2 with great interest, and even gave them titles. It was also through this sect competition that Ji Yao won the title of Fairy Jianyao, while Xia Qiyue won the title of Fairy Duobao, just like the original work. Their names spread like this in the Northern Territory, and Ji Yao became the first in the Northern Territory Beauty List. Xia Qiyu ranked third. And the second ranked was Zhao Yashi, a talented disciple of the Dan sect. Of course, this is all for later. An hour later, Qiyu stood up, ready to fight. It's the last battle. I can finally use my time sword intent. And I no longer need to hide some of my trump cards. Seeing that she had recovered, Du Shiwen jumped onto the ring. Du Shiwen has met Taoist friend. As soon as he came on stage, Du Shiwen smiled and saluted Zhao. Yi Zhao has met Taoist friend. Zhao returned the greeting with a smile. As expected, Du Shiwen was a sunny boy as described in the original book. His smile made people feel that the sky was a little brighter. When Du Shiwen saw her smile, he smiled even more happily. He had been paying attention to her for a long time. The competition begins. Binshu interrupted the exchange between the two. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them put away their smiles at the same time and attacked each other. Du Shiwen's magical weapon was a light blue spiritual sword, which refracted beautiful light under the sun. As he slashed out with the sword, the entire front turned into ice. And the spirit sword carried extremely strong ice attributes and attacked Zhao, as if it would freeze her in the next second. Chapter 349 Sect Competition 16. Zhao sent out a sword intention, which contained the attributes of time, light and thunder. When it encountered the spiritual sword, it actually stopped, and the entire extension of the ice stopped. The sword intent exploded violently, completely destroying the ice on the arena, as if it had never appeared before. Du Shiwen was shocked. Why did his magic weapon stop, and he couldn't even take it back for a while? It wasn't until a breath of time passed that he took the spirit sword back, becoming more wary of Ji Yao in his heart. Unexpectedly, the other party actually had a hidden card. When Jia saw the other party retracting his spiritual sword, he once again fused the sword intent and struck towards him. As soon as Du Shiwen integrated the 10,000 years of ice into the spiritual sword, he struck at Ji Yao with his sword. But before his movements were completely completed, he was frozen, and the sword intent exploded on him, causing him immediate injury. Jia seized the opportunity, teleported to his side, and punched him out. The fist with the remnant image of the white tiger knocked Du Shiwen away, and he fell to the ground and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. The time sword intention disappeared. Du Shiwen came back to his senses, and found that he was injured and fell to the ground. A little dazed? What happened? This is? Yi Xiao looked at Luo Hong with some uncertainty. Luo Hong smiled and nodded. In fact, he was very surprised. He didn't expect that this junior sister could even master the attribute of time. He just wanted to ask, what else could she not know? When Yi Xiao got the answer, he felt a little uncomfortable. It turned out that this girl was really a swordsman's material. She could even master the sword intention of time. He blushed a little when he remembered that he once said that she wasted her talent by learning the sword. Jia didn't intend to give Du Shiwen time to react, and struck with her sword again. Du Shiwen noticed the abnormality, and quickly used Ling Shuang Tuxue to avoid it, and then struck Jia with his sword again. This sword was mixed with thousands of years of ice. As soon as it got close, Jia noticed that her bones were frozen. She raised her hand with difficulty, but Jia still faced it with a sword. The two collided, and this time they exploded. Countless ice cracked and scattered in all directions. Jiu's heart sank. As long as the opponent's attack was stronger, her time sword intention would be ineffective. After all, it was still too shallow. She didn't know when she would have the chance to realize the time sword intention again. Down! Du Shiwen saw that this move was ineffective and immediately changed his attack method. As soon as he finished speaking, ice needles of thousands of years of ice began to fall from above the entire arena, making it inevitable for people to avoid it. Jia looked up and saw countless ice needles heading towards her, with smoke rising from them, which made her shiver immediately. With her heart sinking, Jia flicked her fingers, and a thunderball appeared immediately, and she threw it upwards. As soon as the thunderball was released, it spread spontaneously, forming a thunder net that directly covered all the ice needles and gradually melted them. Ji Yao seized the opportunity and struck Du Shiwen again with a fused sword intent. Du Shiwen felt his scalp numb from the appearance of the thunder ball. He was relieved when he saw that it did not attack him. Then another sword struck out with thousands of years of ice. The two met and exploded again, canceling each other out. Ji Yao frowned when she saw this. The two attacks were evenly matched. If this continued, her spiritual power would be severely depleted, and she would not be able to compete with the other party. In this case, let's try the effect of adding Divine Thunder to the three fused sword intentions. As soon as she thought of it, Ji Yao gathered 100% of her skills and struck Du Shiwen with a sword. Chapter 350, Sect Competition 17. The Fused Sword Intent. Carrying the crackling divine thunder, approached Du Shiwen. Du Shiwen was shocked and felt an extremely strong force of destruction. His scalp instantly became numb, and his soul became a little sluggish. Seeing the attack coming, he had no choice but to attack it with his sword again. When the two met again, the divine thunder directly enveloped the 10,000-year ice and melted it in just a moment. Immediately, the fused sword intent and divine thunder fell on Du Shiwen, causing his whole body to stand still. The sword intent and divine thunder suddenly exploded on him, causing him serious injuries in an instant. Seeing the opportunity, Jia teleported to him and kicked him off the ring. Du Shiwen fell down in the audience, his body still crackling with the power of thunder and lightning. It took him a few breaths to come back to his senses. At this time, he finally realized that the other party had mastered the attribute of time. No wonder he was injured for no apparent reason. The onlookers were stunned when they saw that Du Shiwen had lost. It took them a long time to come back to their senses and burst out with strong applause.
Fairy Jianyao, you are the best. Uncle Master, Ancestor, is mighty. 17. You are so awesome.
Yijiro also shouted excitedly. They really didn't expect Jia to win the first place.
Yi Jia of Wanjian Zone won the first place in the foundation building period of this competition. Since the second and third places were seriously injured, their competition has been postponed to tomorrow.
After speaking, he Benshu came to Jia and patted her on the shoulder.
Very nice. True Lord, you've given me the reward.
Jia smiled sheepishly.
Ha ha ha.
Luohong also laughed on the stage. This time, he, the Wanjian sect, was finally no longer the second in command.
Congratulations, Sect Master Luo.
Lin Yun became angry when he saw Luohong's stern expression. He didn't expect that Du Shiwen of his sect was defeated. And he was defeated by a monk in the middle stage of foundation building. If a peak-level foundation establishment player loses to a mid-level foundation establishment player, it will slap his Shinin sect in the face. But then he thought about it, and he felt a little more comfortable when he thought that other sects had also lost to their peak foundation building levels. Next, it depends on whether Du Shiwen can win second place. If he really loses to a Dharma cultivator in the early stage of foundation building again, then there really will be no place for his face.
Same joy.
Luohong cupped his hands, with a proud look on his face. Junior sister, you really make him look good. You people look down on sword cultivators. What happened to sword cultivators? Sword cultivators can beat you to the point of doubting your life.
17. Come to Lansong Peak.
The voice of Patriarch Yelon suddenly came to Jiya's ears. I don't know what the ancestor wants from me. Jiya frowned in confusion and jumped off the ring, realizing the wolf-like eyes of the people around her. Jiya felt a little numb. Why were these people staring at her with wide eyes?
17. You are so awesome.
Yijiro rushed over and hugged Jiya. Several brothers and sisters also came forward. Everyone was a little happy, and their faces were flushed.
How about we go celebrate?
Yi Qingchuan suggested.
No. My ancestor just sent a message asking me to go there.
Jiya broke away from Sister 16's arms, and looked at a few people with a smile.
Since the ancestor is looking for you, then go ahead.
Yi Zi was a little surprised when she heard this. After all, the ancestor was a very cold person, and rarely looked for them.
Then I'll go.
Jiya nodded and left.
I just said that my ancestor favored 17th. And you still don't believe it.
Yijiro complained as she looked at Jiyu's back.
Okay. We don't care who the ancestor likes.
Yi Zi rubbed Yijiro's head and laughed. Chapter 351 The Art of Controlling Objects. When Jiyu arrived at Lansong Peak, she saw her ancestor standing outside waiting for her.
17 has met the ancestor.
Jiyu saluted immediately.
Come here.
Yilan waved and looked at Ji Yao with a warm smile. Jia also laughed and walked to Yilan.
We 17 are great.
Yilan raised his hand and gently rubbed Jiyu's head. He had been watching her competitions in the past few days. When he saw her fighting bloody battles on the stage, refusing to give up no matter what, he seemed to see Tsuner. Not only did they look alike, they even had similar personalities. If Tsuner were still alive, he would be very happy to see such an outstanding junior. Jia felt the sadness all over her ancestor, and rubbed her palm with some comfort. Feeling Ji Yao's little movement, Yilan laughed happily for the first time in hundreds of years.
You come with me.
Yilan patted her head, turned and walked towards the bamboo forest in the back mountain.
Chia was a little confused, but she still followed. Arriving at the bamboo forest in the back mountain, Chia found a formation in front of her that enveloped the bamboo forest.
I think you can control the nine heavens' divine thunder today?
Yilan asked while standing outside the bamboo forest.
Yes. Chi was lucky enough to be transformed into a thunder spirit body some time ago.
Chia did not hide it. Her body was not a pure yin body, so she had nothing to hide. Although he had already guessed this, Yilan was still a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that this little girl had good luck.
Although you can control the divine thunder, it is only superficial, and you cannot truly release its power.
Yilan remembered that the divine thunder she released had no power of divine punishment at all. What a pity. Chia's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she raised her head to look at her ancestor.
You girl, you are quite smart.
Yilan smiled and patted her head, then tapped Ji Yao's forehead, and a skill suddenly entered Ji Yao's sea of consciousness.
Now that your competition is over, you can learn the techniques here during this period. I will call you again when you start the dragon vein. There are formations here, and no one will disturb you. You can just practice as long as you like.
After Yilan finished speaking, he briefly mentioned this technique. After finishing speaking, he left. Jia walked into the bamboo forest, found a random place to sit down, and then came to the sea of consciousness. At this time, the skills have been absorbed by the heavenly book and presented on the title page.
The art of controlling objects?
Jia read out in confusion. Isn't it true that only those who cultivate immortality can master the art of controlling objects? For example, retrieving objects from the air. Why did the ancestors pass this on to themselves? It wasn't until she finished reading the technique that Jia realized that it was an ancient technique and a top-grade technique at the earth level. This object control technique is not that object control technique. It can control its own spiritual power at will. Whether it is its ideology or speed, it can be controlled. The attack form that the cultivator sends out in normal times is all determined by the skill set. Whatever the skill is, the moves will be the same. But once you practice this object control technique, you can change it however you want. It all depends on your mood. And the great thing about it is that you can transform it into whatever it is. And it can have the bonus effect of that object. What's more, it can also be integrated into formations. As soon as Jia saw these 2 points, her heart suddenly moved. If her 9 heavens divine thunder was integrated into the formation or transformed into a powerful object, she would not dare to imagine its power. However, when she thought that she didn't know anything about the formation, Jia coughed in embarrassment. Her thoughts were too beautiful. She should first understand the formation first, and then learn the formation later. Thinking like this, she closed her eyes and understood it seriously. Chapter 352 Departing Dragon Veins. More than 10 days later, Jia received a message from her ancestor, saying that the competition was over. Jia waved her hand casually in the bamboo forest, and a wolf formed by thunder and lightning appeared. It let out a howl and attacked the open space in the distance. Suddenly, a 100-foot deep pit was blasted into the entire open space, and crackling thunder and lightning flashed around, scorching everything around it. Ji Yao was shocked to see that she just changed her form at will. But her power was so much greater. It's just that my current cultivation level is too low, and some objects are simply powerless. Otherwise, if I get a mythical beast or something, what a beautiful picture it would be. After being narcissistic for a while, Jia left the bamboo forest and came outside the ancestor's house.
Take this with you.
Yilan took out a piece of jade and handed it to Ji Yao.
There is a ray of my consciousness in this. If something happens to you, I can detect it immediately and come to you.
Yilan doesn't want to be like before, failing to arrive in time when Sinner needs him, and finally losing everything. Got her. Although Ji Yao didn't know why her ancestor was so kind to her, she could still feel his sincere love and care, which moved her deeply. After all, if something happened to her, her ancestor's soul would most likely be injured, which was a very serious matter.
Ancestor, Chi will definitely practice well. From now on, Chi will protect you and the Yi family.
Ji Yao raised her head and looked at Yilan with a firm face.
Good boy. I'm waiting for that day.
Yilan felt Ji Yao's sincerity. Her heart softened, and she gently rubbed her head.
This trip to the Dragon Vein will be led by our sect leaders. The road to the Dragon Vein is extremely uneven. Everyone must pay attention to safety and must not fall behind privately.
Yi Xiu looked at the people on the spirit boat with a serious expression. Warned?
Yes.
Everyone agreed. They had heard of these dangers. Then you can choose your own room to rest. After Yishio said that, he ignored them and led the other sect leaders and true lord into the room. Gio looked at the people on the spirit boat and sighed in her heart. The third sister and the fourth brother failed to enter the top 10. There was only Chiyoyue on this spirit boat. The first place in the Jinden period of this competition is Du Qi from the Qingmu sect. The second place is Yi Jianqing from the Wanjin sect. And the third place is Song Ruhui from the Shinin sect. There were only 20 disciples participating in the spirit boat. But there were 10 from the sect masters and nascent soul lord, which was enough to imagine the dangers along the way. Are you hungry? Xia Qiyue walked to Jia and asked calmly. I'm hungry. Jia hugged Chi-Chi's arm and replied with a smile. Chi-Chi smiled and didn't expose her. A monk would be hungry after taking Bigu pill. After taking Ji Yao into the room, Xia Qiyue took out the prepared meat and spirit wine from the space. And the two of them ate happily. Do you think we can arrive successfully this time? Yishio thought about his previous experiences and felt a little worried. That's what those villains from the eastern region can do. But we still can't grasp the evidence. So we can only suffer the loss of being dumb. Luo Hong felt heartbroken when he remembered that he had lost many outstanding disciples in the past. This is also the reason why they don't bring anyone else with them except the participating disciples. They really don't want to cause unnecessary losses. With so many of us this time, we will definitely not suffer a loss. Lin Yun frowned and spoke uncertainly. It is said that the Heavenly Demon sect and the Holy Spirit sect in the eastern region are having a conflict recently. Maybe they don't have the intention to intercept us. Li Chuan thought of the news he received some time ago. It was said that the two sects were at war and were about to start a fight. Chapter 353 Fire Prisoner Bird. Everyone, don't come out! Shio was continuing to comprehend the art of controlling animals in the room. Suddenly, the entire spirit boat began to shake violently, and Yishio's voice came to her ears. Shocked, Shio immediately stood up and ran to the door, hesitating as she didn't know whether she should go out. Don't come out! Come in quickly! Seeing a disciple running out, Yishio scolded him hurriedly. Shio didn't dare to go out after hearing this. She could only stand nervously by the door and spread out her consciousness. Hiss! Shio took a breath of cold air as soon as she saw the situation outside clearly. The entire spirit boat was now surrounded by fire prison birds. This kind of bird likes to go out in groups, surround and imprison its prey, and then breathe out fire to destroy the enemy. This kind of bird is not scary individually. But the scary thing is that there are too many of them. If you kill one, birds will immediately replace it. So you are not afraid of death at all. Now the spirit boat has been completely surrounded by the fire birds, with no gaps left, except for patches of fire. The sky is completely invisible. At this time, the 10 nascent soul monks were using various means to eliminate these birds. Among them, Luo Hong was holding a jet black spiritual sword. He slashed out with a sword, and slashed out with a sword spirit, covering a large area of fire prison birds. The artistic conception of swordsmanship is full of various golden swords, constantly shuttling back and forth, taking away the lives of countless fire prisoners. Yishio, on the other hand, was holding a white spiritual sword. As he slashed out with his sword, a huge fire dragon took off. Roar! The fire dragon let out a roar and attacked the fire prisoner bird, burning a large area to death in an instant. Lin Yun's magic weapon is relatively rare. It is actually a set of formation flags. He throws a few formation flags in specific directions in the air, and in an instant, a formation is formed, surrounding a large area of fire prison birds. In the formation, all 5 attribute attacks of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were unleashed. The fire prisoner bird had no room to hide and was quickly destroyed. Li Chuan, on the other hand, held a jade flute and began to play. Circles of air fluctuations visible to the naked eye were attacking the fire prison birds. As soon as they got close, the fire prison birds plopped down. It was obvious that his soul was destroyed and completely cold. Shio was nervous at the beginning, but in the end her mouth was slightly open the whole time, and she was already stunned. This is the strength of high-level monks. Shio's eyes brightened, and her desire for strength became stronger. The overwhelming fire birds attacked the spirit boat one after another, but with the cooperation of the 10 nascent soul lords, they were gradually eliminated. After a quarter of an hour, the last fire bird was eliminated. Seeing this, the disciples also left the room and came to the deck of the spirit boat. Shio came to the railing, looked at the ground,
and saw densely packed fire bird corpses piled high. It's a pity that these fire prison birds don't have demon elixirs and have nothing valuable on them. So it's a waste. I don't know what dangers there are along the way. Please be careful. Yi Xiu's expression was not very good at this time. Unexpectedly, those people in the eastern region were still as despicable as ever. Also, when you were told not to come out, you must not come out. If you are told to run away, you must leave the spirit boat immediately. Do you understand? I know. Everyone nodded. The swarm of fire birds that covered the sky just now was enough to make people scalp numb. Jia looked at the frowning brows of the nascent soul masters, and her heart sank. It seemed that they were hiding something from her and others. I don't know. Maybe this journey will be smooth? Chapter 354 Alone. I always have a bad feeling, Xia Qiyu said uneasily while standing on the spirit boat, looking at the scenery along the way. In the past day or two, her eyelids have been twitching, and she feels uneasy while meditating. Xia frowned and recalled the plot carefully, but found that the plot gradually became blurred. Xia was shocked. When did this start? She could only vaguely remember that Qi was indeed injured on the way to Dragon Vein, but she couldn't remember the specific reason. Somehow, something seems to be gradually blurring her memory of the original work. Is it the way of heaven? Are you afraid that you will rely on the plot to make a comeback? We must be more careful. Xia looked at Qiyu with some worry. The two of them were already prone to disasters, and now that they were together, they might even affect other disciples. The spirit boat has been flying for more than 2 months. Half a month has passed since the last fire bird attack, and the spirit boat has not encountered any danger. But Jia and Qiyu always felt that now was the calm before the storm. The two of them had no intention of meditating at all, so they just stayed on the spiritual boat to look out for the wind. If there was any sudden emergency, they could give a warning. Suddenly, a beautiful melody came. Sound attack! Xia Qiyu was startled, and the 9 netherworld fire in the sea of consciousness automatically protected the master and isolated her soul. Ah! The disciple's cry of pain came from the spirit boat. He was obviously injured. Jia felt nothing and looked ahead with a serious face. There was a person standing there. At this time, 10 nascent soul lords also came to the deck. Their faces extremely ugly. Although these people were highly cultivated, and their souls were not easily harmed by them, they were still affected after all. The person in the distance gradually approached, and Ji Yao discovered that the person was actually playing a leaf. He was wearing a black robe that wrapped his thin body and looked empty. But one face was covered with scars one after another, and his eyes were cold and vicious. Just by looking at him, Jia felt that he didn't look like a good person. The male cultivator came closer and took down the leaves. Are you monks from the Northern Territory? The male cultivator raised his eyelids and glanced at a few people lightly. Ji Yao frowned. This person was just a Yuanying stage monk. Where did he get the confidence to be so arrogant in the face of 10 Yuanying stage monks? Hey! You must be from the eastern region. Right. Yi Xiu sneered and looked at him with unkind eyes. Yes. The male cultivator twitched his lips and smiled, looking a little scary. What? Is the eastern region doing this kind of thing so blatantly now? Yi Xiu laughed angrily at his legitimate attitude. No. Someone wants to buy the life of one of you. After the male cultivator said this, he looked at Jiao and asked, which one of you is Yi Jiao? Jiao had an ominous premonition when she heard who he wanted to kill. After all, no one was as unlucky as her. Not even Qiyue. Sure enough, it was really her. Why did my junior sister provoke you? Upon hearing this, Luo Hong immediately walked up to Ji Yao and covered her up tightly. Shigei Tower. Only collect money to do things. I have no comment on these issues. The male cultivator kept his cold eyes on Ji Yao. Even though she was separated from sect leader Luo, she still had goosebumps all over her body. But when she heard about Shigei Tower, Shiyu's eyes darkened. Isn't this the killer organization? Unexpectedly, someone actually bought his own life. Chapter 355 Alliance. After filtering through my own experience, I am afraid that the only person I have offended who has the financial resources is Qi Jia. It must be that Qi Lanqi was imprisoned because of her relationship, and she must have been grudged by the head of the Qi family. But Jiu wasn't sure. After all, she might have overlooked some things. Fellow Taoist, if you single-handedly come to intercept and kill my Wanjin sect disciples, you are not taking us seriously. Right. Luo Hong sneered and looked at the male cultivator in front of him. Who said I was working alone? Male cultivator Yin Hai raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Luo Hong with a half-smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of monks dressed in black uniform robes appeared in front of them, and walked slowly towards them. There were 6 people in total, 4 at the nascent soul stage, and 2 at the late golden core stage. Jiya's heart sank. She, a small role, actually dispatched so many high-level monks in Shike Tower? Luo Hong frowned and was about to speak when another group of people came from a distance.
Demon Cultivator?
Xia Qiyue frowned tightly and stretched out her hand to hold Ji Yao. Feeling a little uneasy, the 5 people in that group were all filled with a faint demonic aura. The leader, the late nascent soul stage, had ruthless eyes, and he looked like a ruthless character at first glance. The remaining people were all in the early stage of nascent soul, and they all looked at Ji Yao and the others with unkind expressions.
Who am I talking about? It turns out that it's the Taoist friends from the Eastern region who came to pick me up and wait for me to go to Dragon Vein. Right.
Yishio looked at the people coming behind him and couldn't help but sarcastically said. He knew the people from the Eastern region. He would not let himself and others rush to Dragon Vein so easily.
Fellow Taoists misunderstood. We are just here to help fellow Taoist Yin Hai.
But with the temperament of the monks in the Northern Territory, we will not leave the disciples alone. If we accidentally injure other disciples in the fight later, we hope that fellow Taoist Haiyan will awe.
Bai Xiao looked at Yishio and sneered in his heart. Originally, the 5 of them used the fire prisoner bird to attack the spirit boat not long ago. Unexpectedly, this time the Northern Territory actually sent 10 nascent soul monks to escort them. The fire prisoner bird was exterminated, but the disciples in the Northern Territory were unscathed. It was really a waste of money. After that, several people couldn't find a chance to take action. Just when they were having a headache, Shinkei Tower appeared. This was really an unexpected surprise. It seems that I have to thank the woman named Yijia. Xia also understood at this time that these 2 groups of people met. The Shinkei Tower wanted to kill her, and the monks from the Eastern region also wanted to kill the disciples from the Northern region. They also wanted to kill themselves.
Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's do it when everyone is here.
Yin Hai glanced at Bai Xiao impatiently. These sect disciples always looked sanctimonious. Bai Zhao's face darkened when he heard this. But he didn't answer. But he hated Yin Haiji in his heart. He didn't even give him face in front of everyone. Very good. After they are dealt with, let's see how I deal with you. A flash of killing intent flashed through Bai Zhao's heart. He waved his hand forward and immediately launched an attack. Several people behind him also took action at the same time, attacking the spirit boat. However, Yin Hai stood aside and continued to launch sound attacks to disturb the monks in the North Territory, while the others in the Shinkei Tower rushed up together. Yishio and others' hearts sank, and they hurriedly shouted to Ji Yao and the others.
Go into the room quickly, and don't come out. Don't let anyone else come out either.
Immediately, he quickly opened the highest defensive formation of the spirit boat, and 10 nascent soul monks rushed forward. Xia wanted to hide in the room, but when she saw so many monks on the other side and Yin Gong harassing them, she couldn't let go. Chapter 356 Sisters Unite. Jiao and Xia Qiyue looked at each other, understanding each other's plan, and immediately joined the battle. Luo Hong was fighting. When he saw Jia rushing up, he was startled and hurriedly shouted at her.
What are you doing here? Go back quickly. If I can't bear it anymore, I'll go back immediately.
Jiu just glanced at Luo Hong, then took out the talisman from the storage ring that Master Qi Lanqi compensated and only had 2 uses left, and the talisman gifted by her senior brother. 8th grade formation plate. Xia first threw the formation disc towards the late-stage golden cores, trapping them immediately. Then he activated the talisman and attacked Yin Hai, who was playing the leaves. Yes, Xi and Qiyue both have him as their target. After all, the number of Yuaning monks is not much different, and the sect masters are very powerful. As long as there is no interference from Yin Hai and Gong, they can perform without reservation. As soon as the talisman was activated, a dazzling white light flashed and headed straight towards Yin Hai. Yin Hai saw Ji Yao attacking him without hiding, and sneered in his heart. These genius disciples of the sect are really arrogant, and he likes the genius of destruction the most. With this thought in mind, Yin Hai launched a sound attack towards Ji Yao's soul, as if he had seen Ji Yao's sudden collapse. But the power of the talisman had reached its peak, and it exploded violently on him, directly injuring him and causing him to retreat a few feet. And the leaves in his hands were also destroyed. Li Chuan wanted to use his sound attack to suppress Yin Hai's sound attack, but found that Yin Hai's sound attack had no effect on the 2 little girls.
Then he ignored them and joined the battle. But he still had a ray of consciousness to pay attention to them. If something happened, he would come to rescue them immediately. Xia Chiyue was standing aside waiting for the opportunity. When he saw Yanhai was hit and retreated a lot, he felt happy and then threw 2 high-level spiritual weapons at him with some pain. Explode. As soon as the spiritual weapon approached Yanhai, Xia Chiyue immediately detonated the 2 spiritual weapons. Yanhai Gang raised the corner of his mouth and wanted to taunt Ji Yao. But he didn't expect another attack to come soon. He could only retreat hurriedly. After all, the explosive power of the spiritual weapon was extremely powerful. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped back, a mushroom cloud immediately formed where he had just stayed, and all the air was sucked out. Yanhai felt cruel when he saw this and slapped Xia Chiyue with his palm. How dare 2 ants dare to provoke him? Chiyue's eyelids twitched, and she immediately activated the talisman again and rushed towards the giant palm, not letting it hurt Chiyue. Seeing Jia do this in Chiyue, she felt certain in her heart. Regardless of the big palm, she directly took out a few thunder seeds from the space again and threw them towards Yanhai. This was also her initial plan. When he was far away, she would blast him with thunderbolts. If these thunderbolts hit him, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. As soon as Yanhai saw Tianlaizi, his eyelids twitched and he subconsciously tried to avoid him. Xia on the side also thought of his plan, and without hesitation struck at him with a sword of time. The sword of time struck Yanhai, only making him pause for a moment. But it was at this breath that Tianlaizi exploded directly next to him, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. He was also directly injured by the explosion. He was hit hard towards the ground and fell to the ground vomiting blood. Tianlaizi's explosion was too powerful, and the huge impact was sent towards the fighting people. Luo Hong was startled and subconsciously came to Ji Yao's side, taking her back to the spirit boat immediately. Chapter 357 Battle. And Yi Xiu immediately took Xia Chiyue back. A huge impact hit the spirit boat, and the entire spirit boat shook. However, due to the defensive formation, there was no danger for the time being. As soon as they returned to the spirit boat, Yi Jianqing and Du Shiwen rushed out of the room, came to Jia nervously, and looked at her nervously. I'm fine. Are you okay? Jia saw that the 2 people's faces were pale, and there was still blood on the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they had just been attacked by the sound attack, and their souls were injured. The 2 of them shook their heads at the same time, and said nothing. They both blamed themselves and felt useless. Especially Yi Jianqing, a golden elixir cultivator, could only stay behind Jiu when danger came. But the sound attack was really terrifying. He wanted to come out, but his soul kept hurting, and he couldn't even gather his spiritual power. It wasn't until the sound attack stopped that he could take the spirit-nourishing pill and rush out. My own strength is too weak. Jia looked at the expressions of the 2 people and understood what they were thinking. He must have felt uncomfortable watching the 2 of them fighting in the front while they could only hide behind. Chiyue and I just have opportunities and are not afraid of sound attack. Xiyu smiled and explained. She didn't want them to leave any knots in their hearts, which would have a great impact on their future practice. You 2 go in first. Yi Xiu looked at Yi Jianqing and the 2 of them. The impact caused by the explosion of Tianlaizi is about to end, and they will attack soon. Hurry up! Now that you are injured, this is not the time to show off. If you are still angry, I will teach those grandsons of the Eastern region a lesson in the Dragon Vein War. Yi Xiu saw these disciples being injured, and he was filled with hatred in his heart. This reminded him of the past, a disciple who died innocently twice. Okay. Yi Jianqing and Du Shiwen also understood that they would only be holding back at this time, and immediately returned to the room. But their hearts were not at peace. You 2, be careful. Yi Xiu warned Ji Yao and Ji Yao with a serious expression. But he was extremely pleased in his heart. The 2 little girls are not afraid of facing the nascent soul stage monks, and they can also use strategies to hurt Yanhai, which is very good. Soon, the mushroom cloud completely disappeared, and the spirit boat stopped shaking. Okay, very good. Yanhai stood in the distance, covering his chest and glaring at Ji Yao and the other 2. At this time, he was extremely embarrassed. His hair had completely fallen down, and there was blood stains on the corners of his mouth. The previous robe had been completely damaged, and now he had a new one. Thank you for the compliment. Jia looked at the other person who wanted to bite her to death, and deliberately rolled her eyes at him. Sure enough, Yanhai couldn't bear it anymore and slapped Ji Yao with his palm. Others also attacked. in order not to affect the disciples on the spirit boat. 10 nascent soul monks once again left the spirit boat and headed forward. Luo Hong even split the giant palm with a sword before attacking the others. Yin Hai is now seriously injured. As long as the junior sisters and others are careful, there shouldn't be much of a problem. At this time, Ji was frowning. Her talisman had been scrapped after being used twice. Other methods were fine against the Golden Core Cultivator, but they were too vulnerable to the Nascent Soul Cultivator. The same was true for Xia Yue. The few Thunder Seeds he had been used up, so he could only avoid injury by blasting spiritual weapons. Yin Hai looked at Ji Yao and the two, sneered, and struck them with his palm again. He didn't believe that they still had so many treasures. Even if they are injured, they are no match. Ji Yao was startled when the huge palm was struck. She was about to strike out with her sword and fight with him, when a huge sword suddenly appeared from behind and slashed towards the big palm. In an instant, the giant palm disappeared, and the giant sword continued to slash towards Yin Hai, directly knocking him to the ground. The entire ground was split open directly by the giant sword, and huge cracks spread toward the distance. Yin Hai fell directly into the gap. Brother! Chapter 358 Senior Brother is Mighty. Looking at Luo Chuan who suddenly appeared next to her, Ji Yao shouted in surprise. Luo Chuan stretched out his hand to rub Ji Yao's head and smiled lightly. Don't be afraid. Not afraid? Ji Yao shook her head. Now that her senior brother is here, what else is she afraid of? I've met Senior Luo. Chichio saluted Luo Chuan with fists clasped. Yeah. Luo Chuan nodded towards Xia Yue, then looked at Ji Yao. Wait, well. After speaking, Ji rushed out of the spirit boat without waiting for her reaction. Luo Chuan exuded a strong murderous aura. He glanced coldly at Yin Hai in the crack, and slashed towards the crack again with his sword. Not everyone in Zhu Feng can be bullied. Luo Hong found out that Luo Chuan had arrived, and felt happy. With this god of killing here, his side would definitely win. As Luo Chuan slashed out with his sword, the artistic conception of wind-attributed swordsmanship swept towards Yin Hai. Yin Hai had been seriously injured before, and was struck by Luo Chuan's sword again. He was no longer able to resist. Now with a slash of the sword, his body was instantly destroyed, and Nascent Soul fled in panic. Luo Chuan ducked close to Nascent Soul, stretched out his hand and shook it gently, destroying it. Yin Hai, who was extremely arrogant before, fell like this. Ji looked at her senior brother's back with admiration. Sure enough, her senior brother was the most powerful. After taking care of Yin Hai, Luo Chuan turned sideways and slashed at the monk in Shikei Tower with his sword. Just a simple sword strike caused an early Yuanying monk to be seriously injured and fell to the ground. And those few golden elixirs in the later stage were cut off at the waist without even being able to struggle, and they were too dead to die. The injured Nascent Soul Cultivator fell to the ground. Just as he was about to escape, his head suddenly fell off and rolled several times. Seeing his body standing on the spot, the Yuanying monk was stunned for a while before he realized that his physical body had been destroyed. As soon as he figured it out, his nascent soul immediately came out of his head and ran towards the distance. Luo Chuan glanced at him indifferently, and just about to fly over, he found a 9 netherworld fire chasing towards his nascent soul. Looking back at Xia Yue, he attacked the other monks again, but Jiu Ninghui quickly caught up with nascent soul and wrapped it up. Ah! Nascent soul let out a shrill scream before being completely absorbed by the 9 netherworld fire. In this way, Luo Chuan killed one, and the 9 netherworld fire stepped forward to devour the nascent soul. They cooperated very well. About a quarter of an hour passed, and with the cooperation of Luo Chuan and other nascent soul monks, all the enemies who came to attack were killed, and all 6 of them were killed by Luo Chuan. Thank you so much, fellow Taoist Luo Chuan. Yi Xiu looked at Luo Chuan and sighed in his heart. Venerable Jian Song is really good at choosing disciples. Each one is more evil than the last. Sect Master Yi, you're welcome. This is what Luo Chuan should do. Luo Chuan doesn't take any credit either. There are disciples of his Wan Jian sect and his junior sister on the spiritual boat, so he will definitely take action. When did junior brother Luo come back? Luo Hong also heard that Luo Chuan had entered a secret realm before, but he didn't expect to be back now. I came directly here and haven't returned to the sect yet. After Luo Chuan answered, he returned to the spirit boat and came to Ji Yao's side. As soon as he came out of the secret realm, he received a message from his master, saying that the journey to Dragon Vein was about to begin, and he had already gone back to give guidance to his junior sister. Later, He sent a transmission note to his master and learned that his junior sister had already set off on the dragon vein. So he immediately rushed over to prevent anything from happening to her. Fortunately, I just made it. Chapter 359 Heavenly Demon Sect.
Senior brother, you are so awesome.
Jia stared at Luo Chuan with starry eyes at this time. Her senior brother is the most handsome in the world.
Go and collect the storage bag.
Luo Chuan looked at Ji Yao like this and raised his lips with a smile.
Yes.
Ji Yu agreed with a smile. Then jumped off the spirit boat and started searching the corpse's storage bag. Xiaoqi Yue was a little amused when she saw Jia's excitement when she got the storage bag. Then he turned to look at Luo Chuan, who was standing next to him and looking at Ji Yao with a doting look on his face. It seemed that he also knew Ji Yao very well.
Brother, here you go.
Ji Yao picked up the storage bag, returned to the spirit boat, and handed the storage bag out.
Keep it for yourself. I don't need it.
Luo Chuan looked at his junior sister. Senior Ji Shizi once said that his junior sister was in danger of death, which made him uneasy.
Oh?
Ji Yao looked at the storage bag in her hand. There were 2 storage rings in it, and she was a little embarrassed. These people were killed by her senior brother, and she was freeloading again.
Okay, where is your room?
Luo Chuan asked aloud without letting her hesitate.
This way.
Jia stopped worrying, accepted the storage bag with a smile, and led Luo Chuan into the room. Xiaoqi Yue, however, was very sensible and did not follow her, and returned to her room. After Yishio and the others destroyed all traces of the fight, they started the spirit boat again and continued to move towards the dragon vein. The sect leaders breathed a sigh of relief when they thought that not a single disciple was lost during this trip, and they were all only slightly injured.
This is for you.
After arriving in the room, Luo Chuan took out the Ningqing, or as soon as he sat down. He and Nandong Che both wanted this thing at the beginning, and decided the ownership by drawing lots. And finally it fell into their own hands.
Ningting or?
She recognized this rare, or at a glance, and stretched out her hand to take it, feeling a little surprised. Ningqian, or is an excellent material for refining the natal magic weapon. It can greatly enhance the power of the magic weapon, and it can also increase the probability of the magic weapon producing a weapon spirit. It can be said to be a very important treasure.
I will add it to Li Yuan when I get a chance.
Although I have already mastered my own magic weapon, I can add it later.
Li Yuan?
Luo Chuan frowned when he heard this. Didn't he remember that his junior sister's spiritual sword was Su Hui?
Yes. My natal magic weapon is called Li Yuan.
Ji Yu said, and took Li Yuan out of her dantian. As soon as Li Yuan came out, he flew around Ji Yao a few times, rubbed her affectionately, then returned to Ji Yao's hand, calmed down and stopped moving. Luo Chuan raised his eyebrows. This Li Yuan was very spiritual. It was impossible to say that he could actually give birth to a weapon spirit.
Why did you refine your natal magic weapon? That's it.
Jia began to tell Luo Chuan about her experience in going to the dungeon. Eastern Demon Sect.
Sect Master, Lao Bai and the others failed in their mission,
and the whole army was wiped out.
Wu Han lowered his head, not daring to look up at the expression of the sect leader. Unexpectedly, 5 Yuanying monks were lost directly this time. Even if Tianma sect is a large sect, losing so many Yuanying monks all at once would be a bit traumatic. What's more, the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Tianling sect have been having conflicts recently. If the other party finds out, there's no telling what will happen.
Oh!
Yinichen raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Wu Hong with a smile. Wu Hong felt the pressure. His heart was beating hard, and his scalp was numb when he thought of the sect master's methods. Chapter 360 Dragon Vein.
Northern Territory?
Yinichen said gloomily, and then laughed softly. It seems that this Dragon Vein battle is very exciting. 2 months later, the spirit boat finally arrived safely outside the Dragon Vein. Dragon Vein is located at the junction of the Eastern Territory and the Northern Territory, but it is a unique space of its own. It was discovered by monks 10,000 years ago, and it was even discovered that it had the effect of enhancing luck. So it was fiercely competed by monks from the 2 regions. In the end, there was no choice but to make an agreement. There would be a Dragon Vein battle once every 100 years, and the monks from the 2 realms would compete fairly for luck. However, in the past few 100 years, the monks in the eastern region have always been intercepted by others, causing the northern region to lose many talented disciples. But they still have no clue. Jia raised her head and looked at the Dragon Vein. It was an endless mountain range, circling like a dragon, extending into the distance. Haha. The sect masters have been waiting for a long time. A bold laughter came, attracting Ji Yao's attention. Looking back, I saw that the monks from the eastern region had arrived. A total of 6 nascent soul cultivators, 10 golden elixir disciples, and 10 foundation establishment disciples came to the other side. There are 2 nascent soul monks at the head, one of whom is wearing a black robe and is smiling boldly. The other person was a demon cultivator, wearing purple robes. He folded his arms lazily and looked at them. Presumably these 2 are the masters of Tianling sect and Tianma sect. There is a difference between the eastern region and the northern region. There is not only spiritual cultivation, but also demonic cultivation. There are only 2 large sects, Tianling sect and Tianma sect, and the others are medium sects or small sects. However, Tianling sect and Tianma sect have always been at odds with each other. They have been fighting for tens of thousands of years. They are hostile to each other, but they also promote each other. Sect Master 1. Long time no see. Yi Xiu tugged at the corner of his mouth and raised a reluctant smile. Isn't that right? Sect leader Yi has grown up a lot now, which is really enviable. When Rui said and laughed again, she rolled her eyes in her heart and smiled, not knowing what she was laughing at. Although sect leader Wen looked smiling, Xiao instinctively felt that he was difficult to get along with. A bit like a smiling tiger. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Yenny Chen lazily interrupted the greetings of several people, and it was off-putting to see them look so hypocritical. Ahem. What sect leader Yin said is true. Let's go in then. When Rui smiled, then took the lead towards the dragon vein with a smile. Xia also followed her senior brother obediently, approaching the dragon vein. A quarter of an hour later, everyone stopped near a stone platform. The stone platform was extremely empty, with nothing else but a lot of stone chairs on it. But in the center of the stone platform, there was a formation carved on it. Jiu just glanced at it and felt dizzy. She was so frightened that she immediately retracted her gaze and did not dare to look again. Jiu turned her head and looked at Chiyue beside her, frowning in distress. She always feels that something important has been forgotten by her. It seems to be related to July. Let's not waste any more nonsense. How about letting them in directly? When Rui looked at Yi Xiu and suggested, okay. Yi Xiu nodded. He didn't want to pretend to be doing Tai Chi with him. He was really incompatible with him. All participating disciples should sit cross-legged in the formation in the center of the stone platform. Yi Xiu turned around and gave the order directly. Be careful. Luo Chuan looked at Ji Yao worriedly. Ji nodded and jumped directly onto the stage. The participating disciples all came to sit in the formation, and the Yuaning monk also came to sit on the stone chair on the stone platform. Chapter 361 The Battle of Dragon Veins 1. This competition will be held in the Dragon Vein, and everyone will be teleported randomly. In the Dragon Vein, killing one person will gather a dragon's luck. When Rui watched everyone sit down in the formation and mentioned the rules. Now, the competition begins. After when Rui finished speaking, he made a gesture and activated the formation. Jia was sitting cross-legged when the formation in front of her suddenly emitted a white light, and she immediately closed her eyes. A feeling of dizziness came over her, and when she opened her eyes again, she found that she had arrived in the dragon's veins. Only the souls of everyone entered the dragon veins, while the physical bodies remained on the stone platform. Generally speaking, if the soul is separated from the body, once it is injured, the consequences will be very serious, not to mention the destruction of the soul, which is a real loss of soul. But this dragon vein is different. It is protected by dragon energy. Even if the soul dies, the person will not be harmed at all. It's a strange place. As soon as Ji Yao's spirit entered the dragon's veins, she found herself transported to a grassy field, where she sat cross-legged, feeling soft and comfortable. Xia stood up and was about to leave when suddenly a light flashed in her mind, and she remembered the plot that she had forgotten. Xia frowned. Could it be that the physical body of Yi Jia was restricted by the law of heaven, and can't limit your own soul? But when she thought of the plot, Xia couldn't laugh at all. In the original work, Xia Qiyu had previously obtained the key to the underground palace hidden here. When the competition was about to end, her key opened the underground palace by chance. Suddenly, the entire dragon vein shook violently, and everyone was sucked into the underground palace. In the end, the Yuaning monks didn't have much of a problem, but not many disciples came out alive. However, Xia Qiyu obtained many opportunities from it, the biggest of which was a spiritual spring. After incorporating it into the space was upgraded again,
and the time ratio was also increased. The underground palace is full of dangers. It is very dangerous for a low-level monk like her. It seems that she has to be careful. After calming down, Xia began to move towards other places, preparing to find people from the eastern region. It is said that Golden Elixir and Foundation Establishment are in different dimensions, so I shouldn't be able to encounter them. An hour later, Xia looked at the mountains in front of her and rolled her eyes in her heart. She had been flying with her sword for an hour, but she didn't even see a single figure, not to mention the monks from the eastern region. Not even a single disciple from the northern region was seen. Luo Chuan was also staring at the light screen at this time, in which the competing disciples were clearly projected. Seeing that Junior Sister keeps missing people, he frowns. Could it be that he doesn't want to give Junior Sister a chance to increase her luck? Because at this time, 3 disciples have been eliminated. 1 Golden Elixir disciple from the northern region, and 2 Foundation Building disciples from the eastern region. One of the Foundation Building disciples was beheaded by Du Shiwen, and the other was killed by Xia Qiyue. At this time, there was a dragon shadow hovering above the 2 bodies. At this time, Xia didn't know anything about it, and could only accept her fate and continue flying forward. A quarter of an hour later, Xia's eyes lit up as she was flying, and there was someone in front of her. But he is still a disciple from the eastern region. Xia was excited and was about to rush forward to fight, but she suddenly stopped the car. Who can tell her why the other party is a late-stage Jin Dan monk? At this time Luo Chuan also stood up suddenly, took out his spiritual sword and pointed it directly at Wenrui. The stone platform instantly became tense, but Wenrui was also confused. There has never been a mistake in this Dragon Vein division for thousands of years.
Don't worry, fellow Taoist. This Dragon Vein is made up of small spaces. When the spaces meet, they will form a space, and you can meet your opponent. But this is beyond our control. It must be the Dragon Vein that determines that the disciple is at the Golden Elixir stage on its own. Monk.
That's why this situation happened.
Wenrui felt the murderous aura in Luo Chuan's body and smiled bitterly in his heart. This was really not his fault. Chapter 362 The Battle of Dragon Veins 2.
Junior brother Luo. Junior sister will be fine.
Luo Hong also came out to smooth things over. Although Wenrui has a bad character, it is true that no one can control this Dragon Vein, and the divisions are all by itself. Hearing this, Luo Chuan put away his spiritual sword, glanced at Wenrui lightly, then sat down again and looked at the junior sister in the light curtain. Yini Chen looked at Luo Chuan with a calm expression on his face, but he was wary of him in his heart. As soon as he took out his spiritual sword, his magic weapon sensed his murderous intent and almost automatically protected the master. You can imagine how strong the other party is. It seems that even if his pedestrian fell into his hands, it was not unjust. Xia looked at the eastern region monk in front of her and did not run away, because the other party had already discovered her, and there was no point in escaping. Feeling a little helpless, she knew that her luck would not be so smooth to obtain dragon luck. But how did he collide with Jin Danqi? Could it be because he is in the middle stage of Golden Elixir through physical training? Thinking of this possibility, Xia vomited a mouthful of blood in her heart. Her physical training level was only high, and her only attack method was the White Tiger Fist.
TSK. It's actually the middle stage of foundation building? Ha 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 ha.
He Yiting looked at Xiao and laughed wildly. This was Long Yin forcefully given to him. Xia felt happy when she saw that he despised her. Laugh. Laugh. It will make you unable to laugh later.
Beauty. Why don't you follow me after you go out?
He Yiting looked at Xiao's face. A lustful look flashed in his eyes. Luo Hong felt a burst of murderous aura suddenly coming from junior brother Luo next to him, and was startled. Turning her head to look at him, she found that his face was so gloomy that it was dripping with water. Just you? She curled her lips, deliberately looking very indulgent and willful, hoping to make the other party think that she was just a fool.
TSK. It seems that the beauty doesn't know much about my strength.
He Yiting laughed again, and then walked towards Xiao, hugged her shoulders, and wanted to tease her. At the same time, the pressure of his Golden Elixir stage soul was pressing down on Xiao. Now the beauty couldn't move at all, and could only let herself be frivolous. Thinking of this, He Yiting smiled even more happily, and was about to touch Xiao's face with his other hand. Xiao sneered. I'm really sorry. This divine soul pressure is really useless to me. Seeing him reaching out, Xiao drew out the divine thunder and punched out directly. Several white tiger shadows in the fist were intertwined with the divine thunder,
and they hit the opponent's Dantian fiercely. Poof! He Yiting was completely unprepared and was punched away. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, covering his Dantian and screaming in pain. Ji Yao's punch caused a crack in his Dantian and almost shattered it. At this time, he was extremely panicked, because he could no longer gather his spiritual power, and he was just like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Shiyu smiled, teleported to his side, and kicked his Dantian. Ah! He Yiting screamed again. Don't you want me to follow you? Huh? Xia said and kicked him in the face. Just you? Xiao thought about how the other party's dirty hands had hugged her shoulders just now. She felt sick in her heart and stepped on his right hand again, crushing it hard. Ah! He Yiting's heart was filled with regret at this moment. Those who could enter the top 10 were all genius disciples. How could he despise her just because of her cultivation? This is a perversion. Chapter 363 The Battle of Dragon Veins 3. Humph. Xia snorted coldly, kicked him away again, threw him into the air, and then fell down hard. Poof! He Yiting was knocked dizzy, and his limbs were weak. Xia suddenly realized that this method was good, so she kicked him into the air again and let him fall down. She hates scumbags who are filled with evil thoughts when they see a woman. They are the most disgusting. Luo Hong was originally worried about his junior sister being injured, but when he saw her completely using someone else's late-stage golden elixir as a ball, he once again lamented that she was really a monster. Looking sideways at Luo Chuan, he found that junior brother Luo's face was calm at this time, and there was even a hint of a smile in his eyes. TSK. These people from Zufeng are really untouchable. Yinichin also noticed Qi Yao at this time and raised his eyebrows with some interest. Is this woman the one being chased by Shike Tower? It's also Luo Chuan's junior sister. Seeing how precious he is to his junior sister, I wonder what he will do if his junior sister is destroyed. Thinking of this, Yinichin smiled, and he wanted to know. But at this time, when Rui couldn't laugh anymore, he also saw that a late-stage Jindan disciple of Tianling sect was actually kicked like a ball by a mid-stage foundation establishment disciple, and he had no power to resist. When Rui's face was getting hotter and hotter, when Rui didn't want to continue reading, it was so embarrassing. This was a slap in the face of his Tianling sect. He could even think of how Yinichin would tease him after he returned. Jia saw that He Yiting was about to lose his ability, and finally stopped. He was defeated by her in the late stage of a golden elixir, and she would definitely be resented by him. This was a potential threat in the future. That's why she chose this way of trampling on the other person's dignity. Even if she wouldn't die, she would still leave him with a knot in his heart and affect his practice. Seeing that it was almost done now, Jia struck him with a sword and cut off his head directly. But in the blink of an eye, the other party's body disappeared from sight. As if nothing had happened, Jia smiled and continued to fly towards other places with her sword. On the stone platform, He Yiting's soul returned to his physical body. In addition to feeling shame and fear, the feeling of having his Dantian kicked to pieces in the end was really terrifying. If it were not for the virtual realm, he would have been crippled and his life would have been lost at this time. Looking sideways at Ji Yao's body, sitting cross-legged and staring at the dragon hovering above her head, a flash of madness flashed in He Yiting's eyes. If I destroy her now, she won't be able to come back. Right? But he was just thinking about it and didn't take action. A sudden killing intent came over him, and he was so shocked that he couldn't move for a moment. After more than 10 breaths, the murderous intention left. He Yiting breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he had a feeling that if he moved, his head would separate. Luo Chuan glanced at He Yiting indifferently and said that as long as he dared to take action, he would take action to deal with him. So what if I have Dong Yu to protect me? He will not let go of anyone who hurts his Zufeng. Another 2 hours passed, and Jia stopped by a pool inside. I searched and searched, but I couldn't find anyone. There are no animals here. Just grass and water. Not even trees. But in such an open place, she just couldn't find anyone. Little girl, are you looking for me? A male cultivator's voice suddenly came from behind, startling Jia. She teleported forward a certain distance, and then Jia turned back and looked at the person with caution. Chapter 364 The Battle of Dragon Veins 4. Sure enough, he was another golden elixir cultivator, and a peak golden elixir demon cultivator. Jia's heart sank. It seemed that she was in danger this time. I didn't expect to be matched with a foundation-building monk. It's really surprising. Gu Yan held the spirit sword and held a sword flower in his hand, looking at Jia with a smile on his face. Little girl,
Are you committing suicide? Or are you asking me to give you a ride? Thank you for your kindness. Senior, I definitely want to give it a try. Xiyu was very nervous. She had defeated several golden elixir monks in the past. But it was all because of the other party's contempt that gave her an opportunity. But the demon cultivator in front of me is obviously not this kind of person. Moreover, the opponent is still a genius at the peak of the golden core. This kind of person can often surpass the level to challenge the early stage of nascent soul. If I really win with my three-legged cat skills, I will be really awesome. The little girl is really lovable. Gu Yen smiled and looked at Xiyu with some admiration. If it were any other foundation building monks, they would have been timid when they saw me. Unexpectedly, this little girl had a good nature. Facing such a beautiful and cute little girl, he really couldn't be too cruel. So he just sent her away. Seeing that the other party had no intention of taking action, Xiyu calmed down, appeared beside him and punched him. A fist with a strong aura of destruction struck at Gu Yen, but was gently held by him. Xiyu wanted to take her hand out, but found that she couldn't do it. It's not cute when a little girl shakes her fist. Gu Yen smiled and then let go of his hand. Xiyu was about to exert her strength, but she didn't expect that the other party suddenly let go and sat down backwards. Xiyu's face turned red, and she immediately stood up and struck Gu Yen with a fusion of sword intent and divine thunder. Feeling the strong offensive of the sword, Gu Yen raised his eyebrows. He had underestimated her. Then he greeted him with a sword. A golden light flashed and collided directly with the sword intent. The two collided with each other and exploded violently. Poof! Xiyu was injured by the impact and fell backward. Gu Yen looked at her lightly, then struck her with another sword. Xiyu was startled and immediately teleported away to avoid the attack. However, she still failed to dodge the attack and was struck directly to the ground by a sword. She fell to the ground and vomited blood. Gu Yen couldn't bear the little girl being tortured, so he struck her with his sword again, hoping to end the fight. Xiyu was unwilling to give up. She jumped up from the pit and teleported closer to the golden light. The art of controlling objects flowed through her mind. Xiyu waved her hand, and a 9-day divine thunder, as big as a fist, appeared. Then it transformed into a wolf and roared towards the golden light. The powerful force of destruction came. Even Gu Yan's scalp was numb, and his heart trembled. How could anyone master such a thing? The Sirius collided with the golden light, and the golden light was completely annihilated. The remaining Sirius was already weak, but still rushed towards Gu Yan. Gu Yan was startled and stepped away, reaching a place more than 10 feet away in an instant. Xiyu saw that the divine thunder had no power over him, so she summoned it back. Feeling the pain in her dantian, Xiyu took a few breaths of cold air. Just now she had mobilized the most divine thunder she could, but she still couldn't hurt the opponent. On the contrary, her dantian was now hurting. Gu Yan was standing in the distance at this time. His expression finally turned serious. The 9 heavens divine thunder just now really made him feel frightened. Chapter 365 The Battle of Dragon Veins 5. Xiyu's dantian felt more and more painful for some reason. So painful that she wanted to cover her stomach and squat down. But she was worried that the other party would see the flaw, so she still carried it. But her legs were already trembling slightly. After all, Gu Yan was an old man in the world, so he couldn't tell the secret. With a low sigh, he made a gesture and moved it in Xiyu's direction. Suddenly, a large piece of golden needles fell down from the sky and fell toward Xiyu. Xiyu looked up at Jin Jin and smiled bitterly. Now she was in pain in her dantian and couldn't even gather her spiritual power. How to avoid it, and how to fight back. She took out a defensive spiritual umbrella from her storage ring, opened it, and hid it on her head. Xiyu could do nothing more. It seems that I have really made it this far this time. Soon, the golden needles fell towards Xiyu. At first, they were all blocked by the spiritual umbrella. But gradually, the light of the spiritual umbrella became dimmer and dimmer. And finally, it was completely destroyed. Seeing the golden needle falling, Xiyu wanted to hide, but suddenly fell to the ground because of the pain in her dantian. Watching the golden needle fall, Xiyu was ready to return to Shirtai. Seeing this, Gu Yan once again increased the power and quantity of the golden needles, and they all fell towards Xiyu's head. Ugh! The golden needle pierced Xiyu's skin directly and pierced into her flesh, causing her to groan in pain. More and more golden needles fell, and Xiyu felt that her breath was getting weaker and weaker. Poof! Suddenly, all the golden needles on Xiyu's body were sucked in by the strange eggs in her dantian. An even more surprising thing happened.
Jiya's body suddenly became like a container, sucking in all the golden needles instantly. Gu Yan's heart tightened when he saw this. Could it be that she still had some magic weapon that she couldn't use? Thinking of this, he decided to fight quickly and struck Ji Yao with his sword. However, as soon as the golden light came close to Ji Yao, it was absorbed by her, leaving nothing behind. Poof! But Ji Yao still spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even if it was absorbed, these attacks still caused damage to her when they entered her body. I don't know what this egg is. Why are you absorbing everything? Luo Chuan looked at his junior sister lying on the ground, vomiting blood, frowning tightly, and felt very worried. Luo Hong looked at Ji Yao's still persisting figure and suddenly sighed. There was a reason why she gained such strength at such a young age. Only this time, the opponent is too strong. Gu Yan had no choice but to slash away with one sword after another. But he was absorbed again and again, which made him furious. At this time, Ji Yao was already unconscious. She could only feel these attacks penetrating her body and entering her dantian again and again. She couldn't even feel the pain anymore. Sister! Shilian was so anxious in the sea of consciousness that she almost cried, because she felt that her sister's soul was about to be destroyed. What are you doing? You rotten egg? Shilian came to Jia Dantian, looked at the egg that was still being absorbed, and anxiously circled around it. At this time, Shushu was also very panicked. Although he knew that nothing would happen even if his master soul was destroyed, he was still panicked. This reminded it of the feeling when the last master died. Feeling that the spiritual power in his body was almost exhausted, Gu Yan frowned, gathered the last of his spiritual power, and slashed towards Ji Yao with his sword. He didn't believe that after so long, the other party could still continue to absorb it. But unfortunately, the golden light was absorbed as soon as it touched Ji Yao and disappeared. Chapter 366 The Battle of Dragon Veins 6. Seeing this, Gu Yan smiled helplessly, knowing that he couldn't do anything to the other party at all. The only way is to attack at close range. Although I have not practiced physical fitness, my physical strength is at the peak of the golden elixir after all. And I am definitely much stronger than the opponent. We can't just spend so much time together. Gu Yan thought for a while and walked towards Jia. When she came to Ji Yao's side, she found that the little girl's brows were furrowed. Her lips had been completely bitten, and her hands were tightly covering her pubic area. It was obvious that her mind was no longer clear. At this time, she was holding on with perseverance. Gu Yan couldn't bear it, but he still sighed and punched Jia. Let her get out as soon as possible. But before the fist landed on Ji Yao, a golden light suddenly emitted from her body and struck straight towards the middle of his forehead. Gu Yan was stunned and disappeared from the space in the blink of an eye. Until she returned to Shirtai, Gu Yan was still a little confused. She obviously had no ability to resist. So why did she suddenly launch another attack? And wasn't that last golden light the same one he had emitted before? Looking up at the light screen, Gu Yan saw that the little girl was still lying on the ground, but circles of golden light around her enveloped her. As for her body on the stone platform, 2 dragons were already hovering above her head. And her 2 dragons are actually different from other people's. Her dragon is larger, and even the dragon's head is emitting a little golden light, which you can't tell unless you look carefully. Yenichin didn't look good at this time. He didn't expect Gu Yan to be eliminated by that woman. And he was eliminated inexplicably. When Rui laughed heartily. And now, he was no longer afraid of Yenichin mocking him. Everyone is the same. Only Luo Chuan and Luo Hong looked at Ji Yao with worried faces. Although they knew nothing would really happen inside. It was really heart-wrenching to see her lying like that. Junior sister should be lively and laughing. At this time, Jia was lying on the ground. But her soul was somewhere else in a trance. This is a vast starry sky with stars scattered everywhere. But Jia was floating in the air, watching the planets moving one after another. Suddenly a planet approached. Jia watched as a planet that looked very small from a distance gradually grew larger, and finally flew towards her with a strong impact. The great pressure caused Jia to have difficulty breathing, and her legs began to tremble. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move a step away. She could only stay where she was, and watch the planet approach. Just when the planet was about to hit Ji Yao, a monster rushed out of her body and flew towards the planet with its mouth wide open. It was obviously a very small monster, but it suddenly grew in size and became larger than the planet, and finally swallowed it in its mouth. Roar! The monster roared toward the sky, then turned back into a little monster and returned to Ji Yao's body. And Jia returned to the space in a trance. She tried hard to open her eyes,
but saw a person appearing in front of her. TSK. What a beautiful face. Li Juej looked at Ji Yao lying on the ground and curled his lips with an evil smile. It would be great if this face was on his own face. Ji Yao tried her best to look up at the purple-clothed female cultivator in front of her, and smiled bitterly in her heart. Another demon cultivator at the peak of the golden elixir. A foundation building stage was actually assigned to the golden elixir stage. Your luck is really extraordinary. Li Juej looked at Ji Yao's painful expression, and a flash of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Beauty. No matter how embarrassed she is still so beautiful. Chapter 367 The Battle of Dragon Veins 7. Ji Yao wanted to speak, but she coughed violently, as if she would lose her breath in the next second. At this time, she was too weak to look inside. If it were normal, she would have found a little beast in her dantian trying to break out of its SHL, while Xilian was cheering it on. Even Shushu rarely slipped from the sea of consciousness to dantian, nervously looking at the egg-L that had been cracked a lot, thinking of the illusion Ji Yao had just experienced. Shushu shuddered. This shouldn't be the monster he imagined. Right? TSK. Looking at you. You must have contracted some disease. Right. After Li Juej finished speaking, he covered his mouth and laughed. She, Li Juej, was the second most beautiful woman in the eastern region. If it weren't for Zhou Yingying, who pretended to be aloof and had the habit of putting on airs, she would have been the first place. But now that he is only over 100 years old, he is already at the peak of the golden elixir, and is one step away from advancing to nascent soul. My own talent is not comparable to that of a small foundation establishment stage monk. What's the use of just being beautiful? But it is the life of the furnace. Thinking of this, she curled her lips, held a spiritual fan, and drew it in the direction of Ji Yao. Suddenly, a sea of fire appeared from the spiritual fan and headed directly towards Ji Yao. Seeing Ji Yao being wrapped in spiritual fire, Li Juge stood aside with his arms folded, waiting for her to disappear. The little beast in the dantian had some difficulty breaking out of its SHL when it felt the incoming attack. It felt happy and immediately began to absorb it. After more than 10 breaths passed, Li Juej discovered that the spiritual fire had completely disappeared. But the woman was still lying there with no trace of burning on her body. What's going on? Li Juej put down his hand, frowned tightly, and looked at Ji Yao with a puzzled face. This was the first time she met someone who was completely immune to her earth core fire. No matter what, the mysterious fire in the center of the earth is also on the list of strange fires. Although she ranked low, it was definitely not something she, a foundation building monk, could resist. Could it be that this woman has some treasure on her body? Thinking of this, Li Juej's eyes suddenly lit up. But when he suddenly thought that this place was an illusion, Li Juej instantly became gloomy. It seemed that he would have to find a chance to get this treasure after he went out. Li Juej snorted coldly, and once again sent out a burst of earth-centered mysterious fire, attacking Ji Yao. The little beast in the dantian was at the last critical moment. The mysterious fire from the center of the earth once again helped it, and it finally crawled out of the SHL. Oh my god! It's so cute! Xiaolian exclaimed as she looked at the little white ball emerging from the SHL. But Shushu trembled. Oh my god! What a monster! After the little white ball crawled out of the SHL, he called softly and looked around with wet eyes, looking uneasy and looking for something. Little guy, are you looking for your sister? Xiaolian looked at its anxious look and asked softly. I have a younger brother now. When Xiao Baituan heard this, his eyes lit up, and he started to circle in his dantian. Stop turning around! Your sister is almost being played to death by you. Shushu rolled his eyes in his heart. It was because of this little thing that the master had pain in his pubic area. When facing the enemy, he had no ability to resist, and could only lie down and take the beating. Did you see that? It's the woman outside who wants to hurt your sister. Shushu looked at the woman with an unkind face outside, and was about to attack the master again and said, Go and swallow her. Chapter 368 The Battle of Dragon Veins 8. As soon as Shushu finished speaking, the little white ball rushed out with a swish, startling Xiaolian. Li Juej was waving his spiritual fan to attack when he suddenly saw a small white thing rushing out of the opponent's body. Li Juej sneered. But it was ridiculous for a low-level monster to have to struggle like a trapped beast. The spiritual fan was swung out as usual, and a piece of mysterious fire from the center of the earth spurted out. But Xiao Baituan suddenly opened his mouth, and the mysterious fire in the center of the earth was swallowed up by it. Li Juej was not surprised but overjoyed when he saw this. It turned out
that this was the treasure. But the little white ball swallowed the flames, but did not stop. It opened its mouth and rushed towards Li Juej. Suddenly, Li Juej noticed that a big mouth appeared diagonally above the little white ball's head. What's this? Li Juej was stunned for a moment. And before he could react, he was surrounded by the phantom of Big Mouth. The phantom of the big mouth gradually shrank, and was finally swallowed by the small white ball. Ugh! Xiao Baituan swallowed Li Juege and cried out in pain. It had just been born and it had already done something. And now it was a little injured. Xiao Baituan returned to Ji Yao, stared at her big wet eyes, and rubbed Ji Yao's cheek in a grieved manner. Ji Yao had just witnessed everything, and looking at the aggrieved little white ball in front of her that seemed to be complaining, a warm current flashed through her heart. Raising her hand with difficulty, Jia touched the small white ball. Feeling her sister's touch, Xiao Baituan narrowed his eyes comfortably and raised his little head high. As for Li Juej, who returned to Shirtai, his face was so gloomy that he could shed water. Looking at the people and animals interacting warmly in the light curtain, a murderous intention flashed in his heart. She was extremely embarrassed that she, a peak golden elixir, had fallen into the trap of a foundation-building monk. At this time, many nascent soul cultivators had no time to care whether she had returned or not. Their attention was completely attracted by the little white beast. This little thing is not in the records of heaven and earth's spiritual objects. No one has seen it before, and doesn't know what it is. But what is certain is that it is definitely not a mythical beast. But a cub can swallow strange fires and golden elixir monks. I wonder what it can swallow when it grows up. Just thinking about it makes people a little excited. Luo Chuan frowned tightly. This little thing will definitely be remembered by these people. And the junior sister situation will be even more dangerous in the future. Ahem. Little thing. Are you the egg? Xia looked at the little white ball in front of her, and her heart melted. Such a small ball, but plump, with pure white fur without any impurities. A pair of big eyes, wet when looking at you, looking like a coquettish girl at any time. Even its little paws are fleshy and very cute. Wu, Xiao Baituan has not yet recognized his master. Although he can understand Ji Yao's words, he cannot communicate with her. Helpless, Xiao Baituan could only approach Ji Yao's cheek and rub it gently again. It's so good. Can you call it Little White Tuan from now on? Xia looked at its small white lump and felt that this name was very appropriate. Oh, Xiao Baituan heard this and stretched out his tongue to lick Ji Yao's cheek. Looking very happy, Jiyu smiled. It seemed that she liked it very much. Just when Jiyu was about to reach out and touch it, the whole space suddenly shook violently. Jiyao's vision went dark, and her soul immediately returned to the stone platform. The entire dragon vein began to shake violently. Luo Chuan was startled and subconsciously ducked to Ji Yao's side, protecting her in his arms. Chapter 369 Underground Palace 1. The entire dragon vein was enveloped by a burst of white light. After a breath, the white light disappeared, and the dragon vein stopped shaking. However, everyone on the stone platform disappeared out of thin air, as if no one had ever appeared. As soon as Ji Yao's soul returned to her physical body, she fell into a hug. Before she could react, another wave of dizziness hit her. When he came to his senses again, he found that he had arrived in a stone room. Junior sister? Luo Chuan looked nervously at Jiyu in his arms. Is there anything else that feels uncomfortable? He felt heartbroken when he thought that his junior sister was in so much pain in the illusion. Because those feelings were not fake. They were real feelings. Senior brother. Jiyu felt happy when she heard Luo Chuan's voice. But she didn't expect that she was assigned to the same group as her senior brother. Yes, I'm here. Luo Chuan looked at his junior sister's shining eyes and smiled softly. I'm fine. Jiyu also smiled happily and stood up from Luo Chuan's arms. Luo Chuan also stood up, holding the spirit sword and looking warily towards the stone room. Jiyu looked at the empty stone room with some uneasiness. In the original work, neither Yi Xiao nor Luo Chuan appeared in Dragon Vein, and she didn't know what changes their arrival would bring. However, thinking of her senior brother by her side, Jiyu's heart felt inexplicably calmer. Luo Chuan came to a wall, stretched out his hand and touched it, and soon felt a tiny pebble. He gently twisted the pebble, and suddenly there was a click on the wall, and then it slowly moved upward. Come here. Luo Chuan waved to Jiyao. Hide behind me later. You know? Jiyao nodded and followed Luo Chuan in. Hiss! Jiyao took a breath as she looked at the huge medicinal field in front of her. When did her luck become so good? This is an illusion! Luo Chuan looked at the way his junior sister's eyes were shining and laughed a little. then reached out and rubbed her head. You didn't learn the formation I gave you, did you? You can't even see through the illusion. Shiyu smiled sheepishly. She really didn't have time to learn the formation. Luo Chuan stopped teasing her, stepped forward, and threw a few spirit stones in several directions of the medicine field. Suddenly the medicine field became torn, and within a few breaths, the medicine field disappeared. What appeared in front of the two people was a swamp. Luo Chuan raised his eyebrows and threw a spiritual stone over. But before the spiritual stone even touched the swamp, the spiritual energy was sucked away and turned into an ordinary gray stone. Jiya was shocked when she saw this. This illusion was really insidious. With every link linked to it, use the elixir as a bait to attract people, and then absorb the spiritual power. The person becomes a lamb to be slaughtered and falls into the swamp, and cannot climb out at all. It seems that I must learn the formation well. The formation of breaking into the secret realm is really important. At this time, in Jiyo's dantian, the little white ball was holding its edge, and nibbling on it. Shout Bai Tuan! Can't you chew the edge, like you swallow other things? Shushu looked a little impatient at the way it was slouching. It was most impatient with children. Woo! Xiao Bai Tuan cried out in grievance towards Tianshu upon hearing this, tears welling up in his eyes, and looking like they were about to flow out in the next second. Brother Shushu, how can you be so mean to Xiao Bai Tuan? Xiao Lian felt extremely distressed when she saw Xiao Bai Tuan looking like this. She immediately stepped forward and stretched out her petals to pat Xiao Bai Tuan gently. Xiao Bai Tuan burped and felt Xiao Lian's comfort. So he picked up another small piece of egg, and started to nibble on it. Chapter 370 Underground Palace 2. Shushu rolled his eyes in his heart. This guy's appearance was too deceptive. Who could tell that this guy who looked like he could be killed with one palm was actually the space-devouring beast that once scared even the gods? I don't know what kind of luck my owner had to pick up this thing. Speaking of which, Shushu also found it strange. My master has always been unlucky and relatively unlucky. But he was able to get himself Shilian. And now he also got a space-devouring beast. This is something that people with bad luck cannot get. This master's luck is really a mystery. Xia Qiyue looked at the palace in front of her and frowned tightly. In front of her was a stone statue. The stone statue stared with a pair of eyes, as if someone was really looking at her, which made people feel numb. Originally, he was facing off against a monk from the eastern region, and the fight was inseparable. As soon as he took out a jade talisman, the entire dragon vein began to shake violently. When he came back to his senses, he was teleported here. Xia Qiyue lowered her head and looked at the jade talisman in her hand. This jade talisman was bought by me in a spiritual weapon shop, and it contained several attacks from Jindan monks. But looking at the grooves in the stone statue's dantian, Xia Qiyue had already guessed that this jade talisman might not be simple. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Qiyue stepped forward and put the jade talisman into the groove. At this time, the stone statue suddenly emitted a white light, shrouding Xia Qiyue, and disappeared in an instant. But the stone statue's eyes suddenly flashed a red light, and returned to their original state in an instant. On the other side, Ji Yao and the other two had already entered the next stone room. As soon as she entered the stone room, Ji Yao saw several skeletons in the corner. I don't know how many years have passed, but the robes have been completely destroyed, leaving only a few skeletons huddled together. From the looks of it, they should have hugged each other tightly when they were about to die. Jia could even imagine how they huddled together in a corner in fear and helplessness. Don't look! Luo Chuan reached out from behind Ji Yao to cover her sight. He didn't like the sad aura on his junior sister just now. Yes! Jia responded gently, stretched out her hand to take off the senior brother's hand, turned around and smiled at the senior brother. Be careful. I haven't seen any problems here. Luo Chuan was a little worried when he said this. From the moment he entered the first stone chamber, he felt like he was being watched. But there was nothing else in this stone room except those skeletons, and he couldn't figure out where the crisis was for a while. In a magnificent palace in the underground palace, a very faint figure was looking at the light mirror in front of him with his hands behind his back. Those in the light mirror are Luo Chuan and Jia. I wonder if this boy will disappoint me. The figure looked at the light mirror and muttered to himself. There was not much time left for him. Hopefully this time, he will be different from those before. Jia frowned and looked around the stone room in confusion. They had already searched the place and found no problems. However, they couldn't leave. The spiritual consciousness in the underground palace cannot be used, and they can only rely on the naked eyes of two people to observe. After searching for a while, Jia came to the pile of bones. The senior brother didn't want to see this by himself before, but the two of them ignored them. But what's wrong with these skeletons? Luo Chuan saw Ji Yao's actions from the side and walked to her side, observing carefully together. Chapter 371 Underground Palace 3. Xia carefully observed the skeletons in front of her, and suddenly she was in a trance and came to an extremely eerie cemetery. How did you get here? Xia looked at the tomb in front of her, swallowed nervously, began to sweat, and her legs began to tremble. Didn't you just go to bed after reading a novel? Why did you come here? Are you dreaming? Xia wanted to cry, but had no tears. This dream was too realistic. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and there were some stars sparsely scattered in the sky, vaguely illuminating the appearance of the entire mountain. The entire hilltop is densely covered with graves, and some of them are covered with white flags, fluttering in the night wind. Xia shivered and was so frightened that she almost cried. She wanted to run, but found that she could not move at all. Xia was startled when she felt a gust of wind blowing on the back of her neck, and goosebumps immediately appeared on her skin. Is there a ghost behind her? Ah! A scene of a ghost breathing on her neck appeared in Xia's mind, and she couldn't help but scream. With this cry, she realized that she could move, so she ran forward crazily, not daring to look back. Xia kept running and running, but after running for a long time, she found that she was back to the same place just now. Suddenly, a hand appeared on Xia's left shoulder and patted it gently. Xia froze instantly, not daring to move her body, and could only slowly turn her head to the left. What appeared in front of her was a male ghost with disheveled hair and dressed in white. His entire face was covered in ulcers. His eyes were half under his eye sockets, and his tongue was hanging out. Ah! Xia almost went crazy with fright, shouted, and at the same time punched and kicked the ghost. At this time, she didn't think about anything. She just felt scared. Very scared. But after fighting for a long time, Xia raised her head cautiously, only to find that there was no one in front of her. Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. And just when she was about to leave, the male ghost suddenly hung upside down from above, and his head appeared right in front of Ji Yao's eyes, just a few centimeters away from her face. Ah! Xia was so frightened that her heartbeat stopped for a moment. And then she started firing like crazy again. The figure in the palace is looking at the illusion of the two people in the stone room. The first is the boy. His fantasy is actually related to the little girl. The first stone chamber tests people's greed, while this stone chamber tests people's fear. This illusion can reflect what a person is afraid of. The boy's biggest fear was the death of the little girl. Seeing him trying desperately to save the little girl in the illusion, the figure nodded with satisfaction. People who cultivate immortality should not cut off the worldly ties and love, but they can still achieve enlightenment and ascend if they care about her. Nowadays, the world of immortality has been polluted and messed up. How can it be as pure as they were back then? The figure looked at the little girl's fantasy again, and couldn't help laughing. He really didn't expect that there would be monks who were afraid of ghosts. This really made people laugh. Seeing her head buried in fists and kicks at the ghost, the figure let out a rare sigh. She is really a cute little girl. No wonder the boy is very worried. If it were him, he would pamper her well. He is a little curious now, and he doesn't know whether this little girl cares about that boy? Thinking of this, the figure rarely thought of playing pranks. Chapter 372 Underground Palace 4. At this moment, Xiao's head was a mess, and she just wanted to wake up quickly and return to reality. By the end of the fight, Xia was tired and fell to the ground gasping for air. The ghost figure still didn't let her go, floating in front of her eyes. Xia was still extremely scared, but she had no strength to move, thinking that this ghost has been scaring herself. Xia felt angry in her heart. Do you really think she is afraid of you? Xia snorted coldly, widened her eyes, and forced herself to look at the ghost. But after looking at it for a few times, she quickly closed her eyes. She was really afraid of it, but she still felt that she couldn't give in. Xia opened her eyes again, suppressed the fear in her heart, and stared at the ghost. Maybe after this experience, I am no longer afraid of ghosts? Xia thought a little naively. Seeing that Ji Yao was no longer afraid of him, the ghost immediately started spinning around Ji Yao, trying to add a bit of terror. Xia looked at the ghost figure jumping up and down, and an extremely handsome face suddenly appeared in her mind. That face was extremely beautiful at one moment, and as terrifying as the ghost just now. Xia was a little confused. How could such a person appear in her mind? I have never seen him. But thinking about the man's constantly changing face in her mind, Xiao's inner fear slowly dissipated. Looking at the terrifying face in front of her, Xiao always felt that he would become more beautiful in the next step. Perhaps his true face is very beautiful. As she comforted herself in this way, Xiao actually became cuter and cuter as she looked at the ghost. Seeing that he was still trying to scare her, Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that Xiao was not afraid of him anymore and could even laugh, the ghost suddenly felt frustrated. Immediately, he rushed towards Xiao's eyes. His eyes suddenly dropped, trying to scare Xiao in this way. But at this moment, Xiao felt that this scene seemed familiar, and she suddenly felt a sense of intimacy in her heart. And she stretched out her right hand towards the ghost.
Hello, my name is Yijia.
As soon as she finished speaking, the ghostly figure in front of her was distorted, and the entire space began to distort. After a moment, everything in front of her disappeared. When Xiao returned to consciousness, she found that she was still standing in the stone chamber. The pile of bones had disappeared, and she was the only one left in the entire stone chamber.
Senior brother!
Xiao panicked when she found out that her senior brother was missing. Did something happen to her senior brother? Why did it suddenly disappear? At this time, Luo Chuan had arrived at another stone room and wanted to break open the stone room and go back to find Xiao. He finally saved his junior sister's life in the illusion and helped her survive the disaster. When he regained consciousness, he came to this stone room, and his junior sister was gone.
No need to waste your efforts.
A voice suddenly echoed in the stone chamber.
Who?
Luo Chuan was startled and immediately became alert, frowning and looking around. He didn't notice anyone here at all. It seemed that this person's cultivation level was much higher than his own.
Ha ha. Boy, you can't see me.
The figure was still in the hall, but the voice penetrated the stone chamber.
If you want to save the little girl, you have to break through the remaining stone rooms. Trust me, you can't go back. So don't waste your efforts.
Luo Chuan's heart sank when he heard this, and he didn't know if his junior sister was in danger at the moment.
Don't worry. You can break into the remaining stone chambers. If she is in danger, I will help her.
The figure has been tempting. This is his favorite successor. Chapter 373 Underground Palace 5. Xiao called her senior brother a few times to confirm that he was no longer in the stone room, and sighed, I don't know how my senior brother is doing. Has anything happened? But for the illusion just now, I had to thank Senior Chu Mo for scaring me like that before, so that he could help me overcome my fear of ghosts. Just when Xiao was thinking wildly, a wall of the stone room slowly opened by itself. Xiao composed herself and walked into the next stone room. Presumably, his senior brother is waiting for him somewhere. Entering this stone room, Xiao paused. This stone chamber is very different from the previous two stone chambers. The entire stone room is surrounded by various portraits, all of which are not of the same person. There are even more portraits of female nuns. The figures in the main hall frowned when they saw Xiao entering the stone room. How did this little girl get there? The connection of this stone chamber has always been random unless you intervene. Could it be that this little girl is also destined to my formation sect? Xiao looked at the portrait in front of her and remembered the black tower that used to be in the secret realm of Lingxiu. The portrait took her back to the ancient Lingxiu city. She didn't know what the role of the portrait here was. After passing the first two stone chambers, Xiao had begun to feel that this underground palace was more like a light card for selecting disciples, testing their character. But if some light cards cannot pass, you will die. Xiao relied on her intuition and came to the portrait of a senior female cultivator in white clothes with a gentle smile. This senior's temperament is a bit like her mother's. As gentle, Xiao raised her head and began to observe carefully. When she looked into each other's eyes, Xiao's vision suddenly went dark and she fell into the stone room.
17. Hurry up. Master is about to start classes. Be careful if you are late, and you will be punished again.
An anxious voice came from her ears, waking Xiao from her drowsiness. When she opened her eyes, Xiao found herself lying on a bed. A cute girl with a round face was standing beside the bed, looking at her with a bulging face.
Hurry up. Why are you in a daze?
Yi Susu stepped forward and grabbed Xiao, pulled her up from the bed, and ran out of the house with her. Xiao had already remembered that she was looking at the portrait in the stone room. She must have entered the portrait now. As soon as she ran out of the room, Xiao saw a fairyland on earth. This is a very high mountain peak, surrounded by clouds and mist. Unlike the Wanjin sect, there are all kinds of flowers and spiritual herbs everywhere. And there are even various spiritual beasts running around. There are even birds and monsters playing in the sky, which is really lively.
Is that a phoenix?
Xiao exclaimed as she looked at the phoenix perched on a sycamore tree in the distance and combing her hair.
Isn't this Master's spiritual pet? Why are you making such a fuss? 17? Could it be that you've fallen asleep?
Yu Susu opened his eyes wide and looked at Xiao inexplicably.
I fell asleep.
Xiao coughed awkwardly and immediately returned to her calm look. But she was extremely shocked in her heart. That was the phoenix. It is a real ancient mythical beast. This ancient divine beast has long since disappeared in Chiffon continent. And judging from its gender, it is a phoenix bird. This is actually the Master's spiritual pet. I wonder who this master is. Full of curiosity, Xiao followed Yu Susu and continued to run forward. A few minutes later, the two finally arrived in front of a bamboo house. Chapter 374 Underground Palace 6.
Come in.
A gentle voice came from the room. When Xiao heard it, she felt like a stream of water slowly flowing through her heart.
Yes.
Yu Susu put away her smile and bowed respectfully before pushing open the bamboo house and entering. Xiao quickly followed suit and walked in. From the outside, it looks like a small and simple bamboo house. Unexpectedly, once you enter, you will find that there is something else going on inside. The whole house is very large and divided into multiple rooms. On the table in the hall is a pot of extremely beautiful chestnut flowers, which adds a touch of bright color to the whole fresh and elegant room. Xiao followed Yu Susu until they stopped in a room, which was a study. As soon as she entered, Xiao was attracted by the woman sitting sideways, holding a book in her hand and reading seriously. The woman was dressed in white, and her black and smooth hair was not tied up, but completely let down. The sunshine outside the window gave her a different color.
Sit.
The woman turned her head, looked at Xiao, and smiled slightly. What a stunning woman! Xiao admired in her heart. She had recognized that this was the woman in the portrait. But she was more beautiful. Beauty is in the bones, not the skin. The true beauty of a person is the temperament that goes deep into the bones. There is a sense of comfort in a woman that is like a spring breeze. One look at it, and you feel close to it.
Master!
At this time, Yu Susu also calmed down, sitting on the soft cushion. He could not see the turbulent appearance before. Xiao also sat down slowly and shouted with some uncertainty.
Master? Yes.
Lu Yige looked at Xiao's gentle smile, and then asked,
Have you completed the task assigned to you yesterday?
Xiao was stunned when she heard this.
Mission?
What task?
Deserves the punishment.
Looking at Shirqi's expression, Lu Yige knew that she must have forgotten the task again. Her disciple is very forgetful. It has been a year since she started, and she has not even learned the basics of the formation. It stands to reason that a monk would be able to have a photographic memory once he enters cultivation. But this was an accident for her as a disciple. Hearing the master saying that Shirqi was going to be punished, Yu Susu pulled up the corners of his mouth and smiled, gloating at Xiao and winking at her.
17 made a mistake, and I am willing to accept the punishment.
Xiao had just arrived and had no idea what the mission was.
Oh!
Lu Yige looked at Chi with some surprise. In the past, when he wanted to punish her, he would fool her by acting coquettishly.
Come here!
Lu Yige waved to Xiao. Seeing Lu Yige put away the smile on his face and look at her seriously, Xiao's heart suddenly lifted. Could it be that he discovered something abnormal about himself? Xiao's heart was beating loudly as she approached Lu Yige. Lu Yige gently placed his hand on Xiao's head and inspected it, but found nothing unusual about the soul. Could it be that I am too worried?
Sit back.
Lu Yige smiled and handed Xiao the first step of the formation.
Today I will punish you by copying the preliminary explanation of the formation by hand. You cannot go out to play until you finish copying it.
Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. It seemed that she had not been discovered.
Okay, Master.
Xiao took the book with both hands, sat back at the desk again, opened the bamboo slips, picked up the brush on the desk, and began to copy. Lu Yige originally had some doubts in his heart when he saw her being so obedient, but when he saw her almost unrecognizable handwriting, he finally felt relieved. This is indeed her disciple. Chapter 375 Underground Palace 7. Seeing Xiao being so obedient, Yu Susu blinked in disbelief. Shichi was known to only like to play and not study.
Why are you staring at her?
Lu Yige looked at Yu Susu funnily, neither of them letting himself worry. Yu Susu stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, then picked up the blank formation disc and began to study and carve the formation. Lu Yige continued to pick up the books and began to read. A warm atmosphere filled the whole room. Xiao looked at the initial explanation of the formation in front of her. She didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to learn the formation when she got here. It was a real surprise. It's just that I don't know how long I can stay here. So I need to seize the time and work hard. Thinking of this, Gio stopped thinking about it and focused on copying the formation to understand it first. The figure in the main hall watched Ji Yao fall inside. Unexpectedly, this little girl was so lucky to have obtained the inheritance of junior sister Lu. This stone room is the inheritance hall of their formation sect. Although it looks inconspicuous, it contains almost all the inheritance of formation masters in the entire Chiffon world for hundreds of millions of years. Thinking about how prosperous his formation sect was back then, with countless formation masters, and several seniors who entered the Tao through formations and thus ascended to the immortal world. Junior sister Lu is the most outstanding disciple of the formation sect of their generation, the hope of the formation sect, and the person most likely to prove the Tao through the formation. However, the occurrence of the ancient war completely destroyed everything. He still remembers junior sister Lu with a gentle smile on her face and the way she died calmly. Even though he knew that the road ahead was death, he still did not back down. In the end, he just used the formation to trap more than a dozen monks from the outside world who were in the tribulation stage. Because he had obtained a magic weapon, he was able to escape with the formation palace after his death, and ended up living in this place. The purpose is just to find a successor. But those other people who participated in the ancient war were not so lucky. And in the end they ended up with their bodies and souls missing. Having an heir who can inherit junior sister Lu's legacy is the last thing he can do for junior sister Lu. After making up his mind to give Gio an opportunity, his figure disappeared from the hall. An hour later, Gio finally finished copying the first explanation of the formation. At this time, the first explanation of the formation had been firmly remembered in her mind. It just takes time to understand.
Master, I don't understand very well here.
Gio pointed to a place in the book and asked Lu Yige for advice. After all, if you have a master, there is no need to fumble around on your own. Upon hearing this, Lu Yige put down his book, took the preliminary explanation of the formation from Ji Yao's hand, and began to explain it to her in detail. At this time, Xiaoqiyu was standing in a valley, with a spiritual spring in front of her, and clear spring water was gurgling outward. After carefully looking around to make sure there was no other danger here, Xiaoqiyu had directly put the spiritual spring into the space. Then he disappeared directly from the place and entered the space. Just as soon as she entered the space, Xiaoqiyu had discovered that Lingquan had already taken root outside the bamboo house. Xiaoqiyu at first collected all the ripe spiritual fruits and spiritual rice in the space, and then came to the spiritual spring, stretching out his hand and gently taking a handful of spring water. Xiaoqiyu took a sip. The taste is sweet, and after one sip, the spiritual energy consumed just now is instantly restored. Xiaoqiyu's eyes lit up. This is really a good thing. Chapter 376 Underground Palace, 9. Xiaoqiyu took out several special bottles from the storage ring and began to collect the spring water. This thing is especially suitable for use in fights. Collect some yourself and give them to Gio and Master. But before she could fill a bottle of spring water, the whole space suddenly shook violently, and she was suddenly thrown out. Even Suzaku and Joyo Netherfire were thrown out. Xiaoqiyu felt a little panicked when she couldn't sense the space for the first time. She didn't know what was going on. Realizing his dependence on space, Xiaoqiyu's heart sank. He was still affected by space. Thinking of Gio, even if she had no space, she could still climb up step by step. Xiaoqiyu suddenly laughed lightly. If she can do it, so can she.
Let's go!
After understanding this, she stopped worrying about what happened to the space and greeted Suzaku and Joyo Ningwu to continue moving forward.
Xiao Wang, fly higher!
Jia sat on Phoenix's back and looked at the mountain with excitement. Yi Susu was holding his mouth on the mountain peak, looking angrily at the phoenix soaring in the sky, and the excited Shurchi sitting on the phoenix's back. Why is Xiao Huang unwilling to let herself sit, but willing to let Shurchi sit? In the past, it looked down upon Shichi the most. Every time it saw her, it would turn its face to the side and didn't want to see her at all. When the little phoenix in the sky heard Ji Yao's words, it jumped up and flew higher. Gio had never flown to such a high altitude or such a fast speed before. Flying with a sword or riding a spirit boat. Riding on Shihuang's back was like riding a roller coaster. It was so exciting. She has been here for half a year and is now able to make a second-grade array. Although the progress is not fast, Shiyu is already very satisfied. After all, I have never been an evil genius with extremely high understanding.
As long as there is progress, I will be satisfied. Originally, Susu had been told that Xiao Wang was extremely arrogant and would not pay any attention to anyone except the master. Today I was passing by a sycamore tree and happened to see Xiao Wang. I couldn't help but get close to it and touched it. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wang not only didn't fall out, but also rubbed her palm affectionately. It was really a big surprise. One person and one phoenix played in the sky for a long time before returning to the mountain peak.
Xiao Wang, you are so good. I also have a few friends. If they meet you, you will definitely become good.
So Xiao Wang is so close to her. In fact, she had already noticed this. But the young disciple's soul lamp has been very stable, which shows that it is very safe now. After spending the past 6 months together, she has fallen in love with this little girl. How great would it be if she was really her disciple? However, she had a deep intuition that this little girl wouldn't be able to stay long. Perhaps he could really accept her as his disciple. Chapter 377 Underground Palace 10. Jiao and Xiao Wang laughed and joked for a while, then saw their master standing outside the bamboo house, looking at her with a gentle smile. A feeling of warmth flowed through her heart, and Jia smiled happily towards Lu Yaij. In the past 6 months, Master has really taught me very carefully. If not, with my understanding, I would still be at the threshold now.
17. Come here.
Lu Yaij waved towards Jia. Upon hearing this, Jia immediately ran towards Lu Yaij and stood obediently in front of her.
How about having a drink with Master?
Lu Yaij gently rubbed Jia's head with a gentle look on his face.
Okay.
Although she didn't know why the master suddenly wanted to drink, Jia still agreed.
Master, I want to drink too.
Yi Susu curled her lips, but the master didn't want to play with him.
When will you be able to make the second Greater plate? You can drink.
Lu Yaij smiled slightly and walked toward the back mountain with Ji Yao. Jia smiled at Yi Susu and followed him. Yi Susu stood there and wanted to cry without tears. Was he despised by his master? In the past, Shurchio was at the bottom, and her progress was still good. Unexpectedly, Shurchio's study has improved by leaps and bounds in the past 6 months, and she was squeezed out. Yi Susu sighed and returned to the study to continue studying. Jia and Lu Yaij came to a lotus pond in the back mountain. As soon as they stepped on the boat slowly moved forward on its own. The two sat down. Lu Yaij took out a pot of spiritual wine from the storage ring and poured a glass for each of them. Jia picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly took another sip. Looking at her cute appearance, Lu Yaij's eyes were filled with tenderness.
What's your name?
Lu Yaij took a sip of wine and didn't look at her after asking. He just looked at the lotus pond around him. Jia was stunned when she heard this, and turned her head to look at Lu Yaij. Although the master did not look at her, she was sure that the master was asking her.
My disciple's name is Jia, and I am 17 years old at home.
After Jia finished speaking, she took a sip of wine and looked at the lotus flowers around her.
Is my little disciple supposed to be okay?
Lu Yaij silently recited Jia's name several times in his heart. It was really a good name.
It should be fine.
Jia was not sure, but she came here through the stone chamber and did not seize the body. She thought that the original Shurchio should be fine.
Can you tell me how you got here?
Lu Yaij breathed a sigh of relief after getting the answer he wanted.
Actually, the disciple came in through a portrait in a stone room. And the person in the portrait is none other than you, Master.
Jia didn't hide it either. Lu Yaij was stunned when she heard this. She was too familiar with this experience, because she had obtained the inheritance from her master in this way. However, only the masters of the array who have ascended, or the fallen masters, will have their portraits placed in the inheritance hall.
Is the formation sect okay?
Lu Yaij felt a little uneasy, but still asked. Jia paused, then said truthfully,
The array sect disappeared after the ancient war hundreds of millions of years ago, leaving only the legend of the ancient sect.
It was also mentioned in the original work that the only inheritance of the array sect was the Formation Talisman sect in the central region. The Formation Talisman sect mainly has 2 types of monks, the talisman making and formation practicing cultivators. Among them, the founder of the formation lineage is said to be an outer disciple of the ancient array sect. The true inheritance of the formation sect has long since disappeared. Chapter 378 Underground Palace 11. Ji Yao pursed her lips and continued.
The true inheritance of the formation sect has been broken. Since the ancient war,
the Chiffon realm was divided into 2. No one has ascended in the Chiffon continent for hundreds of millions of years.
Lu Yaij's hand holding the wine glass paused. a sadness rising in his heart. She didn't expect that the formation sect would be destroyed. She had been coming to the formation sect since she was 5 years old. This was her home and her spiritual destination. He must have perished too. Perhaps in the ancient war? It doesn't matter if she falls, but the inheritance of the formation sect is cut off, which is really unacceptable to her. Are you willing to worship me as your teacher? Lu Yige turned his head and looked at Jia seriously. Maybe he could leave a legacy for the formation sect. Jia was stunned. She didn't expect that Lu Yige would want to accept her as his disciple after knowing his identity. After reacting, Jia felt happy, put down her wine glass, kowtowed 3 times respectfully, and said, "Okay, the apprenticeship ceremony. Jia has met the master. Get up. You are a good boy." Lu Yige gently touched Jia's head and smiled lightly. Jia rubbed her master's palm, feeling moved in her heart that she had another person who cared about her. Just thinking that her master had died hundreds of millions of years ago. Jia's eyes turned red, and she almost shed tears. Lu Yige stretched out his hand to help Jia up. He was stunned when he saw the little girl's red eyes. Then he figured out the reason and suddenly laughed. When a monk embarks on the path of cultivation, in addition to ascending to immortality, the rest is to fall. I have lived as a master for more than 1,000 years. I have a good disciple, good friends, and a few of your disciples. This life is enough. Even if you die, it is not a pity. Lu Yige felt the sadness in Jiyao, and his heart felt soft. You don't have to be so concerned, Master. Jia suddenly threw herself into Lu Yige's arms, and finally couldn't help but burst into tears. This was the second time she cried. The first time was when she was separated from Akuk because she could not see her again in the future. This second time is also because I will eventually be separated from Master. After getting along with him for the past 6 months, she really treated Lu Yige as a master. No matter in her previous life or this life, she had never experienced the death of someone she cared about. And her heart ached just thinking about it. Feeling the cry of his little apprentice in his arms, Lu Yige stretched out his hand and gently touched the top of her hair, trying to soothe her emotions bit by bit. But a tear still fell from Lu Yige's eyes and dripped on his hand. At this time, Luo Chuan had passed 6 stone chambers and arrived at the 7th stone chamber. I just didn't expect that there were other people in this stone room. Hey, isn't this fellow Taoist Luo? Yan Chen's heart tightened when he saw Luo Chuan suddenly coming in, but his face looked calm and calm. Yes. Luo Chuan nodded lightly, without looking at him, and looked towards the stone platform in the stone room. There is a jade box placed there. Yan Chen's face darkened when he saw that the other party was so disrespectful. He had not settled the accounts of the 5 nascent soul monks in his sect with him yet. The people in the Northern Territory are indeed as annoying as ever. Luo Chuan looked at the jade box on the stone platform, but did not go to get it immediately. After all, Yan Chen arrived first and looked unhurried. It seemed that there must be something wrong. Fellow Taoist Luo, why don't you go take it and take a look? Yan Chen recalled that he had almost lost one of his palms by the white light just now, and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Chapter 379 Underground Palace 12. Hearing this, Luo Chuan glanced at Yan Chen indifferently, and then began to explore the stone chamber. I want to see where the test of this level lies. TSK. Where did your dear junior sister go? Is she in any danger? Yan Chen saw it with his own eyes. As soon as the accident happened, Luo Chuan went to protect his junior sister. Now he was alone. Could it be that something happened to his junior sister? It has nothing to do with you. Luo Chuan paused when he heard this. Now he just wanted to pass through the stone chamber quickly so that he could find his junior sister. Yan Chen sneered, folded his arms, and watched Luo Chuan looking around. He had already seen it just now, and the mystery here lies in the jade box. Yao Yao. This is the formation inheritance that my master has summarized in the past few days. You can study it carefully when you have time. Lu Yige handed the jade slip in his hand to Ji Yao. Thank you, Master. Ji Yao put down the 3rd grade formation disc she was studying and hurriedly took the jade slip. The inheritance of my master is left by Yun Lu Qing, the founder of the formation sect, who has already ascended to the immortal world. Lu Yige thought of his master. He originally thought that he would go to the master to perform a true apprenticeship ceremony when he ascended to the immortal world. Unexpectedly, I will never have this opportunity in this life. Our formation is different from the popular formation factions. What will be left of the formation factions after hundreds of millions of years? Lu Yige was a little curious. To what extent the inheritance has been broken. As far as the disciples know, what has been passed down now is that one is to carve the formation plate, the other is to use the spirit stone to set up the formation, and the third is to set up the formation directly by carving the formation on the object. Jia recalled the original work, and after she came to this world, she really only knew these three things. It turns out that there is only one faction left. Lu Yij sighed slightly when he heard this. The first two methods you mentioned are the foundations that must be learned for formation cultivation. The third method is a faction, which we call the Jinmonopa. This faction's formation cultivation is mainly through the formation is carved on the object. And we also have two other factions, which are divided into the array diagram faction and the array attribute faction. The array diagram faction mainly draws formations on special drawings, which can be used as long as the array diagram is activated. And the array attribute faction Pi, on the other hand, uses the power of attributes to set up formations. As long as there is power of attributes, you can set up formations. Lu Yij smiled when he saw Ji Yao listening attentively. And what we belong to is the formation sect, which directly uses the power of all attributes in the world to set up formations. Array sect? Jia felt very powerful just by hearing it. The power of attributes in the world is so vast, which means that you can set up formations no matter where you go. After all, even a forbidden space has spatial attributes. Yes, in the absence of external damage, as long as the attributes continue, the formation will always exist. And what I am best at is the power of the stars. After Lu Yij finished speaking, he stood up and left the bamboo house. Heading outside, Shio immediately followed and reached the top of the mountain together. Watch carefully. Lu Yij smiled softly, then stretched his hands to the sky and began to make gestures. Ji Yao's current lack of moral skills meant that she could not tell what her master's formation was. But she still observed her carefully and remembered her every move. Maybe one day, I can do it myself. After more than 10 breaths passed, Lu Yij made the final stroke, and densely intertwined lines suddenly appeared in the sky, sparkling under the sunlight. Chapter 380 Underground Palace, 13. As soon as the formation was completed, Jia suddenly found that the energy and blood in her body were beginning to stir. This is this? Ji Yao asked with some uncertainty. Why her star tempering technique actually started to work on its own. This is the star gathering formation, which is also recorded in my teacher's notes. It is similar to the spirit gathering formation, and it mainly functions to gather the power of stars. Lu Yij patiently explained to Yao that he wanted her to fight just now. There is an understanding of the sect. I see. Jia nodded. She relied on the power of stars in addition to blood beads to practice the star tempering art. When she thought about how powerful this formation was, Ji Yao felt a surge of blood in her heart, as if she had already seen a beautiful scene where she would randomly pull a few times, trap the enemy with a super powerful formation, and then the enemy would look shocked and incredulous. It's still early for you to practice to this level. Lu Yij tapped Ji Yao's forehead in a funny way, and you could tell what she was thinking just by looking at her little expression. Ji Yao stuck out her tongue and hugged the master's arm. Master is so powerful. The formation sect is so powerful. Disciples must study hard. Well, go back. I'll teach you while there's still time. Lu Yij smiled and took Ji back to the bamboo house. Xia Qiyu frowned as she looked at the sudden appearance of a Peak Eastern Region Foundation building monk, because she had already felt the murderous intention in the other party. Hey, isn't this a genius disciple from the Northern Territory? Sun Hejiang looked at Xia Qiyu and joked. He was really lucky to meet someone in the early stage of foundation building. Such genius disciples are usually true disciples, and have a lot of wealth. It seems that they are going to get rich again. Xia Qiyu just glanced at him lightly, then attacked with the spirit sword in hand. Now that the space is closed, all her magic weapons have been lost, and all she can rely on is her own strength. Xiao Huang, it's time to eat. Jiyu walked to Xiao Huang with a basin of spiritual beast meat. Humph. Yi Susu followed behind, stamping her feet as she watched Xiao Huang get into Shiqi's arms. She was obviously so cute. So why didn't Xiao Huang like her? So good. Jiyu touched Xiao Huang, then squatted aside and watched Xiao Huang eat. Yao Yao, I have never asked you. Why do you have a trace of phoenix breath in you? Lu Yij also came to the sycamore tree at this time and asked Ji Yao. The aura of the phoenix? Ji Yao was stunned when she heard this. Is this the reason why Xiao Huang was so close to her? Heck, she is so narcissistic that she thinks she is lovable. After thinking about it carefully, a flash of inspiration suddenly occurred. A senior once gave me a phoenix jade token. Jia wanted to take out the jade token and show it to her master, but it came up empty. Only then did she realize that she was just a soul here now. However, she herself did not expect that she would stay in this portrait for 2 years. I don't know if the flow rate of time outside is the same as inside? That's it. Lu Yige nodded. Presumably there was a drop of phoenix essence and blood in the jade tablet. Shi Yao, who was caressing Xiao Huang, suddenly felt panicked. Master! Jia only had time to call out, Master, before her vision went dark and she fell down. Yao Yao! Lu Yige was startled and stepped forward to catch Ji Yao, but felt that the phoenix aura disappeared. Xiao Wang also sensed something was wrong and screamed at Jiu a few times, but was no longer willing to get closer. Master! What happened to Shirqi? Seeing Shirqi suddenly fall, Yi Susu was also startled and asked nervously. Chapter 381 Underground Palace, 14. Lu Yige looked at the unconscious disciple in his arms and fell silent. What should come has come. But fortunately, in the past 2 years, she has taught everything she can teach, and she will have to rely on her to understand the future. 17 is fine. Just take a rest and you'll be fine. Lu Yige smiled and carried 17 back to the room. Maybe there will be a chance to see you again in the future? Shi Yao's soul returned to the stone room, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on the ground. Standing up straight, Shi Yao immediately held the yuan in her hands and looked around with a wary expression. Shi breathed a sigh of relief when she discovered that she was still alone in the stone room. As soon as she looked up, Shi saw the master in the portrait. Bits and pieces of the past 2 years flashed through her mind. Shi smiled with red eyes, and her heart was filled with gratitude to her master. Thank you, Master, for your teaching. This disciple will definitely learn the formation techniques well in the future and carry forward the formation sect. Jia knelt down and kowtowed seriously. This was her master and her relative. As Jia kowtowed, the door on one side of the stone chamber opened again. Jia stood up, stared at the master's portrait for a moment, and then walked towards the next stone room. The years of a monk are long, and they will eventually experience separation in life and death. Ha ha! You finally lived up to my expectations. The figure in the hall looked at Luo Chuan, who came to the hall, and nodded with satisfaction. 2 years have passed. This boy defeated another nascent soul monk and obtained the inheritance jade slip, and was then transported to another stone room. There, he studied for 2 full years, and finally was able to make a 5th grade formation diagram, and was transported to this hall. This kid is indeed extremely talented in formations. Even the geniuses from ancient times were slower than him. As expected, he was not wrong about the person. Where is my junior sister? Luo Chuan also recognized this voice and asked a little coldly. Ha ha! Are you talking about that little girl? The figure Jiang Yin waved his hand, and a light mirror appeared in the hall, and the figure in it was Ji Yao. Luo Chuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his junior sister was fine. Boy, do you know who I am? Jiang Yin was a little amused when he saw that Luo Chuan didn't care about him at all. I don't know. Luo Chuan glanced at him indifferently and didn't care. There was a remnant soul in front of him, and he could feel that the other party was not hostile to him. I am Jiang Yin, the leader of the ancient formation sect. The formation diagram you learned before is a small part of the inheritance of my formation diagram sect. Jiang Yin looked at Luo Chuan and smiled. He had already given his name, but this kid he still looked indifferent. But he was quite energetic. Senior! Luo Chuan cupped his fists and saluted. He had certainly heard of the name of the formation sect, but he didn't expect that the inheritance he had learned before was actually from the formation sect. Ho ho! Boy, are you willing to worship me as your teacher and pass on this formation diagram sect for me? Jiang Yin directly stated his purpose, and his remaining soul could not hold on for much longer. Luo Chuan paused after hearing this, hesitated for a moment, and then bowed to Jiang Yun. Disciple Luo Chuan pays homage to Master. According to the tradition of the cultivation world, monks in the same world cannot worship 2 people as their masters at the same time, but they can inherit the legacy and become their masters. Good boy. Get up quickly. Seeing Luo Chuan bowing down, Jiang Yun sighed in his heart. Finally, the inheritance of the formation sect would not be ruined in his own hands. Luo Chuan stood up after hearing this and looked at Jiang Yun respectfully. Chapter 382 Underground Palace, 15. Jiang Yin smiled, waved his hand, and an inheritance jade slip appeared in his hand. I hope you practice well, and don't let the inheritance of the formation sect be cut off, Jiang Yin said, and threw the jade slip to Luo Chuan. disciple will live up to his expectations. Luo Chuan took the jade slip seriously and put it into the storage ring. Master, I believe in you, Jiangyan said and looked at Jiu in the light curtain. Master, I see that you care about your junior sister very much. Do you know if she cares about you as well? Junior sister is very good. Luo Chuan looked up at Ji Yao, who was now advancing in the valley, with a touch of tenderness in his eyes. This is the treasure of their ancestor. Do you want to see what she would choose between prophet and you? Jiangyan wanted to know whether his disciple's sincerity was worth it. No need. Luo Chuan frowned. He didn't need his junior sister to do anything for him. It was enough that he could protect her. But I want to see it. Master. A mischievous smile flashed in Jiangyan's heart. These two little guys are both inheritors of the formation sect. Master! Luo Chuan frowned dissatisfied. This is not only a test, but also an opportunity given to her by the teacher. As for whether she can seize it, it depends on herself. After Jiangyan finished speaking, he stopped talking. His last ability was already for this. The two little guys spent all their money. Luo Chuan wanted to object, but after hearing that it was an opportunity, he finally fell silent. I have no right to refuse on behalf of my junior sister. Shio has been walking in the valley for a long time. She came to this empty valley after leaving the stone room. Suddenly, a palace appeared in front of her. Shio paused and looked at the palace with some caution. I don't know if anyone has ever entered such a conspicuous palace before. After taking a spirit-boosting pill and waiting until she was back to her best, Shio opened the palace door and walked in. Senior brother! As soon as Xiao entered the palace, she saw Luo Chuan sitting on the throne above the steps of the palace, with a spiritual sword in his body. At this time, his abdomen was stained red with blood. His head was hanging down, and he was unconscious. Jia felt anxious, but she did not lose her mind. His senior brother is so powerful. Maybe this is an illusion? Jia used the knowledge she had learned in the past 2 years and observed carefully. It was not until she found no trace of the illusion in the end that she truly panicked. Senior brother! Shio stepped onto the stairs anxiously, wanting to rush up. But the moment she stepped onto the stairs, she suddenly knelt down, seeing that the little girl was actually trying to find out the flaws in the illusion. Jiangyan felt a little funny in his heart. If she could see through it with her little skills, her thousands of years of formation skills would have been in vain. But Luo Chuan saw his junior sister kneeling down when she reached the stairs, and frowned with some distress. Although the monk is destined to go through ups and downs, he still doesn't want his junior sister to suffer any harm. Jia felt the gravity coming from her body and gasped in pain. At this moment, a stone tablet appeared on the stairs. Trial stairs? You can get treasures for each step you go up. The monks can choose to leave with the treasures, or they can choose to continue moving forward. If they cannot withstand the gravity, all the treasures will be taken back, including the monks' lives. A few lines of words appeared on the stone tablet. Enter Jiyu's sight. Jiyu just glanced at it, and then withdrew her gaze. Now she only noticed the last. Monk's life. Could it be that the senior brother failed because of his failure? Thinking that her senior brother might die, Jiyu became anxious and stood up with great effort. Chapter 383 Underground Palace, 16. But as soon as she stood up, Jiyu knelt down again and knocked heavily on the steps. Hiss! Jiyu inhaled in pain. But she didn't dare to delay at all and tried to stand up again. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stand up at all. Her whole body was pressed by gravity, as if she was carrying tens of millions of pounds of shackles. It was very difficult to move. Jiyo gritted her teeth and tried her best to lift her arms and legs and climb up the stairs. Since you can't walk up, then climb up yourself. Crack! Jiyo finally raised her right hand and placed it on the next step. But the gravity suddenly doubled, directly crushing Jiyo's right hand. Feeling her injury, Jiyo immediately reluctantly tried to take out the rejuvenation pill from the storage ring, but found that she could not open the storage ring at all. Jiyo smiled bitterly. Since it was a trial ladder, how could she let herself use external forces? I am really dizzy with anxiety now. Jiyo raised her head hard and looked at her senior brother on the steps. Her heart suddenly filled with infinite motivation. I can definitely climb up. My senior brother is still waiting for me. Thinking of this, Jiyo stretched out her left hand towards the steps again. Crack! The bones in her left hand were broken again. Jiyo was in excruciating pain and her lip had already been bitten. I can do it! Jiyo kept cheering herself up and tried to move up again. Poof! After finally climbing up the stairs, Jiyo spit out a mouthful of blood and lay down on the steps. This step is wide and high, fully able to accommodate her body. Soon, a jade box appeared on the steps and floated in front of Ji Yao's eyes. But Ji Yu just raised her eyelids with difficulty, glanced at it, and then looked away. At this moment, she only had the people on the steps in her heart. Jiang Yun looked at the little girl lying on the steps panting. A flash of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, hoping that she would not disappoint him. Not everyone is qualified to inherit the inheritance of the formation sect. Luo Chuan frowned and clenched his hands into fists. He felt a little uncomfortable when he saw his junior sister lying on the steps like a puddle of mud. Jia took a breath, feeling the broken bones, and sighed, but she still wanted to climb up with her body's strength. But all the bones in her body were broken, and she could no longer lift her body. Jia raised her head and tried to move forward bit by bit, trying to move forward a little distance. The moment she moved forward, the jade box disappeared. A white light suddenly shone above her head. In an instant, Jia felt that all her broken bones were healed. With joy in her heart, Jia tried to stand up, but found that she couldn't do it. She had no choice but to climb up again using her hands and feet. But as soon as she climbed to the upper step, a stronger gravity pressed down, and all the bones in Jia's body broke in an instant. Ah! Severe pain struck again, and Jia couldn't hold back the pain and exhaled. Gravity is getting stronger and stronger, and the pain is doubling. At this time, Jia's face was covered in cold sweat and pain. Her whole body was like a puddle of mud, and she couldn't even lift her fingers. Similarly, a jade box appeared in front of Jia. As long as she had the idea of retreating, she could leave with the treasure. Jia's vision was blurred by sweat. She looked up at Luochuan on the stone steps and smiled with a light in her eyes. In this world, the only one who can make yourself give up is yourself. The senior brother is his relative, and he is still waiting for him to protect him. Chapter 384 Underground Palace, 17. Luochuan's frown relaxed when he saw his junior sister's smile. A gentle smile appeared on his face. This was the junior sister he had been protecting. The junior sister who made both him and his master proud. I should believe her. This opportunity is destined to be hers. Jiang Yun looked at the smile on his disciple's face and shook his head lightly. Some things were destined to be in vain. I wonder if his disciple could see through it. Jia took a breath and tried to move forward again. Sure enough, a white light fell again and her bones healed again. Jia didn't waste any time and continued climbing up. In this way, Jia climbed 9 steps in total and fell down on the steps. The bones were broken again and healed again and again. At this time, Jia was numb from the pain. She felt so tired that she could hardly keep her eyes open. She really wanted to sleep, even if it was just for a short while. But there was a voice in her mind that kept reminding her that she couldn't sleep now because she still had important things to do. Xiaoyan in her dantian was shedding tears, and Xiao Baituan huddled up with tears in her eyes, sobbing from time to time. Shushu sighed. His younger siblings were really made of water. Watching the owner climb up the stairs step by step, Shushu thought of his former owner. The previous owner had a similar experience, and he could succeed. And so can the current owner. Jiyu's soul was already a little confused. She no longer remembered how long she had been climbing on this ladder. With the last level left, Jiya opened her eyes with difficulty and moved forward with all her strength. White light shone again, and Jiya's bones healed again. Jiya paused and continued to climb towards the last step. Poof! As soon as she climbed the last step, all the bones in Jiya's body were instantly shattered into powder. But Jiya didn't even have the strength to cry out in pain at this time. Just a little bit closer, Jiya looked at Luochuan in front of her, raised her head with great effort, and put on an extremely ugly smile. Senior brother, don't be afraid. Jiya is here. Luochuan looked at Ji Yao in the main hall, and suddenly a sour and astringent feeling spread throughout his body. His heart suddenly became sore and swollen, itching and numbing, and his breathing was somewhat difficult. Luochuan reached out and covered his chest, trying to contain this unfamiliar emotion, but all he felt was a violently beating heart. Alas! Jiang Yun sighed, his eyes slightly red, seeing this girl climbing up the stairs step by step, never giving up. He finally understood why his disciple defended her so much. She really deserves it. Suddenly, Luochuan disappeared on the steps, and the spiritual energy in the entire palace suddenly surged. Countless spiritual energy surrounded Jiao, surrounding her tightly. The blood beads in the sea of consciousness also jumped out at this time. The master's previous bone fractures had laid the foundation for physical training. and he was finally useful again. Spiritual energy and blood flowed around Jia's body, improving her physique. Boo! An hour later, the barriers in the middle stage of foundation building were broken, and Jia successfully advanced to the late stage of foundation building. Immediately afterwards, the physical training also advanced again, and now it is the late stage of Yijin, which is equivalent to the late stage of Jin Dan in Dharma cultivation. Seeing the spiritual energy dissipating, Luo Chuan couldn't stay any longer and headed towards Ji Yao in the hall. Junior sister! Luo Chuan picked up Ji Yao and looked at Ji Yao in his arms with distress. Chapter 385 Underground Palace, 18. Senior brother! Jia opened her eyes and saw Luo Chuan, and couldn't help but fall asleep. Her spirit was so tired. Luo Chuan looked at the junior sister in his arms. At this time, her hair had been completely spread out. The hair on her temples was wet with sweat, and was sticky on her cheeks. Her face was covered with dust and stains, and there was still blood stains on the corners of her mouth, making her look extremely embarrassed. But Luo Chuan felt that the junior sister at this moment was very beautiful. More beautiful than anyone he had ever seen. Stretching out his right hand to gently push the hair away from Ji Yao's cheek, the corners of Luo Chuan's mouth raised slightly, bringing a warm smile. Seeing his disciples smile, Jiang sighed. From then on, there was another infatuated person in the world. But he didn't know when this silly boy would realize his feelings. Master! Luo Chuan cast an isolation formation on Ji Yao before carrying her to Jiang Yun. You two are good boys, and the inheritance of our formation sect depends on you, Jiang Yun said, looking at Ji Yao who was already asleep. And then his expression became gentler. It's just that neither junior sister Lu nor I can see you growing up. Luo Chuan fell silent. He was not a child who didn't understand anything. Now the remnant soul of the master is about to dissipate. From now on, you have to protect this girl. You know? Jiang Yun told Luo Chuan with a serious expression. I will. Luo Chuan looked at the junior sister in his arms and promised seriously. In this life, I will protect her well. Jiang Yun smiled when he heard this. His figure became lighter and fainter, and finally disappeared completely. Luo Chuan felt a little depressed when he saw his master disappear. But he was not entangled. After more than 100 years of practice, I have long been indifferent to the separation of life and death. The only exception is the junior sister in her arms. Xia Qiyue looked at the stone statue in front of her. Isn't this the same stone statue she encountered when she came in? Why are you running into this stone room now? In the past 2 years, I have traveled along the way, killed 2 monks from the eastern region, visited many secret places, obtained many high-level herbs, and harvested spiritual springs. A few days ago, I successfully advanced to the middle stage of foundation building. The space was opened again. I also advanced, and the time ratio also increased. It can be said to be a fruitful harvest. And could the stone statue in front of me be the door to leave? After hesitating for a moment, Xia Qiyue took out the jade talisman and placed it in the groove of the stone statue. This time, the jade talisman melted directly into the groove. Bah! A bamboo slip fell from the groove of the stone statue. Xia Qiyue raised his eyebrows and picked it up. When he unfolded it, he found that there was a piece of cloth embedded in it. The material looked similar to the map fragment he had obtained before. Xia Qiyue felt happy and put it away. At this moment, the entire dragon vein suddenly shook, and Xia Qiyue's eyes flashed and disappeared from the place. When Jia woke up again, it was already 3 days later. Are you awake? As soon as Jia opened her eyes, she heard Chi-Chi's voice. Chi, are you injured? Jia sat up and asked nervously. When Xia Qiyue saw Jia caring about him immediately after waking up, a touch of warmth flashed in her heart. I'm fine. But you are? But what's wrong with you? Walking to Ji Yao's side, Xia Qiyue rubbed Ji Yao's head. I'm fine. By the way, where is senior brother? When she thought of senior brother, Jia was startled and jumped out of bed. Senior Lu is fine. He was just called by the sect master and the others. Don't worry. Xia Qiyue pushed Jia back onto the bed and sat down. He took out a spiritual comb from the space and combed Jia's hair. Chapter 386 Return. Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and sat obediently letting Chi-Chi take care of her hair. Okay. Finally inserted a defensive hosta into Ji Yao. Xia Qiyue smiled with satisfaction. Having been in this world for more than 20 years, I am quite good at taking care of my hair. Jia took out the spiritual mirror from the storage ring, looked at the beautiful girl in the mirror shaking her head, and smiled sweetly. Come on.
Stop being so pretty. Xiaoqiyue looked at her narcissistic look and smiled helplessly, taking out a few bottles of spiritual spring water from the space. Xiaoqiyue handed them to Jiao. These are several Naxa bottles. They look small, but they actually contain quite a lot, which I have accumulated over the past few years. Is this spiritual spring water? Jiao's eyes lit up, and she happily took the bottle. She knew that this spiritual spring water could instantly replenish spiritual power and accelerate the growth of spiritual plants. If used for elixir refining, 10% of the elixir can be refined. This is a treasure. Well, there's also this, Xiaoqiyue said, taking out a lot of bottles and jars and stuffing them all into Jiao's arms. Here are various elixirs that I refined myself, including detoxification pills, rejuvenation pills, etc. Although the grade is not high, it is enough with your cultivation level. Xiaoqiyue still remembers that time Jiao stuffed all the 10,000 years of rejuvenation grass into herself. Jiao looked at the pile of things in front of her, and her heart felt so soft that her whole heart felt warm. After packing up all the things, Jiao knelt down and hugged Qiyu. July, you are so kind. Xiaoqiyue smiled and patted the back of her head gently. 3 months later, Jia and others returned to Wanjin sect. People from other sects also returned to their own sects. As soon as Ji Yao and the others returned to Wanjin sect, they parted ways with the others and returned directly to Zhu Peak. Back? Jian Song glared at the two disciples. I originally went to compete for Dragon Luck, but in the end, I came back after more than 3 years. But in the blink of an eye, when he saw his young disciples' cultivation in the later stages of foundation building, Jian Song instantly smiled with satisfaction. The 25-year-old who is in the late stage of foundation building is already comparable to the geniuses in the central region. Such an outstanding disciple of his. Master! Ji Yao stepped forward and took Jian Song's arm coquettishly. Ji Yao misses you. You are the only one with a sweet mouth. Jian Song snorted coldly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Master, this is the spiritual spring water that I was asked to give to you in July. It can restore your spiritual power. Jia took out 2 bottles of spiritual spring water and gave them to the master and senior brother respectively. She had already asked Qiyu for her opinion before, and she could give away the spiritual spring water. The character of my master and senior brother is completely trustworthy, and I don't have to hide my source. I can also help Qiyu's face in front of him. The little girl is interested. Jian Song smiled and accepted the spiritual spring water, thinking of the little girl he had met in the Chaos Demon Sea. It seems that she has a really good relationship with her disciple. Luo Chuan took the jade bottle, glanced at it lightly, and put it into the storage ring. What are your plans next? Jian Song asked Ji Yao. This disciple has obtained the inheritance of the formation sect from the formation sect this time, and I plan to spend time studying it. Since I promised my master to study the formation well, I must work hard. Yes, it's just a good time to settle down your cultivation. Jian Song nodded. His little disciple was too young, but her cultivation was growing too fast. If she continued to practice blindly, he would be a little worried that her state of mind would not be able to keep up. Chapter 387 The Lin Brothers and Sisters. You go about your business. Jian Song waved his hand and asked them to leave. Jia and Luo Chuan came down from Zhu Peak and stopped at the foot of Tianzhan Peak. This is for you. Luo Chuan took out the array diagrams he had refined in the underground palace and gave them all to Ji Yao. Thank you, senior brother. Jia recognized it as a formation diagram and accepted it happily. Go back and have a good rest. Don't be too tired. Luo Chuan rubbed Ji Yao's head and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Jia nodded, waved towards Luo Chuan, and headed towards the sky to cut the peak. It wasn't until Ji Yao's figure disappeared completely that Luo Chuan turned around and returned to Feilai Peak. I need to improve my cultivation. Otherwise, how can I protect my junior sister in the future? Jia returned to her house, had a good sleep, and then began to study the formation. Half a year later, Jia stopped her hand and looked at the dense formations appearing on the mountain. A sense of accomplishment rose from the bottom of her heart. Now I can use the power of attributes to lay out 3rd-grade formations. I can even make 4th-grade formation discs. However, the empty formation discs that he had redeemed before had been used up, and the time he spent in Wanjian sect was too short, and he did not make much contribution. So his contribution points had long been used up by himself. It seems that I have no choice but to go down the mountain to the market to buy some. Just do what she thought of. Jia put away all the array discs she had made, then left with her sword.
heading towards Wanjian Zhongfeng City. Arriving at Fanshe, Xia went to the largest trading house, Qibao Pavilion.
Fellow Taoist, what do you want to buy? Our Qibao Pavilion has everything you need.
As soon as Ji Yao stepped into the Qibao Pavilion, Wu Xiao's eyes lit up. What a beauty.
Hello. I want to buy some blank array discs.
Ji Yao smiled and explained her purpose.
Fellow Taoist, please sit over here. I'll get it for you right away.
Although what Ji Yao wants is not precious, you can tell by her dress that she is a rich person, and Wu Xiao does not neglect it. After he asked Ji Yao to sit down, he immediately poured a cup of spiritual tea, and then left to get the array plate. Ji Yao sat in the lobby, watching the people coming and going. As everyone knows, most of these people's consciousnesses are also quietly looking in her direction. This place was originally under the jurisdiction of Wanjian sect, and such a beautiful female cultivator appeared again. Everyone was speculating whether she was the rumored fairy Jianyao. A few years ago, fairy Jianyao defeated the geniuses at the peak of Foundation Establishment in the sect competition with her cultivation in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. She even participated in the Dragon Vein battle, which really gave them a long face. I just heard that there was an accident in the Dragon Vein dispute. Something happened halfway through the battle. Later, the Dragon Vein dispute ended in nothing.
Sister, please slow down and wait for me.
A young man's anxious voice suddenly came from outside the lobby.
Stop following me.
A clear and sweet voice also came in. Soon, a cute teenage girl appeared at the door, pouting and walking into Qibao Pavilion with an impatient look on her face. Behind her, a handsome young man in the foundation building stage was following anxiously.
It's not peaceful in the Northern Territory recently. How could I not follow you? If something happens to you, my parents will beat me to death.
The young man looked serious.
The trouble was caused by someone else. I am the daughter of the head of the Lin family. Who dares to touch me?
The girl sneered. She had a nascent soul cultivator following her. So how could something happen?
Little ancestor, can you please keep a low profile?
Hearing this, the young man looked around nervously, fearing that others would hear him and take their ideas into account. After all, sometimes, people and money die, and birds die for food. But when he turned around, he saw Ziyu sitting aside and watching them, and the young man blushed instantly. Chapter 388 Fairy Jianyao. Xia saw the young man looking over and smiled at him. The young man's face turned even redder instantly, and he stood there stupidly, feeling at a loss. Lin Qingyu realized that her brother had stopped talking, and turned around in confusion, only to see him blushing and dazed. Following his brother's gaze, Lin Qingyu's eyes lit up, and she walked towards Xia in a few steps.
Beautiful sister, are you here to buy things too?
Lin Qingyu blinked her big eyes and looked at Xia. Xia raised her eyebrows as she looked at the familiar little girl in front of her. Looking at the way they were dressed and what the little girl said just now, Xia guessed that they should be direct disciples of the Lin family, one of the 8 major families.
Yes.
Xia smiled and nodded.
Sister, please don't disturb others.
Lin Hingyu looked at his sister nervously, fearing that she would offend the beauty. Lin Qingyu rolled her eyes when she heard this. Her brother was so stupid. With him like this, when can he find a sister-in-law for himself? It seems that I still have to take action myself.
Sister, you are so beautiful. My name is Lin Qingyu, and that is my brother, Lin Hingyu. Sister, what is your name?
Lin Qingyu looked at Xia cutely.
Yi Xiao.
Xia looked at the little girl in front of her. With her innocent character, she was very favored at home.
Are you Fairy Jianyao?
Lin Qingyu's eyes lit up when she heard this. Fairy Jianyao is her idol. It is said that she is extremely talented and has extremely high understanding. She can defeat talented disciples at the peak of Foundation Establishment in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. She is also a stunning beauty. This is the kind of person she admires the most. Lin Hingyu was also surprised. He didn't expect that this beautiful girl was Fairy Jianyao. Seeing her brother's nymphomaniac expression, Lin Qingyu immediately moved her position to block her brother's view. How could her own idol be a good-for-nothing like her brother? He was like a toad trying to eat swan meat. At this time, she had completely forgotten that she had planned to pursue her sister-in-law on behalf of her brother.
Fairy Jianyao?
Xia was stunned when she heard this. Is this about her?
Fellow Taoist, you've been waiting for a long time. Here are the blank array discs you need. They are all made of the best materials.
Before Xia could figure it out, Wu Xia came over with a storage bag. After coming to the table and sitting down, Wu Xia handed the storage bag to Ji Yao. Xia opened it, and saw that there were 100 array discs inside, all of which were of high quality. Wu Xia specially selected 100 formation discs. In his opinion, this little girl was just learning formations for the first time, and would have to spend a lot of formation discs. Although there were quite a lot of formation discs, Xia still accepted them, so that she would not have to keep buying them. How much? Xia asked. A total of 100 middle-grade spiritual stones. The ones he chose were all high-grade formation discs, so the prices were naturally higher. Xia nodded, took out 100 middle-grade spiritual stones, and handed them to Wu Xia, then stood up and prepared to leave. Sister Xiao, are you leaving? Lin Qingyu looked a little anxious when she saw Xia was about to leave. She had just met her idol. Well, I'm going back. Xia smiled and rubbed the little girl's head, feeling the soft touch and looking at the little girl's bright eyes. Xia finally understood why others loved to rub her head. Oh! Lin Qingyu became depressed after hearing this. Fairy Jianyao, the Northern Territory has been extremely unstable recently. Please pay more attention when you go out. Seeing that she was leaving, Lin Hengyu couldn't help but come out to make her presence felt. Chapter 389 Captivity. It's not peaceful. Xia paused after raising her foot, and looked at Lin Hengyu with some doubts. It's like this. Recently, young and talented female cultivators have disappeared everywhere in the Northern Territory, which has made everyone panic. But they still can't find the reason. According to everyone's guess, there should be evil cultivators who have appeared and been arrested to make cauldrons. Lin Hengyu paused for a moment before continuing. However, that evil cultivator will definitely not come near Wanjin's sect, and Fairy Jianyao will definitely not encounter him. Don't worry. It's okay that he didn't say the latter sentence. But when he mentioned it, Xiyu suddenly had a bad premonition. This kind of unlucky thing might really happen to her. Then you should be careful. I'll leave first. Xia felt a little uneasy and hurriedly said H, low and left, looking at the formation in front of her. Xia frowned. She actually fell into a formation, and the formation was so cleverly arranged that she just couldn't find it. I don't know who set up a trap on the way back to Wanjin's sect. This trapping formation simply traps the enemy without any attack attributes. But it is also a 6th grade formation that cannot be broken by Ji Yao. Xia frowned and began to study how to break the formation. The person who arranged the formation was obviously not well-intentioned. If he didn't escape before he came back, he would be in danger. 2 hours later, Xia was still studying the formation when a harsh sound suddenly came from her ears. Hey! There are other gains! Xia was startled when she heard this, took out Li Yuan, and turned around to look at the visitor warily. Lin Qingyu! Xia was startled by the figure in his arms, before she could see the person's appearance clearly. Isn't that unconscious girl the same girl I met not long ago? Hey! Do you guys know each other? That's just right. We can be companions. Zhao Chuan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled sadly. Xia looked up at him and found that the other person was actually a middle-aged monk who seemed to be upright. But his smile was a bit catchy at this time, and it was a bit awkward to match his temperament. The most terrifying thing is that his aura is almost the same as that of his master. This is a monk in the transformation stage. Xia's heart sank. She was in big trouble this time. The little girl is quite courageous. Zhao Chuan raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw that Ji Yao was not afraid of him. The little girl in his arms was so frightened that he cried, thinking of the nascent soul cultivator who was following her. Zhao Chuan sneered in his heart. Does this kind of person want to find herself? He didn't care what he was. If he didn't want to cause trouble and be discovered by the monks in the Northern Territory, he would have been killed long ago. Xia looked at the male cultivator in front of her, her mind filled with all kinds of ways to escape. But facing the cultivator in the transformation stage, she really didn't have the slightest confidence. Let's go, little one. Zhao Chuan saw her eyes rolling around and knew what she was planning. As Zhao Chuan waved his hand, Xia felt her eyes go dark, and she fainted without having time to resist. Zhao Chuan glanced at Ji Yao indifferently, put her and the other girl into his sleeve pocket, then tore open the space and headed towards the central domain. Shortly after he left, Lin Hengyu and nascent soul cultivator Lin Xiang came to the vicinity of the trap formation. After searching again and again, but finding no clues, I hurried to the next place anxiously. Lin Hengyu, in particular, was going crazy with anxiety at this time. Chapter 390 Nandongyu. When Xia woke up again, it was already 3 months later. Sister Xia. As soon as Xia opened her eyes, she heard a familiar voice. Looking sideways, she saw Lin Qingyu lying next to her bed with red eyes. The memories before the accident came back instantly. Gia sat up suddenly with a start, and suddenly felt that there was no spiritual power at all in her body.
What's going on with us? What about the monks who transform themselves into gods?
Gia calmed down and decided to figure out the situation first.
I don't know for sure. I just remember that after you left Chijin Pavilion, sister, I left too. Then while I was walking, my vision went dark for some reason and I lost consciousness.
Lin Qingyu thought of her brother. I felt even more uncomfortable.
When I woke up later, I was here. Moreover, the bad guy gave us some pills, and my spiritual power was gone.
Gia frowned when she heard this. What could this god transformation monk do if he caught her? Neither he nor Lin Qingyu have pure yin physiques, nor are they doing it to make a furnace. Recalling what Lin Qingyu said some time ago, could it be that he really met that evil cultivator? However, although the monk had a vicious look in his eyes, he was full of righteousness. It was obvious that he was practicing decent skills, not evil ones. I have no spiritual power now, so what I can rely on is physical training. But it is really impossible to escape from the hands of the cultivator. Xia came to the door of the room and tried to open the door. As expected, the door couldn't be opened at all. There was not even a window in the whole room. And Xia also felt the breath of the formation, which should be arranged outside the room. However, looking at the decoration of this room, I guess the other party will not touch me in a short time. I need to think of a way to escape. Now, if you are impulsive, startle the enemy, and arouse the other party's vigilance, you will suffer.
Don't worry. Let's observe the situation first, and then find a way to escape.
Xia rubbed Lin Qingyu's head and comforted her, but her brows did not loosen.
Okay, I'll listen to my sister.
Lin Qingyu wiped her tears. She had never suffered a loss in her life. She didn't expect that she would get hurt this time. I don't know if I will have a chance to go home. Central Region Wanshan Sec Starjiang Peak.
I heard that many talented girls disappeared from the central domain some time ago. Do you have any idea?
Nandong Che had a rare seriousness on his face at this time. He sat on the blanket, holding the spiritual tea in his hand, and looked at the man opposite.
No.
The man was extremely indifferent and looked over. He was clearly looking at you, but you felt that he had never noticed you.
Well, the Lu family's precious daughter disappeared not long ago. Now the whole Lu family is in chaos. I will definitely come to you for help.
Nandong Che looked at Nandong Yu in front of him. He was really curious about what was going on. Could break his expression. I have never seen the slightest change in his expression in the past 200 years. Nandong Yu didn't react at all when he heard this. He just picked up the spirit tea and took a sip.
Ancestor!
A foundation building disciple came to the two of them and saluted with clasped fists in great respect.
The head of the Lu family just came to Washan sect. He hopes that you can come forward to help find his daughter. He is willing to donate a top-quality spiritual stone mine to the ancestor. The sect leader asked his disciples to convey it and ask what you mean.
After the foundation building disciple finished speaking, he stood aside respectfully, waiting for his ancestor's response. Chapter 391 Imprisoned.
TSK. Top-grade spirit stone mine. I heard that the Lu family did discover a top-grade spirit stone mine not long ago. I didn't expect that the Lu family was so generous and willing to pay such a high price for their daughter.
Nandong Che smacked his lips. It is said that the spirit stone mine was the output of the stone mine is extremely high. Nandong Yu just glanced at him lightly.
Even if you don't care about money, you still have to care about these little girls. They are still so young. Tell me, what if my little girl from Nandong's family is also murdered in the future?
When Nandong Che said this, his mind but Ji Yao's figure suddenly flashed across the scene. That girl shouldn't be so unlucky in the Northern Territory.
Okay.
When Nandong Yu heard this, he just replied with a good word and stopped talking.
Didn't you hear? Your ancestor has said it and agreed. So why are you just standing there?
Nandong Che glared at the foundation building disciple. Why did the sect leader find such a slow-reacting disciple to run errands?
Oh. Okay. Okay. Disciple, go and answer right away.
The foundation building disciple immediately reacted and rushed back towards the sect's main hall.
Let's go!
Nandong Che put down the spirit tea and stood up, with a look of eagerness on his face. These days are really boring, and I finally have something to do. Eat. A female voice came. The door was opened, and then a delicate girl walked in carrying spiritual food. Chen Zi looked at the two people in front of her and put the plate on the table impatiently, feeling very annoyed. Originally,
I joined Liu Yu Peak with the intention of showing my face in front of my ancestor. I can't believe that I won the favor of my ancestor and skyrocketed from there. Who knew that he would be assigned to deliver meals to these two women? Thank you, fellow Taoist. Yu smiled slightly at Chenzi, and then stepped forward, wanting to get close to her to see if she could get any information from her mouth. Only then did Chenzi notice Shi Yao's appearance, and her face darkened. It turned out that this was the ancestor hiding his beauty in the golden house. Thinking of this, her mood worsened. She glared at Shi Yao, then turned and walked out. Bang! The door was slammed shut, making Lin Qingyu jump. Who is this person? Lin Qingyu's face turned red with anger. No one had ever dared to look down on him in such a long life. Okay, let's eat first. Xia pulled Lin Qingyu to sit down. I haven't eaten for a long time, and I am already hungry. Now I have no spiritual power. Can't open the storage ring, and can't take out the bigu pill. Isn't this poisonous? Lin Qingyu thought of the face of the man just now, and felt a little scared. If you don't eat, you will starve to death. Let's take a gamble. Xio has considered this problem. But if she doesn't eat, she will starve to death. So she might as well take a gamble. Since the other party doesn't plan to touch him for the time being, he probably won't poison him. It would be so troublesome to kill him. Oh, Lin Qingyu responded, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. She was really hungry. Xia was thinking while eating, wondering if the female cultivator just now knew the purpose of being captured. Northern Territory. In recent months, almost all members of the Lin family have mobilized to look for Lin Qingyu. To be able to take people away under the eyes of the nascent soul cultivator is really extremely arrogant. Luo Hong naturally heard about this incident, and immediately asked people to spread the news, asking the female disciples of the sect to be careful when going out. And he even personally sent a message to his junior sister. After all, when it comes to qualifications, no one can compare to his junior sister. But for some reason, I haven't heard back yet. As for senior uncle Jian Song, he also went out to meet friends some time ago. And junior brother Luo also went into seclusion to practice. He really couldn't find anyone from Zufeng. Chapter 392 Hingduan Mountains. Little girl, have you been doing well recently? Zhao Chuan opened the door, and saw two little girls talking quietly together. Zhao Chuan's eyes fell on Ji Yao. He originally had his eye on another little girl, but he didn't expect that he ended up netting a big fish. 25-year-old late-stage foundation builders are also rare in the Central Territory, except for the two monsters from the Nangong family. The other little girls he kidnapped were not as qualified as this girl. Let's test it with other little girls first, and then use her last. Thinking of this, Zhao Chuan smiled. I have worked hard for hundreds of years, and now my hope is right in front of me. Ji Yao felt the malice coming from the other party and shuddered. She felt a little anxious. She was trapped here during this period and had no chance to escape, except for the female cultivator who delivered food. They had no contact with anyone else, and she observed that the female cultivator used the formation outside the room not with a token, nor by herself to break the formation, but with the use of her soul. With a trace of the formation mark in her soul, she could enter and leave the room at will. Even if he killed her or threatened her, there would be no way out. This god transformation monk is really cunning. Zhao Chuan saw Ji Yao looking at him calmly, and felt even more satisfied. The person he liked was just different. How is she like another little girl, who only hides behind a little girl and looks at herself in fear? Ha ha! You must be tired of being stuck. I will take you to a new place. Zhao Chuan gave the two people a meaningful look. Ji Yao's eyes lit up when she heard this. Although the other party definitely wanted to take action, as long as she left, she might be able to find a chance to escape. Zhao Chuan looked at her eyes, that brightened instantly, and burst out laughing. She was still a child. So innocent. A foundation building monk still wants to escape from himself? Let's go! Zhao Chuan smiled enough, waved his right hand, put the two of them into his sleeve pocket, tore apart the space and disappeared. This time, Shi Yao and the two were not unconscious, but they still felt the world spinning due to the space shuttle, and their eyes were pitch black. I wonder where this person will take him. What that person just said must be true. It must be in the Hingduan Mountains. Nandong Che looked at the endless mountains in front of him and raised his eyebrows. I wonder if the evil cultivator has washed his neck. Nandong Che smacked his lips. As soon as his eldest brother took action, someone else would be in trouble. Let's go! Nandong Yu glanced at the Hingduan Mountains and walked towards the mountains in a flash. Hey, wait for me! Nandong Che curled his lips. This guy is really annoying. The dizziness disappeared and her eyes were bright again. Jia opened her eyes and found herself in a huge cave. Sister, I'm scared. Sensing the strong smell of blood and the coldness of the cave, Lin Qingyu shuddered and grabbed Jia's sleeves with some fear. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. She patted Lin Qingyu's hand gently, trying to ease her tension and comfort herself at the same time. You must not panic, but stay steady. The little girl is so cute. I can't bear to hurt you. Zhao Chuan glanced at Ji Yao with a pity. If it weren't for his great cause, he would have wanted to accept her as his disciple. Ha ha. Jia raised the corners of her mouth, smiled reluctantly, and rolled her eyes in her heart. Chapter 393 Alchemy. Let's go in and have a look. Zhao Chuan smiled and waved to them. Jia's heart tightened, but she still stepped forward obediently. If she had offended him, she might have to answer for it now. Lin Qingyu had no choice but to follow Jia and move forward step by step. The three of them walked in the winding cave for a quarter of an hour before finally stopping outside a stone door. Boom! Zhao Chuan gently twisted the mechanism on the wall, and the stone door began to rise slowly. It wasn't until the stone door stopped that the three of them walked in. Ugh! As soon as he stepped into the stone room, Lin Qingyu looked at the scene in front of him and immediately bent over and retched. Even though Jia had killed so many people, she felt nauseous looking at the scene in front of her and couldn't calm down. Here is an empty stone room, with a huge alchemy cauldron placed in the middle, and the alchemy fire is burning underneath. Not far from the alchemy cauldron, there were corpses of young girls everywhere. All of these corpses had blood-red chests and a big bloody hole in their chests. It was obvious that their hearts had been dug out. The expressions on the faces of those girls were full of pain. You can imagine how painful they were during their lifetime. Ha ha. How about it? My cave is good, isn't it? Zhao Chuan stared at his alchemy cauldron with obsession. Soon, he would succeed. What on earth are you going to do? Jia suppressed her nausea and fear and asked. How could this person be so cruel? Is this poaching people's hearts to make elixirs? He is not afraid of being punished by God. Ha ha. What am I doing? Of course, I want to accomplish a great thing. Once I succeed, it will benefit the entire Chenfeng continent. Zhao Chuan said as he came to the Danding side, rubbing his hands and looking expectantly. Danding. Soon, his furnace of elixir will be finished, and he can operate on that girl. Jia frowned when she heard this, and looked at his obscene way of rubbing his hands while looking at the alchemy cauldron. She really couldn't believe that he was a cultivator of God transformation. Soon, the alchemy cauldron began to vibrate, and the lid flew up. Zhao Chuan waved his hand, caught the lid and threw it aside, looking expectantly into the alchemy furnace. Looking at the pile of residue in the furnace, Zhao Chuan's face darkened, and he waved his hand in anger and swept towards the cave. Poof! A powerful impact struck, knocking Zio and Lin Qingyu directly into the wall, and then fell down. The entire cave was in a mess, and all the corpses were turned into debris, except for the alchemy furnace. Looking at the pile of mincemeat, Jia couldn't help but retched. Zhao Chuan's eyes were blood red. Why not? Why can't it work after I've worked hard for so long? With a flash of madness in his eyes, Zhao Chuan turned to look at Lin Qingyu and smiled sadly. He also has a test subject. But when he saw Zia sitting on the ground next to her, with blood at the corner of her mouth, Zhao Chuan's heart tightened, and he ducked to Jia's side. Are you okay? Zhao Chuan reached out and touched Jia's face, looking nervous. Jia felt the other person's touch. Her whole scalp was numb, and she was sweating profusely. This man has gone crazy. Nothing can happen to you. You are my hope. Zhao Chuan caressed Ji Yao's face with some obsession. As long as he tries again, he will definitely succeed. Lin Qingyu on the side looked at his actions, and could no longer hold back the fear and cried. She was really scared. Now even Sister Zhio had no choice but to wonder if she would never see her parents and brother again. Already? Chapter 394 Ascension. Why are you crying? Shut up! Hearing the cry, Zhao Chuan became impatient and slapped Lin Qingyu. She was just like those women, crying all the time. This was their honor. They should feel honored. What right did they have to cry? Qingyu! Jia was shocked when she saw this, and quickly stepped forward to block her. This slap directly knocked Lin Qingyu to the ground, and her whole face became swollen. Fortunately, Zhao Chuan did not use spiritual power. Otherwise she might have been killed with this palm strike. Jia stood in front of Lin Qingyu. Looking at her appearance just now, she felt that she had special meaning to him. so she probably wouldn't do anything to her now. Lin Qingyu got up from the ground and looked at Ji Yao's figure blocking her. Tears suddenly fell out again. But she did not dare to make a sound. You are better behaved. Don't worry. I will make it easier for you. Zhao Chuan looked at Ji Yao and smiled. Girls who don't like to cry are cuter. You know, I have been waiting for this day for too long. Zhao Chuan suddenly felt the desire to talk when he saw Ji Yao looking at him calmly, as if she was not afraid of him. For so long, none of these little girls understood him. They only cried and cried. It was rare to find a girl who was willing to listen. Girl, tell me, why do we monks practice so hard? Zhao Chuan sat down, leaned next to Ji Yao, and spoke with some melancholy. It's just to break free from this world and ascend to immortality. Ji Yao also understood at this time why this person did so much. It was actually for the sake of ascension. Yes, I have been practicing since I was 5 years old. I have entered countless secret realms and experienced countless lives and deaths. I have never slacked off for a day, just to ascend and leave this Chenfeng continent. Speaking of this, Zhao Chuan's eyes actually turned red. I worked so hard that I finally reached the peak of divine transformation when I was 1,000 years old. How happy I was at that time. I was just one step away from ascension. As long as I survive the catastrophe, I can leave. But I'm going to be 2,000 years old now. My lifespan is about to end. And I'm still at the peak of becoming a god. The heavenly tribulation cannot come down at all. And I can't ascend at all. I'm not willing to give in. Why can't I ascend after I work so hard? I'd rather die in the process of experience or practice than die at the end of my lifespan. But if you don't give in, what does it have to do with these girls? They are still so young. Shio didn't sympathize with him at all. She couldn't understand why she would harm others if she didn't give in. Are others willing to do it? What do you know? A hint of madness flashed in Zhao Chuan's eyes. And he suddenly laughed. Just a few hundred years ago, I got a secret book that recorded how to ascend. As long as I find girls with high talents, take out their hearts to make elixirs while they are still alive. And after taking them, a catastrophe will come. And I can ascend. So your conscience has been wiped out like this? She heard him talk about digging out the girl's heart while she was alive. And she was so angry that she trembled. How could there be such a cruel person? That's a living person. Lin Qingyu was shaking non-stop behind Ji Yao. She was really too scared. At this time, she felt very regretful. She regretted that she didn't listen to her parents and insisted on going out to play. She thought that with a nascent soul cultivator following her, she would be lawless. I regret that I don't practice seriously and always think about it for fun. Chapter 395 Little White Group. If there is a chance to go back, she will definitely listen to her parents and practice hard. She will never be rebellious again. It is their honor to be able to contribute to the ascension. Zhao Chuan smiled and said, once my experiment is successful, everyone can ascend. What a good thing this is. This is something that will benefit Chenfeng continent. Honored? Do you feel honored that I use your heart to make elixirs? Jia was so angry that she lost her mind. She forgot about her fear and stared at Zhao Chuan fiercely. You don't understand. Everyone will support my approach. No one doesn't want to ascend. Zhao Chuan seemed to have seen the day when he would ascend. Support you? Then what are you doing in hiding? Are you capable of refining elixirs in front of everyone? Ji Yao sneered. She knew clearly that what she was doing was wrong. But she kept making excuses for herself. If it was true as he said, why did he only dare to secretly kidnap people and refine elixirs? I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense. Zhao Chuan was touched. He suddenly waved his sleeves and stood up. Soon. We will succeed soon. Zhao Chuan muttered and walked towards the stone room. Now that the experiment has failed, the auxiliary medicines I prepared before are not enough. And I have to go out and prepare some more. As soon as Zhao Chuan left, the stone chamber door was closed. Seeing him leaving, Chia stood up suddenly, trying to find the mechanism in the cave. Although I don't know what he is going to do or how long he will be gone, I have to find a way to escape. If you give it a try, you still have a chance to survive. If you just wait like this, you will definitely die. Lin Qingyu wiped her tears and stood up, imitating Ji Yao and groping in the cave. Xiao Dantian's home. Xiaoyan was so anxious that she walked around her Dantian. Shu Shu looked at her spinning around, his head getting dizzy. Can you please stop turning around? Shu Shu couldn't help but spoke. I'm worried about sister. Xiaoyan stopped a little aggrievedly, and replied with a cry in her voice. Xiao Baituan also looked at Shu Shu with tears in his eyes.
Shushu had a headache looking at the two little guys. Since her master lost her spiritual power, she could no longer use her spiritual consciousness to communicate with them. They all saw what happened to her after that. Seeing that she was in critical condition, these two little guys were also confused.
We have recognized her master and cannot go out to help. But isn't there another one who has not recognized her master?
Shushu looked at the confused Xiao Baituan. This guy is too young. He just finished chewing egg LS not long ago and reached the second level. However, his cultivation level is too low and his inheritance memory has not yet been opened. He really treats himself as a pet. Xiao Baituan, it's up to you to help your sister escape,
Shushu said and flew up, knocking Xiao Baituan away. Wu Xia was groping the wall nervously, when suddenly a white ball came out of her body and fell to the ground, startling her.
Little white ball.
After seeing clearly that it was her little one on the ground, Xiu was overjoyed and immediately hugged it up. Xiao Baituan finally felt his sister's breath, sobbed a few times, and rubbed Ji Yao's palm with wet eyes.
Wow! Sister Ji Yao, what is this? It's so cute.
Lin Qingyu, who was originally scared, saw the small white ball into his hand, and her heart instantly melted.
This is my little white ball. Can I touch her?
At this time, Lin Qingyu was captured by Xiao Baituan, completely forgetting that she was in danger. Chapter 396 Escape. Hearing this, Jia pushed Xiao Baituan forward, intending to hand Xiao Baituan to Lin Qingyu, while she continued to look for the mechanism. Unexpectedly, Xiao Baituan glanced at Lin Qingyu, turned his back, and faced her with his butt. Seeing Xiao Baituan's petty temper, Ji Yao smiled rarely and took her hand back. Lin Qingyu was rejected by Xiao Baituan and was shocked. She could only stand aside and look at it eagerly. Xia held the small white ball in one hand and groped anxiously on the wall. She checked the entire wall and couldn't find the switch. Could it be that the door opened in one direction? Thinking of this possibility, Jiu's heart sank. If that's the case, you'll be in trouble. Xia came to the stone door, gathered all her strength, and punched the stone door with one punch. The stone door shook slightly, but then returned to calm, leaving no trace on it. Xia punched it again, but the stone door was still intact, with no trace of damage. Unexpectedly, my physical strength in the late stage of the golden elixir had no effect on this stone gate at all. Suddenly, Ji Yao became anxious. The god-transforming monk had been away for a while, and was about to come back. Xiao Baituan felt Ji Yao's emotions, stretched out his tongue and licked her palm, and jumped off her hand. The little white ball walked up to the stone door with its chubby little legs.
Little White Tuan.
Ji Yu's eyes lit up. She had seen the ability of Little White Tuan before, but after all, it was too small. It took a long time to digest the things in the illusion that it swallowed last time. Now, could it not be able to swallow real things? Wu, Xiao Baituan turned around and called out softly towards Ji Yao, then turned back and opened his mouth wide towards Shermin. Suddenly, a phantom with a big mouth appeared, and the entire stone door began to shake violently. After a few breaths passed, the stone door suddenly fell off and was sucked in by the big mouth. The formations arranged on it were also sucked in. Seeing the stone door open, Ji Yao and Lin Qingyu felt happy.
Little Baituan.
Seeing Xiao Baituan's bulging belly, Ji Yao hugged him up in distress.
Hurry up!
Ji Yao shouted to Lin Qingyu, then took the lead and ran back. Wu, the little white ball that had swallowed Shermin, curled up in pain. Its current cultivation level could not directly digest these things, and its stomach was very painful at this time. Xia noticed the abnormality of the little white ball while running, and felt very distressed. She stretched out her hand to rub its belly, trying to relieve its discomfort. Xiao Baituan felt Ji Yao's touch, closed his eyes, and moaned in pain.
Xiao Baituan, you go back to Dantian first. Sister will do the rest by herself. Sister can do it. Don't be afraid.
Xia couldn't bear to watch Xiao Baituan suffer. It had already opened the door to life for itself. What happened next? She will face the danger herself. Xiao Baituan opened his eyes and looked at Ji Yao. He couldn't help but feel the pain in his stomach and suddenly returned to his Dantian.
Run faster!
Xia put down her hand and turned around to urge Lin Qingyu. The situation was extremely critical now.
Yeah!
Lin Qingyu also knew the importance and ran forward desperately. She was still so young. She didn't want to die, let alone have her heart dug out and die alive. As soon as Xiao Baituan returned to Dantian, he ran to the top of Dantian and lay still. At this time,
There is no spiritual power in the Dantian, so it is impossible to help it digest foreign matter. Xiaoyan stood aside with heartache, guarding Xiao Baituan. Shu looked at the situation outside. His whole heart was lifted, and he was sweating for his master. Chapter 397 Fighting. Hey! Who is it? It turns out to be Venerable Zhao Chuan of our Luyan sect. Nandong Che smacked his lips, and looked at Zhao Chuan in front of him with some teasing. Unexpectedly, the person who arrested him was not only an evil cultivator, but also the ancestor of a large sect. Now, there is something good to watch. Zhao Chuan looked at Nandong Che with a smile on his face, and Nandong Yu with an indifferent face beside him, and secretly sighed in his heart that he was unlucky. How come I met Nandong Yu? A pervert. Sir Nandong, I am arresting people to study the method of ascension. We will succeed soon. Then we will be able to ascend. Zhao Chuan looked at Nandong Yu with a smile. He couldn't defeat him at all, so he could only persuade him to join. He didn't believe that anyone could resist the temptation of ascension. Nandong Yu just glanced at him, without any fluctuation in his heart. Seeing that Nandong Yu's face was still as indifferent as ever, Zhao Chuan's heart sank, and his smile disappeared. It seems that this battle is inevitable. TSK. Just for the sake of ascension? Nandong Che was a little amused when he saw that the other party actually planned to drag his eldest brother into trouble. Then tell me, what happened to the little girls you captured? Are there any left alive? They're all dead? Zhao Chuan's heart tightened upon hearing this. He must not let them discover that little girl. Otherwise, he would really have wasted all his efforts. Really? Nandong Che saw that he answered so simply, staring at him with some suspicion. Zhao Chuan was about to answer, but after Nandong Yu heard him say that everyone was dead, he didn't waste any more time and struck Zhao Chuan with his sword. A golden light flashed and struck with extremely strong attack power. The space between the two people actually became distorted, making a crackling sound. Zhao Chuan was startled when he saw that the other party would take action at the slightest disagreement, and quickly faced him with a sword. But the golden light actually dissolved all his attacks and rushed straight towards him. Zhao Chuan wanted to dodge, but was too late. He was struck by the golden light and quickly retreated behind him. The golden light passed through Zhao Chuan and fell to the ground, blasting out a large crater several hundred feet in diameter. All the trees and rocks were instantly reduced to ashes. Jia and the two were running in the cave. Suddenly there was a loud bang sound, which startled the two of them. Then the whole cave began to shake, and countless stones began to fall down. Hurry! The cave is about to collapse. Hurry! Jia didn't know what was happening, so she could only run out as hard as she could. Now they had no spiritual power. If they were buried, they wouldn't be able to climb out. Lin Qingyu was so frightened that she almost flew out of her wits. She could only follow Jia closely. Even if a stone hit her, she ran forward desperately regardless. Zhao Chuan felt bitter in his heart, wondering why he was so unlucky to have provoked this evil star. Nandong Yu looked at him calmly and struck with his sword again. Zhao Chuan was determined to quit. A good man would not suffer the immediate consequences, so he should run away first. It was important to save his life. Thinking of this, he planned to tear apart the space and leave. But after he tried several times, he was horrified to find that he couldn't tear apart the space. Seeing the golden light coming, Zhao Chuan panicked and rushed forward with his spiritual sword in hand. Poof! Zhao Chuan spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell backwards. The golden light actually directly damaged his spiritual sword this time, breaking it into two sections. Nandong Che kept his arms folded from beginning to end and was like a crowd eating melons. When he saw him trying to tear apart the space and escape, he almost laughed out loud. His eldest brother's understanding of space is at its peak, and this space has long been imprisoned by him. Tear apart space? Non-existent. Chapter 398 Disaster to Chiyu. At this time, the big hole in the ground expanded again, getting deeper and deeper. When Zhao Chuan fell, he immediately took out a violent pill and drank it. His magic weapon was destroyed, and his soul was severely injured. After taking the Bailington, I can still hold on for a while, so I need to run quickly. Ji Yao and Lin Qingyu finally ran out of the cave. At this time, the two of them were extremely embarrassed, with messy hair and varying degrees of scratches on their faces. Lin Qingyu's face was already swollen after being slapped before, but now she looked even more miserable. After running out of the cave, Jio felt happy. It seemed that the two of them had a chance to escape. But before the two of them could take a breath, Zhao Chuan's voice came over. Nandong Yu, do you really want to kill everyone? Jio was shocked when she heard this.
Zhao Chuan is back. Nandongyu? Is it Nandongyu in the original work? Before she could think about it, Zhao Chuan passed by the two of them, hurriedly seeming to be running for his life. Jia raised her head, and a white figure came into view. Is this the legendary Nandongyu? Suddenly, the white figure slashed his sword towards Zhao Chuan's back, and a golden light flashed through. A bad premonition came over me. Run! Jia turned around and pulled Lin Qingyu away. A huge impact hit the ground, instantly seriously injuring Ji Yao and the other two. The ground began to collapse, forming a huge pit, and the two of them fell down. Poof! Jia fell into the pit. She fell so hard that stars appeared in her eyes. Her heart was broken, and her whole body was in great pain. Lin Qingyu was even worse. Her physical strength was not strong enough, and now she was seriously injured. She fainted and was hanging on with just one breath. Jia wanted to get closer to her, but found that she was too injured and couldn't move at all. Raising her head with difficulty, Jia could only see soil, gravel, and a small patch of sky. The white figure has long since disappeared, thinking that she had almost run away. But now she fell into this pit. Jia felt angry. Good Nandongyu. I finally remember you. He couldn't even see two people as big as him. Someone come quickly. Jia called in her heart. She didn't want to stay in this pit and starve to death. But Nandongyu didn't pay attention to the ground at all, and he really didn't notice anyone. At this time, he had already chased Zhao Chuan away. When Nandongyu saw his eldest brother running away after Zhao Chuan, he smacked his lips and was not in a hurry. The old guy would never be able to escape. But after seeing all the excitement, he should find out where the old guy took those girls, so that he could have an explanation when he went back. Thinking like this, Nandongyu dispersed his consciousness and began to search. Hey! There's someone there? Nandongyu detected two lying figures in the huge pit, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. They are still alive? Arriving in the huge pit, Nandongyu approached the two of them and wanted to help them up. Jia felt someone coming, and her heart tightened. She didn't know if the person coming was good or bad. He raised his head hard and looked at him, and found that it was Nandongyu. Stinky girl! Nandongyu! The two of them shouted in surprise at the same time. They really didn't expect to meet each other. Nandongyu recovered from the surprise, and immediately stepped forward to help Ji Yao up halfway. Then took out the elixir and stuffed it into her mouth before he breathed a sigh of relief. I said, you stinky girl! Why do you always face the ground every time I meet you? Do you have some special hobby? Nandongyu checked Ji Yao's injuries and found that they were gradually improving. And he also thought of teasing her. Chapter 399 Identity. Jia rolled her eyes. Not because of Nandongyu, but she was really unlucky. Look how Qingyu is doing! Jia looked at Lin Qingyu worriedly. Nandongyu also turned his head and saw another little girl still lying on the ground. Cough! Nandongyu coughed awkwardly, accidentally forgetting about her, and then took a pill for her to take. She's fine. She's just injured a little bit and won't die. Jia glared at Nandongyu. This guy was still as out of character as ever. Stop staring. You're so ugly. Nandongyu rubbed Ji Yao's head. This girl made herself so embarrassed every time, and a good skin was blocked by her. You are the only one who looks good. Feeling the improvement of her injuries, Jia breathed a sigh of relief and was in the mood to bicker. Is it possible that I don't like you? Nandongyu curled his lips in pretense of disgust. Get out! Jia laughed angrily at him. TSK. Are you sure you want me to get out? Nandongyu pointed to the top of the huge pit with a half smile. This girl took the magic pill, and even after her injury healed, she couldn't get out. Jia choked on him and turned her head away from him. Sooner or later, she would be pissed off by him. Okay. Our stinky girl is the prettiest. Okay. Nandongyu stared at the back of her head and rubbed her head in a funny way. Humph. Jia snorted arrogantly and ignored him. Let's go! Nandongyu took out a spirit boat, put the two of them on it, and then flew up on the spirit boat. Stinky girl! Are the captured girls still alive? Then where is Zhao Chuan's hometown? Ling Zhou led the three of them back to the ground. Nandongyu was not in a hurry and turned to ask Jia. Jia fell silent after hearing this, thinking of the group of corpses in the cave, which were reduced to a pile of mincemeat in the end. He was still in his prime years, had good qualifications, and had unlimited possibilities for the future. But he died tragically at the hands of Zhao Chuan. His lair is in the cave in front, but it has collapsed before. As for those little girls,
Jia paused before continuing. They are all dead. But the god transformation monk actually took the girl's heart to make an elixir, hoping to ascend to the spirit world, Jia said, and felt so angry that her heart ached. How could there be such a cruel person? Okay. He will be punished. My eldest brother has already chased him. He can't run away. Don't worry. Nandong Che felt happy after hearing this. Fortunately, he and his eldest brother came. What should I do if my girl also suffers from this cruel attack? Your eldest brother? Nandong you? Jia was shocked when she heard this, and then asked with some anxiety. Isn't he his biological eldest brother? Of course they are biological. With the same father and mother. Nandong Che was a little amused when he saw Jiyao's shocked look. Can't I have a real big brother? But at this time, Jia was stunned. Nandong Che turned out to be Nandong Yu's biological brother. She originally thought that Nandong Che was an ordinary direct disciple of the Nandong family. But she never expected that it would be like this. In this way, he still appeared in the original work, but he did not appear in real life, but was mentioned. In the original work, Nandong Yu does have a younger brother who always likes to travel around, and the dragon never comes back all day long. But one day later, he suddenly died. At that time, the entire Nandong family almost went crazy, and Nandong Yu even rushed to the small world where he died to avenge him. It was also in that small world that he rescued Xiaoqi Yue, who was seriously injured after being chased by the Yi family. Chapter 400 Sanlong Realm. What's wrong? Little girl. Nandong Che looked at Ji Yao's suddenly depressed mood and was a little confused. Did you know that there is a small world called Sanlong Realm? Ji Yao pursed her lips, looked at Nandong Che, and asked nervously. I know. It's a small world that was discovered in the Central Territory recently. Nandong Che raised his eyebrows in surprise. The news hasn't spread yet, and only a few high-level monks from major sects know about it. How does this girl know? Are you going to Sanlong Realm? Ji Yao's heart tightened when she heard Nandong Che's answer. It was indeed the same as in the original work. You know all this? Little girl, what else don't you know? Nandong Che reached out and touched his chin. He really didn't understand how she knew everything. Why don't you go? It will be dangerous if you go. Jia felt a little anxious, saying that the other party might suspect something. But she couldn't do it if she knew the result and watched him die. Nowadays, because of my butterfly effect, many things have changed, and I am becoming more and more vague about the specific plot of the original work. She could remember the general direction of things, but she couldn't remember the specific process of each incident at all. It was the first time he saw this little girl looking so serious. Nandong Che hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although this girl didn't know where she got the news. Since she didn't want to tell, she didn't ask any more questions. In fact, it doesn't matter to him whether he goes to Sanlong Realm or not. He just feels bored and wants to take a walk. Since she won't let him go, he just won't go. Remember? You promised me not to go. Jia stared at him seriously with her big eyes. Okay, I won't go. Nandong Che laughed and rubbed her head. She was really a worried little girl. When Jia heard his promise, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Presumably, as long as he didn't go to Sanlong Realm, he wouldn't have died. Sister Jiao, where are we? Lin Qingyu finally woke up from her coma. Ji Yao's spiritual consciousness was playing with a few little ones in her dantian. But when she heard her voice, she withdrew. His spiritual power had recovered in the past few days. With the help of his spiritual power, Xiao Baituan quickly digested the foreign matter and is now jumping around in his dantian every day. We are now in the courtyard of a friend of mine. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Jia came to Lin Qingyu and looked at her with some worry. I'm fine. I'm able to survive this time. I'm really grateful to Sister Jiao. I will definitely repay you in the future. Thinking of the stone room, Sister Jia was obviously so scared, but she still stood in front of her to protect herself. It really moved her. From now on, she will be his biological sister for life. Why are you talking about this? As long as you are fine. Jia smiled. This little girl is innocent and innocent. She hopes that after experiencing this incident, she can understand the cruelty of the world of cultivation, so that she can go a long way in the future. Stinky girl! I heard that a new batch of spirit beasts have entered the spirit beast pavilion. Do you want to pick one? Nandong Che's voice came from outside the door. Jia opened the door and saw Nandong Che sitting around with his arms folded outside. When Lin Qingyu saw Nandong Che in the room, her eyes lit up. Her mouth opened slightly,
and she was stunned. When he reacted, he rushed to Nandong Che and blinked at him with a pair of big shining eyes. Beautiful brother! You are so beautiful! Chapter 401 Spirit Beast Pavilion. TSK. You still have discernment. Unlike someone else. Nandong Che winked at Ji Yao after hearing this. Uh-huh. Ji rolled her eyes. Isn't she so good-looking? Pretty brother. What's your name? Lin Qingyu bit her lips and looked at Nandong Che. How could there be such a good-looking person? Nandong Che. Nandong Che replied with a smile, and then looked at Ji Yao. Recently I heard that a group of spirit beasts came to the Spirit Beast Pavilion, and some of them are cubs. You must like them. Come on. Brother will take you to see. Buy one for you. Nandong Che had never seen a spiritual pet around Ji Yao, and thought of her as soon as he heard that there were spiritual beasts in the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Among the clan girls in the family, who doesn't have a cute spiritual beast? When did you become my brother? She curled her lips. She didn't have such an unreliable brother. I said yes. Nandong Che tapped her head gently, put his arm around her shoulders, and pushed her out. Then I want to buy two. Okay. Two. Lin Qingyu looked at the backs of the two of them, thinking that he knew something great. So he covered his mouth and narrowed his eyes with a smile. After watching the two of them walk away, I trotted to catch up. Shio and the others had just arrived at the Spirit Beast Pavilion when they were shocked by the crowd in front of them. Are the crowds of onlookers on the third floors here really not invited extras? Or are all the monks in the Central Territory so fond of raising spiritual beasts? There are many people here, and it is not convenient for Xiao to use her spiritual consciousness, so as not to cause dissatisfaction to others. She could only stand on tiptoes and raise her head to look inside. Nandong Che really found it funny when he saw her standing on tiptoes and stretching her neck. Looking inside, "Let me help you." As soon as Xiao heard Nandong Che's voice, she suddenly found that someone had grabbed the back collar of her clothes and lifted her up. Nandong Che! Xiao was so angry that she closed her eyes, tried hard to calm down, and then gritted her teeth and said, "Do you want to die? Hey, you girl, why don't you appreciate it? Won't you see it now?" Nandong Che tried his best to suppress his laughter and spoke nonsense seriously. "I see your size. Put me down quickly." Xiao found that someone had noticed her, and her face instantly turned red. It's so embarrassing. Okay, let me go," Nandong Che said and put Xiao down. As soon as Xiao's feet landed on the ground, she kicked Nandong Che. Nandong Che had been on guard against her for a long time and jumped away, standing in the distance and spreading his hands helplessly towards Xiao. Lin Qingyu's eyes sparkled as she watched from the sidelines. Beauty and beauty are very eye-catching in everything they do. "Okay, I'll take you in." Nandong Che saw that Xiao was about to explode, and he didn't dare to tease her anymore. Exuding the power of the nascent soul cultivator, the onlookers were shocked when they felt the power of nascent soul. They spontaneously gave way and looked outside with some curiosity. "I don't know which nascent soul power is coming. Let's go, girl." Nandong Che waved to Xiao and walked into the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Xiao glared at him, then led Lin Qingyu to follow him. Just after passing through the crowd, Xiao saw thousands of cages placed in front of her, each cage containing a spiritual beast. "Wow, it's so cute. Sister Xiao, look, why is it so cute?" Lin Qingyu was attracted by a plump cub as soon as she entered. She walked to it and squatted down, her eyes wide. It's almost sticky. Chapter 402 The female supporting character appears. Xiao looked at the little beast and found that it was a round spiritual beast that looked like a living panda. It was also black and white, but it lacked a pair of panda eyes. Very cute indeed. "Jinju and Yunhua, please come in quickly. All the good spirit beasts are inside." Dinghua came out casually to take a look, but found that Jinju and Yunhua from the Nandong family was actually staying in the lobby. And immediately you have to invite him into the VIP room. This is someone he cannot afford to neglect. "Yes." Nandong Che nodded, glanced at Xiao, and followed Ding Hua to the VIP room. Xiao and Lin Qingyu also looked away and followed. Before a few people entered the VIP room, Nandong Che suddenly stopped. Xiao paused and looked forward with some confusion. Immediately, she was stunned by the beautiful female cultivator in front of her. The woman was dressed in white, with an aura of ice and snow covering her whole body. Her face was extremely outstanding, and she had a hairpin made of thousands of years of ice inserted in her hair. She was looking at Nandong Che. Sister Xiao. This sister is so beautiful. Lin Qingyu was also stunned by the woman's beauty, pulling Xiao's sleeves and staring at the woman intently. She is indeed beautiful. Xiao nodded. This woman is indeed beautiful. Both she and Qiyue have some otherworldly beauty, but Qiyue's is due to her personality, while the woman in front of her should be because of her ice spirit root. Just like Shangwan Nanxian. He seemed inaccessible because of his ice spirit root. I just don't know what this woman's personality is like. Xiao Che. The woman looked at Nandong Che and smiled gently. Then he looked in the direction of Ji Yao. But his eyes paused when he saw Ji Yao. And then he looked at Nandong Che again. Sister Shui. Nandong Che also smiled. Why are you here too? I'll bring Sheer to pick out the spiritual beasts. After Lu Lianxue said that, she looked at Ji Yao and the other two. Won't you introduce me? Ahem. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Lianxue, the genius of the Lu family. Nandong Che pointed at Lu Lianxue and winked at Ji Yao. This is Yi Jia, my sister. After Nandong Che finished speaking, he pointed to Lin Qingyu. What is your name? My name is Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu responded quickly. But Ji Yao was stunned when she heard the three words Lu Lianxue. He actually met her. In the original work, Yi Jia can only be regarded as the third female lead. A stumbling block when Xia Qiyue was still weak. The second female lead is Lu Lianxue. Lu Lianxue, a direct disciple of the Lu family, one of the four major families in the central region, has a single ice spiritual root. She cultivated to nascent soul when she was only over 100 years old. She is a genius disciple. The Lu family and the Nandong family have been friends for generations. And Lu Lianxue has grown up following Nandongyu, always looking up to him. If Nandongyu hadn't practiced the 7 emotions art and lost the 7 emotions and 6 desires, then the two aristocratic families would have wanted them to marry and become a Taoist couple. Lu Lianxue also loves Nandongyu wholeheartedly. For her, Nandongyu is her belief and the driving force for her progress. Although Nandongyu is extremely cold to her, he still couldn't stop her love for him. There has never been a woman around Nandongyu, so she always thought that she was special to him until Xia Qiyue appeared. Although Nandongyu was also very cold towards Xia Qiyue, it was different from his treatment of Lu Lianxue. At least, he was willing to take her with him. Chapter 403 Female Supporting Role. But Lu Lianxue was extremely proud. Her appearance, family background, and talent were all incomparable to Xia Qiyue. So she didn't stumble like Yi Jiao, but showed her strength when several people practiced together, wanting to prove that she was better than Xia Qiyue. But it was her brother who really made her take the path of a vicious female supporting role. Lu Lianxue has a doting brother, Lu Yuchen, who is a genius with a single fire spirit root. He had grown up holding Lu Lianxue in his hands since he was a child. Seeing Nandongyu's indifference to her, he was extremely dissatisfied with him. Later, Xia Qiyue's appearance made his sister sad, and he wanted to destroy Xia Qiyue. In the end, he naturally failed, and was killed by Shangwan Nanxian himself. When Lu Lianxue learned that her brother was dead, she almost went crazy, and completely hated Xia Qiyue from then on. After that, he did all sorts of things to harm Qi Qi, and became the biggest villain in the original work. And the cheer in her mouth must be Nandongxi. Nandongxi is also a supporting actress. She is Nandongyu's clan sister. She likes to follow Lu Lianxue since she was a child. The two are good sisters. Therefore, as soon as Xia Qiyue appeared, she disliked her extremely. What's more, her sweetheart Yin Bin later fell in love with Xia Qiyue, which made her hate Xia Qiyue even more. Generally speaking, if you don't get a man's love, you will blame others crazily and want to destroy others. She sighed when she thought of this. There are so many people who practice seriously and want to ascend, but they often have to stop due to limitations of their spiritual roots. But Nandongxi, who has great qualifications and resources but doesn't practice well, spends all his time fighting for a man's favor. It's really a waste of spiritual energy. What are you sighing for, little girl? Nandong Che walked up to Ji Yao and rubbed her head in a funny way. Brother Ninth. Before Ji Yao could answer, a slightly excited voice came. Ji Yao turned around and found a delicate beauty wearing a water-red dress holding a spiritual beast and looking at them with surprise. To be precise, he was looking at Nandong Che. 13th sister. Nandong Che smiled and nodded. Brother Ninth. When did you come back? Why didn't you go home to see me? Nandong She took a few steps closer, and it could be seen that she was very happy at this time. At this time, Nandong She finally discovered Ji Yu standing beside him.
At first glance, she was stunned by Ji Yao's appearance. This person was actually a bit prettier than Sister Shui. Moreover, she was wearing a bright red robe like Brother Ninth. And she looked quite close to Brother Ninth. Nandong, she frowned. Where did this person come from? Brother Ninth. Who is this? Nandong, she was not polite at all. I have seen the geniuses in the central region or the children of big families. But I have never seen her. She must be a small character. This is my sister, Yi Jiao. Nandong Che felt a little uncomfortable seeing Nandong Shi's attitude. Sister? Nandong Shi looked at Ji Yao and felt a little suspicious. Ji Yao felt the other party's scrutiny and frowned. This Nandong Shi was indeed as annoying as in the original work, and was not polite at all. Well, little girl, let's go! Nandong Che had clearly noticed Ji Yao's unhappiness, and didn't want to talk to them anymore. So he took her to the VIP room. What are we going to do? Aren't Ninth Brother going to come with us? Sister Shui is here today. Nandong Shi saw that Ninth Brother actually wanted to keep them. So he took Ji Yao away, feeling even more uncomfortable. Brother Jiu used to love himself very much. Chapter 404, Meeting the White Fox again. Let's wait for another day. Today I am mainly here to take this girl to pick a spiritual beast. Nandong Che nodded at Lu Lianxue, then pulled Ji Yao away. And Lin Qingyu immediately followed. Nandong Shi looked at the backs of the three of them and stamped his feet angrily, but did not dare to get closer, because she knew that although Brother Jiu was always smiling, he was not a good-tempered person. If it offends him, he won't give it even to the head of the family. Okay, have you made your choice? Let's go after you've made your choice. Lu Lianxue was actually a little surprised. Xiao Chei's attitude of protecting the female cultivator was too obvious, and she didn't know what the relationship between the two was. Oh! Nandong Shi nodded agreeably, hugged the spirit beast, and went to pay the bill. Little girl, don't be angry. My 13th sister has been spoiled since she was a child, and has never understood the ways of the world. Don't be as knowledgeable as her. Nandong Che explained as soon as he came to the VIP room. After all, he was the one who brought her here. But she was wronged. It's okay. Ji Yao shook her head, and didn't take her to heart. There are always some self-righteous people in this world. However, she had a hunch that she and Nandong Shi would probably face each other in the future. Bring over some of your more promising and cute spiritual beasts. Seeing that she didn't care, Nandong Che breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Ding Hua and said, True Lord Yunhua, please wait a moment. Ding Hua bowed respectfully, and then retreated. True Lord Yunhua. Jia raised her eyebrows and teased. Hi. This is the name given to me by Master. Nandong Che took a sip of the spiritual tea. Then do I need to call you like this in the future? Jia thought about Nandong Che, a nascent soul lord, and it was indeed a bit uncomfortable to call him by his first name. If others heard it, they would feel frivolous. That's Brother Che? Nandong Che came up to Ji Yao and blinked. Ji rolled her eyes and stretched out her hand to push his head away. It's really a beautiful thought. Come on. Let's call you by your name. Shiyu didn't want to be called Brother Che. It's really disgusting. At this moment, the door was opened, and a somewhat familiar voice came. I'm telling you. Let me go quickly. I'm the young master of the Phantom Fox clan. If you don't let me go, my parents will destroy your spirit beast pavilion. Hey, did you hear that? I'm talking to you. Ding Hua looked at the white fox with a headache. Who bought it back in the first place? It was so noisy. In the past 2 days, he has not been able to take a breath. And he has been cursing and cursing. He also said that he is the young master of the Phantom Fox clan. Are you pretending that you have never seen the Phantom Fox? Those are all fiery red fur. How can there be such a pure white one? It was obviously an ordinary 7th level spirit fox. Now he just wants to sell this guy quickly, which is really annoying. Jia and the others looked towards the door and saw Ding Hua coming and carrying several spirit beast cages. Wasn't the one making the noise the same Phantom Fox Xiao had encountered in the dungeon? Pervert! It's you? As soon as Phantom Fox saw Xiao, his eyes lit up, and he immediately stretched out his little paws to grab the cage, eager to rush out immediately. Xiao raised her eyebrows. How dare you call yourself a pervert at this time? Pervert? Nandong Che saw that the fox actually knew the smelly girl and called her a pervert. Could there be some story that he didn't know? Pervert! Please rescue me quickly and buy me away. The Phantom Fox looked at Xiao as if he were seeing a relative. It didn't want to stay in this cage. It was a noble young master. Chapter 405, Buy it. Buy you? There are so many cute and capable spiritual beasts. Why should I buy you? Xia deliberately wanted to tease it. This guy was very narcissistic all day long. You can't do this. How can these spiritual beasts be as powerful as my master? Bai Hu became anxious after hearing this. What if she really doesn't buy him? And I'm very powerful. You've seen me in the dungeon before. If you buy me, you'll make a profit. Bai Hu was so anxious that he didn't even call himself young master. Ding Hua stood aside with some embarrassment. He did not expect that the person brought by true Lord Yunhua actually knew the white fox. TSK. I remember that when I asked you to set up an illusion, you had to negotiate terms. I don't need a spiritual beast like you. Xia shook her head in feigned disgust. Yes, I can. If you ask me to arrange the illusion in the future, I will definitely do it. The white fox blinked and looked at Ji Yao expectantly. It was really fed up with this cage. He was also unlucky. When he was separated from the pervert, he was caught in a bear trap again. Unfortunately, no one helped him this time. Later, he was caught by the person who set up the animal trap and traveled to the central domain. Not long ago, he was sold to the spiritual beast pavilion. What bad luck. Stinky girl. I think that snort beast next to you is very good. Look how cute it is. And it's sensitive to spiritual objects. It can also be used as a treasure hunter. Nandong Che also saw it from the side. Ji Yao was happy to cooperate with her plan. Yes, Sister Ji Yao. I also think that Snorlax is cuter. Lin Xingyu's favorite thing is this kind of fleshy little ball. Just looking at it makes her heart melt. Hey, I'm cute too, the white fox said, blinking his eyes, retracting his little paws, and twisting his body shyly. Ji Yao was drinking tea and almost choked when she saw this. It's really eye-catching. Ahem. Since you are so sincere, then I will reluctantly buy you. But you have to remember what you said and do whatever I ask you to do. Otherwise, Xia said with a sinister smile and rubbed the fist looked like it was about to hit someone. Bai Hu shuddered when he thought of his abnormal strength. It seems like you dug a hole for yourself. I'll just buy this. Xia pointed at the white fox towards Ding Hua, and was interrupted by Nandong Che when she was about to ask about the price and pay the bill. That's it. Debit it from my account, Nandong Che said, taking out a golden token and handing it to Ding Hua. Okay. Ding Hua took the token and crossed out the price of the white fox, then respectfully returned the token. TSK. Do you really plan to raise me as your sister? Xia smiled teasingly at Nandong Che. But a warm current flowed through her heart. I always seem to be able to meet people who love me, which feels very warm. Isn't that right? My sister must be pampered. Nandong Che rubbed Ji Yao's head. His stinky girl was still very cute. Ji Yu smiled and said nothing. But she kept this friendship firmly in her heart. And there would always be a chance to return it in the future. Is there anyone you like? Nandong Che looked at the other spirit beast cages and asked. No. Just buying one is enough. Jia shook her head. She already had several friends. If she bought a few more, she would become a nanny. Okay. Let's go if you don't buy it. Nandong Che stood up, reached out to lift the white fox's cage, and walked outside. Lin Xingyu stood aside with tears in her heart. Why didn't she ask herself if she wanted it? Jio approached her and patted her head funnily. Do you like it? My sister will give it to you. Chapter 406 Farewell. Lin Xingyu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he pulled on Ji Yao's clothes and shook it with some embarrassment. I like the spirit beast I saw when I just walked in. It's really cute. Jia nodded. It was indeed very cute, with a plump and round shape. Let's go. Sister will buy it for you. Jia patted Lin Xingyu's little head and took her to the hall to buy the spiritual beast. When will your father come to pick you up? Jia asked Lin Xingyu after returning to the other courtyard. Lin Xingyu was playing with her little flower. Hearing this, she paused and swallowed nervously. My father is already on his way here. Lin Xingyu sent a 1,000-mile transmission note to her father after waking up. Later, her father wrote back in a very angry voice, which showed that he was really frightened by her. Are you afraid now? Jia looked a little funny at her nervousness. Think more before doing things in the future, and listen more to your family's opinions. At this point, Jiyu sighed. I am always wandering outside and spend very little time at home. However, these are all things that monks must experience. You will never grow up if you rely solely on your family. Only when you are strong can you become the family's support. Then, Sister Jiao, where do you plan to go? Lin Xingyu asked Jiyu curiously. I was just about to tell you this. Jia stepped forward and rubbed her head. I plan to go to the Time River in the central region. There are many dangers along the way, so I can't take you there. This courtyard is very safe. Do you know that you are just waiting here for your father to pick you up? Shi Yao, after realizing the attribute of time, never had the chance to go further. There are several major trial places in the central region, one of which is the River of Time. If he can get some more time fragments, then his time sword will definitely make progress. Lin Qingyu fell silent after hearing this, feeling extremely reluctant to give up. During this time together, she has completely fallen in love with this sister. In the past, she would have cried and shouted to follow him. But now she knew that following him would only delay him. I will definitely practice hard. Sister Jiao, don't worry. I can protect you in the future. Lin Qingyu patted her chest with a serious look on her face. Jiao smiled softly. Sister, I believe you. Are you leaving? Nandong Che looked at Jiao and raised his eyebrows. This girl will definitely be restless. Yeah. Jiao smiled, walked to Nandong Che and sat down. The two of them were sitting in the pavilion at this time, which reminded Jiao that during the key competition, the two of them were sitting in the pavilion like this. At that time, I thought he was immortal and gave him the longevity fruit. Nandong Che took out the spirit wine, poured a glass for each of them, then picked up the wine glass and started drinking. Jia took the spirit wine and took a gentle sip. You little girl are just too stubborn and always refuse to admit defeat. Nandong Che looked at Jia with a smile, showing a rare seriousness. Isn't this bad? Jia raised her eyebrows. If a cultivator gives up, how can he ascend? Yes, very good. But sometimes, don't be too harsh on yourself, and rely on others appropriately. Nandong Che remembered the scene when he was in the tribe, where this girl risked her life for her cultivation. Shiyu smiled and said nothing, which may be related to the fact that she was alone in her previous life. Although there were many people who loved her in this life, she was not willing to rely on anyone. Instead, she wants to be a source of support for others. Chapter 407 Lingxiu's Secret Realm. That Zhao Chuan has been personally killed by my eldest brother, so you don't have to worry anymore. Nandong Che felt relieved when he thought of Luyun sect's distressed appearance now. Originally, the Luyun sect had always coveted the position of the #1 sect of the Washan sect, and it was always full of yin and yang. Unexpectedly, this time, one of their ancestors who transformed into gods would actually do such a thing, which really shocked everyone. The families of those young girls are now looking for justice from the Luyun sect, especially the head of the Lu family, who had a daughter when he was old, and he also killed such a precious baby. Now I have thoughts of dismantling Luyun sect. Xia nodded when she heard the words, remembering the white figure from back then. Although he was a little angry at the time that Qi Yu was being affected. Later he thought about it. If Nandong Yu hadn't appeared, he would probably have been discovered by Zhao Chuan. After all, he is a monk who transforms into gods, not an ordinary monk. Speaking of which, it barely saved his life. Recalling the power of that sword, Xia was a little envious, wondering when she would have such strength. Anyway, you should be careful when you go out. The Lingxiu secret realm will be open soon. I also want to go to the secret realm to practice. Otherwise, I can go with you to the long river of time. Nandong Che smacked his lips with some pity. My sister is so cute and talented, and she is a hot commodity wherever she goes, which is really worrying. Lingxiu secret realm? There is also a Lingxiu secret realm in the central region? Jia was shocked when she heard this. How is this Lingxiu secret realm related to the Lingxiu secret realm in the northern region? At this moment, the soul pearl in the sea of consciousness also had a slight reaction. Gu Weining listened to the conversation between the two nervously. Since she first entered the soul pearl, she fell into a deep sleep in order not to consume her remaining soul, so that she could stay longer. Unexpectedly, I just heard about the secret realm of Lingxiu. I don't know if it has anything to do with the former Lingxiu city. Yes, this is a nascent soul stage secret realm that appears once in 500 years. I just happened to bump into it this time. I have to go and see it. Nandong Che was a little surprised at Ji Yao's reaction. Oh! Xia was a little discouraged. It turned out to be the nascent soul stage secret realm, so she would definitely not be able to enter. What's wrong? Nandong Che was a little confused. It's okay. It's just that there is a secret realm for Qi training in the Northern Territory, also called the Lingxiu Secret Realm. I don't know if there is any connection. Jia shook her head and said, Hey, that might really be relevant. Nandong Che smiled. There is also a Golden Core Stage Spiritual Void Secret Realm in the Central Region. And there is a Foundation Establishment Stage Spiritual Void Secret Realm in the Western region. Listening to what you say, I'm afraid it really does mean something. Relevance. Many secret realms are made of space debris. It is possible that the same space once fell apart, floated around in the space tunnel, and finally appeared in different places. Is that so? When will the secret realm of the Golden Core stage appear? Jia's eyes lit up when she heard this. Maybe she would have a chance to try it. Well, it should be about 10 years. Nandong Che knew her plan by looking at the way her eyes were shining. Oh, Jia nodded. There are still 10 years left. She is now in the late stage of foundation building, and it is unrealistic to advance to the golden elixir in 10 years. Even though my senior brother is so talented, he only advanced to the golden elixir when he was in his 40s. But you can still try hard. But as her cultivation level improved, Jia also felt the approaching death disaster. Because he cultivates faster than Yijiu in the original work, his death will definitely be earlier, and he will not wait until he is in his 40s. You still have to prepare yourself well. Chapter 4084 Arts Competition. Half a month later, Jiu stopped in Lingchuan City. The Time River is in the northwest direction of the central domain, and it is still very early for me to reach it. Abnormal. I heard that the River of Time was extremely dangerous at that time. Do you really want to go? The white fox followed Jiyao and jumped around. Along the way, it was thinking of ways to prevent Jiyao from going to the River of Time. What should you call me? Jia reached out and pinched the back of its neck and lifted it up. Hey! Hey! Watch your appearance! The white fox shouted. Didn't you see that there was someone watching the next to them? How embarrassing. What image do you have? Jia sneered. This narcissistic problem really cannot be changed. Oh! Pretty girl. I was wrong. Put me down quickly. Bai who couldn't be Jia now, so he could only give in. Humph. Jia put it down, ignored it, and went to the city. Hey! Wait for me! The white fox followed quickly. Now it sees that everyone else is bad, and only Jio can protect it. The thighs should still be hugged. Shopkeeper! I want a room! Jia found a random inn and planned to get a room. Hey! Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. Due to the recent 4 arts competition in Lingchuan City, all the inns are full. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a place to stay. The shopkeeper smiled sheepishly. Now Lingchuan City is full of people from all walks of life. With people coming from everywhere, there really is no spare room. For arts competition? Jiu was a little curious after hearing this. Yes, in the 4 arts competition of cultivation. In addition to competitions, there are also examinations. As long as you have a grade identity card recognized by the 4 Arts Association, you will be a member of the 4 Arts Association and can have some privileges. The shopkeeper said a little bit. Indy. The power of the 4 Arts Association is spread throughout the central region. If you can become one of them, you will really make a lot of money. It's just that I don't have that talent. Ji Yao raised her eyebrows. It seemed that this 4 arts competition was the one she would participate in July. It's just that it's too early now. July should be the next time to participate. In the original work, July participated in the 4 arts competition and was excellent in all 4 arts, especially alchemy. She was also outstanding among the crowd, which led to the president of the Alchemy Association wanting to accept her as a disciple. Thank you, shopkeeper. Xia thanked her and walked out of the inn. At this time, Lingchuan City was indeed full of people and very lively. She had thought it was because of the prosperity here, but she didn't expect it was because of the 4 arts competition. Where will we live? Bai Hu scratched his head, a little anxious. Xia smiled bitterly. She originally planned to buy the array plate, but she didn't expect it would be taken away, so she didn't bring it with her in her hut at all. Now I can only look for it again. If I really can't find it, I can only go out of the city and set up a tent. An hour later, Xia finally found an inn and booked a room. After returning to the room, Xia fell asleep. Now that I have encountered this 4 arts conference, I naturally want to join in the fun. Boss! That night Xia stayed at the Kuyu Inn. Wang Jun came to the boss to report the situation. Well, it seems that she will definitely participate in the 4 arts competition here. We can only wait until she leaves Lingchuan City before taking action. Chen Zhengsong nodded and planned to wait for her in Lingchuan City. Originally, Shikei Tower sent so many high-level monks, thinking that they could easily capture her. But unexpectedly, none of them came back. Later, the order fell on his head. Chapter 409 Registration. Originally, several people were looking for opportunities to attack in the Northern Territory, but she suddenly disappeared from the Northern Territory. Later, he learned that this person had come to the Central region after receiving news from the Shike Tower spy. So they flew all the way, trying to catch up with her. But they were a step too late. They couldn't catch up until she entered the city. Now we can only wait for the opportunity. Shia, on the other side, had no idea that she was being watched. When she got up early the next morning, she took out a blank formation disc and began to learn how to make a 5th grade formation disc. Although his talent is not very high, he is able to progress so quickly because the ancient formations given by his master are much better than the formation methods handed down today. Maybe you can try to participate in the competition yourself? She remembered that in the original book, she gained a lot of conveniences after joining the association in July. The former talisman making technique has also been left behind by me. Firstly, because I have never had peace along the way. And secondly, because my level of talisman making technique is too low, which is of little help to my own strength. If there is a chance, I still have to study it carefully. And I never know when it will come in handy. Until 5 days later, when the registration for the 4 arts competition began, Shiyu still failed to successfully carve a 5th grade formation disc. However, at the age of more than 20 years old, she can make a 4th grade formation plate, which is already considered a little genius. Jia put away the formation disc and left the inn towards the 4 Arts Association. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of the association, Jia was shocked by the people lining up in front of her. There were at least tens of thousands of people. When do you have to wait in line? When they came to the formation registration team, Ji Yao also joined. Fellow Taoists are also here to participate in the formation competition? Du Jinshi originally noticed someone behind him and turned around to say Lo. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a peerless beauty. He was so surprised that he almost bit his tongue. Yes. Ji Yao smiled slightly and nodded. Du Jinshi blushed immediately when he saw Ji Yao's smile. Excuse me, Du Jinshi, have you asked for your friend's name? Du Jinshi asked in a somewhat reserved and shy manner. Ji Yao felt a little funny in her heart when she saw the other person's face turn red, and she didn't dare to look directly at her. His skin is quite deceptive. Yi Jia. Nice to meet you. Ji Yao smiled at him again. Fellow Taoist's name is so nice. Du Jinshi scratched his head in embarrassment. Ji Yao didn't answer and became quiet. Suddenly, the crowd became restless. Ji Yao looked forward with some curiosity and saw 2 golden elixir monks, a man and a woman, coming out of the lobby. Many people in the queue looked at them and talked about something. It turned out to be Zhao Jingli and Fu Tong. These are famous genius disciples of the Alchemy Cauldron sect. Not only have their cultivation improved rapidly, but they are also geniuses in alchemy. Now they are only at the golden elixir stage, and they can refine 5th grade elixirs. Du Jinshi was a little confused. He looked at the 2 people excitedly and kept talking. Jia raised her eyebrows when she heard this. She was indeed quite powerful, but it was far behind her family's July. Her family can refine 5th grade elixirs during the foundation building period in July. These 2 people have a high status in the alchemy sect. I didn't expect them to come to participate in the competition. I'm afraid they will come out on top again this time. Du Jinshi was a little envious. Why didn't he have this qualification? Then who is more powerful between the 2 of them? Ji Yao looked at Du Jinshi curiously and asked. Chapter 410, The Little Overlord. It seems that Zhao Jingli is more powerful. It is said that the elixir formation rate can reach 60%, and he has successfully refined 7 circles of elixir patterns. Du Jinshi became even more excited when he saw Ji Yao listening extremely seriously. Fu Tong is the daughter of the elder of the Alchemy Cauldron sect. She is a master of alchemy. She can refine 90% of the elixir, which is a 9-circle elixir pattern. Although the chance is small, it is already a level that others cannot reach. And Zhao Jingli is Elder Fu's eldest disciple. He has watched Fu Tong grow up since he was a child, and has a deep admiration for Fu Tong. Du Jinshi shook his head with regret when he said this. It's just that Fu Tong likes the little bully of the Nangong family. Hey, he is really careless and ruthless. The little bully of the Nangong family? Jia raised her eyebrows. A little curious. Who is this little bully? Fellow Taoist, you don't even know the name of the Nangong family's little overlord? Du Jinshi was surprised this time. Is there anyone in the central region who doesn't know the name of the little overlord? I'm not from the central territory. I'm just passing by here. Jia touched her nose, wondering, isn't that normal? So that's it. Fellow Taoist is not from the central region. Du Jinshi nodded, thinking about it carefully. The peerless beauty in front of him is already in the late stage of foundation building at the age of more than 20 years old. She is an absolute genius. But I have never heard of her name. And I have never seen her on the list of beauties in the central region. It would make sense if they were geniuses from other regions. That little overlord is Nangong Che, a direct disciple of the Nangong family, and the current true monarch of Yunhua. Du Zhenqiu looked around to make sure there was nothing unusual around him, and then spoke cautiously. Nangong Che? Xia almost laughed when she heard this. That guy actually has such an outstanding admirer? I really can't tell. However, the title of this little bully suits him. He is indeed domineering. And just looking at him makes people want to punch him a few times. Shoo! Keep your voice down! Du Zhenqiu raised his index finger nervously, signaling Ziyao to keep her voice down. This little bully is very elusive. Don't let him find out that someone is saying bad things about him behind his back. Du Zhenqiu shuddered when he thought of those rumors. This little overlord has been extremely talented since he was a child. Like his perverted brother, he has a single golden spirit root. However, he has a playful temperament and is not serious about practicing. He is always running around, Du Zhenqiu said with a little envy. He has a good talent and a good background. Strong. I really envy the life that I can't have. This master is fearless. He has always beaten anyone he disliked since he was a child. He has no regard for the consequences. His brother is always there to wipe his ass. But he has a strong background and his brother is a monster. No one dares to mess with him. He can only knock out his teeth and swallow him in his stomach. Therefore, he got the title of Little Bully, and all the children of the family will be warned by their elders not to mess with him. Once he goes crazy, no one will give him face. Du Zhenqiu remembered that he had been warned by his master not to offend this little ancestor. Otherwise, he would not be able to save the situation. Xia nodded when she heard this. She didn't expect Nangong Che to have such a dark history. Usually he always seems to be so angry that he doesn't want to pay for his life. But now it seems that he is still very kind to himself. Anyway, if you meet him, just be careful. But I have never heard of him bullying women. So don't worry. When Du Zhenqiu saw Ziyao didn't speak, he thought he had scared her. And hurriedly came out he said comfortingly. Chapter 411 Registration. It's okay. I'm not afraid. Ziyao smiled and concentrated on lining up. Du Zhenqiu wanted to talk to Ziyao. But when he saw that she was not interested in talking anymore, he sighed in his heart. How to talk to beautiful women. After waiting in line for about an hour, it was finally Ziyao's turn. Du Zhenqiu had already signed up, but stood aside a little cautiously, unwilling to leave. Name. Cultivation level. Is there a sect? The disciple who signed up sounded a little impatient. There were too many people who signed up. Yi Jia. In the late stage of foundation building. A disciple of the Northern Territory 10,000 Sword Sect. Xia did not care about the other party's attitude and directly reported her name. There is no need to hide your identity in the Four Arts Association, because it is too powerful, and it is easy to find out a person's identity. If someone deliberately conceals their identity, they will be expelled from the association after being found out. It is really not worth the loss. Northern Territory? When the registered disciples heard about the monks from the Northern Territory, they were about to ridicule a few words. When they looked up, they saw a beautiful woman in red clothes looking at them, and they were speechless. Beibei Territory is good. The registered disciple smiled awkwardly. Xio had just heard the other party's tone of contempt for Beiyu, so she just nodded lightly, and her face darkened. Sure enough, the Northern Territory, as the place with the lowest concentration of spiritual energy among the 5 domains, is always looked down upon by the monks from other domains. However, once the seal is lifted, the Northern Territory will soon catch up with other regions, and the leading position of the Central Territory will not be guaranteed. I wonder if these people can still laugh at that time. Sensing the beauty's unhappiness, the registered disciple was also a little angry at his rashness, which left a bad impression on the beauty. At the moment, he couldn't do anything else but hand her the registered name tag. The preliminary test will officially start tomorrow. Fellow Taoist, please don't forget it. Well, thank you. Xia nodded lightly, took the name tag and left, thinking of being looked down upon by others in her hometown. She felt panicked. Originally, she was just planning to have fun with this competition, but now she plans to try her best to give the Northern Territory a voice. Hey, fellow Taoist Yi, please stay. When Du Zhenqiu saw Ji Yao leaving directly without even looking at him, he was so anxious that he quickly caught up with her. Is something wrong? Jia stopped and looked back at him.
frowning in confusion.
It's okay. I just want to treat my Taoist friend to a meal. I wonder if he can give me a favor.
Du Junqiu didn't dare to look into Ji Yao's eyes, but he still spoke shamelessly.
Thank you, but I have to go back to practice carving formation discs. So I won't go.
After Ji Yao finished speaking, she left without waiting for his reaction.
Hey!
Du Junqiu could only watch her leave. Feeling depressed, it seemed that the other party didn't like him very much.
Hey!
Du Junqiu shook his head, sighed, and looked back at Ji Yao's figure 3 times a step. It wasn't until he finally lost sight that he concentrated on walking and returned to the inn. As soon as Ji Yao returned to the inn, before Ji Yao stepped through the door was blocked by 2 people.
What do you mean?
A male golden elixir monk was being grabbed by his sleeve by a female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. And he looked at the female cultivator impatiently.
Are you really going to abandon me and follow that woman?
The foundation building female cultivator's eyes were slightly red, but she raised her head extremely stubbornly and stared at the male cultivator, trying to get an answer.
You and I are not from the same world. Look at you. You are over 50 years old, and you are still in the middle stage of foundation building. With such poor qualifications, how can you accompany me to the end?
The male cultivator said, and pulled off the female cultivator's hand. Chapter 412 Teasing.
Hey, you're right. How can a genius like you look down on someone like me?
The woman smiled self-deprecatingly and turned back to the inn. The male cultivator sneered when he saw this and planned to leave the inn. As soon as he turned around, he saw Ji Yao standing outside, and he was stunned. Ji Yao gave him a disgusted look and walked directly into the inn. When the man came to his senses, Ji Yao had already entered. He originally wanted to chase her in and strike up a conversation, but he thought that he had finally managed to get rid of the woman. After hesitating for a while, he left. I have to coax the little ancestor first. Entering the lobby of the inn, Ji Yao saw the female revisionist sitting in the corner drinking. Her eyes were obviously red, but she was holding back her tears. At this moment, a wretched male cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment approached her and actually reached out to touch her face.
TSK. Beauty. That man doesn't want you. I want you. Get away.
Yi Hanwei was already in a bad mood. When she saw someone dared to tease her, she raised her hand and slapped him.
Oh, the beauty's hands are really delicate. Come on. Let me touch her.
The man grabbed Yi Hanwei's hand and touched it lustfully.
Let go.
Yi Hanwei was shocked and tried hard to pull away her hand, but found that she couldn't do it. The opponent's strength was 2 small steps higher than hers. At this time, everyone in the lobby became excited when they saw that there was something to watch. But no one intervened. After all, in the world of cultivation, the most taboo thing is to meddle in one's own business. Ji Yao's face darkened when she saw this. She hated people who took advantage of women.
I'm much better than your loving brother. Otherwise, just follow me and keep your future life happy.
The man said, and went to touch Yi Hanwei's face again. Yi Hanwei was anxious, took out the magic weapon and wanted to take action, but was completely suppressed by the opponent. At this time, she hated that bitch Yang Sherwin in her heart. If it weren't for him, how could she have come to Lingchuan City and suffered such humiliation? Ji Yao almost cried when she saw Yi Hanwei. She hesitated for a moment and walked over. It was really impossible for her to just watch a girl being teased.
Let her go.
Ji Yao stepped forward and grabbed the male cultivator's hand. The male cultivator noticed that someone was ruining his good deeds, and turned around with some dissatisfaction. But when he saw Ji Yao's face, his eyes lit up.
Hey, where did this beauty come from? Are you jealous?
Seeing this, the male cultivator immediately let go of Yi Hanwei's hand and turned his attention to Ji Yao with a squinting look.
Fellow Taoist, leave quickly. You can't beat him.
Yi Hanwei was very grateful to see Ji Yao come to the rescue, but her heart tightened when she saw her cultivation level. After all, her cultivation level was 1 level lower than that of Min. She was definitely not opponent. Ji Yao smiled slightly when she heard the woman asking her to leave. It seemed that she had not saved the wrong person. Seeing Ji Yao's smile, the male cultivator couldn't bear it anymore and stretched out his other hand to touch Ji Yao's face. Ji Yao smiled coldly when she saw this, grabbed his hand, and squeezed it hard.
Ah!
The male cultivator suddenly let out a cry of pain and immediately held his right wrist with his left hand. This pinch actually completely crushed the bones of his wrist.
You dare to hurt me?
The man was completely angered by Ji Yao. After taking the rejuvenation pill, he took out the magic weapon and attacked Ji Yao.
Yi Hanwei was startled, holding a magic weapon and just about to go up to help, when she was stunned by the sight in front of her. Chapter 413 Yi Hanwei. Yi Hanwei watched helplessly as the woman in red knocked the male cultivator to the ground with one punch, vomiting blood. But the male cultivator was actually powerless to resist. When did it become so easy to challenge the next level? At this time, the male cultivator lying on the ground also regretted it. This woman's punch almost destroyed his dantian. Now there was a crack in it, which almost scared his soul out. He doesn't want to become a useless person. She glanced at him coldly, but did not intend to kill him. She stepped forward and grabbed his collar, dragged him to the door of the inn, and then kicked him out. People in the lobby saw how beautiful Ji Yao was and wanted to strike up a conversation. But seeing how tough she was, they didn't dare to move forward.
I'm sorry, gentlemen,
for frightening you too.
The innkeeper saw that the matter was over before he came out to end the matter and presented some spiritual food and spiritual wine. When encountering this kind of thing, they usually won't take action. After all, they can only do business in the long term if they can't offend anyone. After putting the things on the table, the shopkeeper continued.
Now the competition of 4 arts is about to begin. Lingchuan City is a mixed bag of good and bad people. And there are all kinds of people. The 2 girls are low in beauty and cultivation. But we want to pay more attention.
After saying a few words, the shopkeeper left.
Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your help.
Yi Hanwei cupped her fists and saluted gratefully. There were too few monks who encountered injustice in the world of cultivation nowadays.
You're welcome. As a woman, I have no reason to stand by and watch you being bullied.
She smiled. Although this sister is not high in cultivation, her character is still good, and she also has her own pride.
Then can I treat fellow Taoists to a drink?
Seeing Ji Yao say this, Yi Hanwei also saw that the other party was a straightforward person.
Okay.
Ji Yao nodded and sat down with her.
My name is Yi Hanwei. Haven't you asked my benefactor Gao's name yet?
Yi Hanwei asked while pouring wine for Ji Yao.
My name is Yi Jia. Sister Hanwei can just call me Yao.
Jia smiled and reached out to hold the wine glass.
Okay. Then I won't be ashamed to call you Jia.
Yi Hanwei was a little embarrassed. After all, the other party's cultivation level was higher than hers. And according to the rules of the cultivation world, she was still her senior.
What just happened made you laugh?
Yi Hanwei said and sighed. She had noticed Ji Yao at the door just now. After all, it was hard to ignore such a beautiful woman standing there.
How could it be? Sister Hanwei is a courageous woman who can take things up and let them go.
Ji Yao shook her head in disapproval. She was afraid that this sister had met some kind of scumbag. After all, the male cultivator's tone at that time suggested that he disliked her for her poor qualifications. Hearing what Ji Yao said, Yi Hanwei's eyes turned red again, and she tried her best to hold it in and not let it flow down.
Yang Sherwin and I have known each other for more than 30 years, and it was only in the past 2 days that I saw his true face.
Yi Hanwei smiled self-deprecatingly, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip of the spirit wine.
The first time I met him, he was being chased and almost perished. But he met me. It was me who took him home and saved his life.
Yi Hanwei said something a little bit here choking. She regretted so much. Why did she save him? How about just letting him die?
Later, I fell in love with him while we were getting along, and we got together naturally. But my parents never agreed, because Yang Sherwin always stayed at my house and relied on family resources to practice. So my parents looked down on him and didn't would you like me to be with him.
Chapter 414 Experience.
It's my fault that I'm stupid. I loved him so much that I couldn't understand my parents' good intentions. Later, under my parents' strong objections, I took a lot of things and left home to follow him.
Yi Hanwei felt very guilty. She was sorry for letting her parents down because of a man. Shio was silent when she heard this, which reminded her of Wushi, who also betrayed the family for a man, but was abandoned and even turned into a corpse in the end. She had no position to blame anyone. They were all pitiful people, but she felt a little sad for their families.
Later, when we came all the way to Lingchuan City, he almost spent all my spiritual stones.
Yi Hanwei's knuckles holding the wine glass turned white.
Not long ago, we met a woman. She was the daughter of the owner of a spiritual weapons shop in Lingchuan City. Her family was relatively wealthy. Yang Sherwin began to hook up with that woman. After I found out, he even wanted to separate from me. That woman is together. At this time, I realized that in the past few decades, I was the only one who was doing my stupid work.
and others didn't care at all. Yi Hanwei smiled, obviously planning to let him go, but when she thought of him, she still felt sad, hard to breathe. She didn't know how to comfort people. She looked at Yi Hanwei's sad look and pursed her lips. This kind of person is not worthy of your nostalgia. It is better to practice hard. Strive to surpass him as soon as possible, and then deal with him properly. Jia thought of so many news she had seen in her previous life. This kind of scumbag was the most disgusting, especially as a foodie. A scumbag who is a soft-hearted person is even more despising. Even if I don't beat him, I won't be relieved. I made you laugh. Yi Hanwei wiped the corners of her eyes and smiled reluctantly. How come? Sister Hanwei also wants to participate in the 4 arts competition? Jia saw the opportunity and changed the topic to distract the other party. Yes, I have a little talent for alchemy, so I plan to give it a try, Yi Hanwei said sheepishly. Sister Hanwei is so amazing. I can't even make elixirs. Jia opened her eyes and looked at Yi Hanwei sincerely and praised. Everyone has their own advantages, so let her have more confidence. No way. I only know a little bit about it. Yi Hanwei immediately waved her hand. She was still of a low rank, so she didn't deserve her praise. What about you? Jiu? But you're also here to participate in the competition? Well, I have done some research on the battle method, and I plan to join in the fun. Jiu picked up the wine glass and took a sip. This wine was much worse than July's spirit wine. Really? Jia, you are so powerful. Yi Hanwei saw that Zia was so young and had such a high level of cultivation. She must be addicted to cultivation and usually has no time to study other things. Unexpectedly, he could actually do formations. Sure enough, geniuses are different from ordinary people. Yeah. Shiyu just smiled and nodded. Then let's go there together tomorrow, Yi Hanwei invited. Okay. Jia agreed, and the two stopped talking. After eating, Jia returned to her room and began to think about the 5th grade array. The 4 arts of cultivation include alchemy, weapon refining, formation carving, and talisman making. And what I can take advantage of is this moment formation. Since he plans to fight for the Northern Territory, he must conquer this 5th grade array. Otherwise, he will have no advantage at all. After all, the 4th level of formation is a dividing line. Only when you reach the 5th level can you be called a formation master. Only those who have reached the 7th level can be called a formation master. Chapter 415 Lao Bai. Oh my god! I'm finally out! The white fox got out of the spirit beast bag and jumped around the room. Pervert! I will never wait for the spirit beast bag in the future. Don't try to trick me into going in again. The white fox started to make a noise. He originally wanted to let himself in for a while, but he only let himself out now. Ji Yao was so noisy that her brain hurt, and she rubbed her forehead helplessly. If you keep talking, do you believe I will stuff you back? Nowadays, Lingchuan City is full of fish and dragons. With this white fox's bluffing temperament, if we let it go outside, we don't know what trouble it will cause. She didn't want to cause trouble for herself. Beautiful girl. Beautiful girl. Beautiful lady. I was wrong. Can you please don't lock me in? The white fox pouted, jumped to Jia's feet, stretched out his paws to hold the corners of her skirt, and opened his eyes with a pair of big eyes. His eyes looked pitifully at Ji Yao. Huh! Don't even think about it. Stay in the spirit beast bag for the past few days, and wait until I finish the competition before letting you out for a walk. Don't even look at it. There are everyone in Lingchuan City now. If you mess with a big shot, I will. How can I save you? After Jio said that, she stretched out her hand to hold its head and rubbed it hard. If I hadn't understood its urinary properties, I would have been deceived by its appearance. Ah! Why are you like this? My hair is ruined. Bai Hu struggled to get out of Ji Yao's hands, and ran away with a few bounces, glaring at Ji Yao with a wary expression. Old Bai, you are over 100 years old. Why do you still care about your hairstyle? Ji Yao pouted at the white fox. Where did the blind confidence of the most handsome man in the world come from? Lao Bai! I told you I'm not called Lao Bai. I'm still a child. What's wrong with being 100 years old? At 100 years old, you're just a kid among us monsters. Do you think anyone has such a high level of cultivation? Why? Bai Hu went crazy when he heard this title. He was a genius of the Fox clan at such a young age. How could he be so old? Hey, do you want to have a fight? Jia raised her eyebrows. This little guy's temper still needs time to be cured. Since you plan to keep it with you for a long time, you can't let it cause trouble everywhere.
Ahem. What's that? You hurry up, and I won't disturb you anymore. The white fox arched his paws towards Jia obsequiously, then jumped directly onto the bed, leaving only his back facing Jia. Jia shook her head in a funny way. Her life was a lot more interesting with this guy in her life. Early the next morning, Jia put away the array. I still failed to succeed in this 5th grade array. There are many types of formations, including trap formations, confusion formations, phantom formations, attack formations, etc. Each classification has countless carving methods and different names. And for each carving method, at different levels, the carving methods are also different. Therefore, it is unrealistic to master all formation engraving methods. What Jia is currently conquering is the simplest 5th grade trap formation, the Lucci formation. Although this formation is simpler than other formations, it is still somewhat difficult for Jia, who has only been exposed to formations for a short time. After all, it's like practicing. The higher you go, the slower the speed and the higher the difficulty. The carving technique left by the master was different from the one handed down today. After Jia failed in her attempt, she took out the formation experience given to her by her former senior brother and looked at it. She also tried to use the techniques of today's cultivation world to portray it, but still failed. Chapter 416 Scumbag. Since she couldn't describe it, Jia didn't force it, which meant that her current level was not enough, and she would need to study more in the future. Putting the white fox into the spirit beast bag again, Jia opened the door. As soon as she opened the door, Jia saw Hanwei raising her hand to knock on the door. Good morning, Sister Hanwei. Let's go! Jia smiled at Hanwei. Good morning. Hanwei also laughed. She felt uncomfortable for a long time last night, and then she had a good sleep. She felt much better when she woke up this morning. Jia is right. She needs to practice hard now, so that she can surpass him and blow his head off in the future. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of the Four Arts Association, Jia saw Du Jinxiu, whom she met yesterday. Du Jinxiu came to the door early in the morning to wait for Jia, fearing that he would miss her. When he saw Jia, his eyes lit up, and he walked forward in a few steps. Fellow Taoist Yi, did you have a good rest yesterday? Du Jinxiu smiled a little cautiously. Well, very good. She nodded and didn't want to say more. Hanwei raised her eyebrows when she saw Du Jinxiu's performance. This man was in his 40s, and in the late stage of foundation building. His qualifications were not bad, but he was far behind compared to Jiyao. Du Jinxiu was a little anxious when he saw Jiyao stop talking, but he didn't know what to say. Turning his head to the side and seeing Hanwei, he suddenly felt happy. Fellow Taoist Yi, who is this fellow Taoist? Du Jinxiu looked at Jiyao expectantly. In this way, you could always say a few more words. Right? Jiyao saw his shining eyes and misunderstood. Could it be that this person has a crush on Sister Hanwei? Jiyao looked at Du Jinxiu suspiciously. Could this man have bad intentions? You must know that Sister Hanwei has already been heartbroken by a scumbag. If another one comes along, she may really collapse. Du Jinxiu was made uncomfortable by Ji Yao's eyes. Did he say something wrong? Why did the beauty's pressure suddenly drop so much? Ahem. Lo. Fellow Taoist. My name is Hanwei. Seeing the strange atmosphere between the two, Hanwei immediately came out to smooth things over and took the initiative to take over the conversation. Oh. Lo. Fellow Taoist E. I am Du Jinxiu. Du Jinxiu smiled awkwardly at Hanwei upon hearing this. He didn't know what was happening. Hanwei smiled and was about to speak, but her face darkened when she saw a man and a woman over there. Jia felt something in her heart, and she looked over and saw the scumbag at the door of the inn yesterday. At this time, there was a female cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment wearing a cyan robe beside him. She was quite pretty, but she had an arrogant look on her face, which made people not very fond of her at first glance. And that scumbag was dancing and saying something, obviously making the woman happy. But the woman curled her lips, not looking very fancy. Jia despises this kind of soft-boiled man who relies on women to get the upper hand wherever he goes. She doesn't know how much money this woman has to spend on him, and how long she can keep him. Hanwei looked at Yang Sherwin's dog-legged appearance, clenched her hands into fists, and felt sick in her heart. The person she once loved wholeheartedly now looked so disgusting. She is a little confused now. What exactly did she like about him? Sensing the strong gaze, Yang Sherwin looked in the direction of Hanwei. As soon as he saw clearly that it was Hanwei, his face suddenly darkened. He knew that this woman would stalk him and refuse to give up on him. After all, she would never meet another outstanding man like him in her life. Chapter 417. Watching a show.
Baby, let's go in quickly.
Yang Sherwin didn't want the little ancestor to see Yi Hanwei. Otherwise there would be trouble again. Gu Lingling actually discovered Yi Hanwei from the beginning. So she just pretended to be unhappy and let Yang Sherwin comfort her. Yi Hanwei must have felt uncomfortable watching it. Right? Gu Lingling thought so and walked towards Yi Hanwei. After all, I am also a winner. So it would really be inconsistent with my character not to show off. Yang Sherwin felt a pain in his heart when he saw this. This little ancestor was really thinking about it. Yi Hanwei watched Gu Lingling walking towards her, twitching the corner of her mouth with some mockery. This bitch is really shameless.
Oh, isn't this Sister Yi Hanwei? Why, are you here to join in the fun?
Gu Lingling walked closer, clasped her hands and spoke mockingly. At this moment, Gu Lingling suddenly noticed Jiyu standing aside. As soon as she saw Jiyu's face, Gu Lingling's face darkened, and a feeling of jealousy arose in her heart. She hates people who run around with just one face.
Lingling!
Yang Sherwin also caught up, feeling a little headache, until he saw Ji Yao. Yang Sherwin's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the beauty at the door of the inn that day? Seeing Yang Sherwin's reaction, Gu Lingling became even more angry and stretched out her hand to pinch Yang Sherwin.
Lingling, let's go in quickly.
Yang Sherwin was pinched by Gu Lingling, and he wanted to drag her into the association. No matter how beautiful the beauty is, he is not in the mood to appreciate her at the moment. After all, having money is the last word. No matter how beautiful she is just a skin. In the future, when I become rich and become a high-level monk, shouldn't I be able to choose any woman no matter how beautiful she is?
Why, I just wanted to say a few words to Sister Yi Hanwei. Are you feeling distressed?
Gu Lingling was in a very bad mood at this time, and immediately turned away. Ji Yao raised her eyebrows when she saw this. These two people were really made for each other. Yi Hanwei almost laughed out loud when she saw Gu Lingling doing this. So this is what Yang Sherwin liked? Yang Sherwin felt the gazes of the two people. His face was burning, and he became even more dissatisfied with Gu Lingling. No matter what, he is a man and needs face. But in front of outsiders, he is not given any face. Feeling that he could not hold back his face, Yang Sherwin rarely lost his temper.
Whatever you want.
After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and walked towards the association hall. Gu Lingling didn't expect that Yang Sherwin would lose his temper, and was stunned for a moment. When he realized what he was doing, he stomped his feet angrily and chased after him. Jia looked at the backs of the two people and shook her head helplessly. There really are all kinds of people in the world of cultivation, and they are not much different from those in the society of previous lives. With their minds, if they could ascend, their names would be written in reverse. Du Junxia witnessed the whole process from the side and guessed something, but did not say anything. Not everything has to be figured out.
Sister Hanwei, let's go in.
Jia turned her head to look at Yi Hanwei and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that she didn't feel sad. It seems that this sister is also a person who can take up and let go. When she loves, she is wholehearted. But when she doesn't love, she is cold and cold, which is rare.
Well, let's go!
Yi Hanwei also smiled. Seeing that he found such an unbearable woman, she felt much more comfortable. At this moment, she hoped that they would never separate and just stay entangled together and torture each other for the rest of their lives. The worse he is, the happier he is. Chapter 418. Damage Move. Arriving at the association lobby, Jia and the others were led to a room at the back by the waiter. Jia stepped in, and the space in front of her immediately changed. What appeared in front of her was a large square that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. At this time, the entire square was bustling with people coming and going. There are several extremely broad stone platforms in the middle of the square, and not far away is a high platform with 4 chairs placed on it, which must be the positions of the leaders of the 4 arts. It seems that the space formation technique is used to expand a room to this extent. Yi Hanwei was also shocked by the scene in front of her. She came from a small family and had never seen such a battle before. Thinking that she was going to compete on stage, Yi Hanwei suddenly became nervous.
Come on, let's go there,
Jia said, and walked towards the stone platform where the formation competition was held. And Du Junxia followed her step by step. Yi Hanwei paused, calmed down, and followed.
Sister, what do you want from me? I'm still busy.
Liang Ping looked at Gu Lingling who appeared in front of him.
A little puzzled, Gu Lingling reached out to stop Liang Ping. She finally got rid of Yang Sherwin and found an opportunity to approach him.
Pingzi, I heard that you were responsible for delivering materials to the alchemy stage this time?
Gu Lingling had heard from Yang Sherwin before that Yi Hanwei knew how to make alchemy. And this time, she came to participate in the alchemy competition.
Yeah. What's wrong? Aren't you involved in refining weapons? Why do you care about refining alchemy?
Liang Ping looked at her suspiciously. Could it be that this little ancestor wanted to plot against someone again?
Cough.
Gu Lingling coughed uncomfortably, and then asked,
Pingzi, we grew up together. How can I treat you? Stop. Sister, if you have anything to say, just say it.
Liang Ping had a headache when he heard her say this. Every time I ask him for help, I always start with this. He was tired of hearing it.
Hey, there was a woman recently who wanted to steal a man from me. So I wanted to deal with her. It just so happened that this time she was participating in the alchemy competition. So I wanted you to use your hands and feet to make her swipe it down.
Gu Lingling directly stated her plan. She would never allow that woman to be better than her. This, Liang Ping hesitated. If this was discovered, he would probably be unable to eat and carry around.
Does she have any background?
Liang Ping still felt a little soft-hearted when thinking about the friendship between the two of them since childhood. When Gu Lingling heard that there was something going on, her eyes lit up.
She is just a month from a small family in a remote place. She is already in her 40s, and is still in the middle stage of foundation building. What kind of background can she have?
Gu Lingling pouted. A woman like this still wants to compete with her for a man. I really don't know the heights of the world.
Since you have no background, then I will help you.
Liang Ping listened to Gu Lingling and knew that she had no background and qualifications and was not good. So he finally felt relieved and agreed. As long as you are careful and don't do anything obvious, you probably won't be discovered.
Pingzi, you are the best.
Gu Lingling smiled and punched Liang Ping. On the other side, the competition is about to begin.
Sister Hanwei, don't be nervous. Just perform normally.
Jia looked at Yi Hanwei's nervous face and turned pale, looking a little unnatural, and hurriedly comforted her. Yi Hanwei took a deep breath and covered her chest nervously. This is the first time she has participated in such a competition. Chapter 419, the competition begins.
Come over quickly. The competition is about to begin.
Jia patted Yi Hanwei on the shoulder and encouraged.
You can definitely do it. Yes. You should work hard.
Yi Hanwei nodded and walked towards the stone platform where the alchemy competition was held. Not long after, 4 figures suddenly appeared on the high platform. 3 men and 1 woman are all nascent soul cultivators. Jia was also unfamiliar with these people and had no idea who they were.
Fellow Taoist Yi, have you seen it? The 4 presidents of the 4 Arts Association are here.
Du Jinshu suddenly became excited when he saw the people appearing on the high platform.
Then who are they?
Jia asked after being confused.
Have you seen the woman in white? That is the association's current president of Fudao, Nandong Ryue, known as Jinjuan Ryue. She is a disciple of the Nandong family and the aunt of the little overlord. And the one in black is the president of the Formation Dao, Lu Junjie. He is a disciple of the Lu family, one of the 4 major families. He and Jinjuan Ryue are both elders of the Formation Fu sect.
Du Jinshu felt a little envious when he said this. I wanted to join the Formation Fu sect, but I failed the test and was kicked out. Jia nodded when she heard this. It turned out to be someone from the Formation Fu sect.
The male cultivator in white is Ling Ran, the president of the alchemy sect and an elder of the alchemy sect. And the one wearing black robes is Wang Duo, the elder of the Qi sect and the president of the Qi Tao Association of the 4 Arts Association.
As soon as Du Jinshu finished speaking, a black figure appeared on the stone platform of the formation. This time, the competition was held on 4 stone platforms at the same time, separated by an isolation formation. The people who came to the square this time were all contestants, and no other casual people were allowed to enter. There were about 5,000 people participating in the formation competition, which was not too many. The largest number was the alchemy competition, with more than 10,000 people. After all, alchemy is a popular industry and the most profitable industry.
This formation competition is divided into 5 links. The first link is to make a first-grade formation plate. By analogy, based on the final results of the participants, the 4 Arts Association will issue identity badges and enjoy corresponding treatment.
Gao Weili, seeing that the crowd was getting restless,
He smiled with satisfaction before continuing to speak. If there are disciples with outstanding talents, they may be accepted as true disciples by our president. Coax, Shi Yao felt that the people around her were getting excited. Even Du Junxia's face was flushed with excitement. It seems that the position of this true disciple is quite popular. Unfortunately, I have no interest in this. Your own master is the most powerful person. Next, please find the corresponding cubicle according to the registration number. As soon as Gao Weili finished speaking, the participating disciples couldn't wait to run to the stage. And Ji Yao was almost squeezed by the crowd. He looked down at his registration name tag. Number 816. Ji Yao was not in a hurry, and waited for most people to rush forward before she walked onto the stage calmly, found booth 816, and sat down. This stone platform also uses the technique of space formation to transform a small stone platform into thousands of compartments to accommodate all participating disciples. I don't know when I can do this. Hey, just when Jia walked onto the stage, she caught Lu Junjia's attention. One is because her leisurely appearance is extremely conspicuous among a group of anxious people. The other is her over-the-top appearance. And the third is that she is a late-stage foundation-building monk at a bone age of over 20 years old. Where is this genius disciple? Why have I never seen it before? Chapter 424 Arts Competition 1. As soon as Xiao entered the compartment, she saw a wooden table and a wooden bench in front of her. There is a blank formation disc and an engraving pen on the wooden table. In the first round of competition, the participating disciples need to carve a first-grade formation disc within an hour. The loser will be eliminated directly and will not be able to proceed to the next round of competition. Gao Weili turned back to look at Lu Junjia, and when he saw him nodding, he turned back and announced, "The first round of competition has officially begun." Xia sat down calmly and was not nervous at all. She had carved too many first-grade array plates, and she was really good at it. It was her master who taught her step by step. However, she calmed down before taking action. After all, she was afraid that she would end up being complacent and overturned in the end. This was only a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This time Xia chose to depict the 5 elements defense formation. This formation is guided by the power of the 5 elements, which are a mixture of metal, wood, water, fire and earth. They complement each other through the method of balance to increase the defense strength of the formation and resist external attacks. In fact, this kind of formation is often used to depict defensive magic weapons, but not many are made into formation discs. And the engraving pen in the hand is not handy. It can easily cause the spiritual power to be interrupted midway, and the formation will fail, which does increase the difficulty a little bit. Xiu completely abandoned distracting thoughts, and her mind was filled with the drawing method of the 5 elements defense formation. She picked up the carving pen and began to draw it seriously. At this time, Lu Junjia also set his sights on Xiu. From the perspective of cultivation on the entire stone platform, this girl was the most talented. He wanted to see if she was just having fun, or if she was really capable. On the other side, Yi Hanwei was a little panicked. Originally, the first round of alchemy competition required that a first-grade rejuvenation elixir should be refined within 1 hour. But looking at the herbs in front of her, she felt a little anxious. The refining of the rejuvenation pill needs to be matched with the spiritual breath grass in proportion. A slight difference will cause the elixir to fail. In the refining of all elixirs, the ratio of materials is very important. The spirit breath grass in front of her was a bit missing. Although it was not obvious, she still recognized it at a glance. She had been learning alchemy from her father since she was a child, and she already noticed the problem just by looking at it. However, once these compartments are entered, they are closed. At this time, other people's competition has already begun. If you directly raise objections, it will be tantamount to questioning the fairness of the competition and a slap in the face of the 4 Arts Association. Even if he finally gets some of the inferior spiritual herbs, he still won't be welcomed by the association. Now I can only try the side method I got. Yi Hanwei made up her mind to try another alchemy technique. She would fail if she didn't try it anyway, so she might as well give it a try. With this in mind, she began to warm up the alchemy furnace and start processing the herbs. Liang Ping, who was in the audience, had always been a little nervous, fearing that if she took the initiative to raise a problem, he might be exposed. However, seeing that Yi Hanwei had already started refining the elixir without seeming to notice, Liang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and smiled mockingly. It seemed that this was a waste, and Gu Lingling asked herself to do it, which was really unnecessary. Thinking of this, he stopped paying more attention to her,
and it wouldn't be possible anyway. Jia on the other side completed the last stroke in her mind. Suddenly, a faint light flashed across the formation pattern on the array plate, and then it returned to calm. Done! Jia looked at the formation disc in her hand and smiled with satisfaction. This formation disc was very successfully engraved. It was still a top-grade formation disc and could be sold for a small amount of money. Chapter 421 4 Arts Competition 2. Jia placed the formation disc on the wooden table, looked around, and found that everyone else was still working on it, and she had finished it alone. After watching for a while, Jia didn't find anything special. So she crossed her legs and closed her eyes and began to meditate to restore her spiritual power. Lu Junjie was already paying attention to Jiyao, but when he saw that she put down the formation plate so quickly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Only 2/4 of an hour has passed. Is it possible that this little girl has succeeded? Or is it actually a failure? But seeing how calm she was, the former was more likely. Now, Lu Junjie became more and more curious about her. It was her cultivation talent that attracted his attention before, but now it seems that her array talent is probably not low. However, looking at her talent and the robe she wore, Lu Junjie could tell that she was someone with a background and must have learned from her. It's really a pity. Yi Hanwei on the other side was staring nervously at the refined herbs in her hand. Success or failure depended on this. After calming down her breathing, Yi Hanwei poured the herbs into the elixir furnace and began to perform the elixir condensation technique. This is also the most important step in making elixirs. It is necessary to condense the power of the herbs and finally form pills. By the time all the gestures were completed, half an hour had passed. Yi Hanwei put her hand down, and the entire alchemy furnace shook violently and then stopped moving, feeling that the spiritual power in her dantian was greatly reduced. Yi Hanwei sighed. This technique requires more spiritual power, and her own cultivation is still holding her back. If it were a high-level pill, her spiritual power would not be able to support her to finish it. Hand tactics. Looking at the alchemy furnace in front of her, Yi Hanwei was afraid to step forward, fearing that what would appear inside was a pile of residue. In this competition, she still wants to compete. After hesitating for a while, Yi Hanwei stepped forward and looked into the alchemy furnace. Looking at the 3 round pills in the pill furnace, Yi Hanwei felt happy. Did she succeed? After picking up the elixir and looking at it, Yi Hanwei discovered that there were actually 5 elixir patterns on it, which was a real surprise. Although the 5 pill lines and the pill formation rate of 3 pills were not good results. After all, there was a problem with the formula before, and now she was extremely happy to be able to enter the second round of competition. After filling the 3 elixirs in a jade bottle, Yi Hanwei also sat down cross-legged and began to meditate to restore her spiritual power. But on the stage, there were people in many compartments who blew up furnaces and failed to make alchemy. Many people can actually refine first-grade elixirs, but because they were too nervous during the competition, they made some mistakes and failed. Therefore, test-taking mentality is extremely important. The hour is up. Please all disciples to stop writing. Gao Weili stood up when the hour had just arrived. Now please ask all disciples to leave the cubicle, and let the association verification personnel check the formation discs one by one. After Gao Weili said this, he glanced at Ji Yao. Did he notice that she was the first to put down the engraving pen? He didn't know that she was a genius. Still a straw bag. Ji Yao stood up after hearing this, walked out of the cubicle unhurriedly, and came to the audience. Fellow Taoist Yi, how do you feel? Du Zhenxiu spotted Ji in the crowd as soon as he came out of the compartment, and quickly squeezed in. He played well this time, so he had a smile on his face. It's okay. Xiao nodded lightly and looked at Shirtai. At this time, 100 verification personnel were already checking the array discs on the stage, and all the unqualified ones were packed in storage bags. Chapter 422 4 Arts Competition 3. Before long, all inspections were over. The results of the first round of competition have come out. The registration tokens of all eliminated disciples have been invalidated, and their numbers have disappeared. Gao Weili paused, but he did not expect that this competition would be much better than before. A total of more than 5,000 people participated in the first round of the competition, and as many as 3,000 people entered the second round, which was indeed much more than before. And the little girl from before also entered the second round to his surprise. Disciples who have entered the second round, check the numbers that appear on their name tags. An hour later, the second round of competition will begin again. After Gao Weili finished speaking,
He did not care about everyone's reaction, and walked to the high platform. President Liu just sent a message to him, asking him to come over. But he didn't know why.
President Liu, I wonder what you want me to do when you call me here.
The President Liu in front of me is a formation master and a disciple of the Liu family. But he is someone he cannot afford to offend. Therefore, Gao Weili was very respectful.
Bring me the array plate number 816. I want to take a look.
Lu Junjie was just curious as to how good that little girl was.
Number 816?
Gao Weili was a little surprised. Isn't this the little girl? Why is the president suddenly interested in her? But then I thought about it, and realized that I had noticed her specialness. It was more normal that President Liu would notice it.
Well, that's her.
Lu Junjie touched his beard and looked towards Jie, and found that the little girl was walking towards the alchemy competition stage.
Okay.
Gao Weili nodded, and went down to get the array plate made by Jie.
What? Is there a junior you like?
Nangong Ryue looked at Lu Junjie funny. This was only the first round of the competition. Could this guy just like someone? The other two people also looked curious.
Ha. Have you seen the little girl in red?
Lu Junjie pursed his lips in Jie's direction. The three of them looked towards the line of sight, and saw Jie in the crowd at a glance. She was dressed in red and stood out among the crowd. What's more, she had such an appearance that many male disciples around her were peeking at her.
TSK. She is really a beautiful little girl, and with a bone age of only 25 years old. She is already in the late stage of foundation building, and judging from her solid foundation and stable cultivation, she must not have taken pills to practice this talent. She could compete with my Yur when she was little.
Nangong Ryue likes children who are down-to-earth and progressive. When she saw Jie, she sat up straight and looked at her and praised her.
And this girl just completed the carving of the first-grade formation plate in 2/4 of an hour.
Lu Junjie felt a little proud when he heard Nangong Ryue praising Jie. He is so discerning. Ling Ran and Wang Duo looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. This guy's old habit has returned. Whenever he sees a talented disciple, he wants to guide and promote him.
President Liu, the array has arrived.
Gao Weili handed the array to Lu Junjie and stood aside to listen to his orders.
Hey, it's a high-grade array.
Lu Junjie's eyes lit up. But he didn't expect this girl to give him a surprise. In fact, it is not difficult to refine a first-grade formation disc. However, with the little girl's speed and the grade of the formation disc, Lu Junjie could clearly see that the little girl's level was probably not low.
What's going on over there?
Nangong Ryue was paying attention to Jie. But suddenly she found that she had found a disciple working in the association over there. Chapter 423 for Arts Competition 4. At this time, Jie felt a little annoyed. Every detail of this competition was stipulated, and it was absolutely impossible to make mistakes easily. She just came over to ask how Sister Hanwei's results were when she heard that she passed the first round of the competition. But there was a small amount of herbs in the competition. She was very familiar with this plot, because Chi had experienced it in the original work. Not only did she manipulate the herbs, but even the alchemy furnace might have problems. The reason is simply that she offended someone and others wanted to punish her. How similar is the situation before us?
I've said it before. It's impossible for our competition to have such a problem. How can you throw dirty water on our association? What's more, if there is a problem as she said, then how did she refine the elixir? You're obviously not as skilled as others, but you blame our association?
Zhang Fu was a little angry at this time. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a beauty, he would have fallen out with him. If this kind of technology doesn't work and there is a problem, he has seen a lot of people who come to their association with problems. Even if someone from their association really tampered with it, it is not something outsiders can comment on. Jie frowned. Now they really couldn't produce evidence. It was very difficult to prove this matter. Not far away, Liang Ping saw Jie and the two running to find manager Zhang, and raised the corner of his mouth with some mockery. Just the two of them, with background but no background, and strength but no strength, still want to bring themselves down? How naive.
How about forgetting it?
Yi Hanwei's eyes were red, and she tugged on Ji Yao's sleeves. Now she had guessed that it was probably Gu Lingling who was responsible. After all, except for her, she had never offended anyone in Lingchuan City. Who? It's okay to suffer some grievances. And you can't harm Jiyu.
This is obviously someone from their association.
Jia felt a little angry. After all, Yi Hanwei is also a sister she knows. Is it too much for these people to bully her like this?
I'm fine.
You compete well, and don't affect the next competition because of me. Yi Hanwei was very moved when she saw Ji Yao standing up for her. She was the only one who showed kindness to her after being out for so long. After all, my cultivation and qualifications are looked down upon in the central domain. Then what if they do something again in the next round? Ji Yao was a little helpless. She had no background in the central region and couldn't rely on her even if she wanted to. In the final analysis, the strength is still too low. Otherwise, how could the other party dare to cover it up like this? What are you talking about? Our association's competition is fair and just. If you throw dirty water on us again, I'll be rude. Zhang Fu lost his patience at this time, and more disciples were watching the excitement around him. If something spreads out, won't it damage the reputation of the association? Go! Bring them here to me! Nandong Ryue frowned unhappily as she watched Ji arguing with Zhang Fu with an unhappy look on her face. At first glance, she felt that the little girl was very pleasing to the eye and not an unreasonable person. He must have been wronged in some way. Yes! Gao Weili agreed and appeared beside Ji Yao and the others in a flash. President Nandong asked me to take you there. Gao Weili looked at Ji Yao and smiled. He could tell that both presidents were very special to this girl. Otherwise, they wouldn't care about such a trivial matter. He still wanted to make her feel his kindness. Chapter 424 4 Arts Competition 5. Ji Yao was a little surprised to see Gao Weili appear, and was even more stunned when she heard this. I've met Senior. Ji Yao recovered and saluted immediately. This was the host of their formation competition. I've met Senior. Yi Hanwei also reacted and saluted accordingly. No need to be polite. Come with me. Gao Weili smiled and didn't bother Qiao. This little girl has really good qualifications. Uncle Gao. This is... Zhang Fu panicked when he heard Gao Weili calling them over. Could it be that this is some big shot? What if the president blames him for not doing things well because of this incident? Thinking of this, Zhang Fu started to get nervous. Liang Ping's heart was beating loudly, and he squeezed his hands tightly together nervously, standing aside and looking at Qiao and the others. What should I do if the investigation really turns out to be related to me? After all, Yi Hanwei gave her herbal medicine herself, and there was no way to deny it. It seemed that Yi Hanwei had lied because he had no choice but to kill himself when the time came. Let's go! Don't keep the president and the others waiting. After Gao Weili said this, he took the lead and walked up to the high platform. Qiao, Yi Hanwei, and Zhang Fu also followed immediately. Arriving on the high platform, Qiao saw the 4 presidents looking at her. I've met 4 seniors. I've met 4 presidents. The 3 of them saluted immediately. Ha ha. No need to be polite. Lu Junjie smiled and waved his hand. This was someone from his formation. Jia stood up straight after hearing this and looked at Lu Junjie, not quite understanding why he called her over. After all, it is not convenient for the president of the formation Dao to be involved in alchemy Dao matters. Little girl, I asked you to come here. Nandong Ryue felt even more satisfied when she saw Jia acting neither humble nor haughty in front of the 4 nascent soul cultivators. Jia looked at Nandong Ryue in surprise when she heard this. Did she remember that this seemed to be Nandong Che's aunt? I just saw what you were arguing about. Can you tell me? If you have been wronged, just say it, and I will make the decision for you. Nandong Ryue looked at Jiao and smiled slightly. Sometimes her eyes are really magical. As things, this little girl really has a good rapport with her. Much better than those careless juniors of the Nandong family. By the way, what's the little girl's name? Thank you, Senior Nandong. Jiao thanked her first, and then continued. Junior Yi Jiao. This is my friend Yi Hanwei. During the first round of the alchemy competition, she found that the weight of Lingxi grass was not enough. After completing the competition after that, I went to the senior to report the situation and see if there were any mistakes made during the process and if I missed something. Jiao couldn't directly say that she suspected someone was cheating and deliberately cheated Yi Hanwei. After all, this was a slap in the face of the association. No matter how easy talking the senior was, he couldn't keep it on his face. Nandong Ryue stared at Jiao meaningfully after hearing this. But she was a little more talkative than she thought. As for the lack of materials, it was obviously intentional. The competition in their association was very rigorous. If it were such a trivial matter, she wouldn't care about it after knowing it. But today she wanted to clean it up. But she couldn't let the good boy feel cold. Zhang Fu. Is what she said true? Nandong Ryue directly exuded the pressure of the nascent soul cultivator and headed towards Zhang Fu. Disciple is not sure. Feeling the pressure, Zhang Fu's heart tightened. His face instantly turned red, and cold sweat began to drip from his forehead. Which bitch did this little trick, and now it's hurting him? Chapter 425 4 Arts Competition 6. Who is in charge of this girl's herbal medicine? Call him over. Nandong Ryua withdrew her pressure and spoke calmly. Yes. Disciple will go right away. As soon as the pressure left, Zhang Fu breathed a sigh of relief and immediately headed towards the alchemy stone platform. You won't blame me for being nosy. Right. Nandong Ryua looked at Ling Ran with a smile. After all, it was about his alchemy competition. And he, as a Fu Dao Guild president, was a bit over the top. How could it be possible? You can make fun of me all the time. Ling Ran smiled helplessly. How could they care about this after hundreds of years of friendship? At this time, Liang Ping was beside Gu Lingling and Yang Shiwen, running around anxiously. What if something really happens? Didn't you say that she has no background at all? How did she become like this now? Several presidents were actually involved. Liang Ping was scared just thinking about it. I don't know what's going on. Gu Lingling was also a little scared at this time. After all, she was just a girl who was pampered by her family, and she had never encountered such a scene. I'm afraid I'm going to get hurt by you this time, Liang Ping said angrily. He shouldn't have been soft-hearted in the first place. He should never have anything to do with her again in the future. Sooner or later, it would hurt him. Liang Ping, come with me. Zhang Fu had a bad expression when he saw Liang Ping. Thinking of what he had just experienced, he felt even more angry. Ah! Zhang is in charge. Liang Ping was startled and stuttered. What are you doing? Hurry up! Zhang Fu didn't look good at all. He just flicked his sleeves and turned back to the high platform. Liang Ping glared at Gu Lingling and followed him. Brother Yang. Gu Lingling hugged Yang Sherwin's arm with some fear. What if Liang Ping confessed herself? Well, it's okay, Yang Sherwin said impatiently. But he was thinking about when Hanwei hooked up with the noble man? Could it be that I made a mistake? Yang Sherwin regretted it when he thought about whose lap Hanwei might have hugged. After all, Hanwei is beautiful and obedient to her, which is much better than Gu Lingling. If he had known earlier that she would meet a noble man, there would be nothing he could say to get rid of her. Xiyao, do you have a master? Lu Junjie touched his beard and asked Xiyao with a smile. You guys want to take advantage of this little girl again. Nandong Ryua looked at Lu Junjie teasingly. This junior has learned from me a long time ago. My master is Jian Song of the North Territory 10,000 Sword Sect. Xiyu smiled. She could feel the goodwill of these presidents. Jian Song? The four of them exclaimed at the same time. And Nandong Ryua stood up even more excitedly. Xiyu was startled by their reaction and was a little confused. It's actually Lord Jian Song? Lu Junjie sighed when he saw Xiao. He turned out to be Lord Jian Song's disciple. No wonder his talent is so evil. Nandong Ryua also realized that she had reacted too much and sat down awkwardly. Girl, are you the little disciple of Lord Jian Song? Nandong Ryua asked Xiao with a little heat. Yes, I also have a senior brother. Xiao saw their reactions and knew that they knew their master. It seems that my master is doing well in the Central Territory. Ahem. How is your master lately? When will you come to the Central region again? Nandong Ryua's heartbeat was a little fast. Lord Jian Song was the male god of their generation. Chapter 426 4 Arts Competition 7. When Jian Song came from the Northern Territory, many talented disciples in the Central Territory looked down upon him. But in the end, they were all beaten into obedience. How many high-level monks in the Central region don't know Jian Song? I have always been his little fangirl. But unfortunately, I never had the chance to strike up a conversation with my idol. Unexpectedly, I was lucky enough to meet his disciple now. Come! This is my meeting gift. Nandong Ryua looked at Jia more kindly now. No wonder he liked her at first sight. After saying that, she took out a spiritual hairpin and handed it to Xiao. Is it actually a top-grade spiritual weapon? Xiao was a little surprised. Could Senior Nandong be too enthusiastic? Take it quickly. Otherwise I won't be happy. Nandong Ryua smiled and put the spiritual hairpin into her hand. Thank you, Senior. Feeling that Nandong Ryua really wanted to give it to her, Xiao accepted it with a smile. Upon seeing this, Lu Junjie and the other two people also gave them greeting gifts. Lu Junjie gave 3 6-grade array plates. Ling Rang gave a bottle of high-grade spiritual nourishing pills. And Wang Duo gave a spiritual sword, which is a mid-grade spiritual weapon. This spiritual hairpin contains my sealed talisman. If you encounter danger and activate it directly, It can play a big role. It is still a great threat to monks below Yuanying.
Nandong Ryue explained to Xiao, taking advantage of the effect of the spiritual hairpin. He took the spiritual hairpin directly from Jia's hand and inserted it into her hair personally.
It's so beautiful.
Nandong Ryue looked more and more beautiful at this time. Jia felt the enthusiasm of Senior Nandong and was a little flattered. She really didn't know her before.
Right?
Yi Hanwei stood aside in confusion throughout the whole process, completely confused as to where things were going. Are all high-level monks nowadays so kind and easy to talk to? This is different from what she imagined.
President Nandong, the disciple has brought someone here.
Zhang Fu came to the high platform and saw Nandong Ryue putting on the spirit hairpin for Jia. And his heart skipped a beat. I have offended people before.
Disciple has met the 4 presidents.
As soon as Liang Ping came up and saw a few people, his hands and feet suddenly became weak. He also saw the close relationship between Jiao and President Nandong just now. And he only had one feeling at this time. It's over.
Tell me what happened. I advise you not to lie. You can't afford the consequences.
Nandong Ryue gave Liang Ping a cold look. Fortunately, she took care of this matter on a whim. Otherwise the idol's apprentice would have been wronged by her.
Disciple.
Liang Ping's legs were shaking nervously, and he couldn't speak clearly. Nandong Ryue frowned. This look was really embarrassing to her association.
Speak quickly.
Nandong Ryue was a little impatient and directly pressed towards him with coercion.
Plop!
Liang Ping's legs softened and he knelt down.
Disciple said that someone asked the disciple to trip up Yi Hanwei and deliberately wanted her to be eliminated in the first round.
Liang Ping closed his eyes and told the truth. In front of high-level monks. He didn't dare to use his little tricks at all.
What do you think we should do?
Nandong Ryue saw that he told the truth. So she left the follow-up issues to Ling Ran.
This disciple will be expelled from the 4 Arts Association. He will never be hired. And he will not be allowed to buy anything from the 4 Arts Association.
Ling Ran also felt that his face was dull at this moment.
As for the person you are talking about, did he participate in this competition?
Ling Ran asked Liang Ping, who was lying on the ground with lifeless eyes.
Her name is Gu Lingling. She participated in the Qi Zone competition and passed the first round.
Liang Ping came back to his senses and replied through gritted teeth. At this time, he hated Gu Lingling in his heart. How could she have ended up in such a situation if it hadn't been for her? Chapter 427 4 Arts Competition 8.
Well, we will directly deprive her of the qualification to participate in the competition. And her previous results will be invalidated. Take him down.
After Ling Ran finished speaking, he directed towards Zhang Fu.
Disciple, obey!
Seeing that no one was holding him accountable, Zhang Fu felt relieved and pulled Liang Ping away.
Little girl, are you satisfied with the result?
Ling Ran looked at Xiao and smiled. That was all they could do. As for their private grievances, they could only resolve them themselves.
Thank you to the seniors.
Xiao thanked her sincerely. In fact, she never thought that they would stand up for her.
Ha! Girl, the second round of competition is about to begin. I'm looking forward to your performance.
Lu Junjie stroked his beard, feeling a little proud. This disciple of Venerable Jian Song also learns formations, which shows that he has a future in formations.
Yao, please don't put any pressure on her. Just perform well.
Nandong Ryue glared at Lu Junjie, not even looking at why this girl was being put under so much pressure at such a young age. Jiao heard that Senior Nandong actually called Yao directly, which was a little funny and warm at the same time. She was lucky to meet such a senior when she went out.
Junior will do his best.
Jiao responded with a smile on her face.
Then go ahead.
Lu Junjie waved his hand, looking forward to the start of the competition. After all, he is the disciple of Venerable Jian Song, so his expectations are even higher now.
Junior, farewell.
Xiyu saluted and left the platform with Yi Hanwei. Yi Hanwei has been unable to regain her senses, and she looks a little confused when she looks at Ji Yao. Is Jia's master a big shot?
Sister Hanwei, you will have a good competition later. This situation should not happen again.
Jia looked at Yi Hanwei's reaction and was quite understanding. I'm afraid she rarely sees high-level monks, so she is so reserved.
Thank you, Sister Jiao. I didn't expect you to help me both times. I am not very qualified, and I am considered a loser in the central region. Except for my family, others look down on me at all. So later, Yang Sherwin appeared, and I will fall deeply into it. Because at that time, I felt that someone finally treated me well. Yi Hanwei looked at Ji Yao with slightly red eyes. Xia came from the Northern Territory and had no foundation in the Central Territory. But she was willing to stand up for herself. She was a nascent soul cultivator.
I have nothing to repay you, so I'll give this to you,
Yi Hanwei said, and stuffed a piece of cloth into Ji Yao's hand. Xia looked down at the cloth in her hand with some doubts. There was something densely written on it.
Qi's Alchemy Method?
Xia looked at the title and read out.
Yes, I got this by chance. I didn't have enough materials before, but I was able to successfully refine the elixir. This is what I relied on.
Yi Hanwei was a little embarrassed. But apart from this, she had nothing else she could use. Something.
I can't have it.
Xia shook her head and was about to return the thing to her. She should keep this secret recipe for herself.
I have learned this secret technique. It is useless to keep it. Just accept it. If you don't accept it, I will always feel sorry.
Yi Hanwei insisted on giving the cloth to her. Xia paused. She ignored the concept of cause and effect. She blindly helped the other party, but did not accept her reward. Instead, it caused cause and effect, which was not good for her.
Thank you.
Xia smiled, accepted the cloth, and at the same time took out a few fourth-grade arrayed plates and handed them to Yi Hanwei. She didn't have time to study alchemy, and she had no plans to do so. But she could leave this method to her mother and Chiyue. Yi Hanwei took over the array with a smile, and the two of them smiled in unison, then separated and headed towards the competition stone platform. Chapter 428 4 Arts Competition 9.
The second round of formation competition will begin soon. Please take your seats. Disciples.
An hour has passed, and Gao Weili reappeared and began to preside over the second round of competition. Xia still walked towards the stone platform calmly. This time her number was 2039. Arriving at compartment 2039, Xia walked directly in. Everything inside is exactly the same as in the first round.
The second round of competition begins now,
Gao Weili announced, then looked at Ji Yao with a smile. This is the disciple of Venerable Jian Song. Xia sat down, calmed down her emotions, then picked up the arrayed plate and engraving pen, and began to carve seriously. This time she chose to depict the second-grade magic formation, the 7-star magic formation. This formation mainly maintains the operation of the formation by mobilizing the power of the stars. And there are 7 painting methods, each of which corresponds to a different magic formation. A truly powerful formation master can combine 7 painting techniques to achieve the effect of switching between 7 phantom formations at once. Ji Yao can create 7 painting methods at the same time, but she can only make a second-grade formation plate at best. Any higher level will result in failure. Therefore, she chose to portray the 7-star magic formation in the second round. Time passed little by little. Ji Yao's mind was filled with the combination method of the 7-star array, and she lowered her head to carve it out carefully. Nangong Ryue was not in the mood to watch the Fu Dao competition at this time, and her heart was focused on Ji Yao.
Ahem. Ryu, why are you staring at my formation disciple?
Lu Junjie looked at Nangong Ryu with a half-smile. He still clearly remembers the past between Nangong Qingju of the Nangong family and Venerable Jian Song.
Don't I care about the little girl? I can't do anything but cherish your talents.
Nangong Ryue felt a little guilty and didn't have the confidence to speak.
Huh? I don't know if I care about this little girl or others,
Lu Junjie said, pretending to shake his head with a look of helplessness on his face. The other two couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. The 4 of them have been friends for hundreds of years. Who doesn't know that Nangong Ryue secretly likes Venerable Jian Song?
What are you talking about? I'm too lazy to tell you.
Nangong Ryue snorted coldly and ignored Lu Junjie. But her ears were completely red. When Lu Junjie saw this, he stopped teasing her. It would be terrible if she was made angry. The entrance of 4 Arts Association. Liang Ping, Gu Lingling and Yang Sherwin were pushed directly out of the door.
Our president has said that you will no longer be welcome in our 4 Arts Association in the future. Especially you, Liang Ping. Don't let me see you again.
Zhang Fu is still angry now. Because of this guy. He is in the position of the president. It left a bad impression in front of me. I don't know when I will be able to make up for it in the future.
He was the one who did it. It really has nothing to do with us. You can just punish him. Why implicate innocent people?
Gu Lingling said as she wiped away her tears in grievance, looking like she had been wronged.
TSK. Stop pretending there. Do you think I'm an idiot like Liang Ping? Who was fooled by you?
Zhang Fu laughed angrily at Gu Lingling's appearance, and at the same time felt unworthy of Liang Ping. I got kicked out just because of this thing. At this time, Liang Ping also sneered when he heard this, raised his eyelids and glanced at Gu Lingling. He was indeed blind. Gu Lingling was exposed, and her face became a little confused, and her face turned red. The crowd of onlookers also increased, pointing at the three people. After all, the Four Arts Association rarely treats people like this. Chapter 429 Four Arts Competition 10. Yang Sherwin felt the pointing fingers of the crowd, and his face suddenly felt hot. It was really embarrassing.
My final advice to you is, it's best not to think about revenge or anything like that. His background is not something you can mess with.
Zhang Fu raised the corner of his mouth and smiled mockingly. That is Venerable Jian Song, who is famous for his reputation. A person who protects his shortcomings. If his disciples were really touched, these people would wash their necks and wait. When Gu Lingling heard this, she bit her lips tightly and clenched her hands into fists. It was all her fault. Those two bitches. Have you ever been so embarrassed? When Yang Sherwin heard what Zhang Fu said, he felt so regretful that his intestines turned blue. What kind of stupidity did you commit in the first place? Thinking of this, he flicked his sleeves and left without even looking at Gu Lingling. He still had to find a way to coax Yi Hanwei back. However, this shouldn't be difficult. Doesn't she love herself deeply? As long as she expresses her meaning a little bit, she will definitely come running back. A beautiful life seemed to appear before his eyes, and Yang Sherwin actually laughed. When Gu Lingling saw that Yang Sherwin had left, she was shocked and immediately chased after him without even looking at Liang Ping. Liang Ping stared at the two figures in silence for a long time. Then he suddenly laughed. Shi Yao, who was competing, was sculpting the most important ending of the 7-star array, connecting 7 painting methods in one stroke. She was a little nervous at this time and subconsciously held her breath. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the last stroke came to a perfect finish. Looking at the shimmering array disc in her hand, Shi Yu smiled with satisfaction. She could make progress every time she painted, which really made her happy. Shi Yu looked around and soon discovered that a male cultivator in the early stage of the golden elixir was already meditating to restore his spiritual power. Others are still struggling with their heads down, putting the formation disc on the stone table. Ji Yu also sat cross-legged and began to meditate and recover.
TSK. It looks like this girl has finished it again.
Lu Junjia's eyes lit up when he saw Ji Yao put down the formation disc. Although it took her a little longer this round, it was also very fast. It's not even an hour yet. Formation Dao and Talisman Dao are different from Alchemy Dao and Instrument Dao competitions. The materials required for the first two are very simple, so the choice of what type to make depends entirely on the player. As long as the grade is enough, you can enter the next round. Therefore, everyone's works may be different, and there will be no ranking, only grade, because it is too troublesome to prepare materials for Dan Dao and Qi Dao. The content of each round of competition is stipulated, and everyone's goal is the same. I don't know what array this girl made.
Don't even look at who his disciple is.
Nandong Ryua sat up straight with some pride. With such an appearance, those who didn't know thought he was her disciple. Lu Junjie didn't reveal anything, but just gave her a funny look. Nandong Ryua, on the other hand, looked at Jio meditating and remembered the Lord Jian song she had seen before. At that time, he was like a sun, extremely dazzling but out of reach. Every time, I could only watch him and Ninth Sister staying together from a distance, without even having the courage to step forward and say H, lo. In fact, she has always been considered a genius, even better than Ninth Sister, but she still feels inferior in front of Lord Jian Song. She had such low self-esteem that once, when he took the initiative to ask her name, she didn't even have the courage to speak, so she turned around and ran away. This has become the thing she regrets most now. Chapter 434 Arts Competition 11.
When 1 hour is up, please all disciples stop carving and leave in an orderly manner.
Gao Weili did not say much, and the rules were the same as in the first round. Xia opened her eyes and walked slowly towards the stone platform.
Fellow Taoist Yi.
Du Jinxi waved to Yu excitedly. After realizing that everyone around him was looking at him, he realized the problem and put down his hand in embarrassment. Xia smiled slightly and walked over.
Young Taoist Du should have performed well.
Xia knew from his expression that he had performed well.
It's okay, but I probably won't be able to pass the next round.
Du Jinxiu was a little embarrassed by the praise and scratched his head.
You can do it,
Xia said and smiled, then found an open space and began to meditate. Although his spiritual power has been restored, he still needs to seize the time to absorb spiritual power and practice. After all, he still wants to participate in the Lingxiu secret realm 10 years later. It is not easy to advance to the golden elixir. Du Junxiu still wanted to talk to Ji Yao. But when he saw this, he could only shut up and found a place to meditate. An hour later, the third round of competition began again, and Ji Yao still passed easily. Du Junxiu was indeed kicked off. At this time, there were only about 20 people left in the competition. There are more than 5,000 people, and only about 20 people can make the third-grade formation disc. It is enough to imagine how difficult it is to learn this formation. By the end of the fourth round, there were only 4 people left on the field. In addition to Ji Yao, there is also the golden elixir cultivator Xiao Qiming, who completed the second round faster than Ji Yao. The other 2 male cultivators are also golden elixir cultivators. The fifth round of competition was about to begin. The audience was full of disciples who had been eliminated before, and they all looked at the people on the stage with admiration. Especially Ji Yao, with a stunning face. Such a young age. Her cultivation has reached the late stage of foundation building, and she can also refine a 4th-grade array disc, which is really eye-catching. This is the legendary young genius disciple. Du Junxiu and Yi Hanwei also looked at Jia nervously and excitedly. Yi Hanwei only passed the refining of the 3rd-grade alchemy and was eliminated, but she received the identity certificate of a 3rd-grade alchemist. I don't know if Ji Yao can refine a 5th-grade formation disc. Ji Yao came to the cubicle and sat down, not feeling much in her heart. You know your own level of understanding, and your chances of success are almost non-existent. After all, if the 5th-grade array plate was so easy to carve, then there would be array masters everywhere. Just try your best and don't worry too much about the results. The 5th round of competition has officially begun. Gao Weili was now completely impressed by Ji Yao. Before, it was just because the president favored her. But now he admires her ability. Even though I am hundreds of years old, I can only make 4th-grade array discs, while the other party is only in his 20s. Speaking of which, it's really a bit embarrassing. Ji Yao calmed down, then picked up the engraving pen and the formation plate and began to carve. This time she chose the trapping formation, trap dragon formation, that she had practiced before, which was the least difficult formation. Do you think Yao Yao can succeed? Nandong Ryua looked at Ji Yao on the stage nervously. The fact that she has come this far has exceeded their expectations. Probably there's not much hope. After all, at her age, she has to practice hard. So how can she have so much time to study formations? Lu Junjie shook his head with some pity. The other party can reach the level of a 4th-level formation mage in his 20s, which is already extremely talented. But he didn't know that Ji Yao had only just come into contact with formations in the past few years. Chapter 431 4 Arts Competition 12. That's right. She is already very good. When I was her age, I could only make 3rd-grade talismans. Speaking of this, Nandong Ryua thought of her evil nephew Nandong Yu. Whether it is cultivation or the 4 arts, for him, it is as simple as drinking water and eating. However, to outsiders, his life seemed smooth and smooth. But she knew that he also struggled out of various life and death dilemmas. But his nephew was still practicing the 7 emotions art, and he didn't even have a chance to find an intimate person. Otherwise, she really wants to match them up. After all, it is better not to have too big a difference in qualifications between the Taoist couple, so that they can always be by their side. At this time, the 4 arts competition is coming to an end, and there are only a few people left on each stone platform. 3/4 of an hour passed, and Ji Yao had reached the most critical step. When she was practicing before, she always stopped here. As long as this step is drawn well, the chance of success will be greater in the next step. Ji Yao concentrated her mind and carefully drew a stroke. Crack! The array disc actually cracked a crack and was scrapped. Ji Yao looked at the cracked array disc in her hand and sighed in her heart. As expected, my own moral conduct is not enough, and it is unrealistic to take a chance. You still need to spend time studying. Ji Yao smiled, put down the formation disc in her hand, and then looked at the other 3 people. All 3 of them are still in the process of characterization, and I don't know how many of them will succeed. After watching for a moment, Ji Yao closed her eyes and continued to meditate. When the disciples in the audience saw her stopping so quickly, they all guessed that she failed. After all, no matter how fast it is, it can't be this fast. Ha ha! This little girl is really calm. I like it. Lu Junjie smiled and patted the armrest of the seat. Even if I failed, I didn't give up on myself, and I didn't even show any signs of frustration. I quickly adjusted my mentality.
I really didn't expect that at such a young age. She didn't care too much about gains and losses, which is really rare.
Well, he is indeed a good boy.
Nandong Ryua also smiled and nodded. Most of the juniors are competitive and have a strong desire to win. I didn't expect this little girl to take it so lightly. People with this kind of mentality can often go further. Yi Hanwei looked at Ji Yao meditating on the stage and was a little worried. She didn't know if Ji Yao would be hit.
The competition is over.
Gao Weili glanced at Ji Yao with some pity. He thought the other party could create a miracle. Ji Yao opened her eyes and stood up. This time, several people did not step down, because this was already the last round of competition. And even if someone produced a 5th grade array, there would not be another round, because you are already a master of formations when you make a 5th grade one. Further grading is an internal matter within the association.
Xiao Qiming won the 5th level formation master badge, and the other 3 received the 4th level formation mage badge. This is the end of this formation competition,
Gao Weili announced with a smile. The crowd immediately cheered. They all studied the formation and knew how difficult it was, so they were really happy for them. Ji Yao felt everyone's warm atmosphere and laughed happily. This is a group of lovely and pure people. Lu Junjie came to the stone platform and personally pinned the badges to the collars of several people.
You are all very good. With your efforts, our formation will definitely get better and better. I hope you can carry forward our formation.
Lu Junjie smiled and looked at the disciples in the audience. These are the future of the formation.
Carry it forward. Carry it forward.
Chapter 432. The competition ends. The competition is over, and the participating disciples have left one after another. Ji Yao stood by the stone platform waiting for Yi Hanwei. She was called by Zhang Fu from the association just now. She didn't know what was going on.
Yao Yao.
Nandong Ryua appeared in front of Ji Yao in a few flashes, and Lu Junjie followed.
I've met these 2 seniors.
Ji Yao saluted immediately, a little surprised by their appearance.
You kid, why are you still seeing people like this?
Nandong Ryua glared at her.
That's right.
Lu Junjie also smiled and touched his beard.
Girl, I came here to ask you, are you interested in joining the 4 Arts Association?
Lu Junjie is very optimistic about Ji Yao. As long as he is trained well, the formation master will not be able to escape.
I'm afraid this will live up to the high expectations of seniors. This junior is here for the long river of time. He doesn't have much time to stay here and study formations. For juniors, swordsmanship is the most important.
Ji Yao was he explained sincerely that he was learning the formations firstly, so that he could decipher the formations he encounters in daily life, and secondly to pass on his master's legacy. The association wants to cultivate formation masters, so it would be a waste to put the energy on themselves. It would be better to devote all their efforts to cultivating formation cultivators.
Hey, I knew your girl would say that, but I won't force it. This is the purple level token of the array. If something happens in the future, you can seek help from all the 4 arts associations in the central domain. They will do their best to cooperate. You?
Lu Junjie smiled and took out a token and handed it to Ji Yao. He liked this little girl from the bottom of his heart, but it was a pity that he did not have the relationship between master and disciple. Ji Yao was a little surprised when she looked at the token. She actually didn't have much contact with her senior, so she was somewhat puzzled by such enthusiasm.
Hurry up and accept it. This guy cherishes talents the most. When he sees talented and hard-working disciples, he likes them.
Nandong Ryua saw Ji Yao's doubts and pointed them out directly.
Thank you, senior.
Ji Yao took the token with both hands and solemnly thanked her. I am very grateful for his kindness and love.
We can still compete against each other if we have the opportunity in the future. With your girl's talent, I'm afraid that day won't last long.
Lu Junjie laughed as he spoke. Ji Yao also laughed. She was different from her predecessors, and she did have a lot to learn from.
Okay, I've finished talking about this. You guys can chat slowly. Little girl, practice hard.
Lu Junjie smiled enough and left.
Senior Nandong?
Ji Yao looked at Nandong Ryua with some confusion.
Ahem. How is your master lately?
Nandong Ryua's cheeks were hot, and her eyes were a little wandering. Ji Yao was stunned for a moment, and finally realized. Could the senior Nandong in front of her be the death of her master?
My master recently went out to visit friends. He is very good.
Ji Yao understood and spoke with a smile. It seems that my master is quite charming. Senior Nandong is so beautiful, capable, and highly cultivated. I don't know what it is that he likes about his master.
That's it. Then do you know where he went? Nandong Ryua was completely prepared and asked directly. I don't know much about this junior, but he probably came to the central region. Ever since he knew that he was facing death, Master had often contacted Senior Ji Shuzi to discuss this issue. But she wasn't sure, so she couldn't tell. Really? Nandong Ryua's eyes lit up when she heard this. And she became excited. Chapter 433 Communication. It should be. Shiyu smiled. She was planning to send a communication talisman to the master. Ever since she arrived in Lingchuan City a few days ago, she always felt as if someone was staring at her. However, she didn't notice anything. She thought that either she felt wrong or the other party's cultivation level was too high. By the way, Yao Yao, do you have a sweetheart? Nandong Ryua got the answer she wanted, and her whole heart became a little excited. Aw? Gio was confused when asked. Why did she suddenly jump up here? No, I just want to improve my cultivation now, and don't have the energy to think about these things. Gia shook her head. She had not passed her own death, so how could she be in the mood to think about these issues? That's it. Nandong Ryua nodded with some satisfaction. It would be easy to handle without a sweetheart. There are still many outstanding juniors in the Nangong family, and those whose qualifications are almost the same as hers are Yer and Xiao Che. However, Xiao Che has always been unreliable, and his training is sloppy. He will definitely not be able to keep up with the girl in the future. And Yer, because of his skills, has an indifferent temperament. Thinking of this, Nandong Ryua suddenly found that it was a bit difficult to achieve the goal of becoming a family. She was such a good little girl that she wanted to take her home. Gio had some reaction at this time, because Senior Nandong looked very much like the 7 ants and 8 ants who introduced the target on TV in his previous life. Ahem. Senior Nandong, my friend is here. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Gia saw Ihanwei coming from a distance, as if she had seen a savior. She doesn't want to go on a blind date now. There's nothing else. Just leave me a messenger talisman, and we can get together when you have nothing to do. Nandong Ryua would not admit that she actually mainly wanted to meet her idol. Okay. Gia took out her communication talisman and handed it to Nandong Ryua, smiling awkwardly. What a good boy. Nandong Ryua touched Gia's head and disappeared in a flash. Huh? Seeing her leaving, Gio finally breathed a sigh of relief. Senior Nangong's shining eyes just now made her scalp tingle. Xiao! Yi Hanwei ran over happily and looked at Gio with excitement. I was retained by the association. Yi Hanwei still couldn't believe that she, a third-level alchemist, would be selected by the association. Thank you. Yi Hanwei hugged Ji Yao gratefully. In fact, she knew very well that the reason why the association was important was for Ji Yao's sake. Thank you for nothing. This result is due to your own ability and hard work. Ji Yao patted her back and was happy for her from the bottom of her heart. After all, if she didn't have the ability, there would be no way she would be left here. Thank you. Yi Hanwei's eyes turned red again. She was lucky to meet Ji Yao. Brother! Nandong Ryua came to the yard of Nandong Kuming, the head of the Nandong family. Come back so soon? Nandong Kuming raised his eyebrows in surprise. In the past, after the competition, his 15th sister would not come back until after playing for a while. Don't I miss you, big brother? Nandong Ryua smiled and came to sit in the pavilion. What? But what happened? Nandong Kuming poured her some spiritual tea and smiled. Ahem. I met a very interesting girl this time. Nandong Ryua smiled awkwardly. Sure enough, her elder brother would not believe her previous lies. Chapter 434 7 Love Secrets. Oh! Nandong Kuming raised an eyebrow, wondering who deserves her special visit. She is Jian Song's apprentice. Nandong Ryua stopped smiling and took a sip of the spirit tea. Nandong Kuming's hand holding the teacup paused. A little surprised. It was Jian Song. Actually, those things have long since passed. Jiu Mei has already had a Taoist companion and a child. If you really like him that much, you can give it a try. Nandong Kuming looked at Qin Ju and Ryua grew up, and both of them are good girls. Nandong Ryua was silent when she heard this. In fact, in the final analysis, she was just wishful thinking. It was impossible to say that others had forgotten her. You? You have been so proud since childhood. Why do you have no confidence at all in front of him? Is it possible that the girl from my Nandong family is not good enough for him? Nandong Kuming felt a little distressed when he saw Nandong Ryua's low mood. Patted her head. In his opinion, his sister is the most outstanding girl in the world. Tell me about it. Girl. Nandong Kuming changed the subject. He couldn't control these things. No matter what Ryu wanted to do, he would support it unconditionally. That little girl is only about 25 years old now, and she is already in the late stage of foundation building. And her foundation is solid. She definitely did not take pills to practice. Moreover, she is still a 4th level formation mage now. And she is even more beautiful than that girl Lu Lianxue. He is humble and polite, and not impetuous at all. Nandong Ryue laughed when she mentioned Jiao. It seems you like her very much. Nandong Kuming raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had never heard Ryu praise someone so much. Now, he was a little curious about the girl. Hey, but such a good girl belongs to someone else's family. Nandong Ryue sighed with regret. When Nandong Kuming heard this, he looked at her with a half smile. Brother, are you saying that it's really impossible for you to find a Taoist companion? Nandong Ryue hesitated for a moment, then asked. Nandong Kuming didn't expect that Ryu had this idea. He was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Nandong Ryu and said seriously, This is unlikely. Does that mean it's possible? Nandong Ryue grasped another important point. Actually, the 7 emotions Ju is a technique passed down by my ancestors of the Nandong family. Very few people choose to practice it. Not everyone is willing to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Speaking of which, our Nandong family still owes your. Nandong Kuming was a little bit confused, sighing guiltily. Actually, I looked through the ancestral home of the Nandong family, and the 7 emotions are described in it is not a complete exercise. In ancient times, in addition to the main family, the Nandong family also had an ancestral base. Many techniques are divided into 2 parts. When our disciples have reached a certain level, they will go to the ancestral base to continue learning the subsequent techniques. The base at that time was at the junction with the demon clan. It's just that in the later ancient war, the Chiffon continent was divided into 2, and the ancestral base was completely separated from the main family. It should be in the spirit world now, and I don't know if it still exists. Nandong Kuming sighed. People have ascended, but they don't know if the base is still there. As for the 7 emotions Ju, if you practice the complete technique and practice it to the end, you only need an opportunity to regain what you lost. Maybe we can have it again? Nandong Ryue frowned. Could it still be the same as now? Well, many ancestors did not regain the 7 emotions and 6 desires in the end. The classics record that this requires an opportunity. Nandong Kuming actually did not give much hope. After all, it was not clear whether he could ascend. Chapter 435 The Scumbag Blocks the Way. That's it. Nandong Ryue nodded, and her previous thoughts faded away. Today's Chiffon continent can no longer ascend. There is no need for me to trick other people's little girls. Xiao Che is going to the Lingxiu secret realm in the next few days. What should you? My aunt? Prepare? Nandong Kuming stopped talking about the 7 emotions art and changed the topic. That brat is now a nascent soul cultivator. If we fight seriously, I can't beat him. Why do I need to prepare anything? Nandong Ryue laughed and said duplicity. In fact, she had been preparing a talisman for him. Nandong Kuming didn't expose it, just smiled and took a sip of the spiritual tea. At the door of the inn, Ji Yao was saying goodbye to Yi Han Wei. It was time for her to leave again. Han Wei! Just when Ji Yao was about to leave, Yang Sherwin suddenly appeared. Han Wei! Yang Sherwin approached the 2 of them with a happy expression, and actually stretched out his hand to take Yi Han Wei's hand. What are you doing? Yi Han Wei was startled and hid quickly, looking at him with disgust. Yang Sherwin didn't expect Yi Han Wei to be so disrespectful, and his face suddenly darkened. Don't make trouble. You know, my patience is limited. Jia frowned at the side. Sure enough, there are such self-righteous men everywhere in the world. I don't know where this blind confidence comes from. We've broken up. Don't bother me anymore. Yi Han Wei actually wanted to curse, but she was afraid of Yang Sherwin's strength. If he offends the other party, I'm afraid he won't be able to get back from it. What did you say? Yang Sherwin became angry. He didn't dislike her and came back to find her. Even if she was not grateful, she dared to take Xiao. Yi Han Wei was taken aback by his golden elixir stage aura and almost stumbled. Fortunately, Ji Yao held her back. You'd better stay away from her. Ji Yu stood in front of Yi Han Wei and looked at this scumbag with disgust. It's none of your business. If you're nosy, don't blame me for being rude. Yang Sherwin felt like he was about to explode. Each of these women were challenging his authority. But a person in the late stage of foundation building dares to act in front of him. Huh? I want to see how you can be so rude.
Jia laughed angrily at him and punched him in the face. She has long wanted to beat this scumbag. The last time I had this idea was when I met the domestically violent Aaron in the wilderness world. Yang Sherwin didn't expect Jia to dare to take action and was hit hard. This punch was equivalent to the physical strength of the late golden elixir. Even without using other factors, it still swollen half of Yang Sherwin's face. Several teeth were lost and blood flowed.
How dare you hit me?
Yang Sherwin was so angry that he almost exploded. He pointed his finger at Ji Yao and kept shaking.
Ji Yao, go quickly.
Yi Hanwei rushed in front of Ji Yao, fearing that Ji Yao would be hurt. In the final analysis, all this is because you don't understand others well, and you can't hurt others.
You stinky bitch. You still dare to protect her.
Yang Sherwin had lost his mind, took out his magic weapon, a broad knife, and attacked in the direction of the two of them.
Ji Yao, let's go!
Yi Hanwei took out the magic weapon and rushed forward. Even though she knew that she was throwing an egg against a stone, she still wanted to buy time for Ji Yao to leave. At this time, the crowd of onlookers also increased, and they all stayed away to watch the excitement. Chapter 436, Beating Up the Scumbag. Ji Yao smiled as she saw Yi Hanwei rushing forward regardless of her own safety, still thinking about letting her go first. It seems that I didn't help the wrong person. Seeing Yang Sherwin's sword hitting Yi Hanwei with a strong impact, Ji Yao teleported and disappeared. Yi Hanwei felt Yang Sherwin's murderous intention and was determined to die. But just when the attack was about to arrive, a red figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Ji Yao.
Ji Yao, what are you doing?
Yi Hanwei screamed in shock. She ignored him at all. She teleported directly to Yang Sherwin and punched him directly in the dantian. Originally, she was just angry and wanted to teach him a lesson. But he actually wanted to kill both of her. So don't blame her for being rude. The fist brought up the shadow of two white tigers, mixed with a trace of the nine heavens' divine thunder, and directly smashed a hole in Yang Sherwin's dantian.
Poof!
Yang Sherwin was directly punched and flew away, falling to the ground and groaning in pain. The divine thunder has entered his dantian and is wandering around inside, destroying his dantian. At this time, his spiritual power was dissipating. Yang Sherwin was so frightened by Ji Yao that he didn't react until now. The opponent was only in the late stage of foundation building. How could he be so powerful? Looking at Ji Yao not far away, he felt the collapse of his spiritual power. Yang Sherwin regretted it. He quickly took a rejuvenation pill and looked at Ji Yao with some fear, praying in his heart that the other party would let him go. Ji Yao glanced at him indifferently. This person was too arrogant. If he didn't let her get close from the beginning, then this fight might still be fought. It's a pity that the other party didn't take him seriously at all. After all, his body refining skills were in the late stage of Jin Dan, so it was easy to torture him. Yi Hanwei was stunned by the development in front of her. She stood aside with her mouth slightly open, unable to recover. Ji Yao did not intend to let him go so easily. If someone like him offended him now, he would definitely cause trouble for Yi Hanwei after he recovered. At that time, I will really do bad things with good intentions. Thinking of this, Ji Yao looked at Yang Sherwin and smiled suddenly. Yang Sherwin was frightened by her smile. He felt that the elixir healed his injury, and he didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away. At this time, he even forgot that he could fly in the air. The onlookers were also stunned by his operation. Why is this man so cowardly? Ji Yao raised her eyebrows, suddenly appeared in front of him with another teleportation, and punched his dantian again. At the same time, he grabbed the hand holding the knife with his left hand and twisted it hard.
Bang!
The broad knife fell directly to the ground. Yang Sherwin's entire arm was completely deformed, and the crack in his dantian expanded again. But Ji Yao was holding one of his arms at this time, and he had no chance to escape. At this time, Yang Sherwin's soul was almost frightened, and the abnormality in his dantian made him tremble in pain. Ji Yao let go of her hand and kicked him directly to a ruined wall in the distance. After hitting it, he fell down hard. The crowd of onlookers was once again shocked by Ji Yao's violence. Who could have known that such a beautiful woman could be so violent?
Brother Yang.
Just when Ji Yao was about to step forward and take action again, Gu Lingling suddenly appeared, went to the abandoned wall, and held Yang Sherwin in her arms with a heartbroken look on her face, tears falling from her eyes. Ji Yao frowned and looked at a golden elixir monk next to Gu Lingling. Chapter 437, Gu Lingling.
Ji Yao, you go first. I will take care of the rest.
Yi Hanwei also saw that Gu Lingling had brought another golden elixir monk over, and she was very anxious. This time it was a mid-stage golden core monk.
It's okay.
Jia just shook her head. Although there was a big gap in cultivation, she might not lose in a real fight. I also have a trump card that I have never used.
Why do you beat Brother Yang?
Gu Lingling gave Yang Sherwin the pill, helped him get closer to Jiao, and stretched out her hand to accuse him angrily. Jiao stared at Yang Sherwin with a half smile, which made him shudder. Yang Sherwin felt miserable. He just wanted to run away and stay far away from this female devil. But for the sake of his face, he couldn't give in and could only hold on.
Brother Yang, are you okay?
Feeling Yang Sherwin's whole body shaking, Gu Lingling became nervous. Brother Yang has good qualifications and is kind to her. She finally met such a person, so she can't let anything happen to him. Yang Sherwin glanced at Jiao. But the words came to his lips, but he couldn't say them out. Can he say that he actually wants to beg for mercy? The other party looked like he had a chance to win, and he didn't take the people Gu Lingling brought with him at all.
Uncle Wen, please teach me a lesson for this ignorant person.
Gu Lingling turned around and looked at the middle-aged man behind her, who was the middle-stage Jin Den monk. Wen Yao actually paid attention to Ji Yao when the two were fighting, and the other party was obviously a physical practitioner. As we all know, no matter how powerful your physical training is, there is one limitation, and that is the need for close combat. Unless the opponent's cultivation level has reached the nascent soul stage, attribute attacks in the space can be directly mobilized. Therefore, as long as you are careful not to get close to her, she will definitely lose.
Yes.
Wen Yao nodded lightly and walked up to Gu Lingling.
Little girl, if you admit defeat, you can suffer less. I know you are a physical practitioner, but I am not as careless as him to let you get close.
Wen Yao lectured like an elder.
If you don't try, how do you know I will suffer?
Shiyu is also someone who has seen big scenes. Even the nascent soul monk dares to fight to the death. But a mere golden core monk wants to scare her?
Huh? Since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for being rude.
Wen Yao didn't expect Ji Yao to be so arrogant, so he immediately lowered his face, took out a jade rui, and flicked it in Ji Yao's direction. At the same time, he scattered a handful of seeds of the soul-eating vine around him. In an instant, he was surrounded by grass and vines, blocking Ji Yao's chance to get close. Jiao has always been nervous. Although she is arrogant in words, she is extremely vigilant in her heart. As soon as the other party had the intention of taking action, she immediately took out Li Yuan's fused sword intent and struck at him. At the same time, Ji Yao waved her left hand, and a wolf formed by divine thunder appeared, roared towards Wen Yao, and rushed over. Wen Yao was shocked by Ji Yao's counterattack. The opponent was not a physical cultivator, but a sword cultivator. Feeling the strong destructive intention of Sirius, Wen Yao's scalp suddenly became numb, and he quickly moved away from the surroundings. But that day the wolf seemed to have eyes, and was chasing after him, unable to get rid of him no matter what. The fused sword intent collided with Wen Yao's attack, and part of it was melted away. The rest hit Ji Yao, but was blocked by her robe. In the end, she was only hit by the impact and took a few steps back before stopping. In the end, the other party still underestimated him, thinking that he could be easily dealt with because he couldn't get close. It is a big taboo to underestimate the enemy in a fight. This is what Jiao has learned from many fights. Chapter 438 Divine Soul Attack. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Wen Yao struck hard at Sirius. A dazzling golden light appeared and collided with Sirius. When the two met, they exploded. Yi Hanwei was pushed far away by Jiao from the beginning. Looking at the scene in front of her, her knowledge was refreshed again. Is it so easy to challenge levels now? Gu Lingling also had a look of disbelief at this time. She didn't expect that the other party's small role would actually make Uncle Wen unable to please him. Thinking that Ji Yao might escape, Gu Lingling felt cruel, and sent a summons to her father to explain the matter. No one could ever slap him in the face, let alone someone from a remote village like the Northern Territory.
Lingling, why don't we leave first?
Yang Sherwin was already frightened by Ji Yao, and now he was even more frightened when he saw her competing with the middle-stage Jin Dan.
Why go away? Since she dares to hurt you, she must pay the price,
Gu Lingling said through gritted teeth. Yang Sherwin smiled bitterly. He was afraid that he would be the one to pay the price in the end. On the other side, Jiao and Wen Yao had already passed several attacks, and Ji used exactly the same attack method in order to make him relax his vigilance. Seeing that the time was ripe, Ji Yao immediately condensed her soul into a small sword after striking out with a sword.
and attacked directly towards Wen Yao's consciousness, see who was counterattacking. This was the soul attack method that Shushu taught her after her soul flower bloomed. Soul attacks can be said to be the most difficult to defend against. But with the soul flower, Xiao can be completely immune. At the same time, she doesn't have to worry about her own soul being injured when attacking others. At most, other people's souls are protected and she can't attack them. Wen Yao was a little impatient at this time. Seeing that the opponent had no tricks left, he decided to show his trump card and deal with her directly. Many times, in order to prevent others from finding out their strength, monks will hide their trump cards. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it will not be used easily. But just when he was about to take action, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his soul. The pain made his eyesight go black. He fell to the ground, vomited a large mouthful of blood, and fainted. This sudden situation shocked the onlookers. Why did this man fall down suddenly? However, some knowledgeable monks have already thought that he was attacked by a spirit. Xia saw that the opponent was indeed injured and breathed a sigh of relief. This soul attack was no joke. He might not be able to recover if he didn't train for several months. If it weren't for his shallow cultivation, the other party might have to lie down for several years or decades.
Uncle Wen!
Gu Lingling didn't expect that Uncle Wen, who was fine, suddenly collapsed.
What did you do to Uncle Wen?
Gu Lingling walked up to Ji Yao and almost poked Ji Yao's face with her finger.
I advise you to take your hand back. Otherwise I can't guarantee that it can still stay on you.
Ji Yao glanced at Gu Lingling lightly. Gu Lingling's heart trembled when she saw Ji Yao's eyes. Only then did she remember Ji Yao's fierce appearance in the fight before. She quickly put her hand down. But she still had an angry look on her face. Unwilling to show weakness in front of Ji Yao. Not far away, Yang Sherwin's face turned green. What kind of fool was this little ancestor? He dared to offend others at this time. Is there something wrong with my brain?
Who dares to bully my daughter?
At this moment, a rich male voice came from not far away. Chapter 439. The younger one is beaten, and the older one is here. Xia looked sideways, and saw a middle-aged monk in green clothes approaching the golden elixir peak.
Dad!
As soon as she saw Gu Cheng, Gu Lingling ran towards him excitedly. Xia frowned when she saw this. Is this the so-called beating of the young and the old? This is endless and really annoying.
Lingling, tell Dad. Who bullied you?
Gu Cheng looked at his daughter distressfully. He was almost dying of anxiety after just receiving the summons.
Dad, it's that woman. She injured both Brother Yang and Uncle Wen.
Seeing her father coming, Gu Lingling immediately felt confident. Gu Cheng looked at Yang Sherwin standing aside, and Wen Yao lying unconscious on the ground. And his face sank unhappily. Lingling left in a hurry just to find Yang Sherwin, who was a softie. It seemed that he was also responsible for this. Yang Sherwin is not willing to endure hardships. Nor is he willing to go out for training. He is greedy for life and afraid of death. So he only knows how to eat soft food. He wanted to open Lingling's head and see how she fell in love with such a person. In the past, she had looked down on so many young talents. But she chose someone like this who, apart from having decent qualifications, was just a talker. Sensing Gu Cheng's unfriendly gaze, Yang Sherwin lowered his head, knowing that he didn't like him.
Are you bullying my Lingling?
Gu Cheng looked at Xia with a sneer. The aura of the golden elixir peak was pressing towards Xia. He expected to see her panicked look, but he didn't expect that the other party's face was calm and unaffected at all.
Senior, why don't you listen to the reason first?
Xia was really angry at this time. It was Yang Sherwin who came to provoke Yi Hanwei first. It is really inexplicable that the Gu family just yells and kills without caring about everything.
I don't care why you bullied my daughter. Either you will destroy your cultivation, or you will never leave Lingchuan City.
Gu Chinka doesn't care about the reason. Whatever his daughter does is right or wrong. It's all other people. Xia laughed angrily at Gu Cheng's words. And Yi Hanwei pulled Xia's sleeves worriedly. Do you still want to abolish your cultivation? Just as Xia was about to speak sarcastically, another familiar voice suddenly came.
Oh, I'm a little curious. How are you going to prevent her from getting out of Lingchuan City?
Lu Junjie suddenly appeared next to Xia and looked at Gu Cheng opposite.
Senior Lu?
Xia was a little surprised when Lu Junjie appeared.
True Lord Lingjie.
Gu Cheng was also startled by Lu Junjie's appearance.
Oh, little girl. You didn't find anyone to report to the Four Arts Association when you were bullied. If Zhang Fu hadn't accidentally found out about it and reported it to me, would you have just let him bully you?
Lu Junjie didn't treat Gu Cheng at all. In my eyes,
He is just the owner of a small shop. When Gu Chung saw that the other party ignored him, he was very angry, but did not dare to show it at all. The other party was not someone he could mess with. But he didn't expect that this dead girl would be involved with him.
Senior Lu is here, isn't he?
Jiyu smiled. But she didn't expect that Senior Lu would come to support her. Over the years, she had developed the habit of relying on herself for everything as much as possible. And she never thought of asking for help. At worst, risk your life to fight.
You?
Lu Junjie helplessly patted Jia on the head.
Shinju and Lingjie, there may be a misunderstanding. This junior is not very clear about the relationship between this girl and you.
Gu Chung was dissatisfied in his heart. But he had a look of sincerity and fear on his face. Chapter 440. I also have support.
Dad, what are you doing?
Gu Lingling was in disbelief when she saw Gu Chung taking the initiative to surrender. And her face suddenly felt hot. She could even think of Jiao and Yi Hanwei laughing at her in their hearts.
Stop talking.
Gu Chung felt nervous and quickly tugged on Gu Lingling's arm, fearing that she would offend Lu Junjie by saying the wrong thing. Gu Lingling's eyes turned red when she was yelled at by Gu Chung, and she felt very aggrieved. This was the first time her father had spoken to her so fiercely. Gu Chung couldn't bear to see her like this, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, life was the most important thing, so he could only temporarily aggrieve his daughter.
I'm afraid your daughter needs a good education.
Lu Junjie looked a little amused at Gu Lingling's well-developed limbs and simple mind. Ji Yao is the better girl.
My true lord, forgive me. Don't be familiar with her. She is still a child.
Gu Chung was anxious and quickly clasped his fists to apologize to Lu Junjie. She curled her lips when she heard this. She was still a child? A giant baby?
Tell me, how to solve this matter? Your two Jin monks bullied us, Yao Yao. How to settle the score?
Lu Junjie also understood that he represents the Four Arts Association. He can support him, but he cannot do it at will. Take action. This, Gu Cheng's face was a bit ugly. Even though the other party was uninjured. Two people were injured on his side, but he still had to compensate for the other party's losses. Gu Lingling was furious when she heard this. She stretched out her hand and pinched Gu Cheng's hand hard, not wanting him to agree to compensation. At the same time, she glared at Ji Yao with her eyes. Ji Yao deliberately stuck out her tongue at her, then raised her head and looked at her through her nostrils. I'm so mad at you. Sure enough, Gu Lingling's face turned red with anger, and she was about to explode.
Junior is willing to compensate her with 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones,
Gu Chung said with some heartache.
Dad!
Gu Lingling bit her lip and stamped her feet to show her dissatisfaction.
You want to throw away 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones? Hey, Gu Chung, do you know whose disciple she is?
Lu Junjie looked at Gu Chung amusedly.
Whose apprentice?
Gu Chung suddenly had an ominous premonition.
Venerable Jian Song,
Lu Junjie said calmly. When Gu Chung heard this, he was so frightened that he took a few steps back and looked at Ji Yao in surprise. When Venerable Jian Song made a name for himself in the Central Territory, he was still young. But the scene when he was at the peak of his nascent soul and killed the God Transformation monk with one sword was still deeply engraved in his mind. And who doesn't know that Venerable Jian Song is the one who protects his shortcomings? He doesn't care who is right or wrong. As long as someone bullies him, you will die. Just so domineering.
I really don't know.
Gu Chung was really scared. And at the same time, he was a little lucky that Lu Junjie came to stop him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to think about the consequences. Lu Junjie didn't say anything and just sneered. Seeing Gu Chung being so scared, Jia felt proud. Her master was so powerful. Just a name alone can scare others to this extent.
I am willing to compensate this little friend 100,000 medium-grade spiritual stones.
Gu Chung no longer cared about money at this time, and even called him little friend. Gu Lingling looked at her father in disbelief, too shocked to speak. Yi Hanwei was also shocked by his change of attitude, and became even more curious about Ji Yao's master. It seems that I can inquire about it if I have time.
Girl, what do you think?
Lu Junjie left the decision-making power in Jiya's hands. Chapter 441 Solution. Jiya raised her eyebrows when she heard this and looked at Gu Chung opposite. At this time, Gu Chung looked embarrassed. He was afraid of Ji Yao's master and felt that it was shameless. His face was full of colors.
Then I would like to thank you. Senior, I will be disrespectful to you. Junior.
Jiya curled her lips and smiled, looking sincere, but in fact she was already happy in her heart.
100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones is not a lot to her. But mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are. Furthermore, the other party only gave it for the sake of his master, not out of fear of himself. So he still had to accept it as soon as it was good and not be greedy. When Gu Chung heard Jia agree, his heart started to bleed. His spirit stone? It's all in here. I hope you will forget about this. Gu Chung stepped forward, took out a storage bag and handed it to Jia. Of course. Jia smiled and accepted the storage bag. Dad! Gu Lingling stamped her feet. Her whole face turned red with anger when she saw Jia put away the storage bag. When had she ever been so embarrassed? Okay. Go home quickly. Gu Chung quickly approached Gu Lingling and covered her mouth, fearing that she would say something offending again. He doesn't want to lose any more spiritual stones. Gu Lingling was so angry that she burst into tears as her father covered her mouth. Jia looked at her like that and looked at the sky with a suppressed smile. She was afraid that she might accidentally laugh out loud. Be obedient. Gu Chung glared at Gu Lingling. Gu Lingling noticed that Gu Chung was really angry. So she nodded. Gu Chung let go of his hand, helped Wen Yao up, and planned to leave with him. Yang Sherwin! Jia suddenly called her name. Yang Sherwin, who was trying to reduce his presence and planned to run away, paused when he heard this and turned around bitterly. He really knew he was wrong. Even Gu Chung was afraid of her. How dare he provoke her? Are you just planning to leave like this? Jia raised her eyebrows. If his matter is not resolved, Yi Hanwei will face this problem again in the future. I promise. I will never provoke Hanwei again. Yang Sherwin quickly expressed his position. You should ask Sister Hanwei whether to let you go. Jia did not intend to make the decision for Yi Hanwei herself. Hanwei, I was really wrong. I was sorry for you before. I will stay away from you in the future and never mess with you again. Yang Sherwin looked at Yi Hanwei sincerely. After knowing each other for decades, this is the most sincere he has been. At this time, Gu Lingling could only stomp her feet from a distance, not daring to say anything. Yi Hanwei looked at Ji Yao, then looked back at Yang Sherwin, and finally sighed. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Yi Hanwei finally gave up completely at this time. She had always loved Yang Sherwin, who was high-spirited and strong in cultivation and was kind to her. Not this coward. Yang Sherwin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He knew that Hanwei valued feelings the most, and was reluctant to hurt him. Since Sister Hanwei has forgiven you, then you can swear an oath from your heart. Jia felt that such a scumbag's words had no credibility. Inner demon's oath? Yang Sherwin was stunned for a moment, and then made a bitter look on his face. This is really... Why? You don't want to? Jia looked at him and raised her lips with a smile. Yes. Yang Sherwin was scared when he saw Ji Yao smiling. Yang Sherwin, swear today that I will never provoke Yi Hanwei from now on. If I break this oath, I will be haunted by inner demons and never advance to the next level. Yang Sherwin nervously raised his finger and swore the inner demon oath. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something falling from the sky and entering his soul. This is the inner demon oath. Chapter 442. There is always someone who wants to rob. After swearing the oath, when Ji Yao stopped talking, Yang Sherwin couldn't wait any longer and walked towards Gu Chung and the others. And then they left quickly, seeing that there was no excitement to watch. The crowd of onlookers dispersed one after another. However, there are also some people who are not afraid of death and are eyeing Ji Yao. After all, they just watched her get 100,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. People die for money, and birds die for food. There are always extremely evil people. Girl, that's great. Lu Junjie has been silently watching Ji Yao deal with the problem, and now he appreciates her even more. He is very principled in dealing with problems, but he does not push for too much. He knows how to give up when things are good, and he is not arrogant just because his master is powerful. He is a down-to-earth good boy. I have to thank you, Senior. Ji Yao was really grateful to Lu Junjie. From the kindness at the beginning to the help now, it was all very valuable. I hope you will practice hard in the future and reach the height of your master as soon as possible. Lu Junjie stroked his beard with satisfaction. Junior will definitely know how. Ji Yao smiled happily. Then you should be careful yourself. As for your friends, don't worry. Since I have joined the Four Arts Association, I will ask them to take more care of him. Lu Junjie said and glanced at Yi Hanwei. Then thank you, Senior. Ji Yao smiled gratefully. But in the end, it all depends on Yi Hanwei herself.
Everything I can do has been done. Then I'll leave first, Lu Junjie said, and left in a flash. Jia? Really? I don't know what to say. Yi Hanwei took Jia's arm, her heart full of gratitude. Jia really helped her too much. But she was useless, and had no way to repay her. Then don't talk about it. From now on, just practice hard and learn alchemy. I'm going to leave now. Jia hugged Yi Hanwei gently and let go. Then please be safe. Yi Hanwei was reluctant to let go. Okay. You too. Jiu smiled and waved, then turned and headed towards the city gate. Yi Hanwei kept looking at Ji Yao's back, feeling very uncomfortable in her heart. Ji Yao was her first friend, and she wondered if there would be a chance to see her again after the separation. A few quarters of hours later, Jia finally left Lingchuan City, and then released the White Fox. Little ancestor, you are finally willing to let me out. The White Fox jumped so high as soon as it came out. It was almost going crazy. Old Bai, I didn't let you out to play. It's time for you to work. Jia looked at it helplessly. What? Bai Hu looked at Ji Yao in confusion, not realizing what he meant for a moment. I mean, it's time for you to play your role. Jia turned around and looked at the open space behind her. From the very beginning, she felt several tails behind her. Hey, we were discovered. A somewhat harsh voice came, and 3 figures suddenly appeared in the open space. Ji Yao raised her eyebrows. There were actually 2 middle-stage golden elixirs, and 1 early-stage golden elixir. Are all Jindan monks so poor today? He also came to rob her. A foundation-building monk. TSK. Are these grandsons trying to rob me? Bai Hu looked at the figures that appeared and smacked his lips. This was a fool set by him. The White Fox is not panicked at all. The pervert is by his side. He is now blindly confident in Jiu. Their beautiful girls are the most amazing. Where did this stinky furry fox come from? The harsh voice just now sounded again. It was the early-stage golden elixir monk. Chapter 443, cooperating with Lao Bai. Third brother! The white-clothed monk on the side yelled. They had seen how powerful this woman was just now. But the third brother obviously didn't take her seriously. I'm afraid I'll suffer a loss this way. Who do you think has stinky hair? I smell so good. You hairless little bastard. Bah! The White Fox often hangs out among mortals. So what kind of harsh words can he not say? Still want to argue with him? Be careful. I will scold you. What did you say? The man in black at the early stage of Jin Dan turned red with anger and pointed at the White Fox. But he didn't know how to curse back. Although he is a robber, he is still a Jin Dan monk after all. And he still needs a basic face. What exactly do you want to do? Jiyu's attention has been focused on the man in black clothes, who has not spoken yet. Before, she sent a message to the White Fox to distract them as much as possible. And then she unexpectedly arranged the illusion. And then she took action to deal with them directly. Both the men in black and white were somewhat affected at this time. But the man in green was expressionless and undisturbed. It seems that this person should be the decision maker among them. And he may be a problem. What do we want to do? Robbery, of course. And I can play with you, by the way. The man in black said, and touched his chin with his hand, looking at Ji Yao up and down obscenely. If you can taste this stunning beauty, you will not be unjust even if you die. Ji Yao was speechless when she heard this. Is such a wretched person really a standard match for robbery? Can't there be someone who simply robs money? Old Bai. Do it! Ji Yao sent a message directly to Bai Hu. She hated this kind of person the most. And he wanted to tease her. So be prepared to die on the spot. As soon as Bai Hu received the order, he immediately released the illusion array to directly cover the 3 of them. The man in Singi had just sent a message to the other 2 to prepare for action. After all, the night was long and there were many dreams. And there was a risk that something might happen if he kept talking too much. Unexpectedly, he arrived at a strange and familiar place in a blink of an eye. And it was his mortal parents who appeared in front of him. Seeing that the 3 of them suddenly stopped moving, Jiyu glanced at Bai Hu appreciatively. The 3 of them had fallen into the illusion formation, and it was time for her to take action. Ji Yao directly took out Li Yuan's sword and struck it at the man in black, and at the same time threw a wolf towards him. The sword intent struck the man in black, causing him to pause, and the 9 heavens divine thunder and sword intent exploded on him. But in an instant, the other party was seriously injured. Old Bai, is there any way that I can enter the phantom formation without being affected? Jiyo was a little dissatisfied with the attack speed. This place was too close to the city gate, and she was worried that there would be Oriole behind. It's better to settle quickly. Okay. I just need to control it. Baihu was a little embarrassed. As a young master, he can't do this. So how can he still mess around? Ji Yao was overjoyed when she heard this, and rushed directly into the illusion formation with Li Yuan in hand. The man in black was injured, but still couldn't struggle out of the illusion. He looked fierce at this time, and he didn't know what he was going through. Ji Yao approached him, held Li Yuan and struck his head, and the man's head immediately moved. Until his death, he didn't know what happened to him. After solving one of them, Ji Yao came to the man in white and solved him in the same way. The only one left is the man in green. Ji Yao held her breath and came to the man in green. Just when she was about to take action, the man suddenly opened his eyes. Ji Yao was so frightened that her heartbeat stopped for a moment. Chapter 444 Shigei Tower. In the midst of lightning and flint, Ji Yao quickly condensed her soul into a small sword and headed directly towards the man in green. The man in green clothes finally broke free from the illusion. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ji Yao in front of him. He was shocked in his heart, and was about to attack even if he took out the magic weapon. Ah! At this time, a sharp pain came from his soul. The man in green exclaimed in pain, and quickly reached out his hands to hold his head. Didn't he faint? Ji Yao was a little surprised. It seemed that this man's spirit was much stronger than Wen Yao's. Sensing the danger, the man in green didn't care about his companions, and immediately wanted to run away. His soul was already injured, and staying here was simply seeking death. But how could Ji Yao let go of such a good opportunity? A sky-shattering bolt blasted directly towards him. The fused sword intent she had been using, the heaven-breaking sword technique, had been useless for some time. The strong thunder attribute sword intent struck towards the man in green and knocked him to the ground. The man in green cursed, then painfully took out a 1,000-mile escape talisman, activated it directly, and suddenly disappeared from the place. This 1,000-mile earth escape talisman has long been lost, and one is worth 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. He only saved this one, which really broke his heart. But now my life is at stake. Ji Yao was about to attack again, but saw the opponent suddenly disappear. Ji Yao was shocked. Did she run away? After carefully exploring the surroundings and confirming that he had really escaped, Ji Yao walked out of the illusion formation with a frown. What? Killed them all? When Baihu saw her coming out, he immediately closed the illusion formation, but saw only 2 corpses lying on the ground. Hey! Is there another person? The white fox ran around the open space and scratched his head in confusion. Escape! That person must have some kind of teleportation talisman. This kind of teleportation talisman is really the key to saving life. But it is a pity that it has been lost long ago. But in the future, in July, I will get the inheritance of the talisman sect from the ancient times through my experience, which contains such talismans. You actually let that bastard escape? The white fox was furious when he heard this. Well, let's keep the storage bags and let's go! Ji Yao stepped forward and took off the 2 people's storage bags, threw down a flame talisman to burn their bodies, and then left with the white fox. A few hours later, Ji Yao was far away from Lingchuan City. When she was passing a mountain, she suddenly had a bad premonition. Ji Yao immediately put the white fox into the pet bag and teleported away from the previous position several times. Sure enough, just as Ji Yao moved away, sharp thorns suddenly appeared in the previous position, covered with dark juice, which was poisonous at first glance. TSK, your alertness is quite high. Chen Zhengsong stood on the spirit boat in midair, looking at Ji Yao with a mocking look on his hands. Beside him stood 5 nascent soul monks. Ji Yao's heart sank when she saw their uniform clothes. It turned out to be Shigei Tower again. Why was it so lingering? How much did others pay for my life? How about I pay double? Ji Yao now just wants to delay time. She had sent a messenger talisman to her master before, and received a reply not long ago saying that she was on her way. Master can tear apart space, and it shouldn't take long. He just needs to wait until Master arrives and that's it. Hey, the little guy is quite rich, but our Shigei building also has professional ethics. How can we betray him? What's more, if we kill you, won't all your money belong to us? Chen Zhengsong sneered. With a cry, I felt that the girl in front of me was really innocent. She was obviously a child who was spoiled by her family. Chapter 445 The Master is coming. You should know that our Yi family is one of the 8 major families in the Northern Territory. As long as you don't kill me, the Yi family can give you more. Ji Yao could only pretend to be arrogant at the moment, but she was quite anxious in her heart, and her master was not worried either. Any idea when it will arrive? You must know that this is all nascent soul cultivator. And he died without even a chance to struggle.
TSK. The little girl is still playing tricks on us. Are you still trying to delay time?
Chen Junsong had been paying attention to her in Lingchuan City before. He was not sure whether she was naive or not. But she was definitely not this arrogant. Jia was silent after hearing this. But she didn't expect that the other party would actually see it.
Huh? Since our Shike building has suffered a lot of damage because of you, then you have to pay the price. Do it!
Chen Junsong put away his teasing look and waved his right hand forward. Immediately, the other nascent soul stages moved at the same time and attacked together. This mission could only succeed but not fail. So they didn't plan to waste time and went on together. Jia was startled and extremely anxious. But she could only teleport several times in an attempt to avoid it. But this was the nascent soul cultivator. There was no way she could escape. Just when a strong attack was about to hit Jiyao, a hand suddenly appeared in the space and lifted Jiyao up into the air.
Who dares to touch my disciple Jian Song?
With an angry shout, Jian Song tore open the space and appeared.
Master!
Seeing the master appearing not far away, Jia shouted in surprise.
Little girl, stand carefully.
At this moment, a clear and sweet voice came from behind. Jia was startled and realized that it was not the master who had just lifted her up, but someone else.
I'll leave my little apprentice to you first,
Jian Song said to the person behind Jia, then turned and slashed at Ling Zhou with his sword. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The nascent soul cultivators did not expect that two spirit transformation cultivators would suddenly appear. And they were all shocked.
Run!
Several people felt the extremely strong Kendo artistic conception and were directly frightened. They still knew Jian Song's name. But how could they be so unlucky to bump into him? At this time, Chen Jinsong didn't care about anything else and hurriedly drove the spirit boat to escape, not caring about his companions, who were still running for their lives behind him. However, Jian Song didn't take them seriously at all. If they were in the god transformation stage, it might take some effort. But now they are just a few nascent souls. The sword's artistic conception struck the spirit boat and cut it off at the waist. Chen Jinsong was also affected by the aftermath and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Jian Song sneered and struck with his sword again. Immediately, Chen Jinsong was split in half. And even nascent soul was annihilated. After taking out one of them, Jian Song didn't even blink, and struck at several others with his sword. Seeing Chen Jinsong's death, several people were frightened to death and immediately wanted to separate and run away. But before they could, they were struck by a sword. Suddenly, two more people fell.
Little girl, don't look!
Qin Chen was a little dissatisfied that Jian Song always split people in half with one sword. This scene was too bloody. What should he do if he scared the little girl? The little girl in front of me might not be able to bear this kind of scene. Jia was a little embarrassed when she heard this, because she had killed people like this before.
This junior is not afraid.
Jia shook her head and turned to look at the senior behind her. At this time, the two of them were stepping on a cloud, which was soft and extremely comfortable. As soon as Jia turned around, she shook her head. Chapter 446 Qin Chen. The man in front of him was wearing a green suit, and his hair was simply tied with a rope. His appearance is fine, but not outstanding. His face alone is not as good looking as his master, but he has a refreshing and bright temperament. At this time, he was looking at Jiao with a faint smile. Jiao came back to her senses and quickly lowered her head, her face turning red. It was really embarrassing for me to see others dumbfounded, but his aura was so comfortable that people couldn't help but want to look at him again.
Your master has won.
Qin Chen watched Jian Song finish off several people in just a moment. At this time, he had collected the storage ring and was in the process of destroying the corpses and eliminating traces. Jia was stunned when she heard this, and quickly turned around. And sure enough, she saw that her master was already dealing with the aftermath. Isn't this too fast? Jia looked at her master with admiration. This was a Yuanying monk. But to the master, it was no different than killing a chicken. It's really awesome.
You girl, why didn't you send me a message earlier? If it were later, you wouldn't be able to see me.
Jian Song took care of the aftermath and came to Ji Yao's side. At this time, he looked angry, and he didn't dare to think about what would happen to his precious disciple if he arrived later. He has been thinking of ways to avert her death. If Ying was here, he would be furious to death.
Master, I realized that I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Okay.
Ji Yao stepped forward, grabbed Jian Song's sleeve, and shook it. The most effective way to deal with Master is to act coquettishly. Sure enough, Jian Song started laughing when he saw his disciple acting coquettishly and staring at him. You? You always make people worry. Jian Song helplessly rubbed Ji Yao's head. Ji Yao didn't refute, but just laughed happily. By the way, this is my teacher's best friend, Qin Chen. Please call him Uncle Qin. Jian Song looked at Qin Chen looking at the two of them with envy, and puffed out his chest with pride. His disciple is so considerate, but it is not comparable to that of his disciple. Ji Yao was a little surprised when she heard this. This turned out to be Qin Chen. I've met Master Qin. Ji Yu saluted Qin Chen respectfully. In the original work, Qin Chen is Nandong Yu's master, because he is a music cultivator and his magic weapon is a 9-string xylophone. He is known as Venerable Qin Chen. This person also appeared many times in the original work, mainly because he admired Chiyua and helped her several times. This is a truly gentlemanly person. Ha ha. You have a good eye. And the disciples you accept are more evil than the last. Qin Chen had long heard that his old friend always praised how outstanding his young apprentice was. And now that he saw him, it was indeed true. How about it? It's not any worse than that boy you were back then. Right. Jian Song raised his head proudly, as his disciple used to show off a lot. Among the few friends they had at the time, Qin Chen's disciples were the most evil. He can finally feel proud. In his opinion, his little apprentice is the best. And he is so considerate. There is no way he can compare with their rough and tumble apprentices. As for his eldest disciple, well, it's just okay. Well, I can't say I can be even better. Qin Chen smiled. The little girl was smiling at this moment. Even when she heard the two people praising her, she didn't have the slightest arrogance. She was neither arrogant nor impetuous, which is rare at her age. She blushed a little when she heard this. Her master just loved to talk nonsense. He couldn't praise his apprentice so much, and he didn't know how to be humble. Chapter 447 Arriving at the River of Time. Come on! Yao Yao! This is the meeting gift given to you by your uncle. Qin Chen looked at Ji Yao's red face, and a smile flashed across his face. Then he took out a storage ring and handed it to Ji Yao. Hey! Who told you to call you Yao Yao? Jian Song suddenly felt sour when he heard Qin Chen call his little apprentice. He called him girl, not Yao Yao. Yao Yao sounds nice, Qin Chen said with a faint smile. Ji Yao's face turned red when she heard this. Fortunately, she was not a young girl in love. Otherwise she would have been seduced by Uncle Qin. Take it. Qin Chen handed the storage ring forward. Jia looked back at her master and saw him nodding. Then she turned back and took the storage ring with both hands. Thank you, Uncle Qin. Jiu smiled sweetly. Her purse was getting bigger and bigger. Her left hand was no longer suitable for wearing a storage ring. This storage ring could only be worn on the other hand. What a sweet trouble. It seems that you are still generous. You are nothing like that old man Ji Shuzi who is so picky and picky. Jian Song saw that he was so generous and praised him in a rare voice. I heard that he gave all the Phoenix Jade tablets to Yao Yao. You know the value of those things very well. Qin Chen was a little funny. Jian Song and Ji Shuzi looked more and more like two old children now. It's always you who won't let me. And I won't let you. But they always like to play tricks. Okay. I know you are facing him. Jian Song snorted coldly and ignored him. Jia looked at Master and Uncle Qin from the side. A little funny. Especially Master, who was really far different from the domineering look just now. Girl, are you going to the River of Time? Jian Song understood her purpose after thinking about it. Yes. This disciple wants to understand the Sword of Time. Jio has a strong desire for strength. If the pursuit of Shikei Tower is not withdrawn for one day, it is very likely that people will be sent to come again. But after losing so many people twice in a row, they probably won't bother me for a long time. Everyone knows about the existence of Shikei Tower and its many branches. But the headquarters and leaders have always been a mystery. Even most of the killers in Shikei Tower don't know about it. It's just that everyone knows that Shikei Tower acts extremely arrogantly and sends people to kill people, no matter what the other party's background is. As long as you can afford the corresponding reward, you can issue a kill order. You know, there is no shortage of god-transforming monks in the Shikei Tower. It just so happens that my master is going to the recently discovered Songlong realm. It happens to pass through the long river of time. So I will take you there. After Jian Song finished speaking, he hugged Ji Yao and directly tore open the space and stepped in. Qin Chen smiled and followed suit. Jian Song took Ji Yao through space
and had to go out from time to time. Because Ji Yao's body was not strong enough. She would be injured if she traveled through space for a long time. In this way, it took 3 full days for the 3 of them to arrive at Time Changhe. As soon as they arrived at the outskirts of Time River, Jian Song and the others stepped out of the space crack. At this time, the River of Time cannot travel through space. And once it enters the range of the River of Time, it cannot fly with a sword. Because there may be a time vortex hidden somewhere. There is a difference between the vortex of time and the River of Time. The River of Time is to obtain time fragments. But people will not have the opportunity to enter the time and space tunnel. The time vortex is a tunnel that leads to unknown time. Once you enter it, you can never come back. It is an extremely terrifying thing. Chapter 448 Arrival. Jia landed on her feet, stood firm, and looked forward. The surrounding area of Time River looks extremely desolate. There are sparsely grown trees with yellowing branches and leaves. There is also a tuft of grass in the distance on the ground. It looks like a deserted place, rather than a place of trial.
Let's go! We have to go through the long river of time and take you in with us,
Jian Song said, and exuded the aura of the God transformation stage. I will definitely meet many monks along the way. I have no way to interfere with my young apprentice's trial. And I can only try my best to deter other people with ulterior motives. Qin Chen naturally knew what Jian Song was planning. And he raised his lips and smiled faintly. His friend, who was a rough man, had become more careful now. Xiao followed her master towards the River of Time. She met many monks along the way, but she did not see Fan Shi. In the past trial areas, monks would spontaneously form markets. Until a few hours later, Xiao and others stopped outside a city.
This is the City of Time. It is a place where monks rest and replenish supplies. What needs to be paid attention to most in Time River at this time is the time vortex and the monks.
Jian Song looked at Xiao seriously.
Once you enter the time vortex, you can't come back, so don't fly with a sword. As for monks, they mainly want to rob money or snatch time fragments. Because time fragments are so rare, some people may say you won't meet one in 10 years. So you have to be extra careful. You know?
After Jian Song finished speaking, he took out several sword talismans he had made before and handed them to Ji Yao.
Thank you, Master.
Jia took the sword talisman given by her master with some emotion, feeling warm in her heart.
I can only send you here. You must be careful and run away when you encounter someone you can't defeat. You know? Anyway, your Uncle Qin gave you 2,000-mile escape talisman. Don't be reluctant to use it. You know?
Jian Song rubbed Ji Yao's head worriedly. His disciples were sometimes very stubborn, and their luck was always bad, which made him worried.
Disciple knows that if you can't beat me, then run away. You will definitely not fight with others.
Jiu agreed with a serious look. She would consider the difference in strength every time she made a move. If she couldn't be beaten at all, she would just find a way to escape. But if the gap is not big, she will choose to challenge herself. Only in this way can she make progress.
If anything happens, call me and your senior brother. But your senior brother is not in the central region. Otherwise, I can rest assured that he is with you.
Jian Song sighed, as he said that his eldest disciple is still in retreat. I don't know when it will come out.
It's okay. My disciple is no longer a child.
Jia shook her head, not wanting to be a burden on their cultivation path.
Yao. It's okay. Besides your senior brother, you have other senior brothers,
Qin Chen said, taking out a communication talisman and induction jade, and handed it to Ji Yao.
This is it?
Xia took the thing, and was a little confused.
Your Uncle Qin also has an apprentice, who happens to be here in the central region. He is very powerful. If you encounter problems, and we can't make it in time, just send him a message.
Jian Song was not polite. And Yer was also watching. Grown up?
Yes. I will explain it to him later. And the other one is the sensing jade. If you wear it, he can sense your position.
Qin Chen also knew about Ji Yao's death, and he felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. Rest assured, it seems that he needs to be taken good care of by his disciples. Chapter 449 Strange Time City. Xiyu smiled and took the communication talisman and the positioning jade, and hung the jade around her neck.
My disciple's name is Nagongyu. You may have never heard of him. If anything happens,
feel free to call him.
Qin Chen smiled gently. The little girl is still so young. She must have never heard of his disciple's name. Number.
Okay. Thank you, Uncle Qin.
Xiao responded sweetly. Of course she had heard of it.
It's just that this is the worry and concern of the elders. No matter whether you use it or not, you have to reassure them first.
Okay, girl. My master and your uncle will leave first. Remember to run when you are in danger.
Jian Song was still a little worried.
Okay. I understand.
Xiao shook Jian Song's sleeves.
Be obedient to me. If you get hurt all over your body again, I'll let your senior brother take care of you.
Jian Song tapped Ji Yao's forehead. His little apprentice was a desperate sannyasin. Ji Yao stuck out her tongue when she heard this. Her senior brother was the best. How could he be willing to deal with her? Qin Shen watched the interaction between the two with envy. He would have known that he would have accepted a well-behaved and lovely female disciple. I don't know if it's too late to collect one now.
Let's go.
After Jian Song told him, he glared at Ji Yao with a smile, then turned around and walked to the left outside the gate of Time City.
Yao, uncle is also gone.
Qin Shen's hands felt a little itchy, and he walked to Ji Yao's side. He also imitated Jian Song's movements and stretched out his right hand to gently rub Ji Yao's head. Sure enough, girls are really cute. Qin Shen followed Jian Song and left with satisfaction. Ji Yao had no resistance to a person with such a gentle temperament. When Qin Shen touched her head, her face suddenly turned red. It wasn't until the two masters' backs completely disappeared that the heat on Jia's face dissipated. This kind of inadvertent teasing is the most deadly. After calming down, Jia put away her smile and walked into Time City. As soon as she entered Time City, Jia frowned and looked with some surprise at the empty street in front of her with almost no pedestrians. This was the first time she had seen such a depressed city. Which one in the past had not been bustling with activity? Is this really a place of trial? Jia once wondered if she had come to the wrong place. Maybe this is where you enter the city? Jia thought so and walked towards the inner city. But an hour passed, and Jia still saw scattered monks. And most of them were not very energetic. They didn't look like people cultivating immortals at all, but more like people who stayed up late to go to work in this world. And along the way, the inns and shops she passed were all closed. All this is really strange. Like an abandoned city. There is no other way. Jia can only continue to search to see if there are any shops that have not been closed. After a few more minutes, Jia finally found an open shop. Jia felt happy and stepped in within a few steps.
Hello. I would like to ask, where is the inn here?
Jia came to the front desk of the shop and asked a middle-aged male cultivator.
Sorry. All the inns in Time City have collapsed, and no one has taken over to open the inn.
Wu Xuan raised his eyelids and glanced at Ji Yao indifferently, and replied casually. At first glance, this girl just came to Time City. Jia was shocked by this answer. There was not even an inn in such a huge Time City. Moreover, the man in front of him also had no vitality, and instead looked like an old man in his twilight years. It was obvious that the other party was an early-stage Jin Din monk. Chapter 450 Profiteer.
Then there's no place to live?
Jia frowned. She was a little overwhelmed by traveling through space these past few days. She needed to rest first before entering the River of Time.
You can rent a house. If you don't go far, there is a place that rents houses.
Wu Xuan continued to do his own thing without raising his head.
Then do you have a map of the River of Time here?
Xiao heard the news and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. As long as she has a place to live.
Yes.
Wu Xuan suddenly raised his head, slammed his right hand on the table, and stared at Ji Yao with bright eyes. Ji Yao was so frightened that she subconsciously took out Li Yuan.
Ahem. Yes. We have it in the store.
Wu Xuan also found that he reacted too much and scared others. But it's not his fault. His shop hasn't opened in 3 years. It would also be nice to be able to sell a map.
Jiu smiled awkwardly and put Li Yuan away.
How many spirit stones are there?
Jia was about to buy one. Wu Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, stretched out 2 fingers and shook them.
200 low-grade spiritual stones? Okay.
Jia nodded. The price was quite good, and she was ready to pay for the spiritual stones.
No. It's 2,000 middle-grade spiritual stones.
Wu Xuan smiled slyly. At this time, his shop was the only one left in Time City. Now he could only stay open for 3 years. And open for 3 years.
What?
Jia's hand that was about to take out the spirit stone trembled, and she looked at Wu Xuan in surprise. Was she hallucinating? A broken map and 2,000 mid-grade spiritual stones?
2,000 middle-grade spiritual stones.
Wu Xuan was not afraid that she would not buy it. After all, time was so long that it was not easy without a map. and based on his many years of experience, the girl in front of him is definitely a disciple of a big family. Looking at the high-grade robes and the storage rings on both hands, she is definitely rich.
Why don't you go and grab it?
She really didn't expect that the other party would be too open-minded. No matter how rich she is reluctant to spend it recklessly. She is very frugal.
There is no way. Things are rare and valuable. And now my store is the only one in Time City that has a map.
Wu Shuwen squinted his eyes. It had been a long time since he had experienced the feeling of receiving a spiritual stone. Ji Yao was speechless when she heard this. She is really a profiteer. But along the way, it turned out that the City of Light was indeed just what he said. It was just his shop.
Can it be cheaper?
Ji Yao felt a little painful and tried to struggle.
No. If fellow Taoist really doesn't buy it, it doesn't matter.
Wu Shuwen was sure that Ji Yao would buy it. Looking calm and relaxed.
Okay. Then I'll buy one.
Ji Yao's heart bleeds because she was cheated by a profiteer. And knowing that he is a profiteer, I still have to buy it. Which is really frustrating.
This is a map. There are 2,000 middle-grade spiritual stones in total. Thank you for your patronage.
Wu Shuwen narrowed his eyes with a smile, took out a map and handed it to Ji Yao. Ji Yao took out 2,000 middle-grade spiritual stones and handed them all to Wu Shuwen. Then took the map. After taking a look, I saw that the map was extremely detailed and everything was written down, which was pretty good. Seeing this, Ji Yao felt a little more balanced. This spiritual stone is not in vain.
Thank you.
Ji Yao thanked her, turned around and left the shop, ready to rent a house. Thinking that renting a house might cost a lot of money, Ji Yao's heart ached. Wu Shuwen looked at the spirit stones on the table with joy, and reached out to touch them intoxicatedly. Looking at Ji Yao's back as she left, Wu Shuwen shook his head, wondering how long this girl could stay in the long river of time. Chapter 451 Renting a House. Ji Yao followed Wu Shuwen's instructions, and soon saw a shop that rented houses. But before she could walk in, two people suddenly appeared behind her.
Fellow Taoist, please stay. Fellow Taoist, wait.
Ji Yao turned around with some confusion and looked at the two people suspiciously. At this moment, someone rushed out of the shop behind him.
Oh, fellow Taoist, please come in quickly and ignore these people.
A man in white clothes in the late stage of foundation building greeted him enthusiastically and wanted to pull Ji Yao into the shop. Ji Yao turned sideways to avoid the opponent's hand and frowned unhappily. This person is too rude.
Fellow Taoist, our Lufeng rental store is the cheapest. You can rent a large yard of dozens of acres for only 200 low-grade spiritual stones for a month.
Another man in Xuani also spoke, very enthusiastically.
Our Qijia store is cheaper. Only 150 spirit stones.
Another man in Xingyi quickly took over, fearing that Ji Yao would agree. Ji Yao was shocked by the low price. She was still immersed in the blackmail just now. Is it so cheap to rent a house? Is that a lie?
Fellow Taoist, our shop only needs 120 spiritual stones, which is definitely the best and lowest price.
The man in white also joined the sales force.
110 yuan. 100 yuan.
The other two people also quickly lowered their prices. Those yards were abandoned anyway, so they might as well rent them out cheaply. In fact, no one has come back to Time City for a long time, so it is difficult for them to do business. When I first bought the shops or houses in Time City, I thought I could make a lot of money. But who knew that now they have become a loss-making business? Ji Yao was a little confused by the automatic price reductions of several people. How depressed was the city at this time?
Okay, I don't want to bother you anymore. Please help me find a quieter courtyard.
Ji Yao turned to look at the man in white. But as soon as she finished speaking, she realized that every courtyard should be quite quiet.
Okay.
The man in white's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he straightened his chest out towards the other two people with some embarrassment. Then took Ji Yao into the shop. The other two people's faces turned dark when they saw this. And finally one of them was dragged away by this guy again. Ji Yao entered the shop and handed over the spirit stone. After making a reservation for a month, the man in white took Ji Yao to a courtyard.
Fellow Taoist, do you need to buy a formation plate? After all, you are a little girl, and it is not safe to live here.
The man in white asked with a smile. It would be nice to earn more.
No need.
Ji Yao shook her head, opened the courtyard door, and walked in. Seeing that she didn't need it, the man in white shook his head in disappointment and left. Ji Yao closed the courtyard door and scanned it with her consciousness. The place was clean and tidy, suitable for temporary residence. Arriving at a house, Jia opened the door and immediately placed a 4th grade attack array disc she made at the door. After everything was done, Jia fell asleep.
Master!
Xia Qiyue came to Shangwan Nanxian and saluted respectfully.
Yes, we are already in the late stage of foundation building. And the foundation is very stable.
Shangwan Nanxian nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this girl has gained a lot in the secret realm of the sect.
The disciple happened to encounter a spiritual marrow pool and advanced.
Xia Qiyue did not expect to be able to improve his cultivation this time. I don't know how that girl Ji is doing lately. Has her cultivation improved?
Yes.
Shangwan Nanxian knew that his disciple had always had good luck. So he was not surprised when he heard this. Chapter 452. First Encounter with Buddhist Cultivators.
Recently, a new world was discovered in the Central Territory. The Songlong Realm. I plan to go and explore it.
Shangwan Nanxian paused as he spoke.
Your cultivation level is not too low now. But do you plan to go to the Central region to experience it? There is a trial place there called the 5 Seas region, which is more suitable for you.
His disciple is now a chaos spiritual root with 5 attributes of purity. Likewise, it would be a pity to only cultivate the artistic conception of one of the attributes. These 5 sea areas have extremely rich 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and are a treasure place for many people to understand the attributes. It is also one of the 5 major trial sites in the Central region.
Okay. It just so happened that junior sister Luo said a few days ago that she would go out with her disciples to practice for a while.
Xia Qiyue nodded. She also wanted to visit the Central Territory. It's just that junior brother C left the sect for business after the inter-sect competition. And he hasn't come back yet. This time, even the sect's secret realm didn't come back to participate. I don't know what happened. Xia Qiyue was a little worried.
Okay. You two will come to me in about a month.
Shangwan Nanxian doesn't care about others. So it doesn't matter if he brings one more person. Jia got up early the next morning. After a good sleep, she felt refreshed and her mood became much brighter. Jia took out the map, looked at the general direction of the River of Time, put the formation disc away, and left the yard. The River of Time needs to pass through the entire Time City, and then it takes several days of walking to reach it. Jia was not impatient. She kept her master's instructions in mind, and she must not fly with a sword. But after walking for a whole day, Jia finally came to a forest. Seeing that it was getting dark, Jiao missed her cabin even more. When she came to the woods, Jia was hesitant to find a tree to rest for the night. After all, it was easy to encounter danger when traveling at night. At this moment, a looming fire appeared not far away. Anyone? Jia frowned, not knowing whether the people over there were good or bad. If she stayed in the woods for the night, she might be in danger. Thinking like this, Jiu decided to go around the front and walk further in another direction. But after walking for a long time, she found that she would always return to the same place.
Natural formation?
Jiu dispersed her consciousness and carefully walked around the fire in front of her. After taking a look around, she discovered that the forest was a natural formation. Unfortunately, the birth gate of this formation was on the road leading to the fire. Obviously, the other party also saw it. After hesitating for a long time, Jiu decided to step forward. Even if she really encountered a bad guy she couldn't defeat, she would run away. After making plans, Jiu walked directly towards the fire. Not long after, Jia saw 2 people grilling meat by the fire in front of them. But those 2 people were wearing cassocks and had their heads shaved. They were obviously Buddhist practitioners. Why do Buddhists eat barbecue? Jia really didn't expect to meet the Buddhist cultivator, so she hesitated for a while.
Sister, I feel a particularly disgusting aura.
Xiaolian felt particularly uncomfortable at this time. Jia's heart sank when she heard this. Xiaolian was the most sensitive to resentment and could make it feel uncomfortable. So the resentment in those 2 people might be quite deep.
Why don't you come here, little friend?
One of the Buddhist cultivators asked with a smile on his face. A friendly look on his face. The 2 Buddhist cultivators had already seen Jia and were waiting for her to come over. Unexpectedly, she suddenly stopped moving. Chapter 453 Weird Buddhist Cultivation. Jia smiled slightly when she heard the words, and walked forward pretending to be nonchalant. But in fact, her heart was tense, and she was ready to take action at any time. The 2 Buddhist cultivators in front of me are both in the early stage of relic cultivation, which is equivalent to the early stage of spiritual cultivation.
The levels of Buddhist cultivation from low to high are monk, good cause, relic, nirvana, 1-level golden body, 2-level golden body, 3-level golden body, 4-level golden body, and Dzogchen. They respectively correspond to the Qi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, transformation, distraction, integration, transcending tribulation, and Mahayana stages of spiritual practice. It's just that the highest level in Chiffon continent now is the 2nd-level golden body. Moreover, Buddhist cultivation relies on merit. So I don't know where the resentment between these two people comes from. Seeing Ji Yao coming over obediently, Ling Ji and Ling Yuan both smiled more kindly, feeling very satisfied with Ji Yao's knowledge. The little girl in front of me has outstanding qualifications and talents, and she must taste delicious. Thinking of this, a strange light flashed in Ling Ji's eyes. Xia looked at the friendly smiling faces of the two people, and her scalp felt a little numb. With Shiyan's reminder, these two smiling faces looked weird. Soon, Xia came to the fire. I've met 2 seniors. Xia cupped her fists and saluted. Ha ha, little friend. You don't have to be polite. I must be like a poor monk and plan to rest in this forest for a night. Right. Lingji clasped his hands together and returned the greeting to Xia. Ling Yuan continued to barbecue on the side and did not speak. He only occasionally turned his head to look at Xia and smiled. My friend, please sit down. Lingji asked Xia to take a seat, then walked to the fire and turned the barbecue over. Xia frowned as she looked at it. The two of them didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with Budishio's barbecue, and they had no intention of hiding it. Maybe it's because you feel there's no need to hide in front of yourself? After a while, the barbecue was completely cooked. The two took out their daggers and carefully cut off the pieces piece by piece, and placed them neatly on the plate. Little friend, come on! You're welcome. Try this delicacy in the world. As long as you eat it, you will fall in love with this taste in the future. Lingji's eyes were shining when he looked at the barbecue, as if this was something extraordinary. Thank you, Senior. I don't like barbecue. Xia raised her lips and refused. She felt a little nauseous just looking at the barbecue, because this scene is really weird. Ah, what a pity. Such delicacies are rare in the world. If you don't eat it, you won't have a chance. Lingji gave Xiu a meaningful look, and stopped trying to persuade her, together with Ling Yuan and the other two. Eat up. Seeing them eating deliciously, Xia felt more and more weird, making Xia feel uneasy. 2 seniors. The junior has to go on his way, so I won't disturb the senior anymore. Xia really didn't want to stay here. This atmosphere was really torturous. After saying that, Xia stood up and prepared to leave. When Lingji heard Xia saying she was leaving, she smiled evilly. Little friend, are you blaming the poor monk for not greeting him well? So he left in a hurry? Lingji said, putting down the barbecue and standing up, with a somewhat hurt look on his face. Ling Yuan only looked up at Ji Yao and then lowered his head. How could it be? It's just that this junior is in a hurry. Ji Yu smiled awkwardly. She always felt that she was about to break up in the next second. Since it's not because of our poor hospitality, how about you stay here? Ling Ji said, and also put away her smile, stretched out her hand, and suddenly grabbed Ji Yao's right wrist. Chapter 454 Dealing with. Ji Yao was startled and hurriedly ran away. But at this time, Ling Ji suddenly let out a cry of pain when his hand just touched the string of Jingyuan beads in Yi's right-hand bowl. He took a few steps back suddenly and looked at the bracelet on Ji Yao's hand warily. Ling Yuan was also shocked by Ling Ji's reaction. He stood up and looked at Ji Yao with a frown. I wonder what this bracelet is. Little friend? Ling Ji asked Ji Yao with some fear. I don't know. Ji Yao's face turned cold. Now that her face was broken, there was no need to answer them. Besides, wouldn't it be stupid to expose yourself? Who will tell his opponent what his magic weapon is? Ha ha. I must have misunderstood the poor monk. It's just that the poor monk felt that he was destined to be with the young friend. He was anxious just now and wanted the young friend to stay a little longer. Ling Ji said with a smile. In fact, all his thoughts were put them all on the Jingyuan beads. Xiyu didn't smile at all. It was obvious that the other party was extremely afraid of her Jingyuan pearl. Since my little friend is leaving, the poor monk won't stop me anymore. Ling Ji saw Ji Yao's calm expression. It was obvious that the other party was not the kind of disciple who was just starting out, and there was no need for him to make too many excuses. The other party would not be stupid at all. Foolish to believe. Then I'll take my leave. Junior, Jia responded with a faint nod. The other party probably didn't dare to take action now, because he was afraid of the Jingyuan pearl. In this case, it's better to leave. After all, if he were to forcefully confront the two Sharaputra cultivators, he might have to expend too much energy and get injured all over. What's more, she has never fought against Buddhist cultivators and is not particularly familiar with their attack methods. This result is for the best.
Little friend, walk slowly.
Ling Ji smiled. A hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, and the fat that reached his mouth flew away. Ling Yuan had always followed Ling Ji's lead and just stood beside him with a sullen face and said nothing. Jia nodded, and then quickly left, slightly away from the sight of the two people, and Jia teleported forward directly. After all, if the other party takes action, he will be in trouble again.
Senior brother, why did you let her go?
Ling Yuan couldn't see Jia anymore, so he asked incomprehensively.
There's something wrong with the string of beads on her hand.
Ling Ji frowned tightly and looked at the direction Jia was leaving.
Problem? What's the problem? Isn't it just the spirit gathering bead? Is there another mystery?
Ling Yuan has not come into contact with the pure fate bead, but judging from its appearance, it is just a string of ordinary spirit gathering beads.
I'm not sure. It's just that when I touched it, it had an extremely huge power of merit. As soon as I touched it, I was burned by it,
Ling Ji said, opening his palms, and sure enough, there was this moment in his palm. There was a small burnt hole, and the meat was so hot that it curled up slightly, and it was accompanied by a strange smell. Ling Ji took the rejuvenation pill, but when it opened, he found that the wound showed no signs of healing.
What on earth is that bracelet? How come the elixir doesn't work?
Ling Yuan has never seen such an overbearing wound. Not to mention that their Buddhist practice has some merits to protect themselves. Even if the two of them have officially abandoned Buddhism, their past merits and virtues still exist.
Ling Yuan. Or maybe this is our chance.
Ling Ji looked at the small hole in his hand and said this suddenly.
Opportunity?
Ling Yuan was a little confused. The senior brother just touched the string of beads. How could it be chance? The nemesis was almost the same. Chapter 455 Evil Buddha Way.
Our Buddhist practice relies on merit. Now that such great merit has been delivered to our door, why should we refuse to accept it?
Ling Ji laughed a little wretchedly.
We are now rebelling against Buddhism. Because of the qi and blood cultivation of monks, we are doomed to suffer countless evil consequences. The calamities in the future will be extremely severe, and we may not die under the calamities. But with this immeasurable merit, the ending will be different. Already,
Ling Ji seemed to have seen the future of becoming a high-level monk.
But it seems that we can't touch that string of beads.
Ling Yuan was not so optimistic. The senior brother's previous experience was already obvious.
It's just because she recognized her master, and the string of beads automatically protected her. If she died, the string of beads would naturally no longer be a threat.
Ling Ji smiled. This was really a good luck trip.
Then if we attack her, will the beads be affected?
Ling Yuan always felt that it was not reliable, and there was always a feeling that she would be unlucky. Ling Ji was also a little unsure. After all, he just touched the string of beads and couldn't figure out why.
She must have come here for the long river of time. There are many monks there who are crazy and tortured. We may be able to find opportunities to reap the benefits.
Ling Ji has made up her mind to get the string of beads. There is no turning back when you draw your bow. Now that you are on this path, you have to find a way to survive the catastrophe.
Okay, listen to senior brother.
Ling Yuan has never had any independent opinions. Even when he rebelled against Buddhism, he followed his senior brother.
Well, there's no rush now. We can just follow him slowly later.
After Ling Ji finished speaking, he sat down again and continued to eat barbecue while checking the wounds on his palms. This wound neither spread nor healed, and it was really an eyesore. After looking at it for a while,
he couldn't see anything. So Ling Ji concentrated on eating his barbecue. This is the meat from the early stage of Jindan's spiritual cultivation. It contains rich qi and blood, which is enough for him to practice for a long time. Jia moved forward quickly, and did not stop until she was completely out of the woods. After finding a safer cave, Jia arranged a defensive formation and walked into the cave, taking out the silk cloth and sitting down. Jia's consciousness came to the sea of consciousness.
Shilian, do you feel better now?
Jia came to Shilian and reached out to gently touch Shilian's petals. Sure enough, the pure white petals turned pink again.
Sister, Shilian is not afraid of them.
Shilian twisted the petals
and gently rubbed Jia's palm.
Why are we, Xilian, afraid of him?
Jiu smiled and stroked Xilian comfortingly.
Master, I'm afraid those two people won't let it go.
Shushu also spoke from the side.
If I'm not mistaken, those two people should have embarked on the evil Buddha path. Evil Buddha way?
Jiu frowned in confusion. She had never seen such a statement in the records. She only knew that Buddhist cultivation relied on merit and was extremely difficult.
Yes, there was this kind of Buddhist practice in ancient times. Instead of cultivating merit, one practiced evil Buddha. This kind of Buddhist practice relied on eating flesh and blood containing monk's blood to practice.
Shushu thought of the time of his previous master. This kind of evil Buddha quite a few. They are all Buddhist practitioners who feel that merit is not easy to earn and want to take shortcuts. I didn't expect that there are such people in this day and age.
Human flesh?
When Jia thought of the delicious food the two of them had just eaten, her throat suddenly felt dry and itchy, and she almost retched. Chapter 456 The Power of Merit. After a while, Jia finally calmed down from the discomfort.
How could they ascend or transcend the tribulation after doing such a thing that goes against the will of heaven?
Ji Yao frowned tightly, very puzzled.
So, in ancient times, Orthodox Buddhist cultivators and evil Buddhas were natural enemies. Evil Buddhas would kill Orthodox Buddhist cultivators and obtain their inner elixir of merit to cover up their sins, thereby deceiving the way of heaven and mitigating thunder disasters.
At this point, Shushu's eyes fell on the Jingyuan bead in Jia's hand. The origin of this thing must not be simple.
And the string of beads on your hand, Master, has a very strong power of merit.
It is both the pure fate bead and the little lotus. It seems that my master really has some indissoluble bond with Buddhism.
The power of merit?
Jia looked at the pure fate bead in her hand with some surprise. When she recognized its owner before, she did know that it was a Buddhist object. But she didn't expect that it also had the power of merit. After all, the power of merit is invisible and intangible. And I really can't feel it. According to ancient records, the power of merit will only form golden light spots when it is working.
Yes.
Shushu nodded. So given such an opportunity, the two of them would never let it go easily.
Then I have to be very careful in the coming time.
Jia was a little helpless. She could meet such people wherever she went. This kind of physique that attracts bad people is really.
But those two people, I think their foundation is not stable. As long as they are careful, there shouldn't be much problem.
Shushu has never seen such people, so he really doesn't take them seriously.
Well, how is Xiao Baituan doing lately?
Jia asked Xiang Shushu. Some time ago, Xiao Baituan suddenly fell into a deep sleep, which startled her. Later, I heard from Shushu that it had absorbed a lot of Nine Heavens divine thunder in Dantian and was about to advance. Therefore, Shushu included it in its own book world to make it advance better and faster. It was also at that time that she realized that Shushu had a small storage space inside her body. Unfortunately, apart from dead objects, only spirit beasts could enter it, so she had no chance to see it.
The little white ball is still sleeping. It shouldn't take long.
Shushu looked at the little white ball in the space with deep concentration, and saw that it was indeed sleeping soundly, and its round belly was rising and falling with its breathing.
That's good. You are the elder brother, but you have to take good care of Xiao Baituan and Xiaolian. You know?
Jiu touched the cover of the book gently. Shushu's attitude towards her now is much better than before. I didn't speak hastily anymore.
Yeah,
Shushu replied sheepishly. He would never tell her that he liked the feeling of being touched very much. After all, it is a sacred weapon, not a delicate little girl like Xiaolian.
Then be good.
Jiu smiled, and her consciousness retreated from the sea of consciousness, and then released the white fox.
Abnormal. Why did you lock me in for so long again? Do you know that I'm almost moldy?
As soon as the white fox came out, he looked at Ji Yao and jumped in anger. This time, he was locked up for so long.
Ahem. I was chased before. I was worried about your safety, so I put you away. No. As soon as I escaped, I released you. Hey, I didn't expect you to say that to me.
Yao would never admit that she was afraid that he would cause trouble when he came out. So she let him out now.
I blamed you wrongly.
Bai Hu looked at Ji Yao's hurt expression and felt a little guilty. He stepped forward and grabbed the hem of her skirt and apologized in embarrassment. Chapter 457 Si Ruochen's life hangs by a thread. Xia looked at it like this, tried hard to hold back her laughter, and said seriously,
It's okay. As long as you are safe.
It doesn't matter even if you blame me wrongly.
When Baihu heard this, his eyes became wet, and he looked at Jiya with emotion. The beautiful girl in his family really loves him the most.
I'm afraid it will be very dangerous in the long river of time. Then just hide behind me.
Jiya continued to set a trap for it.
No. How can I ask you to protect me? When the time comes and there is danger, don't worry about it and let me do it.
The white fox stretched out his paws and slapped his chest loudly, with a look on his face that you can rest assured that I will take care of everything.
Then why are you so embarrassed?
Jiya held back her smile and held up her chin, pretending to be distressed.
There's nothing to be embarrassed about. What's our relationship?
The white fox was not happy when he heard this. They were so familiar with each other. How could they be so different?
Well, since you insist on persisting, you have to rush forward when danger comes.
Seeing its silly look, Jiya couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Baihu nodded, but he always felt that something was not right.
Ahem. You can play by yourself. I'll study the formation for a while.
Jiya couldn't let him react and quickly changed the subject.
Oh, then, pretty girl, you are busy first.
The white fox nodded obediently and ran to the side to play by himself. Jiya looked at the white fox playing and smiled. This old white fox was really a child. The night passed quickly. Jiya put away the array in front of her, stood up and stretched herself somewhat comfortably.
Old Bai, get ready to leave.
At this time, the white fox was sleeping beautifully on the silk carpet. As soon as he heard Jiya's cry, he suddenly woke up from his sleep and jumped up to the sky.
Let's go!
Jiya stepped forward, picked up the back of its neck, and carried it out of the cave.
Hey, you let me down. Don't you want to lose face?
Baihu returned to his blaring temper, but he only dared to talk and didn't dare to struggle at all. Jiya put away the array plate at the entrance of the cave before putting the white fox down. One person and one fox bickered from time to time, walking all the way towards the long river of time. At this time, Si Ruochen was covered in scars. His mouth was full of blood. His robes had been destroyed. His face was completely ruined, and he was running forward desperately. There were several Jindan monks chasing him behind him.
Hey, young master 23. Stop struggling. You can't escape. There is a cave of 10,000 demons in front of you.
Wang Yunkuan smiled with his lips raised. They were bound to win his life this time. A gloomy look flashed in Si Ruochen's eyes. He had really become a stumbling block in the eyes of his brothers and sisters, and he wished he could get rid of them quickly. Where are these siblings? This is the enemy.
I advise you not to run away again. If you surrender now, you can still leave a whole body. If you fall into the cave of 10,000 demons,
it will be hard to say.
Wang Yunkuan remembered the fourth young master's instructions. He must be completely eliminated this time. Si Ruochen's heart sank, and a flash of madness flashed in his heart. Even if he fell into the cave of 10,000 demons, he would not die in their hands. He is now covered in injuries, and his spiritual power is almost exhausted. Now he relies entirely on the high-grade spiritual weapon acceleration spirit boots. Otherwise, they would have caught up with him long ago. Soon, Si Ruochen came to a cliff. The 10,000 demons cave has arrived.
Haha. Young Master 23. Hurry up and rein in your horse.
Wang Yunkuan laughed wildly when he saw that he had no way to escape. After all, the 10,000 demons cave is a paradise for demon cultivators. But for spiritual cultivators, it is HL. Chapter 458 Falling into the cave of 10,000 demons. But Si Ruochen didn't stop at all. He took out the last remaining thunderbolt and threw it towards the pursuer behind him. Then he jumped towards the 10,000 demons cave. Wang Yunkuan and others did not expect that Si Ruochen would be in such a situation. He actually had Tian Lizi on his body. He was unable to dodge. One of the monks was directly injured and suffered serious injuries. When the others reacted, they saw that Si Ruochen had jumped down from the cave of 10,000 demons.
Senior Brother Wang, what should we do? That kid actually jumped? How can we explain to the fourth young master?
You gently came to the edge of the cliff of 10,000 demons cave and looked down with a sullen face. The entire 10,000 demons cave was completely shrouded in black demonic energy, and it was impossible to see what was going on below.
Just tell the fourth young master the truth. This is originally their internal battle. We are just outside dependent disciples, and we cannot make decisions on some things.
Wang Yunkuan also looked towards the 10,000 demons cave and frowned tightly.
Furthermore, if the spiritual cultivator falls into the cave of 10,000 demons,
it will be corroded by the rich demonic energy and eventually fall. So speaking of it, we have completed the task.
Wang Yunquan sneered, with a flash of sarcasm in his eyes. No matter what, aren't geniuses forced to jump off a cliff by them? There is no shortage of fallen geniuses in the world. Finally, they checked the edge of the cliff and made sure there was no sign of Si Ruochen before leaving. Not long after Si Ruochen jumped down from the 10,000 Demons Cave, he completely passed out during the descent. Countless demonic energies formed a vortex, wrapping him tightly and drilling into his body. The whole falling process lasted for several quarters of an hour before Si Ruochen completely fell to the bottom of the 10,000 Demons Cave and fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit. At this time, Si Ruochen's hair was completely spread out, and the spiritual energy in his body began to gradually dissipate. A few days later, Shio finally arrived at the source of the River of Time according to the map. This is a cave entrance, which is bare and without any vegetation. Along the way, Shio has become accustomed to the remoteness of this place, so she doesn't find it strange. Just as Shio was about to enter the cave entrance, she saw a golden elixir female cultivator walking out with her hair disheveled, muttering something in her mouth, and walking out in a dazed manner. Shio turned sideways to avoid it, but the other party bumped into her. Shio frowned because she found that the female cultivator seemed to have not noticed her at all and left without even raising her head. Hey, what does this person look like? She can't even see you. Who is so big? Besides, there is such a handsome young man here. Bai Hu looked at the female cultivator's back with dissatisfaction, and even bumped into someone. Don't apologize. It's true. She rolled her eyes when she heard this. She was still handsome, but she didn't look at its wretched appearance. Shio turned around and glanced at the female cultivator's back with some confusion, then ignored her and walked towards the entrance of the cave, followed by the white fox. The cave is winding and winding, and it is also isolated from spiritual consciousness. Shio can only walk along the cave, but she cannot explore the situation ahead. Until an hour passed, a river with a faint silver light suddenly appeared in front of Shio's eyes. Shio's eyes lit up. This was indeed the same as the river of time she had seen in the tall tower before, except that the river in front of her was extremely spacious, with countless branches winding away into the distance, and in such a vast area in front of her, Shio was unable to find a fragment of time. It seems that I can only encounter time fragments by walking further in. Chapter 459 Heavenly Demon Body. At this time, the time river is different from ordinary rivers. When you enter it, you will feel as if something is flowing around you, but it will not have any impact on you. There is no need to hold your breath or avoid water drops. Just it's like walking through the outside world without any discomfort. Beautiful girl. We have been walking for more than an hour. Why haven't we encountered anything? Bai Hu looked at the empty surroundings and scratched his head impatiently. Even in the land of its Phantom Fox clan, everyone knows that the River of Time is a major trial place in the central region. However, along the way, it discovered that this place is not as prosperous as the trial place of its Phantom Fox clan. Rich. This place is indeed a bit deserted. I haven't seen anyone in such a long time. Shiyu only had a general understanding of the matter of Time Chang'e, but was not very clear about the details. After all, in the original work, July mainly cultivates the 5 spiritual roots of chaos, and does not understand the attribute of time, nor does it have the long river of time in the future. However, according to the Sex Classics, luck is needed to obtain time fragments in the long river of time, and the process of obtaining time fragments is not the same. Everyone goes through a different process, but the monks who come out of the long river of time will keep silent about the things in the long river. No, I thought that such a big trial place must be full of people. Bai Hu pouted, thinking of the underground city in the past. It was so prosperous and full of natural materials and treasures. Let's go! Xiao gave it a funny look. This guy likes to join in the fun. TSK. Heavenly Demon Body? Yenimo looked at the figure lying on the ground in front of him and exclaimed in wonder. He was originally looking for the magic refining grass in the 10,000 Demon Cave, but he didn't expect to encounter such a heavenly demon body. You must know that people who have a demonic body are born demonic cultivators. They can cultivate extremely quickly, and are geniuses of the demon clan. As for their demon tribe, they have not seen a demonic body in nearly 10,000 years. Unexpectedly, he would meet him now. Demao, come here. Yenimo frowned as he watched Demao sniffing around the figure, but Demao raised his head and snorted at him.
then stretched out his hoof and touched Siruachan's body gently.
You mean? I've seen this person before?
Yenemo received Mao's message and raised his eyebrows in surprise. If he had seen someone with a demonic body before, why hadn't he discovered it? With strong curiosity, Emma stepped forward and pushed the hair away from the figure on the ground, and saw a familiar face.
Hey, it's that little guy.
Balrog was extremely surprised. Back in the Forest of Death, he saw that this guy's physique was suitable for cultivating demons, so he wanted to accept him as his disciple. But he was rejected. Later, they were hunted down, and he helped them. I didn't expect this guy to be in this situation now. However, he was not a demon body at that time. From this point of view, this little guy's background is probably not simple. The previous demon body must have been sealed by someone.
You're lucky, kid. If you meet other demon cultivators, your demonic body will be snatched away by others.
Yenemo smiled, helped Siruachan up, and put him onto Mao's back. Mao was a little dissatisfied with this, and twisted his body to throw him off.
Mao, be obedient.
The Balrog patted Mao's head and left with him reluctantly. Chapter 460 Time Fragments. One day later, Jia finally met the monk. It was a young male cultivator at the Pika Foundation building. He was standing in the corner with a painful expression on his face. His eyes tightly closed, his hands clenched into fists, and veins popping out on his forehead. He was obviously experiencing something painful. Combined with the female cultivator she met at the beginning, Jia finally understood the real danger of Time River at this time. That is the mind lost in time. If a monk does not have an extremely tough mind, he will be affected by the experiences in the long river of time, and eventually he will be unable to extricate himself, until he finally loses himself completely and becomes the nagging female monk before. It seems that the river of time is more dangerous than other trial places at this time. After all, this is a necessary process after obtaining the time fragments, and there is no way to avoid it.
It's so scary.
Baihu shuddered when he looked at the male cultivator. The ferocious expression was really terrifying.
Let's go. We still need to find the time fragments.
Jia has no idea of stepping forward to hurt others and snatch the time fragments. She can't do this kind of sneak attack, so she should continue to look for her own fragments.
Let's go. Let's go.
Baihu now understands Ji Yao's character better, and is not surprised by the choice she made. One person and one fox chose different forks, slowly going further and further away.
Look! Time fragments!
Not long after, the white fox finally saw the time fragments, pointed at the time fragments floating in the distance and screamed. Ji Yao naturally saw it too, and her eyes lit up. She walked a few steps not far from the fragment and looked at it eagerly.
Don't worry. I will protect you.
White Fox stretched out his paws and patted his chest, vowing. At this time, its importance is reflected. When Jia heard this, she looked back at Baihu and felt a little warm in her heart. This old Bai was quite sensible.
Then I will leave my fortune and life to you.
Jia teased it with a smile.
Don't worry. I'm here.
The white fox licked its paws proudly. Shiyu trusted the quality of the white fox, but she could not trust its strength. This guy only cares about playing all day long, and his strength is really not that good. I am afraid that a few golden elixir monks will be able to solve it. With this in mind, Jia took out an 8th grade formation plate that her senior brother had given her, activated it, and placed it around. Soon, one person and one fox were enveloped by the formation.
What are you doing? Don't trust me.
Baihu was a little angry. She actually didn't trust herself.
TSK. I'm not willing to let you get hurt in any way. After all, you are the young master of the Phantom Fox. How can you get hurt for me?
Ji Yao said her unconscionable words. But now her face does not turn red, and her heart does not beat.
Ah!
Baihu really believed it when he heard the words. He immediately put away his temper, and looked at Ji Yao with emotion.
Then you'll be there to protect me. If the array is destroyed, I'll have to rely on you.
Ji Yao stretched out her hand to rub its head. The base of the white fox's ears instantly turned red. But it was a pity that it couldn't be seen due to the cover of its hair.
Yeah.
Baihu pretended to rub Ji Yao's palm carelessly. The feeling of being smoothed was so comfortable. Ji Yao smiled when she saw this, straightened up, put away her smile, and grabbed the time fragments with a cautious look on her face. The time fragment twisted several times and tried to escape, but was finally caught by Ji Yao. As soon as she grabbed the fragment, it slid into Jia's hand and penetrated into her body. Suddenly, Jiyu's soul flashed, and came to a strange place. Chapter 461 Little Beggar. Jia came to a busy street at this time, and was squatting in a corner with. When he looked down, he saw that he was wearing tattered clothes that were so dirty that the original color could no longer be seen. Her hands were black and small. Jia stretched out her hand to touch her head, and found that there was a mess of hair on her head. It had become a greasy ball, and could not be combed out. With a little force, her scalp would be pulled and painful. Have you become a beggar? Still a little boy of 4 or 5 years old. Jia has a row of black lines on her forehead. No matter how she entered the dreamland in the past, she was still a lady from everyone. This time she wants to experience a different life. At this moment, the broken bowl in front of Jia suddenly made a crisp sound, and a copper coin was thrown into it. Jia was stunned for a moment, unable to recover, but her body started to act spontaneously.
Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master,
Jia said as she raised her hands respectfully, made fists with both hands, and presented her luggage to the other party. Feeling her dog-legged appearance, Jia felt a little helpless. As expected, she was the same inside, unable to control her body at all. It seemed that I was about to experience the life of this beggar personally. The man who threw down the copper coin did not say anything, threw the money and left. Jia stretched out her hand and took out the copper coin, and looked at it carefully. She had been in this other world for so many years, but she had never used a copper coin.
Boy, bring it quickly.
At this moment, a group of beggars suddenly appeared next to them, and the leading boy grabbed the copper coins directly.
What are you doing? Give it back to me.
Jia felt anxious and hurriedly stood up to grab it back.
It's just a broken copper coin. I thought it was some big treasure. Bah!
The boy said and spat at Jia. The saliva splashed on Jia. But Jia had no intention to care about it. She could only follow her body's instinct to grab the copper coins. The boy raised the copper coin high. Jia couldn't reach it at all.
Hey, I see you just came here, and you don't know much about the rules here. I have the final say here, and the money you want must be given to me. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude,
the boy said mockingly. The little beggar only came to Silent Hill City in the past 2 days, and he doesn't know the rules very well yet.
What's mine is mine. What does it have to do with you?
Jia didn't listen at all. She hadn't eaten for a long time. This copper plate can buy a hot bun, which is very important to her.
Hey, it seems that the new guy always needs a lesson. Guys, give him a lesson and let him learn what the rules are.
Seeing Jia being so ignorant, the boy was annoyed and turned towards his friends behind him. Wave. Suddenly, all the companions behind him rushed towards Jia. One of the beggars directly grabbed her hair and pulled her back desperately.
Ah!
Jia explained when she felt the severe pain coming from her scalp. She could only lean back, trying to alleviate the pain. But the other party directly dragged her to the ground. And then a group of people surrounded her, punching and kicking her. Jia was in pain and angry. But her body had no intention of resisting, and just stretched out her hand to protect her head. These people showed no mercy at all. Jia curled up in pain and just wanted to end it quickly. But fortunately, she was used to getting hurt. Although her body hurt, it was still within the range she could bear. Chapter 462 Immortal Cultivator. The beggars didn't stop until Jia had already exhaled more air than inhaled.
Boy, if you want to hang out here in the future, you have to abide by the rules here. You know?
The boy beggar who was the leader before snorted coldly and left with the other beggars. At this time, Jia was just huddled in the corner, unable to open her eyes. Someone had just kicked her in the face, and it was now completely swollen. Pedestrians passing by came and went, but no one extended a helping hand. This kind of thing happened every day, and everyone was numb.
Hiss!
Jia raised her hand with difficulty and touched the swollen area on her face. She felt bitter in her heart. She wanted to fight with them just now. After all, she was not the type to wait for a beating. But this body was completely out of control, and she could feel the fear coming from her body just now. The owner of this body is a person who is unwilling to do anything to others. Soon, it was getting dark, and there were fewer and fewer people on the road. Jia finally recovered, stood up with difficulty, and started to move forward slowly while holding on to the wall. Seeing that it was going to rain, she needed to find a place to stay. But before Jia could find a place to stay, a heavy rain started, drenching her until she was soaked in water. Jia had no choice but to shrink into a small ball and stay under the eaves, trying to reduce her size as much as possible. But the rain was pouring,
and the eaves couldn't cover anything at all. Jia's whole body was already soaked, and she was shivering while hugging her body. So cold and so hungry. It had been too long since she had felt this way. The heavy rain did not stop because Jia was afraid of the cold. It continued to rain wildly, but Jia became confused and felt a little headache. He stretched out his hand and touched his forehead. Sure enough, it was hot. He actually had a fever. Jia was already hungry, tired, and had been beaten. Now she had a fever, and her consciousness became a little blurry. She just leaned against the corner and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Jia was awakened by the scalding heat. When she opened her eyes, she saw that a large number of houses around her were on fire. It's flooded! Come and put out the fire! People screamed from everywhere. More and more people were awakened by the fire and ran out of the house. Jia was startled and quickly stood up, trying to find something to catch the water and put out the fire. But she couldn't seem to find anything suitable. So Jia could only endure the pain all over her body and limped towards the crowd. Quick! Go fetch water and put out the fire! Someone handed out the buckets and basins separated from the house. Jia quickly reached out to take them, and followed the crowd to the wellhead to collect water. In this way, everyone joined the firefighting team back and forth. Jia felt that she was unsteady, but she still tried to stabilize her body, fetching water back and forth to put out the fire. But it was only a drop in the bucket, and the house burned quickly, especially now that the houses are all made of wood. Many have begun to collapse. Pei! How can you bring trouble to mortals? A roar suddenly came from above her head. Jia was startled and looked up. A monk in white clothes was doing the hand gestures eagerly. He finished the gestures and pointed downwards. And suddenly it began to rain heavily. Everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect that there were immortal cultivators willing to help them. Jia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw the fire was slowly extinguished. But others were not surprised when they saw the man in white standing in the air. It seemed that this was still a world of cultivating immortals. Chapter 463 Pei. Hey! Lingdu! You are still nosy! A man in red robes suddenly appeared opposite the man in white. His face could not be seen clearly. Only his chest was half open, and his hair was simply tied up with a rope. Got up. Pei! These mortals are innocent. You can't harm them. Lingdu frowned and looked down apologetically. At this time, the fire had been extinguished, but a large number of houses were burned down. Many mortals were huddled together, looking at them in the sky. I like it. You have nothing to do with it. Pei raised his lips and smiled. When did Pei need others to take care of his work? Jia listened to the two people talking, but her eyelids became heavier and heavier, and she sat down on the ground. A pop sound attracted the attention of the two people above. Hey! Psychic body? Pei's eyes lit up when he saw Jiyao, and he reached out to grab Jiyao. Lingdu was startled, threw up his fly whisk, and stepped forward to stop Pei from approaching Jiyao. This madman. Pei smiled mockingly, swung his sword, and deflected Lingdu's attack. He came to Jiyao and lifted him up. Let's go! Little guy. Pei smiled, tore apart the space, and left with Jiyao. Pei! Lingdu was startled, opened the crack, and chased after Pei. Poor Jia was already weak. As soon as she entered the space gap, her vision turned black. She vomited a mouthful of blood, and then she fainted completely. Seeing Jia acting like a broken doll, Pei smacked his lips in disgust. But he did not protect her from harm, and just took her through the space non-stop, intending to get rid of Lingdu. A few days later, Pei finally got rid of Lingdu and returned to his hometown, Peach Blossom Valley. There is a natural formation here, and with his modifications, it will hardly be discovered by anyone. It is a haven. Pei looked at the little boy in his hand. The corners of his mouth were full of blood. The bones were crushed by the cracks in the space and lay limp in his hands. But Pei showed no signs of wavering. He just gave him an interesting look, threw him into a dark cave in the Peach Blossom Valley, and ignored him. It wasn't until one day later that Zio finally woke up from her coma. She was starved to death. She had not eaten for several days, and was about to die. As soon as her consciousness returned, Jia was shocked by the severe pain coming from her body and moaned in pain. Why does it hurt so much? The bones were all broken. Jia wanted to raise her hand, but she couldn't even move her head. Hey! The little guy's awake? Pei noticed the moment Jia woke up and came to the cave in a flash. Suddenly, the entire cave became bright. Jia's eyes were pierced by the sudden light, and she closed her eyes subconsciously. Since you're awake, come out. Pei stepped forward and lifted Jiao up, took her to a spiritual pond, and threw her directly into it. As soon as Jiao entered the spiritual pool, the spiritual power rushed into her body, causing severe pain, just like the experience of washing the menstrual marrow and cutting off the marrow. But it was this kind of pain that completely suppressed the body's thoughts. Relying on her own willpower, Jiao got rid of the control of her body for the first time and spoke her thoughts. I'm hungry. When Pei was about to leave, he paused and turned back to look at Jiao with an inexplicable expression. After observing Jiao for a long time, Pei suddenly laughed. Just when Jiao thought she was about to starve to death, Pei finally took out a piece of dried meat stored in the storage ring and threw it to Jiao. Chapter 464 Healing from Injury. Jiao looked at the dried meat floating in the spiritual pond close at hand and felt like crying without tears. She can't move at all. Pei folded his hands and stared at Jiao as if he was watching a good show. He wanted to see where this kid's limit was. Jiao didn't want to lose face at all at this time. The feeling of hunger was too uncomfortable, even more unbearable than the pain in her body. She also knew at this time that the spiritual pool was repairing her body. But if she didn't eat, she would die soon. Thinking like this, Jiao stretched out her tongue hard, trying to roll up the dried meat in front of her. But it was just a little bit close. Jiao stared at the dried meat with her eyes wide open, almost becoming cross-eyed. Pei didn't expect Jiao to do such a thing for food. Looking at her funny look, he couldn't help laughing anymore. Jiao was extremely angry because she couldn't eat the dried meat. She didn't expect to be laughed at. She raised her head angrily and glared at Pei. It was at this time that she was pleasantly surprised to find that she could raise her head. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and her glaring expression suddenly became extremely weird. Ha ha ha! Pei couldn't help but laugh. Laugh at you? Jiao was extremely angry and glared at Pei. It was at this time that she completely saw the other person's appearance. Hiss! Jiao was dazzled by Pei's smile. She was a great beauty. A peerless beauty with all kinds of charms, both male and female. Pei looked at Jiao looking at him in a daze. And for the first time, he didn't have any murderous intention because others looked at him like this. Perhaps it was because there was no obscenity in her eyes that had once disgusted and frightened him. But rather it was as if she had discovered something beautiful. But this reminded him of painful memories. And his smile faded. His face became calm, and he waved his hand and left. Jiao was speechless and choked as she looked at the other person's attitude of turning his face away faster than flipping through a book. There was no other way. Jiao could only continue to stick out her tongue, trying to get the dried meat. After a while, Jiao's tongue felt sore, but the dried meat still stayed there motionless. After finally feeling that the bones were healing, Jiao tried to tilt her head forward slightly, and finally succeeded in swallowing the dried meat into her belly, because she was too impatient. Jiao didn't even taste it. However, this extremely thin piece of dried meat contained rich demonic beast energy and blood, and as soon as it entered the belly, it began to scurry around Jiao's body. Jiao's physical body had not yet begun to practice, and she couldn't bear it for a while. She spat out a mouthful of blood again, fainted, and fell into the spiritual pool. The moment before she fainted, Jiao's lungs almost exploded with anger. This person was playing with her. He must have done it on purpose. Jiao, who fell in the spiritual pool, was quickly submerged by the water. She was afraid that she would have drowned if she did not die of pain. At this time, Pei suddenly appeared, sighed helplessly, stepped into the spiritual pool, lifted her body up, and let her lean on the edge of the spiritual pool. After making sure that she would not fall in again, he just got up and left. By the time Jiao woke up again, it was already 10 days later. As soon as Jiao opened her eyes, she found that she could move again, and all her injuries had healed. Jiao felt happy and quickly stood up and climbed up to the spiritual pool. She wanted to take this opportunity to see if she could sneak out. But Jiao suddenly found that she could no longer control her body. Jiao was a little speechless. At this time, she preferred to enter the River of Time as a bystander in Lingshu City. This feeling is really terrible. Chapter 465 Cultivation. Come to the cabin yourself. Pei's voice exploded in her ears, frightening Jiao. I won't go. Jiao complained a few words in her heart, but her body obediently walked out of the spirit pool and headed outside. As soon as she stepped out of Lingxi Cave, Jiao was shocked by the peach blossom valley in front of her. The entire valley is full of beautiful peach blossoms, with white, pink and peach colors intertwined together. The breeze blew, and countless petals fell down. swirling in midair. And it was really beautiful. In addition to the peach blossoms, there is a meandering river. From time to time, fish jump onto the surface of the river and splash with water. Such idyllic beauty was shrouded in light clouds and mist, making Jia feel as if she had ascended to immortality.
What are you doing standing there stupidly?
Pei Yi's lazy voice came, pulling Jia back from her thoughts. Sure enough, her body once again walked obediently towards the wooden house not far away. As soon as she reached the door, the wooden door opened automatically. Jia composed herself and stepped in. As soon as she walked in, Jia saw Pei Yi leaning on the soft couch. At this time, he was still half-dressed, lazily supporting his chin with one hand, and staring at Jia seductively. Just at this glance, Jia felt hot air rushing towards the top of her head, and warm liquid seemed to be left in her nose. Jia stretched out her hand and touched it. When she lowered her head, she found that she had a nosebleed. Suddenly, Jia's face became even hotter, and she felt embarrassed. She actually had a nosebleed from looking at a man, and now she just wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Thinking like this, Jia could only lower her head, not daring to look up at him at all. She kept circling on the ground with her right toes, her hands behind her back, and her whole body twisted around in embarrassment.
Tisk!
Pei Yi looked at the shy little boy with his head lowered and sneered. Does such a young person have the concept of beauty and ugliness?
Boy, what's your name?
Pei Yi asked Jia calmly.
I don't know either,
Jia responded softly.
TSK. In that case, I will give you a name. Let's call it Pei Qing.
Pei Yi chose the name casually, and continued to speak, regardless of whether Jia liked it or not.
Now you are my disciple. Pei Yi. I am just a casual cultivator, and I have no sect discipline. The only requirement is not to be bound by the so-called rules in the world, and not to let yourself suffer when something happens.
Even if you die, you have to support someone. Do you understand?
Pei Yi said and sat up, rarely looking at Ji Yao seriously. Pei Yi always only looks at his mood when doing things, never looking at people's faces. So naturally he can't do it as his disciple. Ji rolled her eyes helplessly when she heard that he accepted her as his disciple so hastily. She had to ask her if she was willing no matter what. Jia wanted to open her mouth to speak, but found that the body was unresponsive and did not answer Pei Yi. Pei Yi didn't care and threw a jade slip to Ji Yao.
During this period, you can practice under the waterfall behind the Peach Blossom Valley. While bearing the impact of the waterfall, you can just recite this jade simplicity in your heart.
After Pei Yi finished speaking, he waved his hand impatiently, and Jio suddenly stepped back, did not stop until he retreated to the door. Bang! The wooden door closed mercilessly. Jia curled her lips in her heart. This master is too unreliable. But the body walked towards the back mountain honestly, obediently preparing to practice. Chapter 466 Waterfall Practice. Jia came to the front of the waterfall and looked at the huge water splashing from the waterfall, which was a bit bottomless. She was afraid that her small body could not bear it, but there was no other way. Jia could only bite the bullet and rush to the bottom of the waterfall. Bang! A huge impact fell on Jio. She fell down immediately. Her whole body was soaked, and she hit the stone floor heavily. Her mouth was immediately bitten, and there was a strong smell in her mouth. The smell of blood. The waterfall was still falling, and Jia suffered a huge impact and could not open her eyes. Her body has now been transformed by Ling Qi and is much better. But his body was a little dazed. He didn't understand how to practice at all, and he couldn't recite a single sentence of the exercises. Jia also admired this little boy. She once thought he was a little fool, because he just picked up the jade slip and read it once before coming to the waterfall. In fact, he didn't remember anything at all. Even Ji Yao had to admire his courage. Fortunately, Shio is an immortal cultivator, so carrying something on her back is a piece of cake. But I don't know if her silent chanting has any effect. Ji Yao thought so and began to read silently word for word. Just when she finished reciting the exercise, Jia suddenly felt her body light up. Her soul suddenly relaxed, and she actually gained the right to use her body. Jia was so shocked by this surprise that she couldn't recover. Is there such an operation? In fact, what Jia didn't know was that the little boy was too young at this time and his mind was not firm. So he was suppressed by Jia. If she possessed a tough-minded person, such a good thing would never happen. Feeling her control over her body, Jia laughed happily, and then began to recite the exercises silently over and over again. Soon, Countless spiritual energy rushed into the body. Gio had experience in cultivation and quickly learned to look inwards and release her spiritual consciousness outwards. Next, something shocking happened to her. This body can actually absorb any kind of spiritual energy, and it won't reject anyone who comes. Moreover, these auras are not discordant at all. On the contrary, they are very harmonious. They divide their own areas in the dantian in an orderly manner, and no one interferes with each other. Is this a psychic body? Gio was a little confused. Pei had arrested the boy because of his physical condition. She had read about many special physiques in the classics, but this was the first time she heard of the psychic body. Unexpectedly, all attribute spiritual energy can be used for one's own use. Pei stood far away from the waterfall, looking at the little figure under the waterfall, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Although this kid is a psychic, his cultivation speed is too fast. He originally thought that without his own guidance, it would take at least 3 days for him to get started. But he didn't expect that in just a moment he would draw chi into his body. A few hours later, Shia felt her cultivation increase, and her heart was beating fast. This psychic body is really unbelievable. In just 3 or 4 hours, she had already reached the 6th level of chi training. You must know that it took her 2 years to reach the 4th level of chi training. What kind of genius disciple? This is a hacking genius. Gio was shocked by the speed and couldn't calm down for a long time. But such a fast speed made a steady person like her feel extremely weird. In the end, Gio decided to stop practicing and got out from under the waterfall. Yes, this is for you. As soon as Gio went out, a jade slip flew towards her. Gio grabbed it subconsciously, only to find that Pei was standing not far away, staring at her with a satisfied expression. Chapter 467 20 years. Pei felt that Ji Yao must have amazing understanding because she picked up the practice so quickly, and he had no intention of teaching her. After handing the jade slip to her, Pei turned around and planned to leave. Ahem. Thank you, master, Ji said awkwardly. After all, she is the master in this body. It should be right for her to call her that. Right? When Pei heard this, he stopped in his steps and turned back to look at Ji Yao with an inexplicable expression. Ji Yao felt extremely uncomfortable with his eyes, and her eyes wandered away. However, Pei always felt that his newly accepted disciple always had a strange sense of disobedience. There was a moment in the Lingqi that made him feel abnormal, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't see anything wrong with him. His soul was stable, showing no signs of being taken away from him. After watching for a long time, Pei suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. It's with disciples like this that no one can see through that make life more interesting. Right? Shio got goosebumps all over her body when she saw his smile. This way of looking people over and then laughing is really a bit eye-catching. Pei glanced at Ji Yao meaningfully, then turned and left without saying a word. After he left, Ji Yao opened the jade slip and took a look at it, and found that these were some ordinary magic attack techniques. Just spells. Ji Yao shook her head. She thought she would be lucky enough to observe and learn the unpredictable skills. In this way, Ji Yao stayed in Peach Blossom Valley. In addition to practicing every day, she also made food to eat, because Pei did not let her take any pills. Not even big a pill. There was no other way. So Ji Yao followed the fishing rods in the river every day. She used to see fish jumping on the river surface every day, but now it is getting calmer and calmer. Ji Yao always felt that this time was particularly unreal. She had actually stayed in this Peach Blossom Valley for 20 years. She obviously lived her life seriously every day, but it always felt like it passed in the blink of an eye. It really made people feel like they were in a fog. However, Ji Yao was not surprised when she thought about the incredible nature of the river of time. This fragment of time is also full of uncertainty. Some people have learned supreme skills from it, and some have understood attributes. Some people have an epiphany in the fragments, and their cultivation levels jump several levels. There are also people who are confused by these lives and become confused between reality and dreams. However, the most that time fragments can destroy is people's will. They will not trap people in the fragments, and there is no need to worry about staying here forever. Ji Yao has not yet felt the significance of her fragment, because she has neither a heaven-defying skill nor a tragic experience. It is simply too plain. However, her cultivation level was growing really fast. In just 20 years, she was already in the early stage of nascent soul. If it were placed in Chiffon continent, it would definitely shock everyone's jaws. But Ji Yao also figured out that this was the ancient times. Yuanying was everywhere, and she was really inconspicuous.
Master, it's time to eat. Gia was thinking while flipping through the grilled fish on the shelf. She had no appetite looking at these fish. Anyone who eats fish every day for 20 years will be unable to eat it. Pei was the only one who was surprised. He was extremely happy and satisfied every day. Yes, today's fish tastes better than yesterday. Pei came to Ji Yao's side and gently sniffed the fragrance in the air. Today, his personality has changed a lot from when he first met Ji Yao, and he has become much more easygoing. The more she got in touch with him, she discovered that the person who didn't care about life and death was actually a very simple and easily satisfied person. Chapter 468 Epiphany. Pei took out a silk blanket and spread it on the ground. Sat down, then took out 2 wine glasses and poured wine into them respectively. After doing all this, he put his face in his hands and looked at the fish on the grill intently. She turned around and saw him like this, feeling a sense of accomplishment in her heart. Even though his cooking skills were good, he even bribed Pei. Pay more attention. You're going to get confused. Pei saw Ji Yao distracted and frowned. One side of the fish was a little dark, which would definitely affect the taste. Ji Yao rolled her eyes and continued flipping fish resignedly. Soon, several fish were ready. Ji Yao took them out one by one and placed them on the plate. Not bad. Pei took a bite and nodded with satisfaction. Ji Yao just smiled, didn't answer, and started eating. In fact, this conversation is repeated every day. Ji Yao ate the delicious fish and looked at the peach blossoms in the distance. She suddenly felt that she was particularly happy living a life without competing with the world. She wanted to live like this forever. But as soon as this idea appeared, Ji Yao's heart condensed, and she shuddered suddenly. She finally understood the meaning of this fragment. It actually wanted her to lose herself in this comfortable and stable life and lose her fighting spirit. If you really hold on to this idea and live here for hundreds or thousands of years, then when you get out, you will become a person who yearns for a comfortable life. However, he still has a certain death calamity. He has not yet become the support of the Yi family, and he has not yet ascended to immortality. How can he be qualified to slack off like this? What you need is to keep working hard and keep making progress. As long as life is, so will the road of struggle. After understanding everything, Ji Yao suddenly felt her body relaxed and her soul felt a little light, as if she was about to leave at any time. At this time, in the long river of time, Baihu looked at Ji Yao in surprise, because at this time, countless spiritual energy from the outside world was pouring towards her. Soon, it wrapped her up and formed a huge cocoon. The white fox was a little frightened. Why was this movement so loud? How many people would it attract? If this formation disk is destroyed, what can it do to protect her? Baihu fell into deep anxiety, but did not dare to relax at all. He looked around seriously, guarding against anyone appearing to interrupt Ji Yao's advancement. Shu Shu in the sea of consciousness realized that Ji Yao had another epiphany, and he was overjoyed. He quickly released the little white ball and took it to Ji Yao's Dantian. Brother Shu Shu. Xiuyan quickly followed to Dantian and stayed next to Xiao Bai Tuan. Well, now is a good opportunity to advance. Shu Shu just said one sentence and began to absorb the spiritual energy entering his Dantian. This epiphany was rare, and it was an important opportunity to restore his ability. With the addition of Shu Shu and Xiao Bai Tuan, there are more and more auras coming from the outside world, and countless auras are coming towards Ji Yao. This huge movement eventually attracted many interested people, rushing towards Ji Yao. Now it is obvious that someone has had an epiphany. The fragment of time that can make people have an epiphany is a big treasure. Who wouldn't be tempted? Ji Yao, who was in the fragments, didn't know what was going on in the outside world, but she had a hunch that she would leave soon. Looking at Pei Yi, who was eating deliciously in front of her, Xiu smiled slightly, and she still wanted to thank him for accompanying her for 20 years, so that her life would not be too lonely. After all, her cultivation time was still short, and she was really not used to being alone for decades. Chapter 469 Surround. Pei Yi was a little surprised when he saw Jia smiling so tenderly at him. What was a grown man doing when he looked at him with such an expression? Master! This was the first time in 20 years that Jia called him master sincerely. It's not because of the relationship between this body and him, but because of the relationship between her and him. Pei Yi held the fish's hand for a moment, and felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart, which made him feel uncomfortable. This feeling was inexplicable, and Pei Yi frowned in confusion. This fish is delicious, but you can also try other things. Jia didn't know what to say, and she felt a little sad every time she said goodbye.
But the road of life is destined to be walked by yourself. And no one can always accompany you. Pei put down the fish and looked at Ji Yao with a very serious expression. His premonitions were always relatively accurate. Although he didn't know what would happen, he instinctively felt that it would not be what he wanted to see.
Master is actually a very good master.
Ji Yu smiled. Although Pei didn't take care of her seriously, and if he was a real little boy, he didn't know what his life would be like. But for Ji Yao, it was him who allowed him to escape the wandering life of a beggar and have such a peaceful time. This is really too valuable for her, who has traveled to the world of cultivation. Pei didn't know what to say for a moment. But looking at his disciple Romu's eyes, he had the rare idea of reaching out and rubbing his head. But just when his hand was about to fall on the disciple's head, Pei suddenly stopped, looking at the disciple in front of him whose expression remained unchanged. He felt that something was different. This feeling came suddenly. Pei retracted his hand, stood up and left as if nothing had happened, never looking at his disciple sitting on the silk carpet again. Ji Yaobin saw Pei stretching out his hand. Just when she was a little confused about what he was going to do, her mind flashed and she instantly returned to the river of time. When she came back, she found that the surroundings were surrounded by spiritual energy, wrapping her tightly. Did he actually have an epiphany? Ji Yu was overjoyed. This was really an unexpected surprise. Abundant spiritual energy continued to penetrate into Ji Yao's body. Ji Yu quickly closed her eyes, put away her mind and absorbed it seriously. Crack! 2 hours later, a crisp sound came from Ji Yu's dantian. The barrier in the late stage of foundation building was broken, and Ji Yu successfully advanced to the peak of foundation building. The epiphany was over, and the spiritual energy gradually dissipated. Before Ji Yu could happily share it with Baihu, she found that several people had appeared outside the formation. Everyone looked at the formation eagerly, but they restrained each other and did not take action.
Pervert! There are so many bad guys. I can't beat them.
The white fox's eyes lit up when he saw Ji Yu waking up. At this time, he was still a little self-aware. With his three-legged cat skills, he could just go up and deliver food.
There's no rush.
Ji Yu frowned. There were 5 men and 2 women outside. The 2 female cultivators had higher cultivation levels and were in the late stage of Jin Dan. Several other male cultivators are in the middle stage of golden elixir. It looked like they didn't know each other.
Beautiful girl. Go and show them a little bit. Let them understand what a real master is.
The white fox waved its paws in a sultry manner. In its eyes, Ji Yu is the most powerful person, and the others are all dregs. Dare to offend his beautiful girl. Isn't this a life of boredom?
Ha ha. Then why don't you go out?
Ji Yu rolled her eyes. Does this guy really think she is a god? It is difficult enough to deal with 1 or 2 Jindan monks. But here are 7 people. Chapter 470 Fight.
Ahem. Isn't it true that my master is not strong enough?
Baihu replied without confidence.
I remember who said you should protect me.
Ji Yu glanced at Baihu funnily. This guy was really a bit cowardly. Baihu was a little embarrassed. But when he saw Ji Yao's teasing eyes, he suddenly became furious.
You can go as long as I want. You have to watch carefully how I torture them.
Baihu said, and was about to rush out.
Okay. I'm teasing you.
Ji Yu grabbed the back of its neck and lifted it up. Baihu walked down the steps, shrank up a little embarrassed, and was held in Ji Yao's hand obediently.
Now is not the time.
Ji Yu rubbed the white fox's head with her other hand. If it rushed out, it would be in trouble. The white fox stopped talking after hearing this, and just looked at the people outside the formation. Seeing that it was rarely so well behaved, Ji Yao smiled slightly and held it in her arms. But the white fox's face suddenly became hot. Its ears were slightly red, and its tail swayed unconsciously in an attempt to relieve its shyness. Ji Yao didn't notice the white fox's reaction at all. All her attention was on the monks outside, and she just subconsciously smoothed the white fox's fur again and again. The white fox felt Ji Yao's touch and narrowed his eyes comfortably, as happy as a baby.
Fellow Taoists, how about we work together?
Xiangli took the initiative to ask the other monks.
This is an 8th grade formation. The monks here are either high-level monks or disciples of large families. There are endless ways to save lives. If you rely on one person alone, you may not be able to defeat it.
Xiangli analyzed the current situation for several people.
Oh, you women are just timid. If you are so scared, you might as well go back and take care of your children. What kind of immortality are you cultivating?
Wang Boyan said mockingly, looking at Xiangli with disdain.
Isn't that right? You women are troublesome.
This person's enlightenment has ended long ago. But he has been hiding inside, and dare not come out. He is obviously a soft-footed shrimp. What are you afraid of?
Sun Junwei was a little impatient. These women are just cultivating. What's the use of being high? What kind of situation can someone who is greedy for life and afraid of death achieve?
You?
Xiang Li's face turned red with anger from the two of them. She turned to look at another female cultivator and asked,
Fellow Taoist, can you work with me to deal with them first? Okay.
Lei Qingru nodded lightly, and then took a look at the formation. She was actually a little curious about who had the epiphany, and she didn't want to snatch any fragments. It has been 5 years since she came to the River of Time, except for the fragment she found at the beginning and learned a magical power from it. She has never encountered a fragment of time again. But what these two people said was too unpleasant. What happened to the woman? Women can still beat them until they find their wives. The other two male cultivators stepped back a few steps in a tacit understanding, obviously unwilling to get involved. No matter how they were women, they were still late-stage Jin and cultivators. Besides, there are many powerful women in the world of cultivation. These two male cultivators were indeed too arrogant. But in their hearts, the two of them hoped that they would fight as hard as possible, so that they would be able to benefit in the end.
Okay, fellow Taoist, let us tell them what women should do,
Wang Boyang suggested to Sun Junwei with a look of disdain. He wanted these two women to regret provoking him.
Of course.
Sun Junwei sneered and attacked with a spiritual weapon in hand. The war was about to break out, and the four people fell into a melee. Jia smacked her lips, and actually started fighting as she thought. Fight. Fight. Hit hard. Chapter 471 Fighting. Ji Yao observed the fighting situation of several people and raised her eyebrows in surprise. Those two men were indeed quite good in combat. No wonder they were so arrogant. The magic weapon of the man in black who started the attack was a spiritual sword, which seemed to be of good quality. When the sword was struck out, a row of golden needles hit the female cultivator opposite. The gold needles are very dense and entangled from different angles. Lei Qingru glanced at the golden needles lightly, raised his palm, and patted it forward. Suddenly a huge palm appeared, holding all the golden needles in his hand. As soon as the golden needle was held by the palm, it automatically began to dissolve, and finally completely melted. Sun Junwei was shocked when he saw this. Part of his golden needle was a real magic weapon, and part of it was transformed by spiritual power. It was hard to tell the real thing from the fake one. He has caused many people to suffer losses just by relying on this move. But what kind of tactic is this woman using? She can actually melt the magic weapon with one palm. If you learn this palm technique by yourself, then you won't be able to. Thinking of this, Sun Junwei's eyes lit up. His previous idea of just wanting to teach the other party a lesson has changed. He wants to kill people and seize treasures. This palm technique is destined to be his. Xiang Li didn't expect Lei Qingru to be so powerful. She felt a little more confident about the battle. But at the same time, she felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the stronger the opponent was, the harder it would be for her to obtain time fragments in the future. Both are in the late stage of golden core, so I will never be worse than her. Thinking like this, Xiang Li played harder. As soon as he took action, countless alien species were thrown at the opponent's feet.
Hiss!
Wang Boyang accidentally got entangled in a plant and accidentally scratched his foot. Just this one wound suddenly started to hurt. And at the same time, an extremely itchy feeling came over me.
Are you a poison cultivator?
Wang Boyang felt the strange feeling in his body and looked at Xiang Li in shock.
Oh! What does it have to do with you?
Xiang Li just smiled with her lips raised. The alien species had been soaked in the venom she developed, and she spent a lot of effort on it. But it would not be a loss if a Jinan cultivator was eliminated. Wang Boyang's heart tightened, and he immediately took out the antidote pill and drank it. Unfortunately, taking the pill had no effect at all. Jia looked at the female cultivator, who threw the seeds with some surprise. This person should be majoring in with spirit root. But I didn't expect it to be a poisonous cultivator. This poisonous cultivation is not actually a cultivation system, but just a classification of alchemy cultivation. Alchemy cultivation is mainly divided into medical cultivation and poison cultivation. It mainly depends on the path an individual takes. Most alchemy cultivation will choose medical cultivation. Most of the elixirs developed are beneficial to monks. Poison cultivators, on the other hand, will choose to develop poisons that are harmful to others, because some methods are difficult to prevent. They are always disliked by others and have few friends. However, in the final analysis, medicine and poison are not separated. So many medical practitioners develop poisons privately. When Lei Qingru heard Wang Boyang's words, she moved a distance to the side calmly. After all, they were strangers. Now they were joining forces to fight against the enemy. But they would become competitors later. Since Wang Boyang had been poisoned, Xiang Li was not going to give him a chance to breathe. With a wave of his hand, a pill fire appeared, and Xiang Li threw it directly at Wang Boyang. Wang Boyang felt the heat of the elixir fire, and his heart tightened. It was actually a high-quality elixir fire. Realizing that the spiritual power in his body was gradually turning into poisonous gas, Wang Boyang could no longer take out a soul-eating shield and placed it in front of him. Because at this time, he had realized that he could mobilize less and less spiritual power. So he had to deal with her as soon as possible and get the antidote back. Otherwise, even if they win later, the two people watching will benefit. Chapter 472, Book Advancement. He had obtained this soul-eating shield after killing a disciple of ours. He usually didn't dare to use it easily. But now, he couldn't care less about it. As soon as the Dan fire encountered the soul-devouring shield, it was absorbed by the shield, leaving no sparks at all. Xiang Li's face darkened when she saw this. The other party actually had a treasure.
Brother, that's good.
Sun Junwei was fighting with Lei Qingru, and was still in the mood to tease Wang Boyang. Because since the female cultivator opposite used that palm technique just now, it has never been used again. It seems that she can only use it once. From this point of view, her threat to him has been eliminated. So what if she is one level higher than him? He had killed everyone 2 levels higher than him.
Ha ha.
Wang Boyang smiled bitterly upon hearing this. The poison was already raging in his dantian. If he didn't take the antidote, he might not be able to use his spiritual power at all, and he would be a lamb to be slaughtered. With this thought in mind, he became ruthless, holding a soul-eating shield in one hand to dodge the opponent's attack, and attacking with a magic weapon in the other. Ji Yao watched the formations with great interest. If the time had not been banned at this time, the fight would have been much more exciting. However, it was rare to see others fighting. Ji Yao also carefully observed the attack methods of several people, and at the same time learned other people's coping methods. Maybe she would be able to use them in the future.
The palm technique from before was good.
A voice of writing suddenly came from the dantian. Ji Yao raised her eyebrows. A little surprised, Shushu rarely spoke out suddenly.
It's indeed good. Some of them are like legendary magical powers.
Ji Yao nodded, remembering that the palm just now could directly melt the magic weapon.
It is indeed a gift of magical power. I don't know where she learned it from.
Shushu has seen people of this clan before. The higher their cultivation level, the stronger their melting ability. Any attack method, magic weapon, or even an innate spiritual treasure can be melted by one palm.
It's probably the River of Time.
Ji Yao thought about it, and guessed that it should be the River of Time. Innate magical powers are different from spells. They cannot be learned by anyone who obtains the skills. Innate magical powers are usually passed down through blood and are innate skills that people are born with. However, there are also people who hide the bloodline of a certain clan. Later, by chance, the bloodline awakens, and they gain innate magical powers. This ability is usually manifested in divine beasts or high-level demonic beasts, and is rarely seen in human cultivation. But things are different in the long River of Time. If you possess someone or something with innate magical powers, you can take away a trace of your bloodline inheritance and gain a certain magical power. This is one of the reasons why the River of Time can become a place of trial, and why many people stay here for decades and hundreds of years and are unwilling to leave. However, as recorded in the books, this kind of opportunity is so rare that you would never encounter it without great luck. Just like myself, I finally encountered a fragment of time, but I never encountered any advanced skills or innate magical powers. On the contrary, it is still a trap, first letting you experience a miserable life, and then giving you an extremely comfortable life to blur your fighting spirit. Even though he has achieved enlightenment, if he cannot figure it out, he will be useless when he comes out. So my luck is indeed as good as ever.
I've advanced,
Shushu suddenly said in a somewhat shy and suppressed tone.
Huh?
Ji Yao was a little confused.
Is there any change?
Chapter 473. The fight ends.
Actually, it's not an advancement. I just regained a little strength.
Shushu was extremely happy. As a heavenly book, he couldn't give his master much help, which had always made him feel uncomfortable. Now I feel better. I have become more powerful, and I can finally keep up with my master.
Really? Our Shushu is really good.
Ji Yao smiled happily.
It was a particularly happy thing for Shushu to recover. After all, it was a sacred weapon, and it felt uncomfortable to fall from heaven to H.L.
Yeah.
Shushu felt a little shy for a moment when he heard Jiya's praise.
Then when this matter is over, I'll take a look at Shushu's current strength. Okay?
Jia asked Shushu gently. It had been with her for too long and given her too much help. If it weren't for Shushu, it is impossible for his strength to improve so quickly.
Okay.
Shushu is no longer the arrogant little boy now, but obediently agreed. Ji Yao smiled when she heard this. When they first met, Shushu looked down on her, but now she is well behaved.
Beautiful girl. Look, that man is dead.
Shio had just finished her spiritual conversation with Shushu when she heard the white fox's gloating voice. Jia looked at the battle situation and found that the poison monk had fallen to the ground and had no breath. At this time, his face was completely black, and it could be seen at a glance that he had been poisoned. Sun Junwei did not expect that Wang Boyong would suddenly fall down during the fight and then die. Is this poisonous cultivator so overbearing? This is a golden elixir monk. But this Wang Boyong is dead. He is fighting against two, and one of them is a master. How can he still survive? Thinking like this, he suddenly made a sudden escape and disappeared from the place. Xiangli was about to attack him, but she didn't expect that the other party actually ran away.
Bah! You said women are timid, but this grandson is really a coward.
Bai Hu didn't expect that the man didn't even try and just ran away. It was really speechless.
If you don't run away, he will be the next one to fall to the ground.
Jia looked at the poisonous cultivator with a serious expression, and then took out a few detoxification pills that Chiyua had prepared for her before, and took one of various types. Pellets. He must be careful not to let her poison get on him later. Otherwise the consequences will be troublesome. Seeing these two women letting them escape so easily, the two male cultivators who were watching felt a little unsure. They began to debate whether to leave, but they were unwilling to do so. After all, it was too difficult to encounter time fragments. Now that there was one right in front of them, it was impossible to let them give up like this.
Fellow Taoist, why haven't you come out yet? You must have seen enough excitement. Right.
Xiangli felt a little proud when she saw that everyone was so afraid of her. As for the people in the formation who dare not come out for so long, they are definitely low-level monks. At this time, Xiangli was a little swollen after killing the golden core cultivator, and didn't care about the means of protecting the names of the people in the formation. What about disciples from big families? They will all die by her hands. Jia raised her eyebrows when she heard this. The other party's attitude changed quite a lot. It seemed that he really didn't take her seriously. However, she did feel a little itchy at this time. She had just advanced and wanted to test her current strength. After all, advancement becomes slower and slower later on. But once advanced, the strength is completely different.
Old Bai, it will be up to you later.
Chapter 474 Take Action. Jia slowly walked out of the formation, and then put away the formation disc.
His!
The two male cultivators were shocked when they saw Jia's appearance clearly. They had never seen such peerless beauty, and they could not recover for a while. Xiangli looked at Ji Yao, and her face suddenly darkened. She herself has been looked down upon by others since she was a child. In addition to her poor qualifications, she also has an unattractive appearance. It is said that those who cultivate immortality are all handsome men and beautiful women. But there are always some exceptions, and she is one of them. If I had a face like hers, why would I need to work so hard? But Lei Qingru noticed Xiao's cultivation. The peak of foundation building in your 20s? Although she was a little frightened by the sight. This kind of qualification was too monstrous. In the past 100 years, she had only heard of the Nangong family member. I don't know where this little girl came from. And it was obvious that the other party was not nervous at all, and even felt like he had a chance to win. This is not that kind of bravado, but absolute confidence in one's own strength. I'm afraid this person is not simple.
Fellow Taoist, I am not interested in your fragments. I am just here to take a look out of curiosity. I will not take action against you.
Lei Qingru directly made her plans clear, looking at the other party's face. She felt that this female cultivator should he is a reasonable person.
This is the best.
Yu just smiled faintly. She was quite good at showing off like this. You should have frightened the other party.
Right?
Lei Qingru smiled back, turned and left. She had a hunch that she would never see these three people again. Xiangli's face turned darker when she saw Lei Qingru leaving. What is this? You weren't afraid of dealing with golden core cultivators just now. But now you're afraid after only one foundation building period?
You three want time fragments?
A time fragment suddenly appeared in Jiu's hand. The three people's eyes lit up when they saw this, and they became uncontrollably excited.
It's a pity that you are destined not to get it.
Jiu looked at them and smiled. If you want to steal her things, how can you do it without paying a price?
Oh, just you?
Xiangli laughed angrily at Jiu's arrogant attitude. Are young monks so arrogant nowadays? Or do you think you are a genius and don't take others seriously? It's just a disciple of a big family who has piled up pills. And he really thinks of himself as a green onion. Thinking like this, she could no longer hold back her anger and launched an attack. And the other two people immediately joined in. At this moment, the white fox suddenly threw an illusion towards the two people, temporarily trapping them. This was a prearranged agreement between it and the beautiful girl, that it would trap the two people, and then she would take action against the female nun. At this time, Xiangli didn't notice anything unusual, so she took the lead and threw a bunch of seeds at Jia's feet, trying to trap her. Then he took out a spiritual sword and struck it towards Jia. Jia was not impatient and teleported away from her place. Logically speaking, it might be faster for her to deal with her directly with her fists. But she planned to use sword intent. After all, only in this way can she detect changes in strength. Thinking of this, Ji Yao directly struck towards Xiangli with a sky-breaking strike. The strong thunder attribute directly drained the air in its path, making bursts of chi-chi sounds. Xiangli was shocked to find that the other party was actually a sword cultivator. The sword intent directly collided with Xiangli's spiritual sword, immediately knocking her back a few steps. And a tiny scratch appeared on her spiritual sword. Chapter 475 Fighting. The sword intent pursued Xiangli relentlessly, and then slowly dissipated. Jio nodded with satisfaction. The sword intention could directly force Jean Dan to take a few steps back in the later stage. This was already good. After all, she did not use the fused sword intention. Just being able to do this made her very satisfied. Xiangli stabilized her body, and finally became cautious in her heart. The opponent was not a fool at all, but a swordsman who could challenge beyond the level. At this time, she also noticed something strange about the other two monks. They were standing motionless in the distance. The expressions on their faces were wonderful.
What did you do to them?
Xiangli's heart sank. What is going on? How come she didn't notice at all?
You'd better take care of yourself first.
Jia looked at her lightly. Now that she knew the approximate strength, she didn't hold back. Xiangli was furious and took out the alien species again and threw it at Jiyao. Then she took out an invisible dart, which was poisoned by her. If it touched it, the opponent would instantly fall to the ground and die. Jia felt the danger and teleported away from the place several times. Then with a flick of her fingertips, a wisp of 9 heavens divine thunder appeared. Jia controlled it to form a thunder net, wrapping herself tightly. After all, the other party is a poisonous cultivator, and there are endless ways to poison him, so he cannot capsize in the gutter. As soon as the invisible poison dart hit the divine thunder, it was directly crushed into powder. The poison dart was destroyed, and Xiangli spat out a mouthful of blood. The poison dart had recognized its owner, but now that it was destroyed, her soul was hurt a little. Fortunately, it was not a magic weapon, so the injury was not serious. However, Xiangli felt a little frightened when she felt the destructive aura of the divine thunder. In this way, she could not use poison, and her advantage would be much smaller. Jia felt the divine thunder shattering something, and she felt happy in her heart. Fortunately, she had taken precautions. Otherwise she might have been poisoned by now. This person is really insidious. Even if he uses poison, this is a magical weapon that has no spiritual power fluctuations, and can also be invisible. I don't know who invented it. Seeing that she was injured, Jia directly slashed at her with fused sword intent. Xiangli counterattacked, holding the spiritual sword to meet her. But she paused when she encountered the sword's intention. The sword's intention exploded directly on her body, completely destroying her robe, causing all her hair to fall down, and her whole body was covered with blood. It's a scar. Jia didn't wait and struck with her sword again. Just as Xiangli broke free from the time sword intent, she was instantly stopped and injured again. Just like that, Jia struck with one sword after another. Xiangli had no power to fight back, and her injuries became more and more serious. The white fox looked on, feeling a little sympathetic to Xiangli. It was really unlucky to meet his beautiful girl. At the same time, looking at Ji Yao's time sword intention, it was a little envious. This thing was really against the heavens. Even the other high-level monks could only be beaten stupidly. How great. It's a pity that it has no chance. It can't understand this thing. After 10 swords passed, Xiangli finally fell down and was seriously injured. Jiyu stopped attacking, and Xiangli finally broke free from the time sword intent. When she came back to her senses, she found herself lying on the ground seriously injured, and she had no idea what had happened before.
What did you do to me?
Xiangli's face turned red with anger. She was actually injured by a foundation building stage. It was really a shame and a great humiliation. What kind of monster is this? Why can't I remember anything? End of chapter 476. Jia looked at Xiangli in surprise. Now that she was seriously injured, she still dared to ask such a question. The contrast between this person and her previous image was quite big. I saw that she wanted to cooperate with everyone before, but she was a very cautious person. But now she looks like a brainless person. Xiangli was really angry at this time. The gap between the other party's cultivation and hers was too great. For a moment, she couldn't accept her failure at all, so she could only hide her inner panic. Jia looked at her lightly and approached her. Xiangli was startled, seeing Jia approaching. She wanted to take out a teleportation talisman she had obtained and leave. Although the teleportation distance was not far, as long as she could escape. But when she activated the teleportation talisman, she did disappear from the place, but suddenly showed her figure not far away. Xiangli was a little confused. How could it be possible? Why can't she escape? After careful observation, she discovered that there was actually a formation here. Jia didn't intend to waste any more time, as it would be troublesome if someone came again. She teleported directly behind her and slashed her neck with a sword. Xiangli opened her eyes wide and fell down in disbelief. Until the day of death, I may not believe that I will die in her hands. Jia looked at Xiangli's body and sighed in her heart. The world of cultivation was fiercely competing for resources, and she never knew how far she could go. The opponent must have suffered a lot during his cultivation to the golden elixir stage. But now he has still fallen. The reason for all this can only be blamed on her being too greedy. Taking action on others at will to get what you want is not much different from evil cultivation. People still need to maintain the most basic kindness. After getting rid of Xiangli, Jia took action against the two people who were trapped in the illusion. She only destroyed their dantian, but did not end their lives. The two of them fainted from the pain caused by the damage to their dantian, and all their cultivation was ruined. Although these two people didn't really hurt themselves, they still had the idea of hurting themselves and grabbing things. So I couldn't let them go. After all, she had been harmed by her own soft-heartedness before, and now she has learned a lesson. To the monk, destroying their cultivation is no different than killing them. I'm afraid I won't live long.
Ha! They deserve it for letting them make random decisions.
The white fox put away the illusion and laughed happily. It was said that these people would be in bad luck, and that was indeed the case. But this is also thanks to myself. Otherwise the beautiful girl would not have been able to deal with them so easily. The white fox puffed up his chest and started to squeak as he thought about it. Young Master Phantom Fox is not just bragging. Jia smiled and put away the trap she had thrown just now. This was the array she made herself. When she saw someone fleeing from their fight before, she was worried that she would run away. The result is really true. Fortunately, I made extra preparations.
Let's go!
Jia took off the storage bags of the three people and put them into the storage ring. Then picked up the white fox and left the place.
Master!
Xiaoqi Yue brought Luo Qiuli to Shangwan Nanchuan's wooden house.
Uncle Shangwan.
Luo Qiuli also saluted immediately.
Are you ready?
Shangwan Nanxian asked Xiaoqi Yue.
Ready.
Xiaoqi Yue nodded. She had consolidated her cultivation this month.
Well, let's go then.
Shangwan Nanxian nodded, took out a spiritual boat, and threw it into the air.
You can't bear to travel through space for a long time, so we will take the spirit boat.
Shangwan Nanxian rarely got out of his mouth to explain. Chapter 477. Si Ruochen wakes up.
Okay.
Xiaoqi Yue nodded and took Luo Qiuli onto the spirit boat. Originally, she wanted to ask Qi Yao to go to the Central Territory with her, but she sent the messenger but has not received a reply yet. And she doesn't know where she is gone? Or in retreat?
Let's go!
Shangwan Nanxian started the spirit boat, and the three of them set off towards the central domain. Si Ruochen opened his eyes and found himself lying on a wooden bed. Si Ruochen wanted to sit up, but found that his whole body ached. Looking carefully, Si Ruochen found that his cultivation had been completely ruined. Si Ruochen probed again in disbelief, trying hard to mobilize his spiritual power. But there was still no response, confirming that his cultivation was completely useless. Si Ruochen closed his eyes and felt despair in his heart. No matter how hard I try, I never get good results. My biggest mistake was that I was born into the Si family, with such a father and a group of brothers and sisters. Si Ruochen's heart felt cold, now let alone revenge. It would be difficult for him to survive, even if God gives him a chance. Just a small chance. He must repay the Si family well.
Little guy, are you awake?
Yanemo opened the door and walked in, looking at Si Ruochen, who was lying on the bed unwilling to open his eyes. Si Ruochen was startled when he heard this, and opened his eyes to look at Yanemo.
Senior?
Si Ruochen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that it was the senior demon cultivator from the Death Forest who saved him again.
Well, how are you feeling now, little one?
Yanemo smiled, sat down at the table, and looked at Si Ruochen with his chin in his hand. I have already made up my mind to recruit a disciple. After all, he had this idea before. Unfortunately, he was a spiritual practitioner at that time. But it is different now. His cultivation has been abolished. His demonic body has been revealed. And he is destined to only cultivate demons. This can only be said to be fate destined by God. They are destined to have a master-disciple relationship. Si Ruochen fell silent after hearing this. At this time, he missed Chiyua and Jiao, that stinky girl. Those were the only two people who truly cared about him. But now, he has become a useless person, and can no longer stand by their side or grow up with them. He and they are already in two different worlds.
Are you worried about your cultivation, little guy?
Yanemo raised his eyebrows and asked deliberately slowly.
Yeah.
Si Ruochen felt sour in his heart, but he didn't want to show weakness in front of others. So he held on.
If I say that I can make you practice again and become more talented than before, will you be willing to become my teacher?
Yanemo directly stated his plan. He never liked rules and never concealed his thoughts. Si Ruochen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked at Yanemo in disbelief. His mind went blank for a moment.
Senior, are you serious about what you said?
Si Ruochen asked cautiously. He stared intently at Balrog's mouth, fearing to hear the word no.
It's true. I have a technique suitable for you, and I will teach you wholeheartedly. If you worship me as your teacher, you will be my first disciple of Yanemo, and also a true disciple in the 10,000 Demon sect. And your status is no better than yours. It was worse than before.
Yanemo was a little proud. His status in the 10,000 Demon sect was much stronger than this little guy's original master. After all, he was a genius disciple. Who among those senior brothers would not be kind to him? Si Ruochen was moved. His status was not important. But he wanted to practice, and he didn't want to become a useless person. He wants revenge. He wants to protect Chiyua and Jiao. Chapter 478, Cultivation of Demons.
But are you worried that you have already learned from the master?
Yanemo raised his eyebrows. Those spiritual cultivators pay most attention to these rules.
Your cultivation has long been gone, and you can no longer become a spiritual practitioner. Why do you care about these small problems? Your relationship with his master and disciple is over, and there is no need to be trapped by these rules.
After Balrog finished speaking, he stopped. Duo Tai, just waiting for Si Ruochen's answer. He believed that the other party was not a fool, and should know the right choice now. Si Ruochen was indeed a little hesitant. After all, he was introduced to the practice by his master. Although he had many brothers and sisters, his master did not put too much thought into him. However, betraying the master would indeed result in being spurned. But in the current situation, he has no other choice. Cultivation is the most important thing. From now on, he can only go to the master in person to apologize.
I am willing to take you as my teacher, Senior.
Si Ruochen finally made up his mind.
Ha ha. Yes. Yes. You will definitely not regret your choice in the future. You are a natural demon cultivator.
Yanemo got the answer he wanted and smiled happily.
You should recover from your injuries during this period. After your injuries are healed, you can perform the apprenticeship ceremony. Then I will teach you how to practice.
Yanemo stood up and threw a few medicine bottles to Si Ruochen. There is a healing elixir in it, and you should be fully recovered by the time you finish eating it.
Master, I'm leaving now. I'll see you another day.
Yanemo curled his lips and gave Si Ruochen a satisfied look before leaving the room. My qualifications as a disciple are not average. No worse than those of those old guys. Si Ruachan opened the medicine bottle, took out the elixir inside and drank it. A gloomy look flashed in his eyes. He would not let go of anyone in the Si family. One day, they will regret doing this to themselves.
Beautiful girl. Why are we stopping here?
Baihu looked puzzled as Jia stopped in a remote corner. It didn't look like there would be fragments of time here.
I'll introduce you to my friend.
Jia placed the array plate beside her, and then released the little white ball. Woo! As soon as the little white ball came out, it rolled on the ground 2 or 3 times, and then crawled to Jiu's feet, stretching out its little paws for a hug. Jiu smiled warmly, and hugged it gently. Taking a closer look, Xiao found that the little white ball had grown slightly. It was only as big as a palm before, but now it is almost the size of a palm and a half.
What is this?
The white fox circled around Ji Yao a few times, staring curiously at the little white ball acting coquettishly in Ji Yao's palm.
This is Xiao Bai Tuan. Come Xiao Bai Tuan. This is your old brother Bai.
Jia brought Xiao Bai Tuan close to the white fox and introduced them to each other. Woo! Xiao Bai Tuan whimpered towards the white fox and looked at it with his big innocent eyes. Baihu suddenly felt like his heart melted. How could there be such a cute thing? The white fox stretched out its paw and touched the little white ball gently, then quickly took it back, fearing that it would accidentally hurt it. Jia was quite unaccustomed to seeing the rough fox, who was usually so careful and gentle now.
Here, help me take care of Xiao Bai Tuan. I have something to do now.
Ji Yao gently put Xiao Bai Tuan in Baihu's arms and said with a smile.
Oh!
Baihu took the little white ball, and his whole body stiffened, a little at a loss, and just stared at the little white ball in his arms stupidly. Woo! Xiao Bai Tuan stretched out his tongue and gently licked the white fox's paw to show his closeness. This brother had the aura of his sister, which made him feel very friendly. Chapter 479. Time Sword Intention is Successful. Feeling the wet tongue licking his paw, the white fox stiffened even more. Its face grew hotter and hotter, and its tail began to wag wildly. Ji Yao smiled when she saw this. She was relieved to leave it to Baihu.
You have to take good care of Xiao Bai Tuan.
Ji Yao rubbed the white fox's head, and then her consciousness came to the sea of consciousness.
Shu Shu. Xilian.
Xiao called her 2 friends happily, having stayed in the time fragments for 20 years before. It always gave her the illusion that she had not seen them for a long time.
Sister.
Xiaoyan approached Xiao and stretched out her branches to touch Xiu's arm shyly. Xiu smiled, stretched out her hand, and touched Xiaoyan gently.
Master, let's see how I've changed now.
Shushu couldn't wait to see Xiu praising him. After all, several other partners could help her fight. But she couldn't. Now that I have finally recovered some abilities, I want to show them off.
Okay.
Xiu patted Xiaoyan gently, and Xiaoyan obediently stepped aside and stopped disturbing them.
Okay.
Shushu just agreed and directly sucked Xiu's soul into the Book of Heaven. Xiu came to a white place in the blink of an eye and looked around curiously.
Here it is. This is a place specially used for learning. In the future, I can copy the skills by watching others fight and let you learn through projection.
Shushu said with some pride.
So powerful.
Xiu opened her eyes wide after hearing this. Can she learn other people's attack techniques through observation? This is a cheating device.
Yes. And I can also help you understand your sword intention.
Shushu said as he sucked in the time fragments that Ji Yao had obtained before. Xiu is a little curious. In what way can Shushu help herself? Soon, the scene of Ji Yao in the debris was suddenly projected in the blank space, which happened to be when she was dressed as the little beggar. Ji Yao raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect Shushu to be able to do even this. The things she had experienced were shown over and over before her eyes, and Jia seemed to have returned to that time again, feeling a little sad in her heart. Jia waved her hand and drew a sword forward following her heart. A wave of fluctuation appeared in front of my eyes, and disappeared again in the blink of an eye. Jia closed her eyes, imagining the feeling of the yuan in her hand, recalling the experience in the fragments over and over again in her mind. At the same time, the symbols of the years technique kept circulating in her mind, and she waved her hand to cut them off. The inner sadness and reluctance. In this way, Jia waved over and over again until half an hour passed before she stopped. At this time, her arms were a little sore.
Congratulations, Master.
Shushu happily congratulated Jiao. Her time sword sense has finally improved. Xiu was also a little overjoyed at this time. She originally thought that her ability to achieve enlightenment was the limit, but she didn't expect that she could really understand the meaning of the time sword again through the fragments.
Thank you, Shushu. You are so amazing. Jia was filled with gratitude. Shushu really helped her a lot. I just provided help. Whether you can understand it depends on the master himself. The master has a very high understanding. Shushu actually had the mentality of giving it a try. But he didn't expect the master to be so up to date. We can do the same with the fragments harvested by the master in the future. It won't be long before the master's sword intention of time will reach the second stage of sword art. And he will be able to control the time flow rate of others. Shushu said somewhat innocently. Chapter 480 Bad Idea. My time sword intent has only reached small success now. And I'm still far away from the second stage. Jia shook her head in a funny way. She had been in the time sword intent entrance state before. And she had only reached the small success stage just now. The idea of a book is still too early. But it was just a threshold before. As my cultivation level increases, the time I need to control others becomes longer. Now that I have reached Xiaoqing, I don't know what the effect will be. Soon! Shushu was full of confidence in Jia at this time, and was very shy. Then I'll go out and try to find the fragments. Jia was also infected by Shushu. And she was also looking forward to understanding the artistic conception of swordsmanship. Okay. Shushu directly released Jia's soul. Jia returned to the sea of consciousness, came to Shushu's side, stretched out her hand, and touched Shushu gratefully. Our Shushu is really good. I am lucky to meet you. Jia felt from the bottom of her heart that she was the greatest luck to meet Shushu. This is her real golden finger, and also enables her to continue to improve. Important reasons. The master is also very powerful. Shushu was a little embarrassed to be praised. At this time, he especially hoped that he could recover his physical form as soon as possible, so that he could spend more time with his master. Then I'll go out and continue looking for the fragments. Shushu smiled softly, patted the book gently, and left the sea of consciousness. Oh, bye. Jia looked at the white fox that had been standing frozen in front of her, and was a little surprised. Could it have been like this for half an hour? Beautiful girl. You are back. Take it away quickly. The white fox carefully held the small white ball, fearing to hurt it, so it could only ask Jia for help. This little white ball is too soft and fragile. It is afraid that it will be crushed if it exerts a little force. Jia looked at the white fox's appearance, and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. She didn't expect that the white fox's fearless character would be afraid of such a cute creature. Woo! Xiao Baituan whimpered towards Ji Yao, and looked at Ji Yao with some grievance. His eyes wet. It can feel that Brother White Fox doesn't like to play with it. And it is disliked. It misses Sister Shuyan a little bit. It loves playing with itself the most. Jia took the little white ball with some distress, gently rubbed its head, and comforted it. Woo! Xiao Baituan narrowed his eyes comfortably, and rubbed Ji Yao's palm. Jia smiled, and took it back to her dantian. TSK. It turns out that our young master is also afraid of something? Ji Yao teased Bai Hu in a funny way. Who said I was afraid? I thought it was too small. And I was worried that I might crush it to death. The white fox patted its chest proudly. Who would the young master of the fox clan be afraid of? Joke. Yes. Yes. You are not afraid of anything. Jia did not reveal it. She put the array away, and continued to move to other places. Now we need to find another fragment of time. Brother. You see? This woman may be difficult to deal with. Ling Yuan asked Ling Ji uneasily while skillfully dissecting the monk's body. If Ji Yao saw it, she would be able to recognize at a glance that these two corpses were the two people she had crippled before. Well, I didn't expect her to be able to deal with 3 golden elixir monks. I underestimated her before. Ling Ji frowned tightly. She only knew about the little girl's combat power after getting some information from these two people. Strong. Then what should we do? Are we still trying to make an idea of her? Ling Yuan was a little uneasy. He and his senior brother relied on qi and blood to cultivate, and their cultivation was not stable. If they really matched up, he was really not sure.